he said this. So shouldn't Manhwa understand his feelings? Why did she say she wanted to keep her distance from him? Sun Mingyuan was anxious. Lu Lanhua, are you stupid? Yesterday, Lin Lijuan went to the brigade health clinic to falsely accuse you of stealing, and Zhou Yan also stabbed you in the back. And you still support them? Zhou Yan wants to ruin your reputation and take the teaching position from you, just because her father is the brigade secretary, right? She's so bad, but her father can't be a good person. Sun Mingyuan tried hard to make Lanhua change her mind by criticizing Lin Lijuan and Zhou Yan, hoping she would see the truth about Secretary Zhou. But he didn't realize that, besides the incident at the brigade health clinic yesterday, Sun Mingyuan had praised Lanhua for being gentle and quiet. Lin Lijuan was already jealous and furious, watching him closely to see if he would get close to Lanhua. Zhou Yan, jealous of Sun Mingyuan and Lanhua being paired together, was going crazy with envy. Sun Mingyuan really left his sweet potato field to help Orchid pull weeds. Lin Lijuan turned around to complain to Secretary Zhou about Lu Lanhua, saying she was shameless and was seducing young male workers to do her chores. Then she overheard that the person she cared about was belittling her in front of Lu Lanhua. Angry, Lin Lijuan wanted to rush out and slap Lu Lanhua's face, but when she heard what Sun Mingyuan was saying, Secretary Zhou gave her a stern look to warn her. Lin Lijuan was too scared to move. Meanwhile, Sun Mingyuan grew more excited, talking passionately and spitting as he spoke. When he finished, Secretary Zhou came out with a serious face. Sun, the young worker, it turns out that in your eyes, I, the team leader, have been abusing my power. I, Zhou Dajiang, am a fair and upright leader. I can stand the judgment of the team members and the organization. If you don't like it, you can report me to the commune and let the team members criticize me, instead of gossiping behind my back like a gossiping woman. Zhou Dajiang's face darkened. You are involved in inappropriate relationships, leaving your work unfinished and bothering female colleagues. That's simply inappropriate behavior. Your ideological awareness is lacking and you're lazy and sneaky in your work. It seems the organization's education of you isn't enough. Today, all your work points are deducted. Ignoring Sun Mingyuan's stunned expression, Zhou Dajiang coldly said, Sun, the young worker, come with me to the team office to explain your issues. Sun Mingyuan was caught in the act by the team leader. He wanted to explain, but unfortunately, Zhou Dajiang heard everything clearly and wouldn't give him a chance to speak. Dejected, Sun Mingyuan followed Zhou Dajiang to the team office to explain himself. Lin Lijuan finally regained her composure. She called the team leader not to harm Sun Mingyuan but to punish Lu Lanhua, this little troublemaker. Although Brother Mingyuan said bad things about her, after Zhou Dajiang heard that, he would punish her severely. Secretary Zhou, I'm here to complain, not to have Mingyuan explain himself. I'm saying that Lu Lanhua is seducing people to help her with chores. Lin Lijuan was anxious and ran after him. Sun Mingyuan didn't say anything. It was that little troublemaker Lu Lanhua who deliberately harmed him. All those words were forced out of him by Lu Lanhua. Secretary Zhou, listen to my explanation. Lin Lijuan didn't shout, but Sun Mingyuan didn't know that she was the one who led Zhou Dajiang here. Sun Mingyuan hated Lin Lijuan very much. Lin Lijuan still wanted to catch up. Sun Mingyuan, with red eyes, shouted, Get lost, just get lost. Lin Lijuan stumbled and ran behind, annoyed and scolding. Seeing this scene, Lu Lanhua threw the grass. She was pulling aside and shrugged at Zhao Qingru. I'm glad my mom made me see Sun Mingyuan's true face. Lu Lanhua said thoughtfully, otherwise, it wouldn't be Lin Lijuan running after him. It would be me. How can you be like Lin Lijuan? She's really not smart. Having often heard Sun Mingyuan, who spoke in a casual way, gossip behind her back, Zhao Qingru couldn't help but feel happy when she saw the gloomy face of Secretary Zhou just now. I thought I was charming enough to easily attract the young workers and female team members, but now I want him to taste what it's like to be hit back. If he falls into Secretary Zhou's hands, he'll get what he deserves. After feeling pleased, Zhao Qingru thought for Lu Lanhua. Lanhua, I'm just worried he's like a sticky candy, offending Zhou Yanzhong enough to stick to you. but he can stick to me if he wants. Lanhua, imitated by Su, whistled, and Jewel suddenly dashed down from the hill beside the sweet potato field. He dove fiercely to her side, circling around her. On the day her sister married He and Go, Secretary Qin left the Peace Brigade and went back to the county seat. Jewel chased the car for a long way. Only after Secretary Qin whistled a few times did Jewel stop, gazing at the car disappearing down the village road. When the car that Secretary Qin and Secretary Zhao were in finally disappeared from view, Jewel ran back to her mother. Knowing that Jewel and the original owner had a deep bond, her mother had been caring for it carefully these days. They ate whatever she ate, and she even chopped smoked rabbit and smoked chicken to feed Jewel. Gradually, Jewel became part of their lives. It would see her mother off to the brigade health clinic and wait around the fields when they went to work for extra grains. With Jewel around, there was nothing to fear from evil spirits or monsters. Lanhua proudly patted Jewel's head. Sun Mingyuan wants to taste what Lu Lizhi feels like. Let him come. Offending Secretary Zhou was enough for Sun Mingyuan to get what he deserved. Secretary Zhou took special care of Sun Mingyuan, making him explain his issues in front of everyone at the grain threshing ground, where he was watched and greeted kindly by the brigade members. Once a prominent figure, Sun Mingyuan ended up looking embarrassed and dirty. After 2 days of ideological education, Zhou Yanzhong pleaded for him, and Sun Mingyuan finally returned from the brigade office to the young workers' site. When Secretary Zhou heard Sun Mingyuan's comments about Zhou Yan, he wondered why he still agreed to let Sun Mingyuan return to the youth education point. Lu Lanhua was too busy to care because she had been working on a difficult math problem with Zhao Qingru these past few days. This problem is too hard. We've been working on it for 2 days and still can't solve it. Lu Lanhua sighed. It would be great if Guohua was in high school now. She learned at school and could come back to teach us. Bai Su wanted Lu Lanhua and Zhao Qingru to finish 3 years of coursework in just over 2 years. Although Guohua was a good student, waiting until she went to high school to teach Lanhua and Zhao Qingru would delay their progress a lot. Hearing that they couldn't solve the problem and sighing, they started to hope Guohua could attend high school later that year. Bai Su thought it was time to come up with a plan and ask for help at the cattle farm. While Bai Su was thinking about this, a bicycle bell rang outside the health clinic. Is Aunt Bai here? Bai Su responded and saw a young man wearing glasses, looking very refined, stop his bicycle. A slightly chubby woman jumped down from the back seat of the bicycle. Although the young man looked unfamiliar, Bai Su recognized him as Zhou Hongba, the son of Secretary Zhou, who was a primary school teacher. Zhou Hongba brought the chubby woman into the house. Bai Su greeted him. Teacher Zhou, what's going on? Are you Dr. Bai? I'm from the neighboring brigade. Before Zhou Hongba could speak, the talkative woman smiled at Bai Su. I heard that the old lady from the Miao family fainted and was unconscious. You treated her, right? Teacher Zhou also said that the barefoot doctors from nearby brigades are the best at medicine. My daughter-in-law is pregnant and vomiting badly, so I came to ask you for some medicine to stop vomiting and help with the pregnancy. Another person from the neighboring brigade, brought here by Zhou Hongba himself on his bicycle? Bai Su thought of the pregnant primary school teacher. Because she was pregnant, the school had some vacancies, and Secretary Zhou and brigade leader Li Jiqiang recommended Lanhua to take the substitute teacher exam. Now, Zhou Hongba was bringing someone to her for medicine. Could it be related to the substitute teaching position? Is your daughter-in-law very newly pregnant and vomiting badly, or has she been pregnant for a while? Usually, for pregnancy-related medicine, it's best for the pregnant woman to come along, so her pulse can be checked. But instead of the pregnant daughter-in-law, it was the mother-in-law who was anxious and wanted to ask about her daughter-in-law's condition carefully. Bai Su asked, and the mother-in-law of the principal started talking. Dr. Bai, my daughter-in-law just found out she was pregnant recently. Since then, she's been vomiting bile and feeling very uncomfortable with acid reflux, dizziness, and can't eat much. The pregnancy was recent, and she had lost some weight. Since my son is in the army and can't come home, I, as the mother-in-law, need to pay more attention. The principal's wife confided in Bai Su. My son Mingzi said she should rest at home while pregnant and not go to school, but she refuses. She doesn't want to give up her teaching job. If she keeps vomiting like this, what can we do? My husband said she should go home and rest and find a teacher to cover her classes until the baby is born. She insists on finishing the semester before summer vacation. The principal's wife felt she was talking too much and quickly changed the subject, continuing to talk about her daughter-in-law. A mother who refuses to eat even a few bites makes the baby in her belly go hungry. The principal's wife shared quite a lot, and Bai Su glanced at Zhou Hongba, who was helping her bring the medicine. Zhou Hongba looked away from the orchid plant studying nearby, pushed up his glasses, and smiled at Bai Su. Bai Su comforted the mother-in-law. She just got pregnant and is vomiting badly. This is quite common. Don't worry too much. I'll prepare a herbal remedy to help her recover, and I'll teach you some moxibustion with mugwort to stop her vomiting. Hearing this, the mother-in-law felt more at ease. Bai Su used ingredients like bamboo shavings, Buddha's hand, and sujun in her herbal preparations. She prepared several doses of Chinese medicine and also gave her a box of moxa sticks to help her apply moxibustion on her abdomen, Zisanli, and Naguan points. After taking this medicine and doing moxibustion on these points, she should stop vomiting. Bai Su advised, but if she gets better, you should bring her here to the clinic for a checkup. I can take her pulse to be more sure. Also, eating carp soup or congee can help stop nausea. You can also brew tea with orange peel and tangerine peel. Since fresh oranges and tangerines are not in season, Bai Su thought for a moment and gave her some dried tangerine peel. Take these home and brew them with red dates for her. It should help her feel less uncomfortable. Not only did Bai Su prescribe herbal medicine to stop vomiting, but she also carefully explained what she should eat and gave her dried tangerine peel for tea. The mother-in-law felt confident that Zhou Hongba's recommended doctor was reliable. When she arrived, she was worried about her daughter-in-law, but after paying for the medicine, her worries disappeared. Dr. Bai, I'll go back to the neighboring team first. I heard from Zhou that your eldest daughter makes beautiful clothes. Once my daughter-in-law stops vomiting so badly, I'll bring her to see you, and I'll bring some fabric. Please ask your daughter to help make 2 outfits for my daughter-in-law. Did Zhou Hongba also tell the principal's wife that Lu Hua can sew clothes? Knowing that Zhou Hongba was helping Lan Hua as a substitute teacher, Bai Su looked at him again with a hint of suspicion. That auntie, Lan Hua, I'm leaving now. When Zhou Hongba left with the principal's wife, he also greeted Lan Hua. Lan Hua politely stood up to see them off. Zhou Hongba, looking refined, pushed up his glasses and smiled at Lan Hua. After they left, Zhao Qingru couldn't help but ask, "Are you familiar with Zhou Hongba? That flower Annie talks to the godmother, and he keeps secretly looking at you." "Not really. We played together when we were kids, and I also played with Zhou Yan before. I've been to her house a few times." Since Zhou Hongba was a primary school teacher, he was somewhat proud and aloof. He only nodded to Lan Hua and didn't talk much. Lan Hua was about to tell Zhao Qingru that she was overthinking, but Li Xiangyang hurriedly ran into the health clinic. Auntie, Zhou Chongqing is back." "What?" "Zhou Chongqing is back." Bai Su was still pondering this. Zhou's son, who was a teacher, suddenly showed friendliness towards her and Lan Hua. She wondered what it meant. Hearing Li Xiangyang call out, Bai Su had no time to care about this and quickly ran out of the health clinic. Is Zhou Jiqing not going to the Workers' and Peasants' University? Why did he come back to Peace Brigade? Bai Su grabbed Li Xiangyang and asked, "Is he just visiting? Or is there another reason he was sent back to Peace Brigade?" "Annie, it's hard to explain in just a few words. You'll find out when you go see for yourself." When Zhou Chongqing left, he gave his favorite books to Lu Lanhua. During her uncertain times with Sun Mingyuan, Bai Su's guidance and the books Zhou Chongqing left her gave her strength and hope, helping her find her way again. In Lanhua's heart, she was very grateful to Zhou Chongqing. Whenever Bai Su mentioned Zhou Chongqing, she instinctively thought of him as her friend. From Li Xiangyang's tone, Zhou Chongqing might be in trouble. Lanhua was very worried. "Mom, I want to go see him with you." During the lunch break, which was usually the quietest time at the youth station, today it was especially lively. The young workers and the village members gathered around, talking animatedly with Brigade Leader Li Jiqiang and Secretary Zhou. Brigade Leader, Secretary Zhou, the youth station is full now. We really can't fit anyone else. Why don't you let him stay with me for one night? We'll figure out something tomorrow. I'm not used to sharing a room with others. He was supposed to go to the Workers' and Peasants' University. Why did he suddenly come back? When Zhou Chongqing got the spot at the university, he could leave Peace Brigade and go to the city, which made many people jealous. Now that he was back in Peace Brigade, some wanted to take advantage of his misfortune. Sun Mingyuan shouted excitedly, Zhou Jiqing being sent back. He must have done something wrong at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University, right? Since the youth station can't hold more people, maybe we should send him to live in a thatched hut in the mountain valley first. When Bai Su, Manhwa, and Zhao Qingru arrived, they heard Sun Mingyuan loudly insisting that Zhou Chongqing be sent to a thatched hut in the mountain valley. Panicking, Bai Su pulled Lan Hua and pushed her way in. The person sitting under the eaves had a scruffy beard and clothes with several holes. He looked very disheveled and miserable. His eyes were unfocused, as if he didn't hear anything around him. Bai Su and Lan Hua squeezed in front of him, but he didn't even lift his head. If Bai Su hadn't looked carefully at his face, she wouldn't have believed it was Zhou Chongqing, who had gone to the Workers', Peasants', and Soldiers' University. Sun Mingyuan was still proud, showing Bai Su and Lu Lanhua how down and out Zhou Chongqing looked. Bai Su shot him a sharp look and said, Captain, Secretary Zhou, since the youth station can't accommodate him anymore, let's have Zhou Jiqing stay at the Brigade Health Clinic first. Li Jiqiang patted his thigh, thinking this idea was good. He hadn't dared to suggest this before because the work at the Brigade Health Clinic was originally Zhou Chongqing's. When Zhou went to the university, Bai Su took over the job. Now that Zhou has returned, and the health work is only needed by Bai Su, Li Jiqiang thought it was the best solution. Then, according to Bai Mei's suggestion, let's arrange for Zhou Jiqing to stay at the Brigade Health Clinic first. Bai Mei doesn't stay at the clinic at night, so the place is empty anyway. Li Jiqiang discussed with Secretary Zhou. Zhou Jiqing used to work as a brigade health worker. When Bai Mei isn't here at night and a member gets sick, he can help with the treatment. It's not a bad idea to let him stay. It made sense that Bai Su, the main person involved, agreed to let Zhou Jiqing stay there. His presence wouldn't cause any problems and could even be helpful. But Secretary Zhou refused to agree. Zhou Jiqing has dropped out of the university and is no longer a health worker at the Peace Brigade. It's not suitable for him to stay there. Secretary Zhou was firm. I remember there's a storage room at the youth station. Clean it up and let Zhou Jiqing stay there first. With Zhou Chongqing looking so defeated, how could he be suitable to stay at the youth station? The Bai Su family moved to the He family's house. Now her own family's house is empty, and Zhou Chongqing cannot stay at the Brigade Health Clinic, so he will first move into her family's empty house to stay temporarily. She also wants to help Zhou Chongqing fight for something, while Li Jiqiang secretly signals to her. Before understanding what happened to him, Bai Su can only give up for now. I'll ask Xiangyang to help move the bedding and blankets. Zhou Chongqing doesn't know what he has encountered. When he returns to the Peace Brigade, he only carries a torn bag with a few change of clothes inside. Li Hua got married, and He Yan Mama prepared new bedding and quilts. Although Bai Su moved to the He family, she left the old bedding in her family's empty house. She asks Li Xiangyang to go with her and help move a bed and bedding over for Zhou Chongqing. Li Xiangyang helps Zhou Chongqing set up a wooden bed. While Zhao Qingru and Lan Hua stay behind to help clean the clutter room, Bai Su cooks a few stuffed eggs and brings them to the youth point. The eggs are fried in lard, topped with broth and sprinkled with green onions, looking very tempting. Since the weather is so hot, the cooked eggs are brought to the youth point still warm. Li Xiangyang and Zhao Qingru, smelling the delicious eggs, become eager. However, Zhou Chongqing, like a walking corpse, is curled up in the corner of the clutter room, showing no reaction. Seeing Zhou Chongqing, who has become very thin and almost skin and bones after some time apart, Bai Su advises him, people are iron, rice is steel. If you keep going like this, your health will break down. Come and eat something. But Zhou Chongqing still stays curled up in the corner of the clutter room, not moving. Li Xiangyang gets anxious and tries to pull him. Lan Hua and Zhao Qingru also look worried and ask Bai Su for help. Bai Su sighs, "You all go out first. I'll try to talk to him." Li Xiangyang and Zhao Qingru can only step outside. Lan Hua is the last to leave, and as she closes the door, she turns her head to look at Zhou Chongqing. After they leave, only Bai Su and Zhou Chongqing are left in the clutter room. Bai Su speaks, "Zhou Jiqing, I don't know what happened when you went to work at the Workers' and Peasants' University, or what unfair treatment you suffered, but people must look forward. The water spilled from a knocked-over cup can't be picked up again. Instead of regretting the past, it's better to look to the future. Don't you think? I know that going to the Workers' and Peasants' University is, in your view, a chance to change your fate." Whether Zhou Chongqing is listening or not, Bai Su continues, "But who can say this is the only chance?" Finally, Zhou Chongqing, curled up in the corner of the room, moves slightly. He lifts his head and looks at Bai Su. His eyes looked like he was a person in despair, finally clutching a life-saving straw. He knew the straw couldn't hold his weight, but he resolutely treated it as his only hope. Bai Su was slightly hurt by his gaze, and her nose felt sore. "Since you left Peace Brigade, many things have happened. Heian's background has been cleared, and now he works at the County Food Factory's transportation team." Bai Su sat down beside him, with a bowl in her hands. "You see, even a labeled person can see the light again. In the past, that was impossible. But it really happened to Heian. Heian can succeed, which shows that policies are slowly opening up. The darkness you see now is just before dawn. If you endure, you'll see the light." "What about the agricultural, industrial, and military university? When will you get into a real university?" Bai Su looked at him kindly and smiled. "Really, as long as you don't give up, one day you'll get into a real university. I bought high school textbooks for Lan Hua and Zhao Qingru. They have many questions they can't answer. Since you're back, it's a good time for you to study with them." Zhou Chongqing, sitting beside Bai Su, slowly turned toward her. Bai Su handed him a bowl of steamed eggs and also placed chopsticks in his hand. Tears suddenly welled up in Zhou Chongqing's eyes, and he choked, voice trembling. "Aunt, it's all in the past now." Bai Su patted his shoulder. "Eat up. Nothing in this world can be solved by just eating and sleeping. The darkness will pass, and when you open your eyes, it will be daylight again, with the sky full of dawn." Zhou Chongqing finally spoke everything in his heart. After finishing a bite of the steamed egg, he felt as if his stomach and spirit had been redeemed. He had lost the most important family member in his life and thought he would never feel the warmth of family again. But at Peace Brigade, with this short time spent with his Aunt Bai Su, he felt that warmth once more. A man doesn't shed tears easily. Zhou Chongqing bit into the steamed egg, one bite at a time, while Bai Su sat beside him, watching him eat with gentle eyes. After Zhou Chongqing finished eating, Bai Su took the bowl from his hands. "All right, you've eaten enough. Rest well now. I'll ask Lan Hua to bring dinner later." Zhou Chongqing thought Bai Su would ask what happened to him.
She didn't ask.
She left the youth's camp with a bowl that had no more soup. Zhou Chongqing silently let out a breath of relief. He was grateful to Bai Su for her kindness and understanding, thankful she didn't dig into his wounds or force him to face things he wasn't ready to talk about. The tension in his mind finally eased after touching something warm. Zhou Chongqing collapsed onto the bedding prepared by Orchid and Zhao Qingru and fell into a deep sleep. After settling Zhou Chongqing at the Educated Youth Station, Li Jiqiang did not return to the brigade office. Instead, he stayed under the eaves of the brigade health clinic, smoking a cigarette in silence. When Bai Su returned from the Educated Youth Station holding a bowl, she saw the brigade leader pacing back and forth outside the clinic. Bai Su unlocked the door of the brigade health clinic with her key. Li Jiqiang approached, wanting to say something, but then sighed heavily. Seeing that he hesitated to speak, Bai Su guessed he was waiting here to talk about Zhou Chongqing. People are listening through the wall. Bai Su called out to him, "Captain, come inside and talk." "Okay," Li Jiqiang replied, following Bai Su into the clinic. Zhou, the educated youth, is someone I strongly supported to be sent to the Worker Peasant Army University. Who would have thought that after going to the city, he'd be sent back to the brigade? It was originally a good thing. Many people had been eyeing the spot at the Worker Peasant Army University. Li Jiqiang worked hard to get the spot from the commune and fought against opposition to secure it for Zhou Chongqing. Because of this, he was often criticized by Zhou Dajiang, who said that once Zhou got the university spot, he shouldn't be assigned to the brigade but instead to a local member. The process of Zhou Chongqing going to the university went smoothly, but now that he's been sent back, Li Jiqiang has lost influence in the brigade office and in front of Secretary Zhou. Li Jiqiang felt quite upset about this. Over the years, he had grown close to Zhou Jiqing and developed some feelings. Now that Zhou was back and not himself, Li Jiqiang was worried about him. "Girl, over at the university, they said his background has issues and he can't pass the review, so he was sent back to Peace Brigade." Bai Su thought something was wrong. If Zhou Jiqing's background was problematic, then the Peace Brigade and Changfeng Commune recommending him for the university wouldn't make sense. Zhou Chongqing had gone to the university and was sent back after some time. Bai Su brought up this issue to discuss with Li Jiqiang. Li Jiqiang was also confused. That's why this is strange. Zhou Jiqing's luck was bad, getting into the university and then being sent back. There's no precedent in the entire county or commune for this. If there was a problem, it wouldn't have been possible to recommend him for the university in the first place. Now, with his current situation, there's not much they can do to find out more. Li Jiqiang advised Bai Su, "I didn't get a good response from the team when I tried to help him go to the Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers University. Now that he's been sent back by the school, I can't help him anymore as the team leader. That child is also unfortunate. Please take care of him." Bai Su remembered that there was a young worker named Zhou in the book who, after the policy relaxed, went to college and returned to the city. She wasn't sure if the Zhou worker was Zhou Chongqing. But today, at the youth point, he asked Zhao Qingru if there were any other youths with the surname Zhou besides Zhou Chongqing. Even if Zhou Chongqing went to the Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers University, he still returned eventually. It's all fate. Bai Su promised the team leader to take care of Zhou Chongqing. When he left the Peace Brigade before, I took over his role as the health worker. He helped me a lot. He's a good kid. When he faced insurmountable difficulties and returned to the Peace Brigade, I won't abandon him. Father Xiangyang, honestly, there aren't many good people like you. When you helped Zhou go to the university, now that he's been sent back, you might suffer some trouble. But you didn't blame him. Instead, you asked me to take care of him. He will remember your kindness. Bai Su comforted him. As for why Zhou was sent back, once Hien returns from the county town, I'll ask him to help find Secretary Qin and Secretary Zhao to ask about it. Her concern for Zhou Chongqing and her relationship with Secretary Qin reassured Li Jiqiang. Even if we don't tell the youth point about Zhou being sent back, it's hard to prevent others from guessing. Li Jiqiang felt relieved. With a girl like you watching out for him, Zhou won't suffer too much. There are many people in this world who kick others when they're down, but very few who offer real help. Since Zhou Chongqing was just sent back, the people at the youth point started to criticize him, especially Sun Mingyuan, who even suggested that Secretary Zhou send him to live in a thatched hut in the mountain hollow. Living there is for people who have committed serious mistakes. But Secretary Zhou hadn't sent him there yet. Instead, he arranged for him to stay in the storage room at the youth point because he hadn't yet figured out what really happened to Zhou at the university. Thinking about the difficulties Zhou would face after returning to the Peace Brigade, Bai Su instructed Manhwa, who had just returned from a youth point, "Tonight, take Zhou Chongqing some food and bring Jiu Air with you." Under Bai Su's guidance, Manhwa became smarter and quickly understood her mother's meaning. "Okay, Mom." Lanhua thought for a moment and asked, "Mom, do you think I should give Zhou some medicine?" White Su was first momentarily stunned. After understanding what orchid meant, she smiled and said, "All right, my orchid is growing better. Let's do it this way. You go deliver the meal tonight, and I will brew a bowl of traditional medicine for you to take." Zhou Chongqing was too exhausted. He slept deeply and soundly. The households in the Peace Brigade were sending up cooking smoke. The quiet youth station became lively again as the young workers returned from work, making noise. Zhou Chongqing opened his eyes in the dim storage room. White Su had asked Li Xiangyang to help wash and dry the bedding, and Zhou Chongqing could smell the scent of sunlight. He felt, as White Su said, that nothing could be solved by just sleeping on it. Although it was not dawn with the sky full of morning glow, and outside was dark with night approaching, he found hope in the words White Su's aunt had spoken. Zhou Chongqing felt reborn. If only the noise from the young workers outside hadn't been so harsh, he would have felt even better. Do you think, after going to the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University, Zhou still came back to the Peace Brigade? Before he went to the university, he was the brigade's sanitation worker. Easy work, no need to go out in the field, very good. Now he's back again. His job as a sanitation worker is gone, and he didn't get into the university either. It's really a double loss. If he had known he'd be sent back, Zhou might as well have kept working as a sanitation worker. Do you think he wanted to be sent back? There are two reasons why someone might be sent back after attending the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. Zhou Chongqing was lying on a dim wooden bed in the storage room. He recognized the harsh voice as Sun Mingyuan, who was often at odds with him. Sun Mingyuan had long envied him for being the brigade's sanitation worker and for going to the university. Now that he was sent back, Sun Mingyuan was happy to see him fail, eager to kick him when he was down. Having seen many people try to harm him when he was vulnerable, Zhou Chongqing should have become indifferent to such hurtful words. Perhaps after returning to the Peace Brigade, he felt warmth from White Su and Orchid, and this contrast made Sun Mingyuan's deliberate insults feel even more harsh. Outside, the young workers were asking loudly what was really happening with Sun Mingyuan. His noisy voice drifted through the broken window into the storage room. People sent back usually either made serious mistakes at the university or have issues with their background. That's why they're sent home. He's fallen from a high place and been cast down into deep despair. Falling from a high place into dust, thrown into a deep abyss? That sounds really harsh. Zhou Chongqing's heart ached sharply, like being cut by a dull knife. Just as he clutched his chest, struggling to breathe, outside came the loud, desperate screams of Sun Mingyuan. Lu Lanhua, what are you doing? How dare you hurt the dog and people? Quick, let it go. Hearing Sun Mingyuan's trembling voice, Zhou Chongqing, who had been lying still and didn't want to move, finally got curious. He climbed out of bed and looked out the window of the storage room. Following the screams, he saw Sun Mingyuan being attacked by a large dog, about half a person tall, lying on the ground. Lu Lanhua, holding a basket, was nearby, commanding the big dog to step on Sun Mingyuan. He saw the lively girl, shouting at the big dog, "Joer, have fun with him. Make him talk less. Lanhua, don't joke around. Let him go. Why are you bothering me for no reason? Did I offend you?" The dog, growling, opened its mouth to show its sharp teeth, as if about to bite Sun Mingyuan's neck. Sun Mingyuan was begging for mercy, shouting loudly. Warm blood was flowing down his pants. Lin Lijuan was still worried about Sun Mingyuan. She scolded Lanhua and rushed over to try to save him from the dog's claws. She smelled and angrily shouted at Lanhua, "Lu Lanhua, let the dog go." Mingyuan peed himself. "You're so cowardly. Is that all you've got?" Lanhua pinched her nose, stepping back in disgust. "Scared so badly by a dog that you peed your pants?" Everyone in the youth team saw it. Soon the girls from the Peace Brigade will know too. Sun the youth, who fell from a high place into dust, and who was thrown into a deep abyss. You're so quick with your words. Are you saying Zhou the youth was sent back to the team because he made mistakes at the university? Because of his background? Now you look like you want to dig a hole and bury yourself. Why don't you shut up? My mother checked Zhou Jiqing's pulse. He was injured at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University and couldn't continue his studies, so he dropped out and returned to the Peace Brigade. I brought food to the youth station and also prepared medicine to send over. Joer had enough of Sun Mingyuan and ran over to Lanhua, trying to take credit and wagging his tail. Lu Lanhua patted Zhou Er and sneered, "Zhou Jiqing is injured, and you people are ruining his reputation. Anyone who wants the same fate as Sun Mingyuan, go ahead and talk. Watch me see if I won't let Zhou Er bite his neck." Those who previously criticized Zhou Chongqing now saw Sun Mingyuan's miserable situation and wisely backed away. Even Sun Mingyuan had to be helped away by Lin Lijuan. Isn't Sun Mingyuan Lu Lanhua's beloved? She even let the dog bite Sun Mingyuan for herself, which Zhou Chongqing didn't expect. It seems he missed many things after leaving the Peace Brigade. Lu Lanhua carried a basket, with a proud Zhou Er beside her, standing in the yard of the youth station like a queen. Seeing the lively girl outside, Zhou Chongqing's dull eyes suddenly brightened. Even he didn't realize it. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Zhou Jiqing, are you awake?" Hearing Lanhua's call, Zhou Chongqing quickly gathered himself, tidied his bed and clothes, and opened the door. Lu Lanhua entered with her basket, took out the food and placed it on the table. The porcelain jar with medicinal herbs was also set down. This porcelain jar was awarded by the commune because my brother-in-law made a big contribution in the county. My mother said it's his honor and has been reluctant to use it. Only you, because of me, made her willing to take it out.
Lanhua handed Zhou Chongqing chopstick.
Eat quickly, don't mind those noisy people. Their mouths are on them, and they can say whatever they want. We can't control that. My mother said, in life, don't waste energy on unimportant people. Cherish those who treat you well. She's worried someone at the youth station might bully you, so she cooked medicinal soup to strengthen your body. She told others that you left the university because of an injury and had to return to the youth station. Listening to Lanhua's chatter, Zhou Chongqing felt very warm. He knew that the truth wouldn't stay hidden forever. If the county or the commune called the university, his background would eventually be exposed. But Bai Su and Lanhua's support made Zhou Chongqing feel very touched. The smell of the medicine filled the room, and he found it surprisingly pleasant. Zhou Chongqing took the chopsticks from Lanhua's hand and ate a bite of rice, silently saying, "You and Annie shouldn't get too close to me. Have you ever thought that what Sun Mingyuan said might be true?" Lanhua was momentarily stunned. Then she smiled easily and said, "What's the big deal? My brother-in-law wasn't always good either. My mom says the world can change, and policies might change unexpectedly. When that happens, young people like you, Zhou Jiqing, will definitely become popular." "He will become popular?" Zhou Chongqing smiled and asked, "Did Annie say all that?" "Yes, my mom said it. Everything she says is right. I trust my mom completely." "Zhou Jiqing, you should know, my mom has high hopes for you, just like she did for my brother-in-law before." "Does Auntie really think highly of him?" Zhou Chongqing felt a bit distracted. Lanhua waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Zhou Jiqing, you have to trust my mom's judgment." "Yes, Auntie's judgment has always been good. Annie has also taught you well." Zhou Chongqing looked at Lanhua, unsure of what she was thinking. Lanhua urged him, "Hurry up and eat. I brought some books. I was stuck on several math problems. After you finish eating, I want to ask you a few questions. Luckily, you're back. You don't know, Qing Ro and I have been struggling with high school problems lately. God must have sent you back to the Peace Brigade to save us. My mom said that from now on, we will cover your meals. Please be our teacher and help Qing Ro and me with high school knowledge. Zhou Jiqing, if you eat our food, you'll have to work too." Lanhua took out high school textbooks. "Look, I brought all the questions. Don't think about slacking off." Although Zhou Chongqing had talked to Lu Lanhua about literature a few times, he remembered that she was usually cold and not very talkative. She was chattering nonstop in front of him, probably because Auntie Bai wanted her to comfort him. Zhou Chongqing gathered his spirits. "All right, I will teach you everything. Finish your meal first, then look at the questions you brought." He leaned close to Lanhua and explained the problems. By then, it was already dark outside. Darkness filled the room, and gradually, he couldn't see the words on the book clearly. Only their breathing could be heard. The math problems that had troubled Lanhua these days became clearer under Zhou Chongqing's explanation. She immersed herself in the questions, solving one after another. Only then did she realize that she and Zhou Chongqing were alone in the room, with only a faint light. Listening to Zhou Chongqing's deep, almost hoarse voice, Lanhua felt a little uncomfortable. It's too dark in here. I'll go find Zhao Qingro to borrow a kerosene lamp. When Orchid got up, her cheeks felt a little hot. Luckily, the night was dark, so Zhou Chongqing wouldn't notice her blushing. Zhao Qingru had also been struggling with the same math problem for a long time. When she heard Orchid say Zhou Chongqing could solve it, she grabbed a kerosene lamp and went to the storage room. She squeezed next to Orchid and listened to Zhou Chongqing explain the problem. Immersed in solving the problem, Zhou Chongqing temporarily forgot his inner pain. The three of them studied together, but the person next door, Sun Mingyuan, was having a hard time. He was caught off guard and wet his pants in front of everyone. Although the young workers at the youth station didn't say anything harsh, their eyes showed their judgment. Sun Mingyuan didn't care about the heat. He changed his pants, climbed into his quilt, and wrapped himself up tightly, tears of frustration falling silently. He was afraid others would hear him and make fun of him, so he didn't cry out loud. His roommate, a young worker, heard Sun Mingyuan's muffled sobs from inside the quilt and pretended not to notice. But Lin Lijuan couldn't rest easy knowing her brother Mingyuan was upset. She cooked red sugar eggs and brought them into the room. "Brother Mingyuan, I cooked some eggs for you. Come and have a bite." "No." Sun Mingyuan muttered angrily. "Go away. Don't bother me." "How can I leave you alone?" "Don't worry. You got scared and wet your pants by the dog." "I won't think less of you," Lin Lijuan said, placing her hand on his shoulder and shaking him through the quilt. "You're not the only one scared by that wolf dog from Lu Lanhua's family." Lu Lizi was also so frightened he fell into the manure pit. "Brother Mingyuan, what are you afraid of?" "It's not embarrassing," she added. "I made you sweet water eggs. They're really tasty. Come and try one." "Why are you trembling so much? Are you crying?" Sun Mingyuan's muffled tears were hard to hold back. Lin Lijuan sat at the head of the bed and asked, "Brother Mingyuan, are you crying?" "It's just because you got scared and wet your pants. There's no need to cry. I'm a woman, I wouldn't cry. And you, a grown man, what's there to cry about? Don't worry. I'll warn the others at the youth station not to talk about how you got scared and wet your pants." Sun Mingyuan, once proud and confident, was now struggling to get along with the young women at the station. Being scared by the wolf dog and crying in bed on a hot day was already embarrassing enough. His roommate, who shared the room with him, couldn't hold back his laughter. Lin Lijuan cooked the sweet water eggs and came over, teasing him about wetting his pants. Finally, one of the young workers couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. Soon, the others in the room started to chuckle quietly. Sun Mingyuan felt like he could never face anyone again. At this moment, all he wanted was to dig a hole and hide himself. "Get lost, Lin Lijuan. Leave me alone. I don't want sweet water eggs." Sun Mingyuan was already embarrassed, but she didn't dislike him. He still scolded her? Lin Lijuan was furious. What are you so proud of? If you have the guts, spit out everything I used to give you to eat. Forget it. I'll eat it myself." Finally, the noise in his ears stopped. But once it was quiet, Sun Mingyuan, hidden under the blanket, clearly heard the teasing laughter of the fellow students in his dorm. He felt the contempt coming from all directions, and even covered by the blanket, he couldn't hide others' disdain for him. He was ruined. Ruined by Lu Lanhua. That flirtatious woman, Lu Lanhua, had once been loyal to him, but when Zhou Chongqing returned, she suddenly turned against him and praised Zhou Chongqing. He would not forgive this insult. Lu Lanhua said Zhou Chongqing left school because he was injured and couldn't continue his studies, then returned to the Peace Brigade, but he didn't believe a word of it. If Zhou Chongqing really was injured, then why did Party Secretary Zhou arrange for him to stay in the storeroom at the youth camp? Party Secretary Zhou must know why Zhou Chongqing was sent back from the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. To ruin Zhou Chongqing and take revenge on Lu Lanhua, he needed to find a breakthrough from Party Secretary Zhou. Finding this outlet to save his face, Sun Mingyuan, with tears in his eyes, fell into a daze and fell asleep. The next day, as if nothing had happened, ignoring the strange looks from others, he went with the youth to collect work assignments from Zhou Yan, the scorekeeper. Zhou Yan didn't know that Sun Mingyuan had been so frightened by the dog that he wet his pants. Seeing Sun Mingyuan take the work and linger, Zhou Yan looked at him curiously. Sun Mingyuan, don't you want to earn work points? After the last person collected their points and left, Sun Mingyuan took out 2 eggs and cakes from his pocket and handed them to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan was stunned. Only she had secretly saved some from her rations and given them to Sun Mingyuan. Most of the things the team members gave her to share had ended up in Sun Mingyuan's mouth. Now he was giving her eggs and cakes, which made Zhou Yan feel honored and surprised. Mingyuan, what is this? I bought it from the supply and marketing cooperative last time. I kept it for you. Sun Mingyuan looked at Zhou Yan gently. Yanzi, I want to ask you something. Do you know what mistake Zhou Chongqing made at the Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers University that caused him to be sent back to the Peace Brigade? Zhou Chongqing suddenly returned from the university, and Zhou Yan had asked her father. She wondered how someone who went to the university could be sent back. Initially, her brother also wanted to compete for that spot. Because he is now a primary school teacher and suddenly has to attend a Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers University, he fears that the team members might accuse him of abusing his power for personal gain. Under the strong insistence of the team leader, Li Jiqiang, his father reluctantly agreed to give the spot to Zhou Chongqing. Zhou Chongqing went to the university, but was sent back, wasting the spot. Zhou Yan feels sorry for her brother and is curious, so she naturally asked her father about it. However, Secretary Zhou seems to have some concerns and does not want to talk about it, only saying it was due to his background. Zhou Yan wonders whether she should tell Sun Mingyuan about this. Seeing Zhou Yan hesitate, Sun Mingyuan becomes anxious. Yan, you don't know that after Zhou Chongqing came back, that flirtatious woman Lu Lanhua stepped on me. You must tell me what really happened. Why was Zhou Chongqing sent back from the university? Zhou Yan initially planned to tell Sun Mingyuan, but when he mentioned Lanhua and thought about his feelings for her, she suddenly didn't want to say anything. I don't know. My dad didn't tell me. Zhou Yan replied casually, I'll ask my dad later and tell you when I find out. All right, if you find out, you must tell me. That nasty woman Lu Lanhua dared to target me because of Zhou Chongqing. I won't let those 2 scoundrels get away. Sun Mingyuan cursed and left angrily. Zhou Hongba came out from behind the door. Seeing Zhou Hongba suddenly appear, Zhou Yan was a bit surprised. Brother, why are you here? School just finished summer break yesterday. After grading the exams, I have nothing to do, so why stay at school? Zhou Hongba had been there for a while, listening to everything Sun Mingyuan and Zhou Yan discussed. Watching Sun Mingyuan leave, Zhou Hongba adjusted his glasses and said, This time, you finally made some progress. You didn't fall for his tricks. Sometimes, to win someone's heart, you can't just be honest and open. You need to use some tactics. For example, when dealing with women, you should show her you care, make her feel touched, and be willing to be with you. And when dealing with men, you should also use some tricks. Don't always follow their lead. His eyes behind the glasses sparkled with a smile. Yen, when it comes to someone like Sun Mingyuan, you should break his backbone. He'll learn quickly. The summer vacation for elementary school just ended, and in a few days, middle school will also have a break. Recently, their teachers have been staying at school to grade papers, which is why he hurriedly finished grading the exams overnight and returned to the team. There's no random reason for that. After telling Zhou Yan all this, he didn't care whether she understood or not. Zhou Hongba spoke again. Send me a worker, I want to take on a job.
What?
Hey, you also want to go work in the fields to earn points? Zhou Yan couldn't believe it. Zhou Hongba impatiently interrupted her. Where is Lu Lanhua pulling weeds? Give me the plot of land closest to her. Since Lanhua and Zhao Qingru started studying together, they often work side by side. Pulling weeds in the sweet potato field is pretty easy. While they work, they recite poems or a paragraph from a lesson. Of course, sometimes they don't remember everything. At this moment, Lanhua takes out a small note she wrote earlier. looks at it, and continues reciting. Reciting poems and lessons helps distract them, making the work feel less tiring. What made Lanhwa even happier was that yesterday she scared away the dog that was biting Sun Mingyuan, so she felt like she had finally gotten rid of that troublesome situation. Sun Mingyuan's plot of land was far from theirs, so he wouldn't keep looking at them while working, unlike before, when he would sometimes lift his head to watch or come into their area to pull weeds. Zhao Qingru was pulling weeds when she suddenly smiled. Lanhua was confused. "Qingru, what are you smiling at?" "I'm laughing at Sun Mingyuan. You don't know, but yesterday he cried all night under the blanket. He must feel really embarrassed." Zhao Qingru told Lanhua, "Sometimes I think Lin Lijuan was sent by heaven to bother Sun Mingyuan. Yesterday, she cooked sweetwater eggs and went to his room, saying she wouldn't mind that Sun Mingyuan got scared and wet his pants because of the dog." This story only reached Zhao Qingru after Lanhua left the youth commune. So Lu Lanhua didn't know about it yet. After she left, more things happened at the youth commune. Thinking about Lin Lijuan caring about Sun Mingyuan and saying she wouldn't mind him being scared and wet his pants, Lanhua couldn't help but laugh out loud. That means Sun Mingyuan won't bother me anymore. Right now, he probably wishes he could dig a hole in the sweet potato field and bury himself. If I had known he'd embarrass himself like that, I would have done it long ago to make him see sense. Lanhua bent over happily, laughing as she finished pulling weeds. She straightened up and saw someone standing next to the sweet potato field, watching her and smiling. It was Zhou Hongba, Zhou Yan's older brother. Lanhua was surprised. "Teacher Zhou, what are you doing here?" "Come help pull weeds. The school is on summer break, so I also want to work in the fields to earn points." Zhou Hongba stopped by the sweet potato field next to Lanhua and the others. "This plot hasn't been pulled yet. Yanzi assigned it to me, that's this one." Zhou Hongba looked gentle and refined, but he was a native of the Peace Brigade. When he worked, he did so properly. In a short while, he finished pulling up half a row of sweet potatoes. When he looked up to rest, he said to Lanhua, "What funny thing was Sister Orchid just talking about? Why are you laughing so happily?" Lu Lanhua, not very familiar with Zhou Hongba, naturally wouldn't mention her incident of letting the dog bite someone at the youth station. She straightened up and replied, "Nothing much, just joking around with Zhao Jiqing." "You're quite close to Zhao Jiqing. I heard you're studying high school materials." "You're a hardworking girl," Zhou Hongba praised. Then he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, in a couple of days, the kids will get their report cards. The principal said they want to select substitute teachers. Our Peace Brigade chose you to take the exam. You should prepare. I've taught elementary school before, so I have some experience. Want me to tell you about teaching?" Zhou Hongba, understanding, said, "No need to bother you now. Since you're pulling weeds in the sweet potato field, just chat with me casually. This competition is quite tough. The candidates recommended by the Forward Brigade are all youth from the city, so it's hard to pass. I also hope the substitute teacher position goes to our brigade." Although Lanhua had self-studied high school courses and felt confident teaching elementary school, Zhou Hongba was a school teacher. She wasn't very sure about competing with city youth for the substitute teacher position. Even though she had broken off with Zhou Yan, Zhou Hongba was willing to teach her, and she was very grateful. "Thank you, Teacher Zhou."
"Tell me more," she said.
"All right, I'll tell you about our elementary school and how to teach the children." At the county food factory, Hien carried a big bag of peach crisps, cookies, and egg cakes out of the factory building, but was stopped by the workshop director, Yen Weikai. "Hien, you're back from a long trip?" Yen Weikai greeted with a big smile. "Your aunt said you should come home for a meal."
"Come on."
Before Hien started working at the county food factory, Bai Su specifically warned him to be careful of Lu Hua's aunt, Lu Qiushuang, and her brother-in-law, Yen Weikai, the workshop director. Last time, this person had supported Lu's wife and caused trouble at their house. He was the one who brought Secretary Qin over, and Yen Weikai had taken Lu's wife away in a hurry. Hien took a step back, coldly refusing, "No, I finally got 2 days off. I need to go back to the Peace Brigade to see my wife and mother-in-law. Just for a meal. It won't take much of your time." Yen Weikai tried to persuade him, Come on. Your aunt has cooked dinner. No wonder his mother warned him to stay away from Yen Weikai. Are they that close? He didn't go, but he was still pulled along. Yen shyly avoided him and said, "Director Yen, I really don't have time." Before returning to the Peace Brigade, I made an appointment with Secretary Chin to visit the county committee. Yen is quite tactless, but when he mentioned the county committee, Yen Wei's eyes lit up. "You know Secretary Chin well? I heard you even helped him once. I don't have much to do. Let's go to the county committee together." Yen was really annoyed by people who couldn't understand polite hints. He coldly asked, "Director Yen, do you have an appointment with Secretary Chin?" Yen Wei was surprised. "No, I don't." "Then why are you going to see Secretary Chin at the county committee?" Yen didn't want to argue further. He coldly retorted, "Secretary Chin is busy. If I didn't make an appointment, I can't see him. Next time when you have an appointment, you can go to see Secretary Chin." He also wanted to make an appointment, but Secretary Zhao, who was with Secretary Chin, wouldn't give him any respect. He said his wife was the younger sister of Bai Su, but Secretary Zhao ignored him completely. To get close to Secretary Chin, he had to start with his second sister-in-law. Yen Wei was still stunned when Yen bypassed him and strode out. He got into the small truck at the factory and sped toward the county committee. At the county committee, Secretary Chin was already waiting for Yen. He was led into the reception room. After sitting for a while, Chin Yenyue entered. "You've been waiting long? How are things at the county food factory?" "Not bad. The small truck is much easier to drive than the tractor, and it's faster. I followed my master to deliver goods to the neighboring province and just got back." Yen stood up. "Secretary Chin, you asked Secretary Zhao to pass a message for me to come to the county committee. What's the matter?" "It's about your marriage to Lihua." Comrade Bai Su didn't have time to tell her brother. It was Captain Bai who called and mentioned it. "Here, there's 50 yuan. Captain Bai gave it to you and Lihua as a red envelope." Yen wondered if his mother had told her brother about his marriage to Lihua. He was worried he wouldn't pass the test with Lihua's uncle. Captain Bai had given him the red envelope through Chin Yenyue, so Yen felt relieved. "When autumn comes, I plan to go hunting for wild game, then send some mountain produce to my uncle and aunt. Also, send some mosquito repellent ointment. The island has many mosquitoes. The ointment your mother made last time worked well. Your uncle and aunt used it on the kids and weren't bitten." Actually, not only did Bai Su's nephew like the ointment, but also the mountain produce like smoked rabbit meat and other things, which Captain Bai liked very much. Lihua's aunt was also very happy. He had often sent things to his sister-in-law before. She always took it for granted and never even said thank you. "This time I sent seafood and dried fruits." They quickly sent back mountain goods and wild game, with medicinal packs labeled for specific illnesses, whether for soaking in baths or boiling to eat. They even personally made mosquito repellent ointment. That shows they care a lot. Also, their sister finally woke up and got rid of the group of people from the Liu family who always tried to take advantage. "I heard that the niece got married." Aunt Pear Blossom was so happy. She sent 50 yuan and bought a bunch of seafood and dried fruits, which she mailed to them. Of course, the red envelope money from Chin Yenyu arrived first. The packages are still on the way and haven't reached the county town yet. Yen generously accepted the red envelope from uncle and aunt. Chin Yenyu then took out a bicycle ticket. "Last time, you said you wanted to buy your mom a bicycle. Major Bai also sent a bicycle ticket, so you can take this." Seeing their secretary pretend to be honest, Secretary Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. That bicycle ticket was his. Secretary Chin said he kept the ticket because it would be useful, but it turned out to be for buying a bicycle for Major Bai's sister. Chin's secretary did a favor for someone, but he couldn't even get a box of duck products. Secretary Zhao felt disappointed. Chin Yenyu didn't care about Secretary Zhao's expression. He smiled kindly and said to Yen, "Aunt Ju prepared some food for Joer. Later, you can also take some back." When Yen left the county committee, he not only received 50 yuan in red envelope money and the hard-to-get bicycle ticket, but also carried a big bag of things Aunt Ju had packed for Joer. Inside the bag, there was supposed to be meat bones for Joer, but also fish liver oil, malted milk, canned food for health, white flour, pork fat scraps, and some snacks. No wonder He Yen had wild thoughts. He also felt that Secretary Qin was quite kind to his mother-in-law. At the county committee, he only talked about Pear Blossom Uncle and never mentioned his mother directly. But then he remembered Bai Su had told him Qin Yanyu wasn't blind to things, and he immediately started to believe it. He thought, maybe these things are just for the two in the pigsty, handed over through their hands. Yes, that must be it. School just finished summer vacation, and middle school vacation started right after. When it was time for Ho Hot and Manhwa to return from their holiday, Bai Su was already waiting at the fork in the road near the team. That way, whether Ho Hot and Manhwa took the shortcut or the main road, they would meet. Bai Su thought that Ho Hot might bring her sister Manhwa back through the shortcut to Hepping Brigade. A small truck was coming along the main road, and she was looking toward the mountain trail. The truck drove right up to her and stopped beside her. He Yen leaned out from the driver's seat and asked, "Mom, are you waiting for Osmanthus and Plum Blossoms?" "He's back," she said. Her eldest son-in-law returned in a small food truck. Bai Su happily went to greet him, then saw two figures, Osmanthus and Plum Blossom, leaning out from the passenger side. Plum Blossom cheerfully shouted, "Mom, brother-in-law came to pick us up from school in his car. He said that my sister Osman's graduation from middle school is a happy day, so he came to bring us home. He bought meat and also went to buy duck and pork offal from Brother Yuan Pang. Mom, I want to eat your braised potatoes, your marinated pig's feet and duck offal, pig fat fried eggplant, and sour beans with duck gizzards." Plum Blossom babbled, drooling as she named a string of dishes.
Bai Su genti tappet her forehat.
"All you think about is eating, little foodie." Bai Su looked a bit disappointed and said, "I don't think anyone can support you in the future. I can support myself. I grow vegetables and study how to make delicious food every day." The mother and daughters laughed and chatted together. Her son-in-law was back, and Pear Blossom wondered how happy she would be. He Yen urged Bai Su, "Mom, let's not park the car by the roadside to talk. Climb into the back compartment." Bai Su climbed into the truck to go home. Osmanthus and Plum Blossom also got out from the crowded passenger seat, wanting to go with Bai Su into the truck. He Yen opened the truck bed. Before Bai Su could marvel at the brand-new bicycle inside, Osmanthus excitedly shouted, "Brother-in-law, is this the gift you said you'd bring for Mom? Brother-in-law, you're amazing. You bought a bicycle for Mom." Plum Blossom's thoughts were different. She exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, a bicycle is so expensive. You could buy lots of tasty things with that money. How could you afford it? You only think about eating." The sweet and lively girl jumped around beside her. Bai Su poked her head out and asked Hien's son-in-law, "Do you mean this bicycle is for me?" "Yes, for you. You said you wanted a bicycle before," he replied. Hien originally wanted to tell Bai Su that the transport team's work was very popular. He had gone out of town with the master craftsman, bringing back some goods for his family. After returning to the county, he sold them quickly through Yuan Pang, earning a good profit. Adding up the savings from before and the 50 yuan from Pear Blossom's uncle and aunt, it was enough to buy a bicycle. Isn't earning money just to give the family a better life? White Su had mentioned before about buying a bicycle. Secretary Qin also gave her the bicycle ticket. Hien gritted his teeth and spent the money to buy a brand new bicycle for his mother-in-law. Of course, the fact that the transportation team could make money from transporting goods was a secret between him and White Su. In front of Guohua and Mei Hua, Hien shifted all the blame onto Uncle Li Hua. "I married Li Hua and my uncle and aunt sent 50 yuan and a bicycle ticket through Secretary Qin. My mother wanted a bicycle and Li Hua, and I want to give this bicycle to her." White Su naturally knew that Uncle Li Hua, no matter how generous, wouldn't just give away a bicycle. After all, Aunt Li Hua was also on the island with the military. Most of the money for this bicycle was paid by Hien himself. White Su once again thought her choice of son-in-law was very wise. Her son-in-law was truly filial. She touched the brand new bicycle and said, "Let's go back quickly so Li Hua and your mother can see the bicycle. Also, Zhou Chongqing has returned to the Peace Brigade. Today we'll prepare a big meal, and Lan Hua can call him and Xiangyang over to eat at our place." Did Zhou Chongqing return to the Peace Brigade? He Yan was shocked by this news. People who went to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. How could they return to the Peace Brigade? Maybe good things come with some difficulties. Returning to the Peace Brigade isn't a bad thing. Thinking of the educated youth named Zhou in the book, who after the college entrance exam was the first batch to get into Beijing University, one of the best universities. Perhaps the current difficulties are just a way to lay the foundation for a better future. White Su discussed with He Yan, let's go home first. I'll tell you about his situation later. That child is feeling upset. Later, Manhwa will call him over, and you can have a drink with him. Zhou Chongqing, feeling hopeless, gradually regained his spirit because Lu Lanhua had been pestering him to do exercises these days. After all, it's easier to be kind when you're being fed. Zhou Chongqing could be despondent, but he couldn't forget kindness. Aunt White and her daughter kept preparing delicious food for him every day, and he needed to be grateful and help teach Lanhua and Zhao Qingro high school knowledge. Once Yan Zhen was immersed in solving problems, he would temporarily forget his worries and feel less sad. With Lanhua's incident of forcing Sun Mingyuan to leave, Sun Mingyuan had become the joke of the educated youth point these days. The educated youth and the team members weren't as eager to pay attention to Zhou Chongqing's return from dropping out anymore. There was a rumor that Sun the educated youth was so scared by a dog that he peed his pants, which seemed more interesting and sensational than the real reason Zhou dropped out and came back. After all, Orchid already said that Zhou Chongqing returned after dropping out due to injury. He comes to the Knowledge Youth Station every day and even brings traditional medicine. Naturally, fewer people are fixated on this matter. In the past few days, while learning from Orchid, Zhao Qingru also learned that his good friend He Yan, who is in the Peace Brigade, has already married Lily. After removing his hat, he returned to the He family's collective house. Orchid said her brother-in-law was back and called him to eat. Zhou Chongqing also wanted to see his good friend, so he followed him to the He family. Lily is a diligent person. Since getting married, she has kept the He family's house very tidy. Inspired by He Yan planting some flowers under the window, Lily asked her sister Hua to walk around the mountain behind the hill and dig up beautiful wildflowers. Yin Fan, who knows a lot about plants, helped Hua dig up several rare orchids. Lily planted flowers in every corner of the house. When Zhou Chongqing entered the He family's gate, he saw a lush patch of maidong, a type of medicinal herb, growing under the wall. A brand new bicycle was parked under the corridor eaves.
How is it? My old house isn't bad, right?
He Yan came out of the house and patted the bicycle. Li Hua's uncle sent a bicycle ticket. I saved some money and bought this bicycle. Like Zhao Qingru, Zhou Chongqing was also perceptive and recognized what kind of wood was used for the house's beams. He followed He Yan into the main house and saw that the dining table in the center was made of wangwali, a type of rosewood. Looking around, although the house was a bit old, the bricks, tiles, and wood used for construction were all high-quality materials. In the corner of the yard, there was a water well, so they didn't need to go outside to fetch water. The corners of the house had flower beds with valuable orchids, and a new bicycle was parked under the corridor eaves. Such a house, what could be wrong with it? He Yan happily married Lily and became the eldest son-in-law of Aunt Bai. Zhou Chongqing was happy for him. This house is quite good, nestled by the mountain and near the water. Annie chose you as her son-in-law. She really has good judgment. Look at you, no wonder you're a cultured person. Your words are so pleasant to hear. I also think my mom has good taste. She chose me as her son-in-law. He Yan thought for a moment. No, it's really my good fortune. I married my wife, and I also have a mother-in-law who's hard to find with a lantern. He Yan loved when people praised Bai Su's good judgment for choosing him as her son-in-law. Zhou Chongqing's words made him very happy. He Yan stepped forward and put his arm around Zhou Chongqing's shoulder. Brother, you've returned to the Peace Brigade. It shows you're destined to be with our brigade and also with my mom. He Yan looked at Orchid, who was standing happily beside Zhou Chongqing. He initially wanted to say that Zhou still had a special connection with his sister-in-law. He smirked slightly, but didn't say anything. My mom is making braised pork and marinated duck for us to enjoy with drinks today. No more talk. Today, my brother and I will have a good drink. At the youth camp, beside Zhao Qingru and Su Xiaoxiao, most people either spoke behind Zhou Chongqing's back or looked for chances to cause trouble. Only Orchid, by having Zhou Er scare Sun Mingyuan at the camp, kept others from openly bullying Zhou. At the He family's house, things were different. Everyone was kind to him, and Zhou was warmly welcomed. By Su, and Hian's mother even hurried to serve him food. Zhou, try this marinated duck gizzard. Eat more, look at you so thin. Seeing the piled-up braised pork and marinated duck in his bowl, Zhou Chongqing couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Enough, enough. I'll serve myself. He Yen and I are brothers. No need for formalities. Auntie, you all eat. I can't eat so much meat. Back at the Peace Brigade, Zhou, usually quiet, was overwhelmed by everyone's warmth and kindness, and he had to politely respond. He and thoughtfully encouraged Zhou to eat more vegetables to fill his stomach before pouring him some wine. Usually, filling the stomach first made it harder to get drunk, but faced with the He family's enthusiasm, Zhou ended up getting very drunk. He, drunk, mumbled incoherently. The world has kissed my soul with its pain, asking for its return in songs. My mom's braised pork is so delicious, fat but not greasy, full of fresh aroma. Manhwa, with a mouthful of braised pork, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, asked Hien, brother-in-law, what is he saying? Hien, who could read and count, was not very good at foreign languages. His mother had taught him a few words in Soviet language, but he didn't understand English at all. Bai Su, who understood, was about to explain but hesitated, knowing she had done many confusing things. It was better to hide some things for now. She looked at Zhao Qingru, who was stunned. Before Zhao Qingru could speak, Orchid explained, "The world kisses me with pain. I respond with song." This is what Zhou wrote in his notebook, a line from Tagore's Stray Birds. At first, Manhwa didn't understand what the words written by Zhou Chongqing in his notebook meant. When Zhou Chongqing studied with them, he kept staring at those words and lost focus. Lanhua remembered this and secretly asked Zhao Qingru. Lanhua thought that only by enduring unbearable pain and having difficult past experiences could he suppress his hurt in such a way. His patience made Lanhua feel a little pity and concern for him. However, Lanhua was naturally a very cold person, so she hid her pity and concern very well. During a meal, Zhou Chongqing and Hien were still in high spirits, drinking happily. Bai Su saw there was no more wine accompaniment and asked Lanhua, who was helping clear the dishes, to go to the kitchen and bring over a plate of duck delicacies to go with their drinks. Lanhua carried the duck dish to the main room door and heard Zhou Chongqing's horse shouting from inside. Hien, they kicked me out of the Workers' and Peasants' University. Why are they treating me like this? I have no family left. I will be a lonely ghost in this world. Stop talking nonsense. Hien scolded him. Am I still not your brother? Brothers are not necessarily family. If you want to be a lonely ghost, you need my approval. After returning to the Peace Brigade, I am your family. My mom is your family too. And my little sister Lanhua can also be your family. Hee hee. Just a moment ago, Lanhua was worried about what Zhou Chongqing had gone through. The next moment, hearing her brother-in-law's inappropriate words, she blushed. Li Hua was worried that Hien might be drunk and wanted to go to the kitchen to ask Bai Su if she needed to make sobering soup. Lanhua casually handed her a plate, saying, "Sister, take this to brother-in-law and them." Hien returned with a brand-new bicycle, invited Zhou Chongqing to dinner, and naturally also invited his good friend Li Xiangyang to drink. Li Xiangyang only took 2 small sips because he had to take Zhao Qingru back to the Jiqing station, so he let Hien and Zhou Chongqing continue drinking. Zhou Chongqing drank so much he lost consciousness, and Hien simply told him not to go back to the Jiqing station and let him stay at home. Hien settled him in the side room. Lanhua helped Bai Su bring in sobering soup. Under the dim kerosene lamp, the person on the bed looked disheveled and exhausted. He was still frowning in his sleep, as if he was experiencing intense inner pain. Mom, what do you think Zhou Chongqing went through to become like this? Orchid told by Sue, lately, I've been pretending he ate our family's food so he would teach Chingru and me. I know he's not really willing, but he's forcing himself to get through it just to cope with us. Actually, if he doesn't want to teach us, I don't want to push him. I just don't want him to dwell on bad thoughts. Teaching us can help distract him. He doesn't want to talk about what happened, so it must be something painful that he doesn't want to remember. Bai Su helped Zhou Chongqing drink some sobering soup to wake him up. Since he won't talk, it means he hasn't moved on from that incident. Let's pretend we don't know anything. Orchid felt strange about herself. Thinking carefully, she remembered Zhou Jiqing from the Brigade Health Clinic. Gentle, elegant, good-looking. At that time, she hadn't noticed him at all. In these days of studying together, she sensed deep pain inside Zhou Chongqing. Her gaze kept drifting toward him. While he was attractive in his own way, she really wished he could go back to being the Zhou Chongqing she knew, happy, loving Soviet Revolution novels, optimistic about life, full of hope. Seeing his scruffy face, Lu Lanhua boldly suggested, Mom, let's shave his beard. Such a good person, and he's let himself go like this. Bai Su, who had just finished giving Zhou Chongqing some sobering soup, looked at Lu Lanhua in surprise. Although it was her idea to bring food to Zhou Chongqing and ask him to teach her and Zhao Qingru high school lessons, wasn't Lu Lanhua caring too much about Zhou Chongqing? Her second daughter always did things differently. She once liked that handsome, peacock-like Sun Mingyuan, and now she was overly concerned about the defeated Zhou Chongqing. But Zhou Chongqing was a person who valued loyalty and deep feelings. It was because of this loyalty that he was stuck in past pain and couldn't move on. Knowing Zhou Chongqing would get into Beijing's top university in 2 years and that he was truly talented, Bai Su was happy about it. Zhou Chongqing was her ideal son-in-law, and perhaps Lu Lanhua and Zhou Chongqing could develop something. After all the twists and turns, Zhou Chongqing was back. Maybe that was fate for Lu Lanhua. Bai Su tried to hide her ant-like smile and told Lanhua, go see if Brother Hien is asleep. Borrow his razor blade so we can shave Zhou Chongqing's beard. Zhou Chongqing was really drunk. The next morning, Bai Su went to the Brigade Health Clinic for work, but Zhou Chongqing was still asleep. The busy season is almost here, and the weeds in the sweet potato fields are almost pulled out. Recently, there hasn't been much work for the team. Bai Su decided to let Lanhua go help Zhou Chongqing ask for leave. Today, Lanhua also didn't go to work. She was going to the neighboring team's elementary school to take a substitute teacher exam. Since it was still early, she thought she could help Zhou Chongqing ask for leave first and then go to the exam. Lanhua headed to the team office to ask Zhou Chongqing for leave and saw 2 women coming toward the health clinic. One of them, Lanhua recognized, was the wife of the principal who had come last time with Shou Hongba to get medicine. Did you hear what Mom said?
Come over so Dr. Bai can check you.
Since we've been taking Dr. Bai's medicine, you've stopped vomiting these days, and your appetite has improved. I heard Dr. Bai's eldest daughter is very good at making clothes. The dresses sewn with a sewing machine are fashionable, like those worn by city girls. The principal's wife was coaxing a fair, slender girl. I brought fabric to make you 2 dresses. If you don't come, how will I measure you? The girl, who was fair and slim, didn't seem very interested. Mom, are you deliberately doing this? The school is choosing a substitute teacher, and you sent me to the Peace Brigade to see a doctor and make clothes. The young wife pouted in dissatisfaction. You're just listening to Qiangzi, trying to find ways to stop me from working as a school teacher and keep me at home to rest. I tell you, if I can't keep my job at the school, I won't be happy. If I'm unhappy, I don't know if the baby in my belly will be safe. Hua Yi, the principal's wife, frowned when she heard this. But she still patiently coaxed her. Your dad said the substitute teacher we found for you is chosen from among the educated youth, someone with a questionable background. That way, they can only be a temporary teacher and can't become a regular staff member. When you finish giving birth and the month-long confinement, this teacher's job will still be yours. That's more like it. Make sure to pick someone with a questionable background so my job isn't taken away. In the past few days, Zhou Hongba kept talking to Lan Hua about the school matters while working in the fields. With Zhou Hongba guiding her, Lanhua felt more confident about securing the teaching position than other educated youth. He even told her openly that the principal didn't want his daughter-in-law to continue working because she had previously had a miscarriage, losing the baby halfway through pregnancy. Given her situation, she was advised to rest in bed. So, if Lanhua got the substitute teacher position, she could work hard and soon become a permanent teacher at Qianjin Elementary School. Zhou Hongba's guess was correct, but as the saying goes, the higher the mountain, the higher the wind. The principal's daughter-in-law would use her pregnancy to threaten trying to keep her teaching job. Since they wanted a young worker with a problematic background, no matter how well she performed in exams, she still wouldn't be able to become a substitute teacher. A young worker with a problematic background? Lianhua suddenly thought of Zhou Chongqing, who was sent back by the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. She didn't even bother to ask for leave at the village health clinic. When the principal's wife and mother-in-law entered the clinic, she quickly ran home. Zhou Chongqing woke up early and felt a cool sensation on his face. He stepped out of the side room and saw He Yan chopping wood in the yard. He Yan noticed he looked different from last night and nodded his thumb. "Brother, you shaved your beard. You look much better. That's more like the old Zhou Chongqing. Did he shave his beard?" Zhou Chongqing hurried to the water well, looked at his reflection, and stared blankly for a while. "Who shaved my beard?" he asked He Yan. He Yan wanted to say Bai Su did it, but Lianhua ran in from the gate. "I did it. Forget about the beard for now. I need your help with something." Lianhua pushed her bicycle in front of Zhou Chongqing. "Quick, take me to the neighboring team's school for the exam. I'm running late." Zhou Chongqing remembered Zhao Qingru saying Lianhua was going to take the primary school substitute teacher exam. It was a rare good opportunity. Lianhua said she was out of time, and Zhou Chongqing immediately took the bicycle and got on. "Hurry up and get on. I'll take you there."
All right.
Lianhua jumped on the bicycle and grabbed Zhou Chongqing's coat from behind. When Lihua brought out the leftover steamed buns and chased after them, Zhou Chongqing had already ridden her sister quite far away. "Why did you leave?" "Zhou Jiqing hasn't had breakfast yet." "Silly wife, skipping one meal won't hurt." Zhou Chongqing. Seeing no one around, Hian put down his chopping knife and pulled Lihua into his arms. "If your man doesn't eat more, he'll be hungry. We ate well last night, and I'm hungry again." Hian hinted with a mischievous smile, wrapping his arms around Lihua. "Wife, feed me some more." Suddenly, her man pulled her into his arms. Their breath grew intimate. After a few words, Lihua was stunned. When she realized what Hian was saying, she pinched him and took the steamed bun from his bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. "Can you eat enough to shut your mouth?" "Eat more. Eat until you're full. I won't let you go hungry." Hian felt wronged. "My wife, you're too strict." Zhou Chongqing was drunk last night, drank the sobering soup made with Bai Su, and in the morning, he didn't have a headache. He just didn't have time for breakfast. He took Lanhua to the nearby primary school, feeling hungry. Lanhua had a habit of hiding food. She left half of the white steamed bun she ate in the morning. Hearing Zhou Chongqing's stomach growling loudly from hunger as he pedaled ahead, she took half a bun from her pocket, broke off a small piece, and fed it to him. "Zhou Jiqing, open your mouth." Lanhua raised her arm around Zhou Chongqing's back and reached to the front, bringing the torn piece of bun to his mouth. Someone behind him pressed close, and Zhou Chongqing could clearly feel that the person behind him was very soft. His blood rushed to his head, almost causing him to lose his footing, and he and his bike nearly fell into the ditch beside the road. I'm not hungry. You keep it. I'll eat after you finish your exam at school." To match his words, Zhou Chongqing's stomach growled again at an inopportune moment. Lanhua pouted in dissatisfaction, holding up the bun. "Hurry and eat. My arm is getting tired." If he didn't eat soon, even if she kept holding the bun like that, their posture was too intimate. Did the girl behind him realize that this could be dangerous, making it impossible for him to ride properly? Zhou Chongqing's neck turned red, and he had no choice but to lower his head and bite the bun she offered. The bike was moving forward, and with the uphill effort, his head tilted slightly, and he accidentally bit her finger. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Chongqing choked on the bun in his mouth. Lu Lanhua felt her finger go numb. She lowered her head, curled her lips in a smile, pretending nothing had happened, and continued tearing the bun to feed Zhou Chongqing. The Peace Brigade was only about 2 miles from the neighboring primary school, so it wasn't far. Lanhua kept stuffing him with buns along the way. Zhou Chongqing felt the journey was very long, so long that it seemed he'd been pedaling for ages without reaching the school. The weather was already hot, and when they arrived at the school gate, he was almost soaked in sweat. Next to the principal's office was a classroom where substitute teachers would take exams today. When Lu Lanhua pulled Zhou Chongqing inside, several young people were already waiting. Lanhua handed the notice from the Peace Brigade to the teacher. "We are from the Peace Brigade, here for the substitute teacher exam. Why are there 2 of you?" The older female teacher frowned. The Peace Brigade said only one person would come to take the exam. "Oh, I see. I heard that other teams come to take exams for substitute teachers, and they are all young people who have attended high school. I only went to middle school. Our team was worried I wouldn't pass, so we asked Zhou, who just dropped out of the Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers University, to come and take the exam with us." Zhou, who attended high school before going to the university and loves education, wants to help train people who can contribute to society. He asked the school to give him a chance. Actually, Zhou doesn't like others to mention that he dropped out of the university and returned home. When Lanhua said it, all the young people coming to take the exam looked at him. Zhou felt very embarrassed and confused. Recently, neither Aunt Bai nor Lanhua mentioned his university dropout. Lanhua came to the school and brought up this matter in front of the teachers and the young people taking the exam, which made Zhou uncomfortable. Especially when Lanhua emphasized the words dropped out, Zhou found it hard to understand. He rode his bike with Lanhua to the school. Lanhua kept feeding him steamed buns, and their playful moments disappeared when she mentioned his university dropout. Deep inside, Zhou believed Lanhua wouldn't harm him or deliberately hurt his feelings. Maybe she was just speaking carelessly to help him get the chance to take the exam. Zhou tried to control his rising emotions and planned to find an excuse to leave. At that moment, an old man from the principal's office came out and said to the female teacher, "He's attended high school and gone to the university. That's good. Let him take the exam, too."
No.
Returning from the university might make people suspect he had done something wrong or had issues with his background. After returning to the Peace Brigade, even the young people at the youth station thought so. Why did this old man come out of the principal's office and say he was good? Zhou couldn't figure it out. Lanhua was signaling him urgently with her eyes, so he had no choice but to sit down and start the exam with Lanhua and the other young people. For Lanhua and Zhou, who had been working high school math problems these days, the questions from the school were too easy. They quickly finished the exam papers, checked them carefully, and found no problems. Then, they handed in their papers one after the other. Soon after, the other young people also submitted their papers. The female teacher in charge of proctoring collected the papers and took them to the principal's office. After a while, she came out of the principal's office. "Zhou Chongqing, Lu Lanhua, Lu Fanyang, come with me." The old gentleman who had promised Zhou Chongqing to take the exam was, unsurprisingly, the principal of Qianjin Primary School. When they entered the principal's office, Principal Qi asked several questions, including how they would educate children after becoming substitute teachers. Each of the 3 shared their views. Lu Fanyang clearly came prepared, speaking fluently and logically, while the principal just looked at him thoughtfully for a moment. "Well, Lu Jiqing's points are good, and Comrade Lu Lanhua's ideas are also nice, but I want to discuss some things with Zhou Jiqing further." The principal waved his hand. "All right, Lu Jiqing, Comrade Lu Lanhua, go back and wait for news. I need to clarify some things with Zhou Jiqing." Lanhua waited under the fallen leaves of the cedar trees on the schoolyard. When Zhou Chongqing came out of the principal's office, it was the principal himself who saw him out. As Zhou Chongqing pushed his bicycle and left the campus with Lanhua, he was still a bit stunned. How did the position of substitute teacher at primary school fall on him? Zhou Chongqing turned to look at Lu Lanhua. Lanhua waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that? What did the principal say to you?" Lanhua tilted her head and smiled. Did the principal agree to let you be a substitute teacher at Qianjin Primary School? Did she really know everything? Today's exam for the substitute teacher position was something Xia helped arrange. But she had put in a lot of effort to get this opportunity. According to Zhao Qingru, Lanhua had a falling out with Zhou Jiqing's daughter, Zhou Yan, but she still asked Zhou Hongba, Zhou Jiqing's brother, about Qianjin Primary School to prepare for the exam. It seemed she knew what Zhou Chongqing was thinking. Lanhua looked at him with a smile in her eyes. The principal's daughter-in-law wants to keep her job, so she plans to select temporary substitute teachers from among the educated youth. They want to choose those who can't be promoted to full teachers. No matter how well I do, I can't become a permanent substitute teacher. Lanhua playfully said, "Good things don't fall into outsiders' hands." Zhou Jiqing, from now on you are going to be a substitute teacher at Qianjin Primary School. Such good news deserves a celebration. Lanhua smiled brightly at Zhou Chongqing. Zhou Jiqing, to celebrate your success in becoming a substitute teacher, will you teach me how to ride a bicycle? Lanhua was usually cold and rarely smiled, so it was rare to see her so happy. Zhou Chongqing knew she was happy for him. Inspired by his smile, Lanhua found it hard to refuse Zhou Chongqing's requests, especially since he was just teaching her how to ride a bike. "Sit cross-legged on it, and I'll hold the back." Zhou Chongqing told Lanhua to hold the handlebars and sit on the bike. He supported the back and warned her, "Look straight ahead, not at your feet. Yes, keep your eyes forward. If you feel like you can't keep your balance, tiptoe on the ground. That way, you won't fall." With Zhou Chongqing's patient teaching, on the way back from Qianjin Elementary School to the Peace Brigade, Lanhua was already trying to pedal a few times. Overcome with excitement, Lanhua thought she could now ride the bike. "Jiqing, don't hold the back anymore. I can ride now." Zhou Chongqing released his hold, and Lanhua wobbled forward, pedaling unevenly. As she became more confident, she relaxed too much and lost control of the handlebar. Just as she was about to fall into the rice, Zhou Chongqing quickly rushed over and grabbed the back of the bike. The bike tipped over, and Zhou Chongqing blocked the fall with his leg. He then wrapped his arms around Lanhua's waist. The sudden force caused him to lose his footing, and they both tumbled into a nearby creek. Mud splashed everywhere. Zhou Chongqing rolled into the creek, half of his body submerged. Lanhua, who fell on him, was a bit stunned. She reached out to him, asking, "Jiqing, are you hurt?" Zhou Chongqing didn't know where his strength came from. Even though Lanhua was about to fall, he was a little far away, but still managed to leap forward and catch both her and the bike. Lanhua was unharmed. He only fell into the creek and got muddy. Somehow, Zhou Chongqing, relieved that it was just a scare, wiped the grass from his mouth and almost laughed. Then he chuckled, "Lanhua, didn't I say you could ride?" If Zhou Chongqing could laugh, it meant he wasn't hurt. After so many days, this was the first time Lanhua saw Zhou Chongqing laugh freely. She felt it was worth bringing him here as the substitute teacher. Lanhua also laughed along with him. After laughing, she suddenly realized Zhou Chongqing seemed to be laughing at her. Annoyed, she forgot she was lying on him and, mimicking her sister pinching her brother-in-law, reached out and playfully pinched Zhou Chongqing's arm. "Zhou Chongqing, are you laughing at me? Making you laugh at me, making you laugh at me. It hurts, stop pinching." Zhou Chongqing begged, "How long are you going to stay lying on me?" Lanhua only realized this later. She was still lying on Zhou Chongqing and blushed suddenly. She pushed off his shoulder and got up, then helped the bicycle beside her. You have mud on you."
Wash yourself."
Zhou Chongqing took Lanhua to her exam, while Bai Su was busy with the principal's wife and mother-in-law who came for a checkup. The principal's wife, Feng Jiao, was a young worker from the Qianjin Brigade. Principal Qi's son, Qi Guqiang, returned home to visit family. He fell in love with Feng Jiao, a teacher at Qianjin Elementary School, and they got married. Bai Su checked Feng Jiao's pulse and asked, "Did you after taking the medicine I gave you last time?" "Much better. My mom cooks Christian carp soup for me every day. I also drink water with dried tangerine peel and red dates every day. Feng Jiao Jiao told Bai Su, "Recently, I only feel nausea and dry heaving in the mornings. At other times, I don't feel sick anymore. You have some deficiency of blood and energy, and your body is cold. Not vomiting means you can eat, and that will help stabilize the pregnancy. Then I will prescribe some more calming pregnancy medicine for you. It will help you suffer less during pregnancy." After Feng Jiao Jiao's previous miscarriage, the Qi family was eager to support their daughter-in-law so she could give birth to a healthy, chubby boy. The mother-in-law loved her daughter-in-law and wanted to make her some clothes. When she came to get medicine at the Hepping Brigade, she brought several pieces of fabric. Feng Jiao Jiao, who was pregnant, asked Bai Su to call Li Hua over. Li Hua heard someone wanted her to make clothes, so she brought her measuring tape and a design drawing made by He-An's mother. Before Li Hua arrived, Feng Jiao Jiao, who looked fair and delicate, already believed her mother-in-law's words when she saw Bai Su's outfit. She knew that the daughter of the barefoot doctor from Hepping Brigade was very good at making clothes. After seeing the design drawings Li Hua brought, she thought it was worth the trip. These drawings are amazing, custom-made, and only popular in Haishur. People who came to Li Hua before to make clothes often couldn't understand her patterns. Instead of looking at the sketches, it was easier to see the clothes Bai Su and Li Hua wore directly. So, those who came to the team to ask Li Hua to make clothes usually just asked her to copy what Bai Su and she wore. Feng Jiao Jiao, who knew her stuff, picked through the designs made by He-An's mother. Li Hua asked, "Feng Zixing, you say custom-made clothes are popular in Haishur. Are you also from Haishur?"
Yes.
"I'm from Haishur." Feng Zixing looked at Li Hua and asked, "Is the person who drew these designs also from Haishur?" "I used to live in Haishur. My mom often took me to a tailor shop there to make clothes. The clothes there are very beautiful, but not every style is ready-made. When guests visit, the shop owner shows them illustrated catalogs for them to choose from." Li Hua remembered her mother-in-law once told her that only wealthy ladies and students could afford custom-made clothes in Haishur. It seems that Feng Jiqing's family was well off before being sent down, which explains why she married the principal's son and was spoiled by their family. From her intuition, Feng Jiqing will probably ask her to make clothes again in the future. Li Hua started talking with her. "These designs are all drawn by my mother-in-law. She used to come from Haishur. My father-in-law met her when he was studying there. Later, she married into our Peace Brigade. She studied fashion design in Haishur. The clothes from the county's clothing shop are too expensive and not very nice. Our family has many women. I sew clothes on the sewing machine, and she teaches me how to make them look good. To help me understand, she drew these style sketches." Li Hua pointed to a design in the catalog. "I wore this one on my wedding day. It's made from a slightly heavy red fabric. It's not suitable for working outdoors, but since you're a teacher, you could make it in another color. It would look nice, elegant, and flowing. There's also a looser style. I made the waist a bit looser for you. Since you have a good figure, you can wear it when your belly gets bigger. I'll make you a belt. When you're pregnant, you can leave the belt off, and after your baby is born, you can tie it to show your waist. Later, you can still wear it." The local tailors in their brigade only knew how to make a few styles. But the daughter of the brigade's health worker could make more styles and discuss design ideas with her, styles that could be worn during pregnancy and after childbirth. Feng Jiqing, who already felt her clothes were very plain after moving to the countryside, felt that meeting Li Hua meant she wouldn't have to worry about dressing in the future. "All right, I'll follow your advice. Make a set like the one I wore at my wedding, using light blue fabric. The fabric is a bit heavy, so it will look nice. Also, make a set for when my belly is big, with a belt to tie around it." Feng Jiqing told her, "My parents-in-law love me. I don't do much at home. Make another set for pregnancy, with some stretch, so I can wear it when my belly is big or small. Use the rough cloth I brought." They made 3 outfits in total. Because of the complicated styles and embroidery, Li Hua charged 5 yuan for each handmade piece. Feng Jiqing's husband was in the army, and he sent all his allowances back to her. She is a person who is not short of money. She doesn't think there's anything wrong with other tailors charging 50 cents for a piece of clothing or Li Hua charging 5 yuan for 3 pieces. On the contrary, she believes Li Hua's designs are worth this price, and charging only 5 yuan is very cheap. She happily paid 2 yuan on the spot as a deposit. As teachers at Tianjin Elementary School, Zhou Hongba and Feng Jiao are colleagues. When they learned that the principal's wife and mother-in-law came to find Bai Su for pregnancy medicine, Zhou Hongba hurried to the health clinic. Teacher Feng, Aunt Hua, my dad is calling you to come to my house for a meal.
No, no.
The principal's wife waved her hand. Today, the school is testing substitute teachers. Jiao, and I have already discussed with old Qi. We will go to the school to find him later. My family has prepared chicken and rice. After eating, we will go back. Zhou Hongba smiled and invited. Having a meal won't take much time. It's rare for you to come to Heping Brigade. Aunt Hua said she was going to the school to find Principal Qi after the test. Hearing this, Zhou Hongba exchanged a glance with Bai Su. After Zhou Hongba took Aunt Hua and Feng Jiao away, Hien, who came to pick up Li Hua, found it quite interesting. What does Zhou Hongba mean? Is he telling us that Lan Hua's success in becoming a substitute teacher is his achievement? Hien asked Bai Su, Mom, I heard Zhou Hongba has been getting pretty close to Lan Hua lately? Zhou Hongba drove Aunt Hua to Heping Brigade, brought her daughter-in-law Feng Jiao some pregnancy medicine, and also told Aunt Hua that Li Hua's sewing skills are good. Lan Hua also said that Zhou Hongba is different from Zhou Yan. When working in the fields, he even teaches her about things at Tianjin Elementary School. With the news Zhou Hongba shared, Lan Hua felt confident about her chances of becoming a substitute teacher. Bai Su thought about her son-in-law's words and nodded. Zhou Hongba is quite helpful. He is quite helpful now, but he wasn't before. Because of Hien's background, Zhou Hongba, who is about his age, never paid much attention to him. Even though Zhou Yan and Lan Hua got close, Zhou Hongba had no dealings with his mother-in-law's family. Moreover, Lan Hua recently had a falling out with her sister Zhou Yan. Suddenly, Zhou Hongba showed kindness to his sister-in-law. This is unusual. Hien, who was supposed to pick up Li Hua, suddenly changed his mind. Wife, you go back first. Guohua and Mei Hua are going to the school to get their report cards and should be back soon. I'll go pick them up. Before picking up Guohua and Mei Hua, Hien took a detour to the brigade leader's house. A few days later will be the day of the double harvest. Since he didn't need to go to work for now, Grandpa Li Xiangyang wanted to clear the weeds from his vegetable garden. When Hien visited his home, Li Xiangyang was working in the garden. Hien brought over some vegetables, set his aside, picked a fresh cucumber to wipe on his clothes, and handed it to Hien. Your cucumbers grow really well, so juicy and fresh. Hien bit into the cucumber, touching Li Xiangyang's arm. Your grandpa's cucumbers are very tender, and they're so watery when you bite into them. Did you pick some for Zhao Jiqing? That's not a rare thing, Li Xiangyang stammered. I don't have anything special with Zhao Jiqing. She's from the city and seen all kinds of good things. If I send her a few cucumbers, the other young people might misunderstand, and it could hurt Zhao Jiqing's reputation. Are you really that slow? Hien was annoyed and tapped him with half a cucumber. You're secretly watching Lu Lizi, protecting her and running to the youth station every day. If the young people were gossiping about you and her, they would have done it already long ago. Besides, last night you ate at my house and then took her back. Did she say she didn't want you to see her off? If she cared about what others said at the youth station, she would keep you far away, not let you pick her up. I'm already married to Lily Flower sister. I don't see you getting married anytime soon. I was going to help you come up with ideas, but now that opportunity is here, and you say you have nothing with Zhao Jiqing? Hien shrugged. Then forget it. It seems you really aren't interested in Zhao Jiqing. Why bother? After biting the cucumber, Hien picked another and said he was going to the fork in the road ahead to meet Guohua and Mei Hua. Li Xiangyang got anxious and grabbed him. Hey, is it really appropriate to send cucumbers to Zhao Jiqing? I was thinking of waiting until my melons ripen, then picking the big ones to send to her. Hien looked at Li Xiangyang with a half-smile. Li Xiangyang nervously scratched his head. Are you joking with me? Zhao Jiqing is from the city, and she wouldn't look at someone like me, a country bumpkin. I can just see her off at the youth station from afar. That's enough for me. Hien thought his brother was really too timid. If he thought like that, he'd never marry Lily Flower. The person he liked, whether it worked out or not, he should at least try, right? If he were Li Xiangyang, he'd pick fresh, tender cucumbers from the garden and send them to the youth station. When the melons ripen, he'd send those too. He'd visit the youth station more often. After dealing with Lu Dajuan's entanglement, Zhao Qingru now has a clear plan. If she truly dislikes Li Xiangyang, she will refuse and send him away. At least, Zhao Qingru should have good feelings toward her brother, Li Xiangyang. Yan is frustrated and says, "You're right." Zhao Qingru came from the city. If one day she returns to the countryside, she will leave the Peace Brigade. His words hit Li Xiangyang's heart deeply. He has tried to gather courage to tell Zhao Qingru how he feels. One reason he hesitates is that he fears revealing his feelings might make her dislike him, and they would no longer be friends. The other reason is that he worries that even if Zhao Qingru is willing to stay with him for a short time, she will eventually leave the Peace Brigade. "You're right. I don't deserve her," Li Xiangyang says quietly, lowering his head. He picks up his and begins to the vegetable field, venting his frustration. Yan is angry and pats him on the shoulder. "Look at you, always overthinking. Whether I deserve Zhao Qingru or not, or whether she will leave the Peace Brigade someday, is not the point." Yan continues, "You say you like Zhao Qingru, but I don't think you like her that much. Liking someone means working hard to be with her, walking the same path, and moving forward side by side." Li Xiangyang listens to Yan's words, feeling excited but also confused. "How can I stand with Zhao Qingru and walk the same path?" he asks. Yan, tired of explaining, says, "Think about it. What does Zhao Qingru do every day? She works. She studies high school knowledge with Manhwa at Aunt Bai's health clinic." As Li Xiangyang speaks, he suddenly has an epiphany. "I get it. I need to study with Zhao Qingru, so I can spend more time with her. We will stand together and move forward side by side."
Thank you, Yan.
"You're a good brother. Thanks to your reminder, I found the right way." Yan, about to say more, is interrupted. He actually means that when Zhao Qingru returns to the city, Li Xiangyang can also go to university and study there. That way, he will be qualified to stand beside Zhao Qingru and move forward with her. But Li Xiangyang thinks that studying with Zhao Qingru and spending more time together means they are moving forward side by side.
All right.
It's all about moving forward side by side. Although Li Xiangyang is studying for Zhao Qingru's sake, no matter what happens in the end, learning more words is never wrong. "Okay, from now on you will study with my sister-in-law Zhao Qingru. I also have a task for you." Li Xiangyang looked at Yan as his guiding light, ready to follow any order with a determined expression. Yan put his arm around him and sat under a tree by the vegetable field, talking. "My little sister-in-law has been running to the educated youth station a lot lately, especially for Zhou Chongqing. Sometimes she studies there until late. If you study with them, please watch over Lanhua more." Li Xiangyang was worried that someone at the youth station might gossip about him and Zhao Qingru. Every time he sent Zhao Qingru to the station's entrance, he never went inside. Bai Auntie asked Lanhua to bring food to Zhou Chongqing. Could there be gossip at the youth station? He also thought Yan wanted him to do something. Just that? He had helped Uncle Li Lihua write a confession before, so helping to watch over Lanhua didn't seem like much. Li Xiangyang, feeling loyal, patted his chest and said, "Brother, you just focus on the county city. I'll watch over the Peace Brigade. If Lanhua loses even a strand of hair, you can hold me accountable." Zhou Chongqing fell into a ditch, not just getting muddy, but also scraping his leg on a fallen bicycle. He wasn't sure if he hurt his bone. His leg kept twitching with pain on the way back. Back at the Peace Brigade, Lanhua took him to the brigade's clinic. Bai Su squatted down to check his injuries, pressing on his leg to find the pain points. "You twisted a tendon. I'll get some muscle-relaxing and blood-activating ointment for you to apply." Although Zhou Chongqing washed off the mud, after it dried, dirt still showed on his clothes. His leg was also sprained, and his ankle was scraped. Bai Su felt sorry for him. While cleaning his wounds, she muttered, "Why did you fall like that? You're a doctor yourself. If you twisted a tendon, Lanhua should have pushed you on the bike and helped you walk back." Lanhua, standing nearby, felt guilty. It was her idea to learn to ride a bike, which caused Zhou Chongqing to fall. He protected her, getting hit into the creek with her and the bike. On the way back, Zhou Chongqing didn't show any signs of pain until his mother applied ointment to his scraped skin. That's when she noticed his leg was not right. Hearing Bai Auntie's worried tone, Zhou Chongqing felt warm inside. Afraid Bai Su might blame Manhwa for this, he quickly said, "Annie, I haven't ridden a bike in a long time. I lost my balance and fell. Luckily, I didn't fall on Manhwa. I'm a man. A few bruises don't matter." That fool. He didn't even mention his twisted ankle and was still acting tough in front of his mother. Lan Hua secretly looked at Zhou Chongqing, noticing that he seemed unaffected. After entering the team health clinic, he didn't look at her again, which made her a little annoyed. But when she heard him defending her, Lan Hua couldn't help but lower her head, nervously twisting her clothes. All these small actions were noticed by Bai Su. After Zhou Chongqing finished applying medicine and returned to the youth commune, Bai Su smiled at Lan Hua. "You look quite happy. It seems your exam at Qianjin Primary School went very well today."
It went very well.
Actually, Zhou Chongqing was the one who succeeded. However, Lan Hua felt that Zhou Chongqing was happier about getting the substitute teacher position than she was herself. "Mom, if I don't get chosen as a substitute teacher, will you blame me?" Bai Su only let Lan Hua try to take the exam for the substitute teacher position. The youth from the neighboring team also took the test, and Lan Hua had no real advantage. Her hope was that when she took the college entrance exam again, she could get into university. So, Bai Su wasn't too concerned about whether she could become a substitute teacher. Lan Hua hesitated, sensing there was a story behind the decision to take the exam for the substitute teacher position. She asked softly, "Then tell me, how did you fail?" "I didn't pass. Zhou Jiqing did." Lan Hua had overheard the principal and his wife talking and learned that the school only wanted a temporary substitute teacher. She quickly thought of a plan and told Zhou Chongqing about going to take the exam. The team here didn't give Zhou Chongqing any special treatment, which was quite bold of her. Now she explained to Bai Su, "Mom, I just thought this position wouldn't really be mine anyway. Since that's the case, why not let Zhou Xingqing try?" Lan Hua was happy for Zhou Chongqing. Good water shouldn't flow outside the fields. Zhou Xingqing is one of us. He's so capable, I knew he would pass. Oh, we're all family now? The young girl was starting to develop feelings and had already decided that Zhou Chongqing was one of her own. While Bai Su was applying medicine to Zhou Chongqing, she noticed his mood had changed. She thought it was because Zhou Chongqing had drunk with Hien last night, venting his frustrations, and no longer felt so upset. It turned out that passing the substitute teacher exam had restored his confidence and hope. A substitute teacher had pulled Zhou Chongqing out of his slump, and Lan Hua was happy about it. Bai Su had no reason to complain. Zhou Chongqing took Lan Hua to the exam for the substitute teacher position, but after they returned, something was clearly off between them. Bai Su couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Lan Hua, what about you and Zhou Chongqing?" "Mom, what are you talking about? There's nothing between me and Zhou Chongqing. I just took him to the Qianjin Elementary School exam." Lan Hua interrupted. "Mom, I need to go help my sister cook. I'll bring you lunch from the clinic later," Lan Hua said nervously as she ran away. Bai Su watched her leave, feeling that her back was full of youthful energy. It's really hard to guess what a girl is thinking. Last night, Lan Hua even dared to shave Zhou Chongqing's beard. That was a brave act, but at the time she was honest and straightforward. Her eyes showed only pity and concern for Zhou Chongqing, nothing else. They went to the Qianjin Elementary School exam, then to the health clinic. Zhou Chongqing didn't dare look at Lan Hua, but she quietly looked at him with her eyes. When she mentioned Zhou Chongqing, Lan Hua got anxious. That was quite interesting. When Hien picked up Ho Hot and Manhwa and returned to the health clinic, Bai Su was tidying the medicine cabinet with a maternal smile.
Mom.
My sister got into high school. Manhwa was outside the house, happily shouting and jumping into the clinic, giving Bai Su a big hug. She cuddled Bai Su and said, "Mom, to celebrate my sister getting into high school, could you cook braised pork tonight?" Or maybe my brother-in-law can go up the mountain and get a rabbit. I want to eat your braised rabbit. When Manhwa mentioned braised rabbit, she started drooling. Hearing her gulp and swallow loudly, Bai-Su couldn't help but laugh. She poked Manhwa's forehead and said, "You just love to eat. Your sister got into high school, and she hasn't even said anything, but you want braised pork and braised rabbit. Little foodie, how did you do on your exam?" "I did very well. I ranked third in the class." Manhwa showed Bai-Su her report card and kept talking. "Mom, you said my sister got into high school, so why isn't she happy?" She hasn't smiled all the way. I fed her the big white rabbit milk candy that brother-in-law bought, but she wouldn't eat it. He-Yen led Ho-Hot into the clinic and overheard Manhwa bragging in front of Bai-Su about secretly buying candy for her. He-Yen reached out and flicked her forehead. "You ungrateful girl. Your brother-in-law bought you candy, and you're selling him out. One day, your brother-in-law will make you so fat that you'll be sold." He-Yen pulled her and said, "Come on, take your report card back to show your sister. Later, I'll go up the mountain and catch a rabbit for you." "Sister-in-law, you're so mean. You're going to fatten me up and sell me." Bai-Su knew that He-Yen brought the plum blossom stick back to the He family and left Ho-Hot at the brigade clinic so she could talk with Ho-Hot. She took the report card handed to her by Ho-Hot and sat down with her. "Not bad, Ho-Hot.
You did really well."
Bai-Su gently ruffled her hair. "After summer break, our family will have a high school student." Only when she was with the carefree little foodie, Plum Blossom, would her mother start to playfully ruffle her hair. Getting the same treatment as her sister, Ho-Hot stiffened. Since her mother started scolding Lu Erjuan to show her authority, then had her brother-in-law support her and chase away the bullies, and finally moved away from her uncle's family, she had been very touched and grew more attached to her. Her mother not only let them eat white bread and eggs, but also meat. Recently, Lu Erjuan no longer dared to bully them. So, in the end, she was able to study hard and successfully get into high school. Though Ho-Hot's body was stiff, she enjoyed Bai-Su's kind treatment. Bai-Su's hand was about to withdraw, but Ho-Hot held it back. "Mom, I don't want to go to the county high school." Her words stunned Bai-Su.
"Why not?"
Bai-Su advised her, "You should know that your second sister wants to go to high school, but doesn't have the chance. She and Zhao Jiqing study hard every day at the health clinic to learn high school knowledge. You got into high school, and you're just going to give up?"
Ho-Hot didn't speak.
Bai-Su looked at her seriously, waiting for her answer. Finally, Ho-Hot bravely said, "Mom, I think going to that high school is a bit of a waste. My classmates from the county told me that the school often has activities, and it's hard to focus on studying. Mom, we're now eating and living in my sister's house. You're still supporting me and Plum Blossom to go to school. If I go to that high school, it'll be to you." Ho-Hot opened her bright eyes wide. "I'd rather go back to the fields and earn work points, and I can help support Mom and Plum Blossom's education." In this era, when going to university wasn't possible, schools were full of activities, and after high school, students returned to the fields to earn work points. Supporting another child's education cost a lot. Ho-Hot, being sensible, thought that instead of making Bai-Su work so hard to support her schooling, it was better to come back early to earn work points and help her mother. She didn't want her mother to be so exhausted. But Bai-Su felt that studying at school was very different from life at home. Everyone else gives up opportunities because of the difficult environment, but the one who keeps going is like a piece of gold among many pebbles. One day, she will shine brightly. Since she replaced the original person, she should work hard to give her girls a good future. Don't worry about going to school. Your brother-in-law said that if you can get into high school, he will support your studies. Besides, even if there was no brother-in-law, Mom still has money from selling seasoning recipes to pay for your education. Bai-Su gently ruffled Ho-Hot's hair, and your uncle also helped. He fought with the Lu family and took responsibility for your and Manhwa's middle school tuition, so you could go to school. Even for your uncle, we can't easily give up the chance to study. Getting you through middle school was all because of your uncle's effort. Whether from the perspective of the original person or as a mother to Li Hua and the others, Bai-Su sincerely wants to find a good way out for them. She patiently suggested, "How about this? Don't rush to decide. Let your brother-in-law check the situation at the county school first, then decide whether to attend this high school. The main ingredients for the mosquito repellent ointment are mint and mugwort. There is a large patch of mint in that mountain valley, and wild mugwort can be found everywhere along the slopes and ditches. Before the busy harvest season, Bai Su wants to make the ointment and send it to Aunt Lihua on the island. While Zhou Chongqing was helping Lan Hua and Zhao Qingru study at the village clinic, Bai Su asked Hohat and Manhwa to go pick fresh herbs with her. Hua, hearing they were going to the mountain valley, lit up immediately. She volunteered, "Mom, I'll go. I know where the mint and mugwort grow." Hua is the most active in running to the mountain valley. She has become familiar with a few people there, and Professor Yin and Professor Lin have opened a new world for her. Recently, Yin Fan enjoys carving tree roots while hunting. Hua really likes the wedding gifts Yin Fan gave her sister and brother-in-law, and she keeps asking Yin Fan to carve a portrait of herself. Yin Fan couldn't refuse her and took out paper and pencil to draw her picture. On the way to the mountain valley, Hua showed Bai Su the drawing. "Mom, Yin Fan drew my portrait. Do I look like me?" Yin Fan's drawing was a simple sketch, using pencil shading to outline Hua's features. Bai Su didn't say much, and Hohat and Manhwa leaned over to look at the open portrait. "Wow, it really looks like sister. Yin Fan is so talented." The plum blossom shook the arm of the lotus flower. "Third sister, does brother Yin Fan know how to draw wild chickens?" The lotus was a bit confused. Why would he draw wild chickens? To quench our thirst with hope. The plum blossom smiled widely. "I took his drawing of a wild chicken to school. Looking at the chicken on the paper, it almost felt like I was eating a chicken leg. That day, I just ate braised rabbit meat, and now you're thinking about chicken legs again. No wonder Mom calls you a little glutton. Brother Yin Fan is handsome. If he draws a wild chicken, I can eat a chicken leg. Do you think Brother Yin Fan is a magical painter like Ma Liang?" Guohua laughed at her sister, Plum Blossom. The lotus also took the drawing and smiled as she tugged at her braid. Plum Blossom carried her basket, laughing and running forward, almost bumping into someone. It was a handsome older brother, holding 2 wild chickens. Plum Blossom guessed this was the brother Yin Fan her third sister often mentioned, the grandson of Professor Yin. She giggled, "Look, now we can have chicken legs." Yin Fan's hunting skills were taught by He Yan. That day, Hihua sent Qin Yanyu to bring some things, and when she learned that He Yan had returned, Yin Fan had planned to give one of the wild chickens to the He family. As they came out of the woods, hearing the sisters praise his good looks, Yin Fan was about to turn back. Plum Blossom rushed over, giggling, and almost bumped into him. He hurriedly handed her a wild chicken. "Here, have a chicken leg." This move totally surprised Plum Blossom. She wanted to eat the chicken leg, but Yin Fan wasn't her brother-in-law, nor was he someone she knew well. How could she just take it? She looked at Bai Su for help. Yin Fan quickly said, "Aunt Bai, Aunt Kong was bitten by a cowfly, and her leg is swollen and very painful. I want to ask you to check on her." Bai Su went to the mountain valley to pick mint and planned to help Professor Yin with acupuncture and pulse diagnosis. Checking on Aunt Kong's injury was just a side task. The weather was getting hotter. No matter how clean the thatched cottage was, cowflies and mosquitoes still bred there. Professor Kong's leg was swollen and numb from a cowfly bite. Bai Su cleaned her wound with alcohol and chatted with Yin Fan. Next time, when Brother Hien goes to the county, he can bring some silk to make mosquito nets. Cowflies bite painfully and can even be deadly. Actually, it wasn't just Professor Kong who was bitten. Professor Lin and Professor Yin were also bitten, and even Yin Fan's foot was swollen from a cowfly bite. Probably because Professor Kong was a woman with tender skin, she was bitten more severely, and her legs swelled up very high. Bai Su used a silver needle to remove the cowfly's stinger from the wound, then cleaned and disinfected it with alcohol and applied the ointment she carried. After applying the ointment, it felt cool and refreshing, and Professor Kong felt less pain. "Girl, where did you get this ointment?" "Once I put it on, the pain eased, and it feels very comfortable." Professor Kong also said he wanted to pay for her ointment. Bai Su handed it to him and said, "I made this ointment myself from herbs to treat insect bites. You can try it first." Most of the ointment I made earlier is gone, and the local health station doesn't have any left. Bai Su told Professor Kong, "We came here to pick herbs and make ointment." Aunt Pear Blossom also said this ointment works well. "I'll send some to the island once I make more. If you find it useful, I'll make new batches and send you a few." Bai Su also advised Professor Kong, "Next time, if you're bitten by a horsefly, wash the wound with soapy water, remove the stinger, and disinfect with alcohol." If the ointment works well, she said, they could apply more and she would bring some medicine to treat wounds and infections later. Professor Kong was really tormented by horseflies, feeling miserable. Bai Su gave him the ointment and said that next time, she would ask Hien to bring some fabric from the county to make mosquito nets. She felt Bai Su was like an angel sent to save them. Without Bai Su, their lives would be much harder. Professor Kong was very touched. "Girl, it's thanks to you that our days are somewhat bearable. I'm trapped here and can't repay you. If I can help, just say so." Bai Su always cared about Manhwa and Zhao Qingrou's studies. Even though Zhou Chongqing had returned and could teach them, his knowledge was limited. Since she thought of studying as a way out for her second daughter, Lu Lanhua, she wanted her to have the chance to get into the best university. "Actually, I need your help to review some high school knowledge for a few children." Professor Kong was happy to agree, but she felt discouraged being stuck in this place as an intellectual. What's the use of studying? Even after high school, she couldn't take the university entrance exam. Feeling disheartened, she still believed it was good to have hope, just like Bai Su, who was a ray of light shining into their lives. No matter what the future held, she wanted to be someone's light too. Professor Kong didn't discourage Bai Su. She nodded and agreed. "That's nothing. Lao Lin and I are willing to give lessons. Just be careful when you bring people here, so no one notices. We don't want to cause trouble." Bai Su told her she wouldn't come to the mountain valley often, only sending someone when they faced difficult questions. Professor Kong agreed immediately. Bai Su then carried her basket and continued with Hua and the others to pick mint and mugwort in the valley for traditional medicine. Yin Fan learned that Bai Su was collecting herbs to make ointment and also stopped to help. Hua thought Yin Fan looked good even when pulling weeds and kept secretly glancing at him. They caught a wild chicken and shared one with her. Manhwa thought Yin Fan was very generous. Such a kind and handsome brother. Could he be her brother-in-law? "Brother Yin Fan, you're so kind. My third sister always praises you at home." Yin Fan carefully cleaned the mint he put in the basket. Manhwa smiled brightly and praised him. "You're good at work. You hunt, you draw beautifully, and you carve. Brother Yin Fan, you're amazing. No wonder my third sister says you're like a fairy come down from heaven." Yin Fan blushed from the praise. Bai Auntie's family was really strange. Others disliked their thatched house, but Hua kept coming here, and even Manhwa kept praising him endlessly. Hua even said at home that he was like a fairy descended from heaven. Yin Fan couldn't help but laugh and cry. "I'm not that great. Thanks to Bai Auntie for taking care of us. I learned hunting from brother Hien. I caught 2 wild chickens and plan to give one to your family. I'm not praising you just because I ate your wild chicken." Manhwa smiled shyly. "I just think my third sister is right. You look like a fairy. Brother Yin Fan, you really are handsome and talented." Yin Fan realized that this sister, Hua, was not only a little foodie but also a fluent talker who liked to praise others. Hua was still secretly looking at him. Yin Fan smiled faintly. There's no such thing as a fairy living in a thatched house. The weather was really hot. At first, the valley had some shade from trees, but by noon, the sun grew fiercer. Hua and Manhwa, who went to school and did less farm work, felt their hands burning and painful from the heat. Bai Su was about to carry the herbs she found back when Professor Kong ran over with the water jug. "By Maisie, I brewed some mung bean syrup. Come quickly and have a bowl to cool off." Professor Kong handed each of Bai Su and the others a bowl of mung bean soup. He rolled up his pants and showed Bai Su. "By Maisie, look, look." After drinking a bowl of mung bean soup, Bai Su, who was almost dehydrated, felt alive again. She was confused, not understanding what Professor Kong wanted her to see. Professor Kong was very happy and reminded her, "My leg, it's swollen now. Your ointment works really well." Having seen a lot of the world, Professor Kong was very clever. She pulled Bai Su to sit under the shade of a tree. "Your ointment works so well. Even your sister-in-law, who is with the army, says this ointment is good. When I was boiling green bean syrup, I thought of something you could make this ointment to help more people." Bai Su loved experimenting with medicinal recipes, mint mosquito repellent, floral water, mosquito coils, and so on.
She knew all about them.
Members of the brigade and educated youth who used this ointment also said it was effective. Her auntie Li Hua liked it too. Bai Su had thought about selling this ointment, but now private businesses weren't allowed. Professor Kong's reminder suddenly sparked an idea in Bai Su's mind. Oh, right. Private businesses aren't allowed, but they can be done in the name of the collective. Her marinade recipes could be sold to food factories for 300 yuan, and she even helped Hien get a job. So why couldn't the mosquito repellent ointment be sold for money? Or think further. Qin Yanyu also needs to show good results in his work, right? Could she maybe cooperate with Qin Yanyu? Seeing Bai Su look stunned, Professor Kong waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Bai girl, I mean your ointment is so good. You can use it to help more people in need." Yes, to help more people. Sometimes you think you're helping others, but really, you're helping yourself. If she hadn't helped Professor Kong with his leg and been inspired by his help, she wouldn't have thought so far ahead. Bai Su held Professor Kong's hand. "The double harvest is coming soon. I'll make a batch of ointment to give to the brigade members to try. If it works, I'll go to the county hospital again." Bai Su and the others spent the day gathering herbs. Zhou Chongqing helped run the brigade health clinic. He used to be a barefoot doctor in Peace Brigade. Whether it was treating patients or dispensing medicine, he handled it well. "Uncle, you have heat stroke. It's been hot these days, no wind. Don't work under the sun." After giving the old man medicine, Zhou Chongqing wiped his body with warm water, then brought him a bowl of green bean soup that Li Hua had prepared and chilled in the well. The green bean soup was very cold and refreshing, perfect for cooling down. After drinking the soup, the old man felt much better. "Ji-Qing, I feel much better now. You're a good young man. Thanks for sharing the green bean soup with me." "Uncle, green bean soup clears heat and helps beat the heat. In this weather, one bowl can prevent heat stroke." Zhou Chongqing was about to help the old man change his clothes and wipe him down. Lan Hua and Zhao Qingro, tired from studying, went outside for a walk. While Zhou Chongqing was sending off the old man and tidying the medicine box, Orchid tiptoed in and tapped him on the back of his collar. "What's that?" Something was crawling on his collar, which startled Zhou Chongqing. He reached back to feel around his collar. When Orchid took a cicada out of his collar, Zhou Chongqing looked at her with a helpless expression. Orchid giggled happily. She successfully tricked Zhou Chongqing, and Zhao Qingru also smiled. Zhou Jiqing probably thought it was a caterpillar. Occasionally joking and teasing during study breaks can help relax everyone. They all laughed together when a person entered the team health clinic. Seeing that the visitor was Zhou Hongba, Zhou Yan's brother, Orchid greeted him. "Teacher Zhou, what brings you here?" "I came to pick up some mosquito repellent and anti-itch ointments. I get bitten by mosquitoes easily." Looking at Zhou Chongqing helping out at the team health clinic, Zhou Hongba frowned slightly. "Annie isn't here? Or has someone else taken over at the clinic?" Orchid could sense some hostility in Zhou Hongba's tone and found it quite strange. Zhou Chongqing didn't seem to have caused any trouble for him, right? Zhou Hongba is the son of Secretary Zhou, and he's worried about what Zhou Hongba might say to the secretary. Orchid hurriedly said, "My mom went back to get some things. Zhou Jiqing, Qingru, and I are studying here at the team health clinic. Is the mosquito repellent and anti-itch ointment you wanted the same one my mom gave to Secretary Zhou last time? Unfortunately, it's out of stock now. It will be available in a few days." Zhou Hongba came to the team health clinic. Getting the ointment was secondary. He mainly wanted to question Orchid about the substitute teacher exam. Yesterday, the principal's wife and daughter-in-law visited his home for dinner. He took Aunt Hua and Feng Jiao to the school to find Principal Qi. He overheard the principal say that the person who passed the substitute teacher exam was from their peace brigade. He and Orchid are about to become teachers at the same school. Zhou Hongba thought everything was going according to his plan. After summer break, when Orchid goes to teach at the school, he would be the first to pursue her openly, driving her to Qianjin Primary School. But Principal Qi said that the person who passed the substitute teacher exam was not Orchid, but Zhou Chongqing, who had been sent back from the Workers', Peasants', and Soldiers' University. Zhou Hongba was hit with a cold splash of reality. He felt he had wasted his efforts. He wondered why Orchid, who had helped him, was not the one who got the job. For finding a substitute teacher at Qianjin Primary School, they could choose someone suitable from the neighboring brigade's educated youth. Why did Orchid qualify for the exam? He had fought for her opportunity in front of the principal. In the end, it was Zhou Chongqing, not Orchid, who passed the exam. And the principal also said that Orchid had helped Zhou Chongqing secure his exam qualification. Hongba, Zhou Jiqing attended the Workers', Peasants', and Soldiers' University, so he is quite experienced. I am very satisfied with him. When Zhou Hongba heard this, he felt annoyed. Since returning from the primary school, he had wanted to ask Lu Lanhua about it. However, when he first tried to get the substitute teacher position, he did so under the name of the Peace Brigade. What right did he have to question now? If Aunt Bai, who is clever, noticed that he was deliberately getting close to Lu Lanhua, she might suspect something. Lanhua said she had no ointment left, and Zhou Hongba replied gently, "That's quite unfortunate. Once I have more ointment, I'll come back again." Zhou Hongba smiled kindly at Lanhua and asked, "Lanhua, can you come out for a moment? I have something to ask you." Lu Lanhua followed Zhou Hongba outside and stood under a big shady tree at the brigade's health clinic. Zhou Hongba asked, "Lanhua, how is your application to be a substitute teacher going?" "Not successful. Zhou Chongqing got the position." Since Zhou Hongba was so eager to help her get the substitute teacher role, even knowing the principal's preferences and questions he might ask, it made her honest. Lanhua straightforwardly told him, "Aunt Hua didn't come to get traditional medicine from my mom. She meant that Feng Jiqing wanted to keep her job at the school, and the school was looking for a temporary substitute teacher." Zhou Chongqing was chosen by the principal. After returning from school yesterday, Zhou Hongba thought carefully and understood why Principal Qi chose someone with a questionable background like Zhou Chongqing for the substitute role. It was to help his daughter-in-law, Feng Jiaojiao, keep her job. But if Lu Lanhua hadn't meddled and taken Zhou Chongqing to the school, this wouldn't have happened. He worked hard to get the substitute teacher spot, only to have it go to Zhou Chongqing. Could city-raised, educated youths really be that good? Lu Lanhua used to have some unclear relationship with Sun Mingyuan, and now she was helping Zhou Chongqing get a primary school substitute teacher job. Zhou Hongba felt very annoyed inside, but didn't show it on his face. "I thought you could become a substitute teacher at Qianjin Primary School," he said regretfully, looking at Lanhua. "I was hoping we could go to school together. It would be nice, and we could keep each other company." Lanhua didn't catch the hidden meaning in Zhou Hongba's words. She agreed, "Yes, it's a pity I didn't get that substitute teacher position." "Is it really a pity?" Zhou Hongba didn't see any regret on Lu Lanhua's face. He only knew that the substitute teacher spot he fought hard for had gone to Zhou Chongqing. He smiled at Lu Lanhua, but after turning away from the brigade's health clinic, his face darkened with a sinister look. Near the small woods beside the team's health station, someone was peeking around. Lu Lanhua entered the health station, and Zhou Hongba, with a grim face, glanced at the small woods next to the bamboo grove. "Secretly hiding in the dark. Do you want me to call you out?" Sun Mingyuan was very angry. Lu Lanhua suddenly lost interest in him and got close to Zhou Chongqing, who was sent back to the Peace Brigade. For Zhou Chongqing, he even let the dog bite him. It made him wet his pants and lose face among the educated youth and team members. He wanted to get revenge on Lu Lanhua, but was also afraid of the unpredictable wolf dog, Jiaor. Since he hadn't earned work points these days, he secretly watched for a few days, making sure Lu Lanhua wasn't with Jiaor, before daring to wander near the health station. Zhou Hongba saw him and had no choice but to crawl out from the bamboo. "I wasn't following you." "So, you were following Lu Lanhua?" Zhou Hongba sneered.
Sun Mingyuan, Lu Lanhua dumped you. You must feel bad, right? You used to want to hold on to her, but now she's ignoring you. Not only does she ignore you, but she also let the dog bite you for Zhou Chongqing, making you wet your pants and become the joke of the educated youth and team members behind your back. Sun Mingyuan's face turned pale with anger. He hadn't been wandering around the team much these days, mainly because he was afraid that if people found out he wet his pants, they would mock him behind his back. Even Zhou Hongba knew, and it must have spread everywhere in the Peace Brigade. Sun Mingyuan was desperate. Lu Lanhua is just a foolish woman who flirts around. Zhou Chongqing went to the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University, but was sent back. There must be something wrong with his background, or he must have caused trouble at the university. To turn against me for Zhou Chongqing, she's just throwing away a sesame seed and losing a watermelon. But Lu Lanhua only likes sesame seeds, not watermelons. Zhou Hongba continued to mock him. Lu Lanhua prefers Zhou Chongqing, who has a questionable background, and she doesn't even look at you. She even let the dog bite you, embarrassing you. Sun Mingyuan, you used to be popular among the girls at the educated youth camp and the team, but what a pity. Zhou Hongba kept hitting his sore spot, and Sun Mingyuan was about to explode with anger. What's so pity about that?
It's a pity that your wet pants got out, and now the girls at the educated youth camp and the team look down on you. This might even spread to the neighboring team. Sun Mingyuan cared a lot about his reputation. Since the wolf dog had knocked him down and he wet his pants, he already felt rejected by the educated youth and was being whispered about behind his back. Lu Lanhua not only refused to date him, but also humiliated him like this. He will never be able to be a good person again. Sun Mingyuan hates Lu Lanhua to death. You brat, if she doesn't fall into my hands, I will make her regret it someday. With the help of a few girls, including Hua, Bai Su made a batch of ointment before the double harvest. Bai Su really wants more people to try her ointment to see if it works well, but she doesn't plan to give it away for free. Once the ointment is ready, she is thinking about how to promote it. During the double harvest, Bai Su, the barefoot doctor, stayed at the clinic, while Lihua Lanhua and a few younger sisters went to work in the fields to earn points. Cutting rice is easy to get bitten by mosquitoes, and being scratched by straw leaves and grain tips is itchy and painful. First, Bai Su applied a layer of sunscreen ointment on the exposed skin of the girls. Then Lihua took out a pair of white arm sleeves for them to wear, and Heian's mother made a straw hat for sun protection. When Lihua and the others received a plot of land and walked along the field ridge, they, wearing arm sleeves and straw hats, became a beautiful sight in the fields. Qingru, come over here. Zhao Qingru, being a youth sent to the countryside, had to work with other young people during the double harvest. When the other youths left the field ridge, Lihua waved at Zhao Qingru. This straw hat was made by Aunt Lu, this pair of arm sleeves was made by my sister, and this ointment was brought by my mother to prevent mosquito bites and itching. Lihua took out a small bottle from her pocket and applied it to Zhao Qingru's face and exposed skin. Put on some sunscreen ointment too. My mom said that with this ointment, you won't get sunburned easily. Give this ointment to Zhou Jiqing and also bring the straw hat to him. Zhao Qingru and Zhou Chongqing often got close to Bai Su's family. They frequently went to her house for meals, and during the double harvest, her family even prepared straw hats, arm sleeves, and ointments for them. Everyone at the youth point envied Zhao Qingru and Zhou Chongqing for being so lucky to be connected with Bai Su's family. Lacking experience in the double harvest and not even having worn a straw hat, Lin Lijuan was jealous when she saw Lu Lanhua applying ointment to Zhao Qingru. She sarcastically said, still dreaming of being a capitalist's daughter. Huh? Going to the fields to cut rice, wearing a straw hat and arm sleeves, and applying ointment. Hua only behaved obediently and filial in front of Bai Su. She was very protective of her sister and would go hungry for Mei Hua, even fighting with Lu Erjuan because she couldn't stand anyone bullying her sister. Before Lu Lanhua, the main person, paid attention to Lin Lijuan, Hua snapped back. Who do you think is the capitalist's daughter? Wearing a straw hat makes her a capitalist's daughter? The people at the youth station and the uncles and aunts from the brigade all wear straw hats when working in the fields. Are they all capitalist ladies? Food can be eaten carelessly, but words cannot be spoken recklessly. Guahua spat and said, "You are a youth contributing to the countryside, yet your words are like manure, spitting and provoking trouble. You're trying to cause conflicts among the brigade's elders and the youth, undermining the unity of the workers. That's the behavior of spies and counter-revolutionaries." Guahua, like a sharp little chili, stared at Lin Lijuan and kept talking without stopping. Her attitude was just like Bai Su's way of arguing. Lin Lijuan didn't expect that besides being tough as a mother, her daughter could also be so good at arguing. Seeing Guahua waving a sickle at her, Lin Lijuan looked ahead at the field ridge. Sure enough, many brigade members and youths were wearing straw hats. She deflated and said, "You still put ointment on your skin. Who says we can't put ointment on when working in the fields?" Guahua glared at her. "I'll go ask the brigade leaders if there's a rule against putting ointment on while harvesting rice." "Yeah, our own ointment. We can put it on whenever we want. What does it have to do with you? Your face is really big, and you mind other people's business." Manhwa jumped into support and then pulled Guahua aside. "Sister, this woman is so clueless when she goes out. We shouldn't bother with her. Instead of wasting time on her, we might as well harvest a few more rows of rice, finish our tasks, and go home early to eat meat. Not working in the fields after receiving the task. What is Lin Youth doing to cause trouble?" Zhou Hongba came overstepping on the field ridge and asked. Seeing that he was Zhou Hongba, the son of the brigade secretary, Lin Lijuan knew he would definitely side with Lu Lanhua. Last time, she saw Lu Lanhua, that little troublemaker, joking and laughing while pulling weeds in the sweet potato field with the brigade's secretary's son. What if she gets labeled as a troublemaker and a spy? Lin Lijuan stayed silent and walked away angrily. Lu Lanhua greeted Zhou Hongba. "Teacher Zhou, you're also here to harvest rice?" "Yes, busy with the double harvest task." Zhou Hongba stepped down from the field ridge with a sickle and said, "My family was assigned this nearby plot of land. Now we're working together." Working together again? The task was assigned by the scorekeeper, Zhou Yan, who was just trying to give Zhou Hongba a piece of land. Zhou Hongba was also working next to Lanhua in the sweet potato field, and now he's harvesting rice nearby again. Yesterday, Zhou Hongba even came to find Lanhua. Could he be interested in her? Lanhua is quite charming. Zhao Qingru finished applying ointment, touched Lanhua before leaving, and smiled as she walked away. On a hot day, bending over in the fields to harvest rice, Zhao Qingru had prepared a straw hat. Su Xiaoxiao's had had a tear, but she had sleeves and hats provided by her family to help. She gave her straw hat to Su Xiaoxiao so she wouldn't be so exposed to the sun. Su Xiaoxiao used the sleeves to protect her arms and had a hat to shield her face, but when she bent over, rice leaves and stalks kept scratching her face, making it hot, painful, and itchy. "Xiaoxiao, apply this ointment. My godmother made it. It feels cool, and it stops the itching and pain where you got scratched," Zhao Qingru said. Su Xiaoxiao dabbed a little of the ointment Zhao Qingru gave her. A cool sensation spread over her skin. "It really doesn't hurt anymore. This ointment is really good," she said. Lien Lijuan was participating in the double harvest for the first time. She had no experience and didn't bring a straw hat or sleeves. She liked to cause trouble, and the young workers ignore her. No one reminded her to prepare these things. She was scratched painfully by straw and rice stalks and itched terribly on her face and hands. Seeing Zhao Qingru applying ointment to Su Xiaoxiao, she shouted, "I want some too." Zhao Qingru didn't want to indulge her. When Lien Lijuan reached for the ointment, she took the bottle back. "Is it because you think wearing a straw hat and applying ointment is a capitalist thing?" Zhao Qingru asked. She put the lid back on the bottle and tucked the ointment away in her pocket. "If you want ointment, go buy it at the brigade's health station." "I'm so itchy, I can't stand it." Lien Lijuan scratched her face with her hand. "What's wrong with you giving me some? You're so stingy. Are you crazy? Am I your father or mother? Do I have to take care of you, applying ointment? You're always causing trouble behind my back, talking badly about me, spreading rumors, and now you want me to put ointment on you?"
You're really shameless, Zhao Qingru said, bending over to continue harvesting rice, ignoring her. Zhao Qingru, do you want to die? How dare you talk to me like that? Lien Lijuan waved her sickle, ready to attack Zhao Qingru. Just then, the brigade leader, who was inspecting the work, saw her. Li Jiqiang shouted sternly, Lien Ziging, what are you doing? He looked at the rice harvested by Su Xiaoxiao and Zhao Qingru, then compared it to Lien Lijuan's slow work. He said impatiently, you haven't harvested many rows, and all you do is cause trouble. You're really a troublemaker. If you keep acting up, you'll lose all your work points today. Brigade leader, I didn't mean it. Lien Lijuan wanted to say more, but Li Jiqiang interrupted impatiently, if you don't want to stay in the Peace Brigade, I can send you to the farm for reform. Lien Lijuan looked defeated. She had to endure her pain and itchiness and continued to work pitifully, harvesting rice. Li Jiqiang loudly scolded Lin Lijuan. She caused trouble shortly after going to the field, and soon everyone working nearby heard about it. It was said that Lin Lijuan was scolded by the team leader because she was applying ointment. The team members asked the educated youths what kind of ointment it was. Then Su Xiaoxiao, who had also used the ointment, told them it was bought from the team health clinic. It could prevent insect bites and soothe itching caused by rice and grain husks. Many people, hearing her and Zhao Qingru say this, became interested. After all, being cut by rice leaves felt very painful and uncomfortable. They spent half a day working in the rice fields and ended up peeling skin. Li Hua and her friends didn't get dark, and they all said the ointment could stop itching and prevent sunburn. After work in the morning, many people went to the team health clinic to ask about the ointment. Is there really such a magical ointment that can stop itching and prevent sunburn? I applied the one to Li Hua and them, and it's for sun protection and burns. After applying it, I can work in the fields without getting sunburned or peeling skin. Bai Su took out a box of ointment and applied it to an older woman. This one I'm putting on you now is for stopping itching. Just a little on the body can help with the itching and pain after cutting rice. It also works for insect bites. It's cool and soothing. My face doesn't itch anymore, and it's not so painful. Hearing this, the women who came to the team health clinic asked Bai Su, how much is a box of this ointment? 5 mao for the anti-itch and insect repellent ointment, 1 yuan for the sunburn and burn ointment. 5 mao can buy a pound of meat, so the women hesitated. To make this ointment, they need to gather over 10 kinds of herbs. A basket of herbs can make only a few boxes. Bai Su advised them, use this ointment sparingly. 1 box can last a long time, and your whole family can use it. Women are busy with chores and working in the fields for extra work points. We need to take care of ourselves. During the double harvest, we get sunburned and peeling, and it takes days for the redness and swelling to go away. During the double harvest, men only needed to work in the fields for points, but women had to do both farm work and house chores, plus take care of children. Besides, 1 box of ointment lasts a long time. Just a little to stop the itching, and the discomfort is less. Since they were already at the health clinic, they could also use it for their children if they got insect bites. Those reluctant to buy sun protection ointment just bought the anti-itch one. Bai Su sold over 10 boxes of ointment in a short time. I heard that the ointment bought from the Peace Brigade Health Clinic works well. Even people from neighboring brigades come to White Su to buy it. This time, White Su made a batch of ointment and originally wanted to send half of it to her aunt Li Hua on the island. Once the busy period of double harvesting was almost over, and looking at the few boxes left in the cabinet, White Su felt she would need to make more ointment again. The ointment she made was so popular that White Su was surprised. She also thought Professor Kong's idea was right, that these ointments should help more people. White Su decided not to sell the remaining boxes. While counting her money and thinking, she planned to make another batch after the double harvest and take it to the county town. At this moment, Lin Lijuan and Sun Mingyuan, along with some older women from the team, rushed into the clinic. Look, she really made a lot of money selling ointment, Lin Lijuan said loudly, pointing at White Su. She's the team's health worker, serving our members. That's her job, isn't it? I heard Zhao Qingru say she made the ointment herself from herbs and is charging us money. Isn't that capitalism?
People who bought White Sue's ointment thought it was a good product. Hearing that she made it herself from herbs, they felt they paid too much. A box of anti-itch ointment costs 50 cents, and a box for burns or sunburns costs $1. The key point was that this money went into White Sue's pocket. Auntie, it's not right for you to make money like this. You're the team health worker making ointment for us to use. Why do you have to charge us? Sun Mingyuan jumped in to defend her, and the other older women began criticizing White Sue. Yes, that burn and sunburn ointment costs $1. You dare to charge that much? $1 can buy 2 pounds of meat. We're all from the same team. You're too greedy. You should return the money we paid for the ointment. Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan had suffered many setbacks because of her, but they kept getting more stubborn. The young people had learned their lesson and didn't want to be exploited by these two troublemakers. Now, they were stirring up the team members to cause trouble at the clinic again. White Sue didn't want to waste words with them. She looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was anxiously running over to report. Xiaoxiao, go call the team leader and the accountant, White Sue ordered. Su Xiaoxiao learned that Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan had finished work and, along with some older women, headed to the team clinic, guessing they would cause trouble again. Without time to notify Zhao Qingru, she wanted to run and tell White Sue. These people were coming in aggressively. Before Su Xiaoxiao could speak, White Sue told her to go call the others, and she immediately headed outside. After just a few steps, they saw the team leader and the village secretary heading towards the health station, followed by the team accountant, a militia officer, and Zhou Hongba, the son of the village secretary. Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan were still loudly criticizing Bai Su, calling her greedy. The group then entered the health station. When they heard her complain about wanting a refund for the medicine, Li Jiqiang chuckled and said, "You applied the ointment. Does it work or not? Collecting herbs on the mountain to make ointment. Does Bai Su not need to pay for labor or materials?" Li Jiqiang asked back, "When you eat at the state-run restaurant, do you pay? After you finish, do you ask for a refund? Is that such an easy thing to do?" Someone made a witty remark. "Team leader, we've never eaten at the state-run restaurant," they said. "I don't care whether you've eaten there or not. If you apply ointment and then ask for a refund, it's the same as asking for a refund after a meal. How can you be so shameless?" Lin Lijuan liked to stir trouble and felt a bit intimidated when she saw the village officials. Sun Mingyuan was a bit bolder. "Team leader, village secretary, Bai Su is our health worker in Peace Brigade. During the double harvest, she made ointment. Isn't it her duty to serve the villagers and the youth? This is also contributing to the team. Bai Su has already contributed to Peace Brigade." Before selling the ointment, she told the team office that the income from selling ointment should be handed over to the team. Recently, Bai Su has been making ointment and even sold some to the neighboring team, earning money for our team. Both the village secretary and the team leader brought the accountant, and Bai Su handed over the earnings from selling ointment. The income from the health station was always owned by the collective. Since other medicines at the health station required payment, it was unreasonable for Bai Su's ointment to be free for them. When Zhou's secretary said that Bai Su had already told the team to turn over the earnings, the villagers who came to buy the ointment felt ashamed and couldn't lift their heads. It was Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan's reckless accusations that made them feel they had been cheated. The older women glared angrily at them. Zhou's secretary looked at the troublemakers and said, "Last time Secretary Yin came, you were disciplined at the team office. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Falsely accusing comrades. Go home and write 2 self-criticism letters. From now on, your actions in Peace Brigade will be recorded in your files as part of your work evaluation and future resettlement." Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan's faces darkened. In the past, being disciplined or educated didn't matter much, but if mistakes were recorded in their files, it could affect their chances of returning to the city or finding jobs. This was a matter of life and death. Seeing Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan panic, Zhou Hongba, who called their father to the brigade health clinic, found it quite interesting. His sister, Zhou Yan, is blind. Among so many young people, she specifically liked Sun Mingyuan, who is quite simple-minded. Being simple-minded has its advantages. Patience is about right now. He is also someone who can get upset easily, and a few more knocks on his back might make him obedient. During the double harvest period, Bai Su sold over 80 boxes of her homemade mosquito repellent and anti-itch ointment and 36 boxes of burn and sunburn ointment. In front of the brigade leader, Li Jiqiang, and Secretary Zhou, Bai Su handed over the 80 yuan earned from selling the ointments to the brigade accountant. Secretary Zhou, brigade leader, I've given all the money from selling the ointments to the collective. It's my contribution to the double harvest. Bai Su sighed, but I probably can't do this contribution again. The fight reminded me that my ointments are homemade and haven't been approved by the Health Bureau or supported by the commune. Selling ointments during the double harvest is fine, but if I keep doing it and someone reports to the commune, I'll be in trouble. In just 10 days, Bai Su easily earned 80 yuan for the team. Now that this income source is gone, Secretary Zhou and Li Jiqiang both felt it was a pity. Li Jiqiang discussed with Bai Su, can we find a way to get approval from the Health Bureau and support from the commune? Yes. Secretary Zhou said, I will try to report this and get support from the commune. I heard that in the neighboring county, some brigades run chicken farms, selling eggs to food factories to make egg cakes. By May, your ointments are so effective, maybe we can also make money like raising chickens. Bai Su was waiting for this idea. She handed over the 80 yuan she earned to the collective, partly to show the officials the benefits of her ointments and gain their support to set up a small pharmacy. Li Jiqiang and Secretary Zhou's words suited Bai Su perfectly. But if she agreed too easily, her valuable formula wouldn't reach its full potential.
Bai Su looked hesitant.
Secretary Zhou, brigade leader, making ointments is different from running a chicken farm. Chickens lay eggs all year round, but the herbs for ointments aren't always available. Eggs can be bought by the food factory, but for ointments, we need to go through inspections and get approval from health authorities. The procedures are complicated. Our team members are living tough lives. Some can't even afford enough food. As a member of the Peace Brigade, I want to contribute to the team too. Bai Su thought for a moment. How about this? In a few days, I'll go to the county town to visit Director Qian at the hospital. I want to ask about the process for bringing medicines to the market, what tests are needed, and what procedures to follow. Then I'll talk to Secretary Zhao and Secretary Qin to understand the relevant policies. Bai Su explained that making ointments is different from running a poultry farm, and her reasoning was clear. Secretary Zhou and the team leader initially thought the project was going to fall through. But Bai Su said she would visit Director Qian at the county hospital and also talk to Secretary Zhao and Secretary Qin about the policies. Suddenly, Secretary Zhou and others felt there was hope again. Compared to the honest and straightforward Li Jiqiang, Secretary Zhou was quicker to think. He saw this as a good chance to show off, whether or not the project succeeded. Secretary Zhou said, the double harvest season is almost over. I'll ask Hongba to go with you to the county town. Before he finished speaking, someone else wanted to join in. How interesting. Bai Su saw right through Secretary Zhou's intentions. She refused, saying, I just want to talk to Director Qian and the county committee to understand the situation. It might not work out, so I don't want Teacher Zhou to trouble himself by running around. Auntie, how is that trouble? Quick-witted Hongba responded, Annie doing this is helping the Peace Brigade. Whether or not it works out, we shouldn't let her do all the hard work alone. Once the double harvest is done, I don't have much to do. It's only right to contribute to our team. With that, Bai Su couldn't refuse anymore. Recently, Hongba had been hanging around her family's orchids, and with Secretary Zhou's unpleasant attitude, Bai Su became more cautious of the Zhou family. Her belongings weren't something just anyone could take. Since someone was eager to help the team, Bai Su decided to let it be. I won't go to the county town so soon. I promised Aunt Lihua I'd send her some medicine. The ointment I used before is gone. I need to understand the situation and learn about policies, so Director Qian and Secretary Zhao can see that my ointment works. After dealing openly with Secretary Zhou and Li Jiqiang, Bai Su then officially asked Zhou Chongqing to help her take turns at the brigade health clinic. She took Li Hua and others to gather herbs. Near the mountain valley, Bai Su said that when He Yan returns, she would prepare some gauze for Yin Fan and others to make mosquito nets. Yin Fan and the others couldn't wait.
Afraid of being bitten again by horseflies, Professor Kong used light-colored, breathable cloth to make curtains for the doors and windows. With some of Bai Su's ointment, they could handle the problem. The Bai Su family went to pick herbs in the mountain valley again. Professor Kong and Yin Fan wanted to help. They saw a strange shadow following Bai Su, and Professor Kong shook his head at Yin Fan. "Ma'am Kong, who is that person?" Professor Kong has known the people on the team longer than Yin Fan and his grandson. Although she hasn't interacted much with them, she recognizes everyone on the team. Secretary Zhou's son is the only elementary school teacher in the Peace Brigade. Professor Kong saw him once and remembered him. Secretary Zhou's son teaches at Qianjin Elementary School. Professor Kong pulled Yin Fan aside. "You haven't been here long. Captain Li Jiqiang is honest and straightforward. But Secretary Zhou Daji has a lot of tricky ideas. He seems polite to us on the surface, but has played sneaky tricks behind our backs to undermine me and old Lin. I only know that his son teaches at the elementary school. I haven't interacted with him much, so I don't know why he's following Bai Mei. Until we figure it out, let's not let him know that you are close to Aunt Bai, to avoid causing trouble for her family." Bai Su and Zhou Hongba are so familiar that he even came along to help pick herbs. This mountain valley is like a secret base for their family and the Yin family's grandfather and grandson. Having Zhou Hongba around makes her uncomfortable. Usually, there aren't many people in this valley, but during the double harvest, the team needs to plow the fields, and some villagers have come to tend cattle these days. "Auntie, is this the mint you're looking for?" Zhou Hongba followed Manhwa and plucked some mint to show Bai Su. Bai Su smiled and politely declined his help. "Teacher Zhou, there's really no need for you to help pick herbs. Most of this batch of ointment is meant for Secretary Qian and Secretary Zhao to try, and a large part will be sent to the island for Lan Hua's aunt to use." Bai Su's meaning was clear. Besides sending some ointment to the county for testing, the rest was her private work. But Zhou Hongba seemed to misunderstand. "Auntie, you're not sending all the ointment to the island. You're also giving some to Secretary Qian and Secretary Zhao to try. It's just helping the brigade with their work. What can you do if someone doesn't understand your words? Maybe he's not deaf to her words but is trying to get close to Lan Hua or find out what herbs she uses in her ointments. Even if he finds out all the herbs used, so what? The ointment must be effective, made strictly according to her recipe. The amount of each herb is carefully measured, and every detail matters. All right then, you pick mint and mugwort here, and I'll take Lan Hua into the forest to find some cloves." Bai Su left with pear blossom, osmanthus, and plum blossom to pick some herbs in the mountain valley, calling Lan Hua and He Hua to join her in searching for lilacs. Before Zhou Hongba could say he wanted to go with her, Bai Su had already taken Lan Hua and He Hua into the woods. Watching Lan Hua, who had a graceful figure, follow her mother into the forest, Zhou Hongba's eyes darkened. Lan Hua let out a long sigh. "Mom, I wish I had called Zhou Chongqing to come along." Bai Su didn't remind Lan Hua. She knew Zhou Hongba's real purpose wasn't simple. He wanted to test her judgment. Hearing this, Bai Su turned back with a bunch of lilacs and asked, "Lan Hua, don't you like Zhou Hongba? I feel like he's always following me. It's one thing when we were pulling weeds together in the sweet potato field, but now, during the past few days, he keeps working near our land. Zhou Yan brings him food, and he insists on sharing half with me. You don't know how the women in the team look at me and him, it's changed." Lan Hua told Bai Su, "I've been thinking maybe I'm overthinking it. Today, when I was picking herbs, he came along to help, and I felt something was wrong. Mom, if you hadn't asked me to pick lilacs, I think he would have come with me to find herbs anyway. I always feel like he's deliberately trying to get close to me. His concern for me is different from Zhou Jiqing's. Actually, Zhou Chongqing didn't care much about her, but Lan Hua felt comfortable around him. She shared her feelings, and Bai Su gave her a knowing look. Secretary Zhou's family is a bit interesting. Bai Su reminded Lan Hua, "You've already fallen out with Zhou Yan. If you're worried about the women in the team looking at you differently, then stay away from Zhou Hongba and be around people you feel comfortable with." Her last words, "be around people you feel comfortable with," carried a subtle meaning. At least, to Lan Hua, her mother was hinting at something.
Since returning from the exam at Tianjin Primary School, she and Zhou Chongqing had developed a little something, but there was still a barrier, a layer of glass they hadn't broken through. Neither of them dared to tear it down. Her younger sister, He Hua, looked at her with bright, sparkling eyes, and Lan Hua felt confused. Mom is right. I need to study more with Qing Ro and Zhou Jiqing. After the herbal ointment was prepared, Bai Su was about to head to the county town when Zhou Hongba offered to ride his bike and take her there. Bai Su refused. She told Zhou Hongba she wanted to bring someone with her to the county town. During these days gathering herbs in the mountain valley, Bai Su liked to carry orchids with her. Zhou Hongba thought Bai Su was planning to take the orchids to the county town together. But when he was waiting at the village entrance riding his bicycle, he saw the person on Bai Su's bike seat was Lu Hohat, Orchid's younger sister. Zhou Hongba's expression darkened again, and he started to think Bai Su was doing it on purpose. However, he was good at hiding his feelings. When Bai Su rode past him on her bike, he greeted her. Annie, Hohat is also going to the county town. Yes, Hohat is going to see the county town, Bai Su replied. As they rode forward, Zhou Hongba asked why Hohat wanted to go to the county town. Bai Su responded, Hohat will start high school in the second half of the year. She hasn't decided whether to leave home to study in the city. I'm taking her to look around. He Hung also said he would help find out more. Maybe they could find a way for her brother-in-law to take Hohat to visit the schools in the county town. They rode their bikes all the way to the town's commune, where Bai Su and Zhou Hongba parked their bikes under the shed. Just then, Secretary Yin came out of the commune and saw Bai Su. He greeted her warmly. Xiao Su, your team's party secretary Zhou came to the commune yesterday and told me about your ointment-making project. He mentioned that some teams had poultry farms or pig farms before, and there were precedents. This was the first time he heard about Bai Su wanting to make and sell ointments. Secretary Yin thought it might be difficult, but since Bai Su had connections in the city, he decided to let her try. If it worked out, it would also bring income to the commune. He encouraged her. It's great that you have this idea. Our commune fully supports it. Party Secretary Zhou said you've made good ointments and plan to go to the county hospital, and also want to check the policies at the county committee. Secretary Yin smiled broadly. Are you going to the county? Although Bai Su was confident about her plans, from an outsider's view, nothing was certain yet. Party Secretary Zhou quickly reported everything to Secretary Yin at the commune without consulting Bai Su first. His actions were quite fast. Yes, the ointments are ready, and you're going to the county. If the commune supported her, Bai Su believed things would be much easier in the future. She took out 2 boxes of ointment from the bag Bai He carried. This is the ointment I made. 1 box is for insect bites, and the other is for sunburn. It works even if you get burned. Thank you, Secretary Yin, for your support. Please try these 2 boxes. Although it's usually not allowed to take things from the community, helping to test the ointments was different. Yesterday, Secretary Zhou came to report on the Peace Brigade. Secretary Yin still thought that Bai Su had the idea of making ointment but didn't report it to the commune, so he didn't take her seriously. She specially came to the commune to deliver the ointment. Secretary Yin felt that little Su was quite sensible. Since the ointment wasn't finished before, now that it's ready, she brought it over. Secretary Yin happily accepted the ointment and said, Let me try to see if it works. Comrade Xiao Su, you should go to the county seat and stay busy. If there's any news, remember to tell the commune. Guohua had never been to the county seat before. Sitting on the bus, as it moved forward, she watched the trees and rice fields go by and felt everything was new and interesting. When they arrived at the food factory at noon, it was time for lunch break. Guohua watched intently as workers in uniforms came out of the factory gate and went across to the canteen with enamel cups to get their meals. Mom, the county seat is so lively. Guohua found everything fascinating, and suddenly her eyes showed longing. How about Zhou Hongba? He hadn't been there many times either. As a primary school teacher in the Peace Brigade, he was quite respectable, but standing at the factory gate with Aunt Bai and seeing workers in uniforms, he suddenly felt small. Compared to the workers in the county seat, what was he as a primary school teacher? Especially when he saw Hien come out in his work clothes,
Zhou Hongba felt a bit jealous. Hien was living a better life than him, the son of the brigade secretary. Hien had just returned from a trip to another county, and he didn't help out at the brigade during the double harvest. He was thinking about going back after work when he saw Bai Su leading his sister-in-law Guohua to wait at the factory gate. Hien didn't notice Zhou Hongba standing nearby and happily ran over to Bai Su. "Mom, why are you and Guohua in the county seat? We came to handle some matters. Pear Blossom made you a new jacket, and I brought it for you." It made Hien happy to see Bai Su's mother-in-law at the factory gate. Before Bai Su could explain the purpose of her visit, Hien enthusiastically said, "Mom, we'll talk about it later. Let's go to the canteen first." Hien often talked about his wife in front of his colleagues in the transport team. Everyone knew he had a beautiful and kind wife. He was very happy as he took Bai Su and Guohua to the canteen for a meal. The team members thought Bai Su was Hien's wife. They thought she was pretty, though a little aged-looking. "Is this your wife, Hien?" "Hello, sister-in-law." Hien has good social skills, and a young man came over to say hello. Hien saw that the young man was calling his mother-in-law sister-in-law, and he was stunned. "What are you calling her?" "That's my mother-in-law, and that's my younger sister-in-law." Bai Su came to the town for visit, so she dressed up a little. She has a good foundation and doesn't need to work in the fields, so she looks more vibrant. The young man made a mistake and looked embarrassed, almost digging a hole to hide in. Bai Su cheerfully greeted him. "Son-in-law, I like this coworker of yours. Calling me young makes me feel younger." Seeing a way out, the shy young man sat down with a basin and ate with them. "Auntie, you look much younger. Sitting with your daughter, you look like sisters. Who would believe you're He-Yan's mother-in-law?" As he spoke, the young man kept glancing at Ho-Hot. His younger sister-in-law just finished middle school. Why is this pervert staring so openly? He-Yan quickly blocked his view. "Stop flattering my mom. You're just being slick." Despite what he said, the young man didn't mind, showing he's on good terms with the transport team. Bai Su was happy for him and tried to smooth things over. "Little Du is good at talking. You should learn from him."
Mom.
Seeing her brother-in-law get embarrassed, Ho-Hot couldn't help but quietly smile. Zhou Hongba was eating plain steamed bread and felt uncomfortable. He was confident in the village, but in the county's food factory cafeteria with so many people watching, some looked at him as if he was a country bumpkin. Aunt Bai was talking with He-Yan's colleague, but couldn't join the conversation, making him feel even more awkward. Bai Su was chatting easily with He-Yan's colleagues, looking proud. Suddenly, someone stood beside their table, watching them eat. "Second sister-in-law, you've come to the county?" Yan Weikai thought he had seen the wrong person. When he moved closer, he confirmed it was indeed Lu Qiushuang's second sister-in-law. After not seeing each other for a while, her wife's second sister-in-law looked even younger. Her clothes were more fashionable than city folks, and she looked very elegant. Yan Weikai warmly invited her. "Second sister-in-law, you didn't say a word when you came to the county. Come over to my house later. Qiushuang keeps mentioning you at home." Zhou Hongba knew that Lu Dajuan's uncle was the workshop director at the county food factory, and he was about to greet her. Bai Su's face turned cold. "I came to the county to find my son-in-law. Lu Qiushuang still has time to think about me?" Bai Su responded coldly. "I don't think I know her that well." Yan Weikai actually wanted to use Hien to get closer to Bai Su's family, but Hien was difficult and kept avoiding him. He went to the transportation team to find Hien, who said they were not familiar. At this moment, Yan Weikai called Bai Su's second sister-in-law. His colleague Xiao Du looked surprised and said, "Hien, so you are related to Director Yan? You said you didn't know him." "I never lied to you. My mom also said she's not familiar with him." Hien showed no respect, and with so many people watching in the cafeteria, Yan Weicai's face was hard to keep. It seemed that to build a relationship with Bai Su, he would need his wife, Lu Qiushuang. Yan Weikai tried to smooth things over. "Second sister-in-law, I'm going to get some food. Later, I'll ask Qiushuang to pick you up and take you to my house." Zhou Hongba still wanted to say something good about Yan Weikai in front of Bai Su, but seeing Bai Su's cold face, he realized he didn't really understand Aunt Bai. She was joking and laughing with Hien's colleagues and had no good attitude toward Yan Weikai. her relative. Even though he was the workshop director at the food factory, he didn't show respect. Thinking about Bai Su's relationship with Secretary Qin, Zhou Hongba felt that Lu Lanhua's mother really had the right to ignore Yan Weikai. He wisely kept quiet. Coming to the county town was a big shock for him. Bai Su dared to show her attitude in the food factory's territory, which made Zhou Hongba believe that Lanhua's uncle was doing well in the island troops. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a comrade like Secretary Qin. In his mind, he further confirmed his choice of Lu Lanhua. Having flies buzzing nearby while eating was really annoying. Bai Su was here on county business and didn't want to bother with Lu Qiushuang. She came to the county town, and Hien took a day off to drive her to the county hospital after lunch. Bai Su found Director Qian and said, "Uncle Qian, this is my homemade ointment. One box is for insect bites and the other is for sunburn. It also works on burns. We tested these two ointments on our team members and they work very well. This one for insect bites was used on a horsefly bite, and it quickly reduced swelling and pain. I think such effective ointments should help more people, so I want to set up a small pharmacy in the village to make this ointment and give it to the health clinics in different communes." Bai Su asked him, "I came to ask you, if I want to put this ointment on the market, what tests are needed? What procedures are required to open a pharmacy?" Since Director Qian was the head of the county hospital and in charge of traditional Chinese medicine, he was very experienced in this area. Bai Su's idea was supported by Director Qian. He also knew a lot about it, so he started talking enthusiastically with Bai Su. I talked with Bai Su for half an hour, and Director Qian was rushing to see patients. "Xiao Su, I now understand the ingredients and proportions of this ointment. I'll take a few boxes to try. If the clinical tests show good results, I'll figure out how to send it for inspection and handle the paperwork for the pharmacy." Director Qian already liked Bai Su very much. If it hadn't been for some family issues at that time and losing contact with Bai Zhicheng, she might have become his daughter-in-law. Now that his old friend's daughter is single and his son has no wife, Director Qian likes Bai Su more and is thinking of matching her with his son. Even without that, he would help because of Bai Zhicheng's reputation. Bai Su has such ideas, which makes Director Qian admire her even more. "Xiao Su, next time you come to the county town, let's have a good talk. Every time you come so hurriedly, Uncle Qian doesn't get a chance to talk to you properly. Uncle Qian, if you say that, I won't agree. If I have any complaints, it's because your medical skills are so good. You're a busy man." Bai Su looked at the nurse peeking at the door. "See, the nurse is urging you to see patients. Go quickly, and I'll find a good time next visit to chat with you." Zhou Hongba thought Bai Su would have a hard time at the county hospital, but unexpectedly, she pleased the director there and even promised to help with the ointment testing and pharmacy paperwork. When they arrived at the county committee, Zhou Hongba saw even more how versatile Bai Su was and how well she fit in the county. The receptionist at the county committee greeted them warmly when she saw Bai Su. Zhou Hongba saw the receptionist turn people away, but with Bai Su, her face changed completely. Inside the meeting room, Zhou Hongba couldn't help but ask Bai Su, "Auntie, you seem very familiar with the county committee." Guohua also looked at Bai Su, thinking her mother was quite amazing. He knew her mother had changed and was no longer the same as before. But he didn't expect her to be so well-liked in the county, feeling as comfortable as she did at the brigade health station. Bai Su didn't plan to respond to Zhou Hongba. Guohua looked at her with bright, shining eyes, both admiring and curious. Bai Su smiled and explained after a few visits, "We got to know each other." Meanwhile, Qin Yenyue, hearing Bai Su was here, put down the files she was holding and hurried to the meeting room. Afraid that Secretary Zhao would think he was too eager, Qin Yenyue slowed down at the door. When he entered the room, he wanted to ask Bai Su what new tricks she was up to this time, but he saw that besides Hien and Guohua, there was another unfamiliar face. Qin Yenyue sat upright and said seriously, "Comrade Bai Su, you called me?" White Su originally planned to use her usual method, which was to send medicine ointments to Qin Yenyue. However, because Zhou Hongba was present, she had to be more careful and simply took out the ointments, then explained everything to Qin Yenyue. Qin Yenyue thought this woman was quite tricky.
She even planned to set up a small pharmacy in the team. He opened the ointment and sniffed it. Are the herbs used for making this ointment easy to find? White Sue understood that he meant that running a pharmacy would require a steady supply of herbs, which are seasonal. She shared her plan. Most of the herbs for making the ointment are gathered from a mountain valley near our team. That place is very suitable for growing medicinal plants. If we want to set up this pharmacy, I think I'll plant herbs there. She continued, I heard that in the north, people use plastic film to create warm shelters for growing vegetables in winter. I want to try using this method to grow medicinal plants. The woman knew about warm shelters. What else could she not know? She seemed quite knowledgeable, not at all like an inexperienced rural woman. These days, Qin Yanhua was still thinking hard about how to help the common people and team members live better lives. When White Sue mentioned warm shelters, a bright idea suddenly came to him. Since it's not difficult for him to get plastic film to build warm shelters for growing herbs, why not try growing vegetables in greenhouses? Qin Yanhua asked White Sue, your brother called yesterday, urging you to send the ointments to your sister-in-law. Did you send them? He was referring to the last batch of ointments sent to the island. Whiting Zhang's wife, who was close to the military district family, had praised the ointment's effectiveness, so people kept asking if there were more. He didn't need to try the ointments White Sue brought. He already knew they worked well. But setting up a pharmacy involved many issues. He didn't want to promise too much. White Sue said she would send the ointments to Aunt Li Hua later. Qin Yanhua took charge of the situation. Let Secretary Zhao go. Aunt Ju keeps mentioning you. Stay for dinner and then return to Hepping Brigade. Since there was no precedent for setting up a pharmacy in the entire county, the county committee leadership needed to discuss it and decide what support policies could be offered. Once there was news, he would notify her. Worried that White Sue might be eager to return to Hepping Brigade, Qin Yanhua brought up Aunt Ju. Go see Aunt Ju. I'll ask her to prepare dinner early. Secretary Zhao was standing nearby, grimacing. The secretary himself wanted to eat the food the woman made, but was being used as an excuse. Last time, he didn't even get a single piece of the duck dishes. Bai Su actually wanted to take Ho Hot to visit the local school in the county and then return to the Peace Brigade. She had finished her errands, and Hien also took leave to go back to the brigade. Secretary Qin said that Aunt Ju kept mentioning her, and Bai Su felt bad about not visiting Aunt Ju when she came to the county. There were several people with her, and Bai Su wouldn't let Aunt Ju cook for her. She decided to help Aunt Ju cook, and wanted to finish eating quickly and go back. Bai Su went to Qin Yanhua's small courtyard at the county committee, and Hien took Ho Hot to explore near the school. Zhou Hongba was shy about going with Bai Su to Secretary Qin's place, and said he would go with Hien and Ho Hot to visit the school. This time in the county, Bai Su didn't expect to visit Aunt Ju, so she brought some ointments as a gift. Last time, Qin Yanhu visited Hien and Li Hua's wedding banquet and brought some mildly spicy duck snacks for Aunt Ju. Aunt Ju remembered what Bai Su had said and appreciated that she listened. She also felt regret that Qin Yanhua's ideal match was the mother of 5 children. But even if Bai Su and Qin Yanhu didn't become a couple, Bai Su still cared for her, and Aunt Ju also liked Bai Su. Seeing Bai Su arrive, Aunt Ju smiled happily. Xiao Su, why are you in the county today? I came to handle some business in the county. Bai Su took out a few boxes of her homemade ointments. Aunt Ju, these are my homemade ointments. They work for insect bites, sunburns, and burns. Aunt Ju didn't mind that Bai Su only brought ointments. Qin Yanhua's place wasn't lacking anything. Giving gifts was just a gesture of kindness. Compared to her last visit to the county committee courtyard, Bai Su looked more refreshed, with a better complexion and a more elegant dress. She was good at cooking and also made her own ointments. Rumor had it she was the brigade's barefoot doctor. How could she not be Qin Yanhua's ideal match? Secretary Zhao said Qin Yanhu loved Bai Su's cooking. Aunt Ju chatted with Bai Su about family matters, and the two went into the kitchen together. Yanhu loves your cooking. His appetite hasn't been good these days. With the hot weather, people often lost their appetite. Bai Su thought it would be nice to prepare some refreshing cold dishes to go with porridge. She saw millet in the cupboard and cooked a small pot of millet porridge,
boiling the water and adding the millet to simmer slowly. She made a cold tofu salad and a cold dish with small wood ear mushrooms. Blanched bok choy, poured hot oil and sauce over it. Fried a dish of green pepper and eggs, made fish-flavored shredded pork, and prepared a bean curd and green bean stew with minced meat. She also stir-fried a bowl of small green peppers with sour beans and minced meat. The dough she had kneaded earlier had risen. When Bai Su was about to make lotus leaf pancakes, Qin Yanyu appeared at the kitchen door. Bai Su was sweating heavily in the kitchen, large beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She took a pancake out of the pan and saw him standing at the door. Bai Su hurriedly told him, "It will be ready soon. Just a few more pancakes to eat. You go outside and wait." Is this woman trying to chase him away? Qin Yanyu felt more and more like she was acting like a lady of the house. Sweat dripped from Bai Su's forehead, flowing down her fair cheeks and onto her neck. Her action of wiping sweat caught Qin Yanyu's attention, and he suddenly spoke, "You really dare to think anything." The kitchen was very hot. Bai Su was almost dizzy from the heat while cooking. She usually worked with full focus. Without thinking carefully about Qin Yanyu's words, Bai Su asked, "What do I dare to think?" "Nothing." Qin Yanyu looked away from her sweaty neck and said, "This meal is my reward for helping you with the herbal shop." Bai Su actually knew what Qin Yanyu's weakness was. She deliberately said she wanted to plant medicinal herbs in the mountain valley near the cattle shed, which had a deeper meaning. Professor Yin and his grandson lived in a very poor environment. If they planted herbs in the mountain valley near the cattle shed, the team would definitely build houses there. She was thinking of ways to let the people in the cattle shed take charge of planting herbs, which could improve their situation. Knowing Qin Yanyu would help her because of this, but hearing his promise directly from his mouth made Bai Su feel that her plan was moving forward. She explained with a smile, "Professor Yin's family lives in a thatched hut next to the cattle shed. In summer, they get bitten by mosquitoes easily. A few days ago, Professor Kong's leg was swollen badly after being bitten by a horsefly, and Yin Fan and others were bitten too. Living in that environment, summer is full of mosquito bites and very hot. In winter, that thatched hut is even harder to endure. Planting herbs in the mountain valley, I will ask the team to build houses and let Professor Yin and his family manage the warm greenhouse." When Bai Su was happy, she would smile with little dimples on her cheeks. Now she was happy and also smiled at Qin Yanyu, showing her little dimples. "Secretary Qin, if we do this deal, it will be mutually beneficial and help each other. The warm greenhouse isn't just for growing herbs. In winter, it can also produce fresh vegetables and fruits." His comrade's sister used the idea of a deal to talk, but Qin Yanyu found it hard to listen. But when he thought about it carefully, this woman's words actually made a lot of sense. She always managed to jump around his sensitive spots, and her suggestions often hit the mark, things he wanted to achieve. So every time she made a move, she had a reason that touched his heart, pushing him to use all his strength to help her get what she wanted. Clearly, she was asking him for help, but because of the chips she held, this woman remained humble and respectful. In the end, she took advantage and acted innocent, talking about mutual success and benefits. Of course, most of the time, she wasn't just thinking of herself. That's also why he was willing to get involved. Also, she knew how to please his stomach. Thinking about how this woman had him tightly under her control, Qin Yanyu snorted coldly in displeasure. When he heard Aunt Ju and Hien talking outside, knowing that he had brought Guohua back from visiting the school, Bai Su called out to Qin Yanyu, "Secretary Qin, please bring out some dishes." Did I hear that right? This woman, in his house, was starting to give him orders. Qin Yanyu didn't move. Bai Su placed a plate in his hand. "Hurry up, I can't carry so much alone." Qin Yanyu, who never entered the kitchen and always ate what was prepared for him, had no choice but to take the 2 dishes she handed him and carry them out. "Yanyu, you know how to help carry dishes into the kitchen now. Not bad, not bad. When you get married, you should help with housework. Men who cook and do chores are more attractive to girls." Aunt Ju was unaware of the situation, happily watching Bai Su take the lead.
She was delighted with Qin Yenue's change and happily mumbled a few words before also going into the kitchen to help. After entering the county committee's backyard, Guohua was nervous, but seeing her mother bring out porridge, she also took the initiative to help Aunt Ju serve the dishes. Little Sue, you've raised your daughter very well. She's pretty, diligent, and filial. To judge a woman, you just need to see how she raises her children. Aunt Ju praised by Sue and then asked, Guohua will start high school in the county later this year, right? She can come here often to eat and chat with me. I don't have many people I can talk to here. Aunt Ju's warmth made Guohua feel quite reserved. It wasn't that she didn't want to come, nor that she did. She could only obediently sigh. How do you eat this lotus leaf pancake? Aunt Ju asked how to eat the pancake. Bai Su demonstrated by stuffing it with sour bean paste and mincemeat, then handed it to Qin Yenue. Aunt Ju said, you haven't had much appetite these days. Secretary Qin, try this. Qin Yenue, who was a bit particular about cleanliness and didn't like eating things touched by others, hesitated but took the pancake with sour bean paste and mincemeat. Secretary Zhao thought he wouldn't take it, and Aunt Ju also expected him to refuse. Just as she was about to take the pancake back to smooth things over, Qin Yenue took a bite. Not bad, sour and spicy, very refreshing. Qin Yenue ate naturally, taking bites of porridge and pancake, occasionally adding some cold mixed tofu strips and wood ear mushrooms. Having seen many storms, Aunt Ju and Secretary Zhao still managed to keep their expressions. To Zhou Hongba, it looks like they are shocked. Secretary Qin leaving Bai Aunt to eat dinner already surprised him enough. Bai Aunt passing a lotus leaf pancake to Secretary Qin, who then eats it, as if serving his father, just like how his mother would. He doesn't dislike it at all. What does this mean? Indeed, as he guessed, there is some special feeling between Secretary Qin and Bai Aunt. During the meal, Zhou Hongba became even more confident. He wants to marry Lu Lanhua. He must find a way to win her heart. Today, he followed Bai Aunt to the county town. The matter at the Peace Brigade should be almost settled by Sun Mingyuan, right? If anything happens to Lu Lanhua, he won't mind. When his father goes to the He family to propose marriage to Bai Aunt, things should go smoothly. Bai Su went to the county town, and Zhou Chongqing replaced her for a day at the Brigade Health Clinic. The clinic is next to a lush bamboo grove. Usually the wind from the bamboo forest blows in through the window, keeping it cool. But this afternoon it was very stuffy, no wind at all. Lu Lanhua was studying at the Brigade Health Clinic, feeling listless and fanning herself with a book. She found it too hot, so she rolled up her sleeves, revealing a pair of fair, tender arms. Her skin was naturally fair, not much tanned even when she was working hard. Zhou Chongqing thought her half-exposed arm was dazzlingly white. This girl was too unguarded around him. Really troublesome. Zhou Chongqing felt a bit restless. He stood by the window for a while, then saw dark clouds rolling over the mountain. The clouds pressed down heavily, bringing strong wind that made the window of the clinic bang loudly. A storm was coming. The clinic's windows were quite sturdy, but the strong wind before the rain made them rattle. The small, dilapidated shed where he stayed at the youth station, with its doors and windows, might be blown down by the wind. His bedding, borrowed from Aunt's family, would get soaked if it rained. Then he'd have nowhere to stay. Lanhua, a heavy rain is coming. I need to go back to the youth station. The dark clouds covered the afternoon sky. Inside the clinic, it grew darker. Zhou Chongqing told Lanhua to hurry outside. Hey, don't go. Take an umbrella, or it might rain on the way. Lanhua grabbed an umbrella to follow him, but Zhou Chongqing had already run far ahead. She had to put the umbrella down in the corner of the room. Then she heard footsteps outside. Thinking Zhou Chongqing had returned, she called out, I knew you'd come back for the umbrella. When she peeked out, she saw that it was Sun Mingyuan running into the clinic. Wasn't it embarrassing enough at the youth station last time? Now this guy is bothering her again? Lu Lanhua looked disgusted. My mom went to the county town. Zhou Qingqing is on duty. He's just gone back to the youth station now. Come when you're sick and there are people around. Sun Mingyuan said nothing, his eyes fierce, fixed intently on Lu Lanhua. His gaze traced down her fair face,
then paused on her smooth neck and drifted lower to her slightly visible collarbones beneath her shirt. His snake-like eyes seemed to want to slide along her collarbones and delve into the undulating curves of her clothing. I know Zhou Chongqing isn't here. Sun Mingyuan's Adam's apple moved. Lu Lanhua, Zhou Chongqing isn't here when I come. I came specifically when he's not around. His expression was fierce, his face twisted with anger, clearly upset. Lanhua instinctively took a step back. Sun Mingyuan, what are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? You, this flirtatious woman, have the nerve to ask me what I came for. Sun Mingyuan sneered and moved closer. You started seeing me first, then changed your mind. When Zhou Chongqing returns to the Peace Brigade, you turn your back on me, even let dogs bite me, making me lose face at the youth station and the brigade. The rural tiled houses and thatched roofs leaked whenever it rained. A heavy rain was about to fall. Everyone was busy drying clothes and using buckets and basins to catch water leaking from the rooftops. The brigade health clinic was usually quiet, and no one would come here when it rained. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap exploded outside, and large raindrops pounded down from the sky, kicking up dust on the road outside the clinic. The rain poured down heavily, forming a natural curtain of water that isolated the brigade health clinic, creating a world of its own. In this world, men and women were unequal in strength, and Sun Mingyuan was the one in control. His face grew more twisted, and he aggressively pressed toward Lu Lanhua. She was forced to retreat behind the medicine cabinet. Sun Mingyuan, don't do anything reckless. If you dare, my mom and brother-in-law won't let you go, and Zhou Chongqing won't forgive you either. Lu Lanhua didn't mean to mention Zhou Chongqing. She just instinctively said the person who made her feel safe when she was scared, to boost her courage. But to Sun Mingyuan, those words were too harsh. You still dare to mention Zhou Chongqing? That scoundrel. What's good about him? He's someone with a problematic background, sent back from the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. How does he compare to me? For him, you deliberately let dogs bite me, you associate with him, and make me lose face at the youth station and brigade. Lu Lanhua, I won't let you have an easy life. Today, all of this is your own doing. Give you a chance and you refuse? Then I will ruin your reputation and turn you into a disgrace. When Sun Mingyuan entered, Lu Lanhua was still holding an umbrella in her hand. He looked suspicious, and Lanhua tightly gripped the umbrella handle, not daring to let go. Sun Mingyuan's face was fierce and terrifying. He roared and lunged at her. Lu Lanhua raised her umbrella and stabbed at him. The tip of the umbrella brushed past his stomach and hit his groin. Sun Mingyuan let out a terrible scream, clutching his crotch and rolling on the ground. Once hit, Lanhua knew it wasn't the time to hesitate. It was pouring outside, and no one from the large health station would come. Sun Mingyuan, despite everything, was still a man. Between them, the power was clearly uneven. Once he recovered, he wouldn't let her go. Using the umbrella to target Sun Mingyuan's vital area, Lanhua was actually very nervous and scared, her hands and legs trembling. While Sun Mingyuan was still rolling on the ground, she took the opportunity to dodge and try to run out of the health station. Seeing Lanhua about to escape, Sun Mingyuan knew that if she really got away, all his efforts would be wasted, and his life would be over. So he absolutely couldn't let her run. He endured the sharp pain and jumped up from the ground, rushing fiercely toward Lanhua. Just as she was about to escape, she tripped over a chair. Sun Mingyuan grabbed her pant leg and yanked her down, causing her to fall to the ground. The umbrella in his hand was also knocked away. Run if you want. Sun Mingyuan, who had taken the umbrella, pressed the tip against Lanhua's neck. It was like a fierce fong aimed at his carotid artery. This feeling of turning the tables made him very happy. Lu Lanhua, today is your day. Sun Mingyuan sneered arrogantly. You little brat, daring to let Jiwer bite me and stabbing me with an umbrella. I won't kill you. Lanhua tried to struggle, but Sun Mingyuan pressed the umbrella further against her neck. Was she really going to be harmed by this beast? Lu Lanhua closed her eyes in pain. Just as she was sinking into despair, The sound of raindrops hitting the partially covered door of the health station and hurried footsteps rushing inside broke the silence. Zhou Chongqing suddenly shouted loudly, "Sun Mingyuan, what are you doing?" Sun Mingyuan thought that no one would come to the health station on a rainy day. He had been watching Zhou Chongqing return to the youth commune, so he didn't expect anyone to come back soon in such heavy rain. Startled by the shout, Sun Mingyuan's hand trembled, and the umbrella fell to the ground. He turned his head and saw that besides Zhou Chongqing, there was also Li Xiangyang, the son of the head of the team. Actually, Zhou Chongqing had turned back halfway, thanks to Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang, entrusted by He Yan, had been secretly watching Sun Mingyuan these days. Sun Mingyuan kept wandering near the brigade health clinic, and Li Xiangyang watched him more closely. Today, Li Xiangyang saw Sun Mingyuan take advantage of Aunt Bai's absence and go to the health clinic again. On the way, he bumped into Zhou Chongqing. Without stopping to explain, he braved the rain and pulled Zhou Chongqing to run toward the clinic. As soon as they rushed in, they saw Sun Mingyuan bullying Lu Lanhua. Zhou Chongqing's blood boiled with anger. He swung his fist and hit Sun Mingyuan. "How dare you bully Lanhua? Who gave you the guts? While Aunt Bai and I are not here, you bully her. I will beat you to death, you beast. Yes, beat this scoundrel to death." Seeing that Lanhua's clothes had been torn, Li Xiangyang was not willing to fall behind. He grabbed a flat bough from behind the door and helped Zhou Chongqing fight. "Sun Mingyuan, you're so bold. You're just a young person sent to the countryside, yet you dare to act arrogantly in the brigade? You even dare to bully my brother's sister-in-law. If you don't leave the health clinic alive today, you're done for." Li Xiangyang and Zhou Chongqing fought fiercely, hitting him with all their strength. Sun Mingyuan was crying out loud. His face bloodied from Zhou Chongqing's punch, and his waist and back were hit with a flat bough, almost breaking. Sun Mingyuan rolled on the ground, begging, "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I was just joking with Lanhua." "Joking? Are you kidding? You pushed her to the ground while joking. Isn't that being a hooligan?" Li Xiangyang continued angrily cursing Sun Mingyuan. Zhou Chongqing added another punch to his face. "He's just a hooligan. No need to say more. When the rain stops, I'll send this scoundrel to the brigade office, and I'll report him to the police in town."
"What?
"Report to the police? If the police judge him as a hooligan, he will be taken for forced labor." Sun Mingyuan, panicking, shouted, "No. If I get taken away, Lu Lanhua's reputation will be ruined. She won't be able to get married in the future. If she can't get married, I will marry her. Why should the victim, because of fear of ruining her reputation, have to let the abuser go?" This made Zhou Chongqing angry. He shouted at Sun Mingyuan. They had fought enough, and Li Xiangyang continued to hit him with the flat bough. While shouting at Sun Mingyuan, Zhou Chongqing was fierce, full of determination. He squatted down, helped the tearful, trembling Lu Lanhua, and was extremely gentle. "Lanhua, don't be afraid. You've been hurt, but it's not your fault. The fault lies with the person who abused you." Zhou Chongqing discussed with her, saying, "If you don't want others to know about the health clinic, then settle it privately. We can break Sun Mingyuan's leg so he can't harm anyone in the future. If you're not afraid, then arrest the attacker and send him to the police, so he gets the punishment he deserves." Lu Lanhua was very scared. She was terrified the moment Sun Mingyuan grabbed her clothes. Even though Zhou Chongqing and Li Xiangyang suddenly appeared and saved her, she still felt afraid. After Zhou Chongqing shouted, "If I can't marry her, I will marry her myself," Lu Lanhua stared blankly at him. His loud voice eased her fear and panic. Lu Lanhua was no longer afraid. Thinking of Zhou Chongqing and her mother, Bai Su, she held back tears and bravely lifted her head. "I'm not afraid. Sun Mingyuan should face justice." "Good girl. I knew you were strong," Zhou Chongqing said, hugging her and patting her back gently. "You're the daughter of Aunt Bai. I will stand behind you. If you don't mind, Lanhua, let's be together." There was actually only a thin barrier between Lanhua and Zhou Chongqing. She thought Zhou wouldn't break through this barrier easily because of what happened when he was sent back from the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university to the Peace Brigade. But now, Zhou had broken through it, especially at a time when she was hurt. Lanhua felt warmed. Zhou Chongqing, you don't need to pity me. Who said I was pitying you? Zhou Chongqing looked at her firmly. I want to marry you. It's not because I pity you, but because you deserve respect. You're a good girl. Zhou Chongqing, am very pleased with you. If the timing had been right, Zhou would have told Lu Lanhua that when he was down and out, she and Aunt Bai were actually the light that saved him. That light shone through the broken roof of the farmhouse among the educated youth, warming his heart. It rekindled his hope. Li Xiangyang was very angry. He couldn't believe Sun Mingyuan dared to attack Lanhua right in front of him. Seeing Zhou Chongqing holding Lanhua's face and saying such sweet words, Li Xiangyang was stunned. He didn't understand everything clearly, but he understood enough. Zhou wanted to marry Lanhua. The situation took an unexpected turn. Zhou's sweet words moved Lanhua, and he wanted to learn from him. Could this mean that his own feelings for Qingru might also have a similar shadow? Li Xiangyang tiredly threw the shoulder pole on the ground and said, the rain has stopped. You two young ones should rest for a bit. First, take that tired son to the team office. After a heavy rain, the weather cleared up again. By sunset, the sky was full of evening clouds. In midsummer, it stays light late. After dinner at Qin Yenue's place, Hien drove with Bai Su and others back to the Peace Brigade. It was not completely dark yet. For Guohua, going to the city for the first time was very new and exciting. On the way back, she curiously looked out to see the sunset clouds. She thought the sky filled with colorful clouds looked so grand. What might be beyond the clouds? She always believed that the Peace Brigade was her home. The farthest she had been was Changfeng Commune, which was just the distance from her home to school. She knew there were places beyond Changfeng Commune, like the county town, and beyond that, the provincial capital. Her sister Lu Lanhua had heard from the educated youth that beyond the provincial capital, you could take a train to Beijing or travel north and south. These places she had never visited only existed in the stories of the educated youth. Guohua listened, but did not develop romantic fantasies about the outside world like her sister did. Having visited the county town herself and stepped beyond Changfeng Commune, Guohua felt something quietly changing inside her. What are you thinking about? When they entered the city, her family's sharp little chili suddenly became quiet. Bai Su asked her, Today, your brother-in-law took you to visit the school. What do you think? Mom, the school is on holiday now, so we couldn't go inside. My brother-in-law took me around outside. The city school was different from their school in Changfeng Commune. The buildings were neat, and from outside the iron fence, she could see the playground stretching endlessly. Just looking through the fence, Guohua felt a longing for school life. She used to think she was born in the Peace Brigade and would always live there like the girls in the team, either staying in the Peace Brigade or finding a partner in the neighboring team to marry and spend her life. After visiting the county town and seeing her mother confidently speaking and acting at her brother-in-law's food factory or with Secretary Qin, Guohua felt she shouldn't just look at the county school through the iron fence. Mom, I've decided. I want to go to high school. Recently, Bai Su had been making Guohua and Meihua work in the fields with her sisters to let them understand how hard labor is and realize that studying is even more difficult than working. If you can't endure the hardships of studying, you will face more difficulties in the future. After Guohua Plum Blossom gained deep understanding, Bai Su took her to the county town to broaden her horizons. Without guiding or forcing her, Guohua confidently made her own choice, which made Bai Su very happy. Your classmate in the county mentioned a situation that hasn't happened yet. There's no need to worry about things that haven't occurred, and giving up the chance to go to high school isn't necessary. As the saying goes, the boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Fortunately, you've understood now. The pattern of sunrise and sunset won't change, but every day, the sunrise and evening glow can look very different depending on the weather. It's like the big wheel of the times, pushing society forward. But during this progress, nothing stays the same and everything can change. If she remembered correctly, The movement after 10 years of turmoil was coming to an end, and there would be no more revolutionary committees in the county town. Bai Su and Guohua were leaning on the car window watching the evening glow. Guohua, look, the sunset on that side has changed. Today's sunset is really beautiful. Tomorrow will be a clear, sunny day. Bai Su and Zhou Hongba's bicycles were stored at the commune. Hien drove to the commune to pick them up. Bai Su had just pushed her bicycle out when someone suddenly appeared at the police station entrance and stopped her. How can you be so unkind? Why did a heartless person like you come to pick me up? The woman blocking her was very thin, like a stick, with short hair and dark skin. She carried a cloth bag and reached out her claws to grab Bai Su's bicycle handlebar. Bai Su was stunned. Sister, have you mistaken me for someone else? Mistaken? Even if you turned to ashes, I would recognize you. If you hadn't reported me to the police, how could I suffer on the farm? If she weren't still at the police station, she would have pounced on Bai Su and scratched her. I'm tired, hungry, and exhausted. Stop talking nonsense. Take me back quickly. When I get home, I will settle accounts with you. It was getting dark. The woman was very dark-skinned, with a hoarse voice. Bai Su couldn't see her clearly. Now she was shouting about suffering on the farm and ordering Bai Su to take her back. Bai Su looked carefully at her and recognized that the woman in front of her was her sister-in-law, Miao Cuifeng. She had been working on the farm for a few months, still not having learned her lesson. Bai Su didn't bother with her. Let go. I came to the commune to get the bicycle, not to pick you up. Your husband and son can come to pick you up. I don't have time to take care of you. Bai Su pushed her bicycle to walk around, but Miao Cuifeng wouldn't give up. The bicycle was bought with money saved by Mom for Dajuan, right? You rode a bicycle bought by Dajuan and still say you're not here to pick me up. Who saw that bicycle? Did Lu Dajuan buy it? Miao Cuifeng grabbed Bai Su's bicycle handlebar and kept arguing. Hien walked over and took the bicycle. He looked at Miao Cuifeng angrily. The police station is right here. You just got out of the farm. Are you trying to go back? The bicycle is for my mom. Let go of your dirty hands. Hien's casual attitude didn't seem very intimidating, but since he stopped hiding his background, his presence became stronger. His eyes looked fierce and a little scary. Miao Cuifeng was scared and let go. Why are you calling her mom? Hien married Li Hua. He's Bai Auntie's son-in-law. The bicycle was bought with money sent by Captain Bai and some savings from Hien. Zhou Hongba didn't recognize that the person stopping Bai Su was Lu Dajuan's mother. Before, Miao Cuifeng didn't work much and looked healthier than Bai Su. After a few months in the farm, she became thin and dark, with her hair cut short, and her voice was hoarse and hard to recognize. Now, during the argument, Zhou Hongba hurried over to explain. Auntie Miao, after you were sent to reform through labor, a lot happened. Bai Auntie, and you split up. She doesn't know you're back from the farm today, and she's not here to pick you up. Did your younger siblings split from you? Li Hua didn't marry Lu Lizhi, but married Hien? Miao Cuifeng felt she had missed too much. She finally understood that Bai Su was no longer the weak sister she used to be, someone she could easily control. With Hien around, Miao Cuifeng didn't dare to force her. If Dajuan and the others didn't come to pick me up, I'll go home on your bicycle. Bai Su hadn't spoken yet, but Hien looked at Miao Cuifeng with a fierce gaze. Are you giving me face? You sold my wife before, and I haven't settled the score yet. What right do you think I have to ask my mom for help? Get out of here. Hien had no patience left. He pushed the bicycle and said, Mom, let's go. Seeing Hien push the bicycle onto the small truck, it was clear he had no intention of taking Miao Cuifeng with him. Zhou Hongba tried to persuade him. Hien, helping her is just on the way. We're all from the same team. You can't ignore her. Hien was already annoyed with Zhou Hongba. His mother clearly didn't like him much, but he still wanted to go to the county town. He hadn't yet lost his temper with Zhou Hongba, probably because of Secretary Zhou's face. Now, he was annoyed that Zhou was meddling in someone else's business. Unlike her mother and wife, who had endured the harsh treatment from Miao Cuifeng's family, why should she persuade her mother to let go of her grudges and help Miao Cuifeng? Hien said impatiently, if you want to help, just do it.
Aren't you riding your bike? You can give her a ride back to the Peace Brigade. Zhou Hongba wanted to mention that it was getting late, but Bai Su cheerfully interrupted, Teacher Zhou, you're the son of the brigade secretary. Helping the people is very admirable. You're a kind person. Take Comrade Miao Tsuefeng with you. We're leaving now. After saying that, Bai Su got on her bike, and Hien drove off quickly in his small truck. Miao Tsuefeng, who was chasing after them, was once again stunned. Where's our brigade's tractor? Why is Hien driving a small truck? The small truck belongs to the county food factory. Hien has given up his previous identity and now works at the county food factory transportation team. After a trip to the county, Zhou Hongba envied Hien's job very much. Bai Auntie and Hien left him behind, making Zhou Hongba's eyes darken with disappointment. He knew that his words earlier had offended Bai Auntie and Hien, and Zhou Hongba didn't want to be a good person for nothing. He called out to Miao Tsuefeng, Annie Miao, get on my bike. I'll take you back. It was already dark, and riding a bike for 10 miles in the dark with someone who didn't want to help made Zhou Hongba feel very frustrated and unhappy. Miao Tsuefeng also sat gloomily on Zhou Hongba's bike. Meeting Bai Su had a huge impact on her. Her sister-in-law used to be gentle and had dreamed of adopting the army as her son, but she and her mother-in-law kept her under control. She only worked on the farm for 3 months of reform, and when she returned, everything had changed. Her sister-in-law had moved out after dividing the family and was living a good life. But she had suffered on the farm for a few months, and Lu Dajuan and his father never came to pick her up. Miao Tsuefeng's mind was full of thoughts, sometimes blaming Lu Dajuan and his father for being unkind, sometimes blaming her mother-in-law for making her take the blame, sometimes blaming Bai Su for tattling and causing her to be reformed. When she returned from the farm, her sister-in-law still refused to take her back to the Peace Brigade. She had never even ridden in a car. She was different from her sister-in-law. She had her maternal family behind her and an older brother to support her. She was determined to make up for the suffering she had endured. The job at the county food factory should belong to her son, Lu Dajuan. Why should it go to an outsider? When she returned, she wanted to turn everything around, bring her brothers to the Peace Brigade, and support her and Dajuan's second brother. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongba was slowly pedaling his bike in the dark toward the Peace Brigade, while Hien's small truck sped quickly and had already reached the doorstep. Sun Mingyuan was taken to the team, Zhou Chongqing and Li Xiangyang returned the orchid, and Zhao Qingru was also at the He family now. The orchid was bullied, and Lily was so angry she almost went crazy. Before she married Hien, she almost fell for Lu Lizie's tricks. She thought that after marrying Hien, her mother would become stronger and no one would dare bully her sisters. At the team clinic, right under their noses, the young worker's son, Mingyuan, almost assaulted Orchid. Lily felt very guilty for not protecting her sister and kept waiting for Bai Su to return from the county town. When she heard the horn outside, Lily ran out. Mom, you're finally back. Seeing Hien also returned, Lily threw herself into his arms. Orchid was bullied. Lily was trembling with anger. That scoundrel's son Mingyuan almost hurt Orchid. Hien and Bai Su hurriedly asked what happened. When Orchid was in trouble, Lily wasn't at the team clinic. She only heard Zhou Chongqing explain what happened. Her concern made her anxious. In her haste, she couldn't clearly explain everything. Zhou Chongqing was still comforting Orchid and came out when he heard the noise. Hien, Auntie, I have something to tell you. Zhou Chongqing looked serious. Bai Su told Lily and the others to go to the car to get their bicycles. She and Hien went into the main hall. Only the three of them were in the main hall. Bai Su looked at Zhou Chongqing. Before explaining what happened, Zhou Chongqing spoke earnestly. Annie, Hien, I want to date Orchid, and I want to marry her in the future. Can you agree? Actually, both Bai Su and Hien wanted to help Zhou Chongqing and Lu Lanhua get together. But there was always a barrier between Orchid and Zhou Chongqing. Suddenly proposing to marry Orchid made Bai Su worry. What exactly did Sun Mingyuan do to Orchid? Don't worry, Auntie, he didn't succeed. Hien had Li Xiangyang keep watch secretly. When Sun Mingyuan tried to bully Orchid, We stopped him and sent him to the team office. Knowing that Zhou Chongqing's words might be misunderstood, he quickly explained, I said I want to date Orchid, but it has nothing to do with what happened today. I've always been worried about my background and didn't dare to openly confess my feelings to Orchid in front of you. After being sent back from the University for Workers and Peasants, I felt very upset, like I had no hope. I finally got a chance to return to the city, but fate hit me hard and knocked me back to my original state. Before the Zhou family's trouble, the old master had received early warning and sent him to stay with distant relatives. Later, something happened at home, and he went to the countryside as a young intellectual. Zhou Chongqing's parents had already passed away, and he relied on his grandfather. During these years in the countryside, he always thought about his grandfather, who was working on the farm and undergoing reform through labor. Coincidentally, shortly after he returned to the city and entered the University of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers, a distant relative sent a message saying his grandfather was critically ill on the farm. Zhou Chongqing couldn't wait and hurriedly went to show his filial piety. Someone reported this, and the school confirmed that he was the grandson of the deceased old man. As a result, he lost his chance to continue studying at the university and was sent back to the Peace Brigade. Auntie, I have struggled in the countryside these years just to see the light of hope, to reunite with my grandfather and me someday. My grandfather has passed away, and I can no longer attend the university. I have nothing to rely on. It feels like I've fallen into a swamp. The more I struggle, the deeper I sink. Just when I thought I was about to be buried alive, you and Manhwa pulled me out of the mud. Zhou Chongqing finished his story with a heavy heart, his eyes moist. Auntie, I felt the warmth of family from you and Manhwa. I want us to become a family. He sincerely bowed to Bai Su. Auntie, I want to protect Lanhua. If you don't mind my background, I plan to pursue Lanhua and officially date her. Bai Su had long admired Zhou Chongqing. He was a very good candidate for a second son-in-law. She and Hien had been secretly matchmaking Lanhua and Zhou Chongqing. However, they knew Zhou Chongqing had emotional wounds, so they didn't want to break the delicate balance. Now that Zhou Chongqing openly shared his background and expressed his desire to date Lanhua, Bai Su felt she had found a good match for her daughter. When she heard Zhou Chongqing say that Lanhua's scare was just a false alarm and that Sun Mingyuan hadn't really hurt her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Chongqing, you are a loyal and caring boy. In that situation, you should go to the farm to see your grandfather off for the last time. I've always seen your good character. Your background doesn't matter. As a mother, I'm willing to let you date Lanhua and hope you all become a family. After being honest and finally gaining her future mother-in-law's approval, Zhou Chongqing felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. Hien also wanted to become brothers-in-law with Zhou Chongqing. When her mother was ill, Zhou Chongqing risked everything to secretly treat her mother. He was a grateful person, respected Zhou Chongqing's character, and also regarded him as a brother. All of this was finally exposed. Zhou Chongqing was about to start dating his sister-in-law, and Hien felt someone was competing for favor in front of his mother-in-law. He sourly said, being a son-in-law is about who comes first. As the eldest son-in-law, my position in my mother's heart is different. Zhou Chongqing heard from Li Xiangyang that Yuan Pengzi was very close to Hien, yet Hien was always on guard, as if protecting against a thief, afraid he might pursue his sister-in-law. He was also worried that Hien wouldn't agree to him dating Lanhua. He wondered if Hien cared more about who was more important in front of his mother-in-law. Zhou Chongqing couldn't help but laugh and say, "You're the older brother. I remember clearly. You're the most important in my mom's heart." Hien nodded and said, "All right, that's more like it." Hien then agreed, "Fine, I'll reluctantly allow you to date my sister-in-law." Should we all shout and kneel to thank the big brother for being so generous? Zhou Chongqing joked, and Hien rolled his eyes. Humph, stop with this act. After Zhou Chongqing carefully explained what happened at the brigade health clinic, Sun Mingyuan was taken to the brigade office. The village secretary and others planned to hold a meeting to decide Sun Mingyuan's fate. Li Lizi once caused trouble for Li Hua. The village secretary said he was afraid the advanced collective of the team would be lost, So he told me not to report to the police to protect Li Hua's reputation. Bai Su snorted coldly. My daughter was bullied, but Zhou Dajiang didn't go after the criminals or enforce discipline in the Peace Brigade. Instead, he only cared about the team's reputation, forcing the victim to swallow her pain. Are we orphans and widows so easy to bully? Mom, now you have me and Zhou Chongqing as your sons-in-law. We're not just orphans and widows anymore. Don't talk nonsense. Heian's thinking was always different from others. He preferred to fight fire with fire. His eyes sparkled as he suggested to Bai Su, why not let Zhou Yan also be bullied? If Zhou Yan gets hurt, wouldn't Zhou's secretary want his daughter Zhou Yan to suffer in silence for the team's honor? What kind of idea is that for Annie? If someone commits a crime and bullies us, shouldn't we do the same in return? Zhou Chongqing, full of righteousness, said, Auntie, if Zhou's secretary doesn't send Sun Mingyuan to report to the police, then we'll do it ourselves. And if he uses his power for personal gain, covering criminals instead of serving the people, I won't believe it. I'll have no way to reason with him. Bai Su actually liked Heian's way of fighting fire with fire, feeling it was satisfying and straightforward. But now they were all family, so there was no need to risk involving themselves. Bai Su looked down on Zhou Dajiang, thinking his son Zhou Hongba seemed refined but was actually full of bad intentions. She still wanted to get involved in the matters of the Liu family. They're quite annoying, that father and son. Bai Su sneered. If Zhou Dajiang dares to protect Sun Mingyuan this time, maybe it's better to change the team leader. Manhwa was frightened. Bai Su stayed with her all night, listening to the cicadas outside. Manhwa gently fanned Bai Su, her hands trembling. Mom, isn't it strange? I'm really afraid that Sun Mingyuan will bully me. Lying on a bamboo mat in the room, Manhwa fanned Bai Su again. Our team's Aunt Yuchio just saw someone being bullied, then married Uncle Gui who was the one bullying him, right? Knowing that I have you to support me, I'm still afraid of being bullied by Sun Mingyuan. I worry others in the team will gossip and pressure me, forcing me to marry him. Zhou Chongqing said it wasn't my fault. There's no reason I should be the victim, and I shouldn't have to suffer just to protect my reputation by forgiving the one who hurt me. Actually, I know he said he wanted to date me and marry me because he was afraid I would suffer, afraid I would give in and let the person who hurt me go. Lanhua, swinging her fan, became drowsy. Mom, do you think Zhou Chongqing is stupid? He's really quite silly but also very good. Although she should be comforting Lanhua, Lanhua had been fanning her all night. Thinking about how Lanhua used to be cold and rarely spoke to her, now she loved to cling to her, sharing her secrets and telling her everything. Bai Su felt a mix of emotions. Her mother was doing a good job, so good that she even fooled herself. Only in the quiet of the night could she remember that another soul lived inside this body. Only the shell was Lanhua's mother. Zhou Chongqing wasn't stupid. He was indeed a very good person. The reason Bai Su liked Zhou Chongqing wasn't just because he was gentle and handsome, but also because he was loyal, righteous, and upright. What she admired most about Zhou Chongqing was how he encouraged Lanhua in his own way, telling her not to suffer for the sake of reputation or swallow bitter fruit. He supported Lanhua in punishing the wrongdoer and ensuring they received the proper punishment. Zhou Chongqing is really a good person. Bai Su took the fan from Lanhua's hand and fanned her a few times. Lanhua, I'm very happy that you found someone worth trusting. After the incident where Zhou Dajiang protected Liu Lizi for the sake of the collective, Bai Su kept a close eye on the team office. Fortunately, Zhou Dajiang didn't make a mistake this time. Early the next morning, he ordered the militia officer to take Sun Mingyuan to report to the police. Liu Lizi, after falling into a dung pit last time and breaking his leg while hunting up the mountain, finally recovered and started wandering around the village. When he heard that Sun Mingyuan at the youth station was sent to the police station in town for trying to bully Bai Su's daughter, Liu Lizi was terrified. Oh my goodness! Are they really reporting to the police? Liu Dajuan's mother was sent to farm labor reform for a few months and came back looking thin and unhealthy. Liu Lizi was afraid of being attacked by dogs and also afraid of being sent to farm reform, so he dared not have any ideas. He limped away, staying far from Bai Su's family. Sun Mingyuan was taken by the police and held in the commune for over 10 days. Just when Bai Su thought Sun Mingyuan would be sent to reform through labor for being a troublemaker, something unexpected happened. Lu Lanhua returned from the youth station, walking amidst gossiping women. She hid behind the ginkgo tree beside the well and listened. The things they said were very harsh. Dr. Bai's daughter, Manhwa, is really something. She twists her waist like a water snake. Such a woman is the best at seducing.
Exactly.
She kept flirting with Sun Jiqing and then with Zhou Jiqing. I heard Sun Jiqing and Zhou Jiqing fought over her at the Brigade Health Clinic. She's unruly herself, yet she blames Sun Jiqing for being a troublemaker. She always tries to get close to the youth, even giving Zhou Yan food, and the secretary's daughter, Yan, is made to work with Sun Mingyuan and her. We saw her many times, talking and laughing with Sun Jiqing. No one is accusing her falsely. A few days before sending Sun Mingyuan to the commune, the village's mood was different. Everyone was gossiping, saying that a youth like Sun Mingyuan dared to bully the girls in their team. Why did the attitudes suddenly change? Lu Lanhua was not the kind to argue with the women, and even if she spoke up, she couldn't compete with their chatter. Feeling something was wrong, she hurried back to the Brigade Health Clinic. Mom, I don't know who's spreading rumors, but I'm not clear about the situation with Sun Mingyuan. Now, everyone in the team is saying that his report to the police wasn't because he was a troublemaker, but because he fought with Zhou Jiqing. The brigade leaders are siding with Zhou Chongqing, so they reported him to the police to arrest him. Thanks to Bai Su's teachings, Lu Lanhua's perspective has become much sharper. She guessed, Mom, could there be some change in the case of Sun Mingyuan's arrest? Before Lanhua could finish speaking, Li Xiangyang stormed into the health clinic with an angry face. Auntie, something's wrong. Sun Mingyuan has been sent back to the youth commune. I heard Zhou Yan and Lin Lijuan went to the police station to testify, saying Lanhua is dating Sun Mingyuan and she also has ties with Zhou Jiqing. Sun Mingyuan said he didn't bully Lanhua. He fought with Zhou Chongqing at the health clinic for her and Lanhua falsely accused him, leading the police to arrest him. Sun Mingyuan's family called the commune to ask for an investigation. The police secretly came to our team to gather evidence. The women here all say Lanhua used to date Sun Mingyuan and even fed Zhou Yan food, wanting to work together with Sun Mingyuan. Zhou Yan also testified to the commune, saying Lanhua liked Sun Mingyuan and was involved with Zhou Jiqing. Li Xiangyang was furious. It was clear he and Zhou Chongqing saw with their own eyes that Lu Lanhua was being bullied by Sun Mingyuan. When the police came to gather evidence, the team members said Lanhua was dating Sun Mingyuan. And Zhou Yan also came out to testify that Lanhua used to feed her food and wanted to work with Sun Mingyuan. Many women in the team saw this. Now, it was all confusing and hard to explain. He was especially close to He Yan and Bai Su's family. If he and Zhou Chongqing testified, it wouldn't be considered strong evidence. As Lanhua said, when Sun Mingyuan was first taken to the commune, the team's reaction was different. Why suddenly are rumors spreading that Sun Mingyuan is dating Lanhua? Clearly, someone is stirring trouble behind the scenes. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that the team suddenly changed its stance, discussing Lanhua's involvement with Sun Mingyuan and Zhou Jiqing, and then the police just happened to come to the peace team to gather evidence. Last time Bai Su reported the case, she also became familiar with the police at the commune. Bai Su told Li Xiangyang, something's wrong. I need to go to the commune to find out more. Bai Su stopped taking medicine, took off her apron, and prepared to go home to get her bicycle. Zhou Dajiang, along with Zhou Hongba and Zhou Yan, came to the health clinic and blocked her. Young lady, we're here to apologize. Zhou Dajiang lowered his tone, looking guilty as he said to Bai Su, Yenner is so confused. She went to the commune to testify for Sun Mingyuan.
I just found out about it.
Zhou Yan quickly apologized to Annie Bai. Zhou Yan looked unwilling and tried to hide behind Zhou Hongba. After Zhou Hongba pushed her, Zhou Yan had no choice but to step forward and said insincerely, Auntie, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have testified for Sun Mingyuan, but I didn't say anything wrong.
I was just telling the truth in front of the police. You unfilial girl. You're going to make me angry. Apologize now. In a fit of anger, Zhou Dajiang slapped Zhou Yan hard in front of Bai Su. Zhou Yan was knocked to the ground at the team clinic and asked Zhou Hongba for help. Brother, what did I do wrong? Father wants to fight me for Aunt Bai's family. I didn't see what happened between Sun Mingyuan and Lu Lanhua at the team clinic. When the police came, I just told the truth about Lanhua giving me food and working with Sun Mingyuan. Lu Lanhua is involved with both Sun Mingyuan and Zhou Chongqing. What did I do wrong? Recently, rumors about Lu Lanhua and two young men at the youth station were spreading wildly. Everyone in the team was watching the clinic area. Zhou's family came to see what was happening. Zhou Yan said Lanhua was involved with two young men, which made Zhou Hongba angry. He turned and glared at her. Yanzi, I am so disappointed in you. How can you ruin Lanhua's reputation? Lanhua only talked to Sun Mingyuan to borrow books. She and Zhou Chongqing were just studying high school lessons together. Zhao Qingru and Li Xiangyang were also there when they studied. Recently, Li Xiangyang was studying with Lanhua and others. When Zhou Chongqing explained problems, Li Xiangyang was confused, but he still wanted to stay with Zhao Qingru, so he forced himself to learn. Zhou Hongba looked at his sister with disgust and then said to Bai Su, Aunt Bai, it's because my father and I didn't teach Yan properly that she doesn't understand right from wrong and is talking nonsense. I know that whether Lanhua is with Sun Mingyuan or Zhou Chongqing, she is innocent. When Zhou Hongba said this, he suddenly looked at Lu Lanhua with deep affection. Annie, I've liked Lanhua for a long time. I believe she is a good girl. Today, my father and I brought Yen to the team clinic to apologize to your family and to propose marriage. I want to marry Lanhua and hope you will agree. Zhou Hongba's words were so sincere that Bai Su nearly felt moved. She had suspected that something was strange about Sun Mingyuan's situation. It turned out that someone behind the scenes was stirring trouble to achieve their goal, and now that person was slowly coming to light. With the rumors spreading in the team, Lanhua's reputation was almost ruined. Zhou Hongba coming with his father to propose marriage and asking Yan to apologize not only showed the team that his family was polite, but also moved her as a mother, making her feel that Zhou Hongba didn't dislike Lanhua. Unfortunately, their plans failed. Zhou Hongba was quite confident, waiting for Bai Su to agree. Finally, Bai Su spoke. Zhou Hongba, I won't agree for you to marry Lanhua. Zhou Hongba's face stiffened in disbelief.
Andy, why?
Because if I agree, the team will think that we, as orphan women, are easy to bully. As long as they ruin my daughter's reputation, anyone can come to propose marriage. This sets a bad example. This time, it's Lanhua who suffers. Next time, it could be Lotus, Osmanthus, or Plum Blossom. Bai Su's voice was cold. I want people to know that my daughter, Bai Su's girl, is not so easy to bully. Anyone who harms my daughter, I won't let them go. Use any sneaky tricks you want. Don't think that Sun Mingyuan is just a troublemaker and didn't really hurt Lanhua. Even if Lanhua is truly bullied, I, Bai Su, can support my daughter for a lifetime. I won't marry her off to someone who harms her. Zhou Ji's father and son played dirty tricks, and Bai Su also hinted at things without saying directly. But every word seemed to hit Zhou Dajiang and his son hard, warning them not to think that any schemes could escape her notice. Zhou Hongba's face turned stiff.
Bai Su continued.
Also, your proposal is late. Long before Lanhua was almost bullied by Sun Mingyuan, Zhou Chongqing had already established a relationship with her. Now they are dating, not just studying together as you said. I need to clarify, my daughter, Lu Lanhua, has never dated Sun Mingyuan. I despise his character, whether it's my family Lanhua or me. He's not suitable to be my son-in-law. Zhou Chongqing is loyal and righteous, clear about right and wrong. He believes that Lanhua, as a victim, shouldn't have to sacrifice her reputation to forgive her attacker. I admire Zhou Chongqing's character. From now on, he is my chosen second son-in-law. Seeing the grim faces of Zhou Dajiang and his son, Bai Su sneered. My daughter, Lu Lanhua, already has a boyfriend. Zhou Ji, Zhou Laosher, thank you for your kindness.
If you want to discipline Zhou Yan, go home and do it.
Don't crowd into the team clinic.
Zhou Dajiang's face turned pale. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't. No one in the Peace Brigade had ever dared to show him such disrespect. Zhou, she was furious. Bai Mei, think carefully. Zhou Chongqing has issues with his background. He was sent back from the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. If you want him to date Lanhua, can you keep your job as a team health worker? This statement from Secretary Zhou was already a threat to Bai Su. Bai Su snorted coldly, about to argue back fiercely, when a clear voice came from the crowd. Secretary Zhou, such authority. Even I didn't know which young people are dating the educated youth, and the mother-in-law's job isn't safe either. Bai Su looked toward the voice and saw Qin Yanyu, accompanied by Secretary Zhao and Director Qian from the county hospital, standing outside the health clinic. Qin Yanyu was there to meet with the Peace Brigade, along with Secretary Yin from the commune. Qin Yanyu naturally radiates confidence. As soon as he appears, the brigade members step aside to let him pass. Bai Su feels that she could argue 1,000 times, but nothing compares to the relief she feels when Qin Yanyu suddenly shows up. Qin Yanyu always arrives just in time, bringing her surprises. Bai Su greeted him. Secretary Qin, why are you here? The decision to set up a pharmacy in the Peace Brigade was made after a meeting of the county leadership team. It's approved. Also, the island troops used your ointment, and the response was very good. They've decided to order some from you once the pharmacy starts production. Qin Yanyu entered the health clinic, saying, I'm here to deliver the order from the island troops and the documents from the county committee. The approved factory for your team gets a subsidy. He didn't even glance at Secretary Zhou, simply standing beside Bai Su, subtly showing support for her. Director Qian also approached with a smile. Little Su, we meet again. Has someone been bothering you?
No.
If anyone tries to bully me, I have you, the director of the county hospital, to back me up. Who's so rude? While saying this, Bai Su looked at Qin Yanyu. Qin Yanyu remained silent, silently confirming that he was also there to support her. When Secretary Yin arrived, he only caught part of the gossip. People were talking about how Secretary Zhou's son wanted to marry Dr. Bai's daughter, but she didn't want to, so Secretary Zhou started threatening that her job as a brigade health worker wouldn't be safe. Secretary Zhou didn't realize who was backing Dr. Bai. He lacked awareness. Secretary Qin and Director Qian from the county were important figures. Secretary Yin glared at Zhou Jiang. Why are you here at the health clinic? The pharmacy project is led by Dr. Bai. It's none of your business. Zhou Jiang felt terrible. Why did such an important moment have to involve Secretary Yin and the county leaders? He couldn't explain himself clearly now. Looking miserable, Zhou Jiang had no choice but to pull along Zhou Hongba. Hongba, Yanzi, let's go back first. Secretary Zhao replaced Qin Yanyue and explained the county's subsidy policy to Bai Su and Secretary Yin. After returning from the county seat last time, Bai Su had been working on a project proposal. Secretary Yin and Qin Yanyue also came for an on-site inspection. Bai Su openly took them around the mountain valley area. Other places have planted crops, but our team's mountain valley is used for cattle pens. I've observed carefully, and it's very suitable for growing medicinal herbs. I want Qin Secretary to help get some plastic sheeting and build a greenhouse here. As Bai Su spoke while walking, he said, the cattle pens in the thatched cottages need to be moved. We should build a row of houses at the foot of the mountain. The task of planting herbs can be given to the comrades who used to live in the thatched cottages. This way, it won't take away the labor of the team members. Bai Su asked the people living in the mountain valley to help manage the medicinal herb fields, which made Secretary Yin frown. That might not be a good idea. Growing medicinal herbs is very important, and it shouldn't be entrusted to people who have made mistakes before. Bai Su argued firmly, Secretary Yin, you are very wise as a leader, but I find it hard to agree with you on this. Because they made mistakes, they should be given a chance to correct and improve themselves. That shows our generosity and courage. Moreover, growing medicinal herbs requires strict conditions, and the technology for greenhouse cultivation needs knowledgeable people to research. Letting the people who used to live in the thatched cottages make amends is the best choice. To support Bai Su's words, Director Qian nodded nearby. Growing medicinal herbs is very important. Even a small mistake can affect the quality and effectiveness, and we can't ruin our reputation. Since Director Qian spoke in support, Qin Yenyue did not oppose Bai Su's decision. Secretary Yin had to accept it. He and Director Qian walked ahead, while Qin Yenyue, lagging behind, turned to look at Bai Su. Did someone bully you again? Qin Yenyue made a face. Aren't I pretty tough in front of you? Tell me what happened. Qin Yenyue waited for her answer. Since they had already seen everything, Bai Su didn't hide anything and told him about what happened at the county health station last time. Qin Yenyue was very protective of his territory. Since Bai Yingchong asked him to take care of his comrade's sister, he instinctively believed that Bai Su and her daughters were under his protection. When the people he protected were bullied, Qin Yenyue felt insulted. It's supposed to be a crime of hooliganism. The police arrested the person for more than 10 days, so there's no reason for him to be released suddenly. Qin Yenyue inferred, the person protecting Sun Jiqing probably has a lot of influence behind him. I'll ask Secretary Zhao to find out more and see how to handle this. Qin Yenyue agreed to support her. No matter the final result, his quick decision to get involved made Bai Su quite happy. She doesn't rely solely on men. Bai Su's daughter isn't someone to be easily bullied. If Sun Mingyuan's backer has too much power, she has her own ways to seek justice for Lanhua. Zhou Hongba thought that when Lanhua's reputation was ruined, he would go to Bai Su to propose marriage, telling her he believed Lanhua was innocent and a good girl. Both Aunt Bai and Lanhua would be touched. He thought his relationship with Lanhua would naturally develop. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chongqing intervened early, and Bai Su mocked him, making the team look foolish. Then, suddenly, Qin Yenyue, along with Secretary Yin and Director Qian, appeared to support Bai Su. Frustrated, Zhou Hongba went home and threw the porcelain cup handed to him by Zhou Yan onto the ground. I told you you can't catch two rabbits at once. Zhou Hongba scolded his father. You spoil Zhou Yan, who likes Sun Mingyuan. Now look at us. My relationship with Lanhua is ruined. Are you happy? Compared to Zhou Hongba's anger, the shrewd Zhou Dajiang remained calm. Over at the commune, Secretary Yin knows about Bai Su's connection with Secretary Qin. Just relying on Yan Zi and Lin Jiqing, the police won't easily overturn Sun Mingyuan's case. Zhou Branch Secretary tapped the table and analyzed. You think your dad favors Sun Mingyuan, that loser? I heard from Jiqing that Sun Mingyuan's uncle-in-law is very influential in Beijing. That's why I agreed for Yan Zi to get close to Sun Mingyuan. Turns out I was right. If Sun Mingyuan is taken for labor reform, the connections in Beijing will come into play. Zhou Branch Secretary reminded his son, Lanhua is gone, but there's Lu Hua. Why are you so anxious? Your interest wasn't really in Lanhua. Don't get so worked up. By May, as long as her daughter agrees, she'll accept. Zhou Hongba's eyes lit up as he thought of Lu Hua, who matched Lanhua in looks and figure. But Lu Hua was still too young. Zhou Hongba said unhappily, Dad, she's even younger than Yanzi. Besides, Aunt Bai seems to suspect we're secretly helping Sun Mingyuan. Even if she suspects, there's no proof. I think she's just confusing us. The sudden appearance of Qin Yenyue and others is good. At least we haven't exposed ourselves, and there's still room to maneuver. Right now, we need to focus on the pharmacy business. We must join in to share the benefits and prevent Li Jiqiang from taking all the advantage. Also about your sister and Sun Mingyuan, we've helped a lot with that. We must seize this opportunity. Has Lu Dajuan's mother returned? Since she embarrassed us today, let Miao Cuifing make her uncomfortable first, so she understands who is in charge of the Peace Brigade. Zhou Yan is very afraid of her brother. Zhou Hongba often loses his temper and throws things, which scares her. Seeing her daughter standing aside like a fool, Secretary Zhou urges her. We two men are talking. Why are you interfering? Lu Lanhua already knows to go to the youth camp. Hurry up and go there too. Sun Mingyuan's release was thanks to our family's effort. He promised to marry you, so don't let Lin Lijuan bother him anymore. Qin Yenyue is a man of his word. After helping Bai Su with the film, He asked Secretary Zhao to visit the Peace Brigade. Secretary Zhao told Bai Su, "Sister, it's really not easy to help Manhwa when she's wronged. The person helping speak for the commune is Hong Chung from the Revolutionary Committee, who, like Secretary Qin, was sent from Beijing." Secretary Zhao conveyed Qin Yenyue's words. Secretary Qin can't act against him for now, but Lanhua shouldn't suffer this silent loss. When the opportunity comes, he will secretly give Hong Chung a lesson. This person, like He Yan, likes to use sneaky tricks from the shadows. The fact that Sun Mingyuan was released even involves complex connections in Beijing, which Bai Su didn't expect. Since the police have already decided not to prosecute Sun Mingyuan, she will use her own way to help Lanhua get justice. Recently, Sun Mingyuan has been close to Zhou Yan, and rumors are spreading that Zhou Yan will marry him. That's good. She will make sure this young couple has a lifetime of happiness. Alright, let's put this matter to rest. Tell Secretary Qin I understand. Bai Su didn't realize that she and Secretary Zhao were talking at the Brigade Health Clinic, and Lanhua, who was gathering herbs nearby, overheard. Lanhua always thought Secretary Qin promised to help, so she believed Sun Mingyuan would get what he deserved. How could he still marry Zhou Yan? When she heard Secretary Zhao say that the case was already settled and couldn't be reopened, Lanhua felt a bit discouraged. Is it really so hard to seek justice and punish the guilty? While Zhou Chongqing was explaining questions to her, Lanhua was distracted, spending 2 days continuously drawing and writing in her notebook. Lanhua felt very sad about this. Zhou Chongqing didn't know how to comfort her. She was hurt, but the person who caused the trouble was fine, and even made harsh comments, making Lanhua seem innocent and unfairly accused. Everyone thought she was still involved with Sun Mingyuan, which made her feel very frustrated. Zhou Chongqing stayed a little longer, flipping through Lanhua's practice notebook. He saw she had written a very sarcastic story. He became absorbed in her story. After reading it all, he picked up a pen and started to make some edits, helping to improve her story. Because Lanhua had been scribbling and making messy marks with her pencil, Zhou Chongqing took out a fountain pen, dipped it in ink, and carefully copied the story onto some white paper. He borrowed a newspaper from a young worker, found the submission address, and put the copied story into an envelope. He asked the mailman to send it. With support from the county town and Chongfeng commune for the team's medicine workshop, the mountain area was already building a house. According to Bai Su's design plans, they planned to build the medicine workshop with red bricks. The team set up a kiln just for firing red bricks. People working on the project earned work points. Originally, building a special kiln just for firing red bricks seemed wasteful. After the medicine workshop was finished, they wondered if the kiln would be abandoned. Unexpectedly, the neighboring team wanted to build a pig farm and asked Li Jiqiang and Zhou Dajiang if they could buy some red bricks. Now, the medicine workshop wasn't completed yet, but the kiln for firing red bricks was already generating income. Because of this, Li Jiqiang called Bai Su a lucky star for the peace team. Even Zhou Dajiang, who had some conflicts with her, no longer argued and even took the initiative to talk to Bai Su. By May, about what happened with Sun Mingyuan before, there was a misunderstanding between us, Zhou Dajiang said with a guilty look. Yanzi, that silly girl, was enchanted by Sun Mingyuan. She even said she wouldn't marry him and refused to marry anyone in this life. You know, as parents, what can we do? The day after tomorrow, we're holding a wedding banquet for Yanzi and Sun Mingyuan. Don't take it to heart. Come and have some drinks too, he added. Bai Su didn't agree or say anything. She just smiled mysteriously. After Zhou Dajiang left, Bai Su started grinding herbs into powder. Lanhua was nearby, feeling anxious. Mom, are we going to attend Yanzi and Sun Mingyuan's wedding banquet?
She asked.
Yes, of course, Bai Su replied mysteriously. Not only am I going, but I also want to give them a wedding gift. Lanhua hated how Sun Mingyuan had behaved toward her and felt she hadn't been punished enough. She knew that in the past, when her sister and brother-in-law got married, the village chief's family also attended, and they didn't bring gifts. It was considered rude, and she thought that should be different this time. She felt frustrated and silently buried herself in her studies, refusing to speak. Only Zhou Chongqing, who understands medicine, knew what herb Bai Su was grinding with a mortar. His future mother-in-law was using her own way to seek justice for Orchid. Thinking that his belief in the righteous path couldn't help Orchid, Zhou Chongqing chose to turn a blind eye and accept He Yan's unfair tactics. He took Orchid's hand and said, "Let's go for a walk over by the hill." What's so good about walking by the hill? Orchid was feeling down. Zhou Chongqing comforted her. "Let's go see the kiln. Take a walk outside, clear your mind." When the young people in the team got married, the team would build houses for them. Zhou Dajung valued Sun Mingyuan as a son-in-law and gave them 2 rooms as a wedding house. Party secretary Zhou invited Bai Su to the wedding feast, but Bai Su never agreed. On the day Zhou Yan and Sun Mingyuan got married, Bai Su went with the wife of the team leader, Li Jiqiang. "White sister, I thought you wouldn't come. It's good that you're here." Zhou Dajung smiled happily, pleased with Bai Su's good manners. Without Lu Lanhua, Bai Su still had a few daughters, and sooner or later, they would become relatives.
Come on, why not?
He Yan and Li Hua are getting married. Party secretary Zhou, you also came to celebrate? Since we're in the same team, our families will often visit each other. When my daughter Orchid and Chongqing get married, Party secretary Zhou will also come to celebrate. Zhou Dajung's face almost collapsed, but thinking about Zhou Yan and Sun Mingyuan's wedding day as a father, he had to keep up appearances. Bai Su was poked and could only endure it. Of course, Bai's sister is right. Our 2 families will often visit each other. Your cooking is really good. Why don't you and Jiqiang's wife go to the kitchen to keep an eye on things? We hired a town chef today. Was he showing off to her? But Bai Su didn't mind at all. She also wanted to see the Zhou family's kitchen. She smiled and followed Li Jiqiang's wife to the back kitchen. Zhou Dajung, as the team secretary, the celebration was lively. Compared to He Yan and Li Hua's wedding, the Zhou family was much more lively. Almost every household in the team came to celebrate. Old Master Lu's family came, including Lu Dajuan and his mother Miao Cuifeng. Seeing Bai Su with the team leader's wife, Zhou's secretary also greeted her with a smile, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. "I've been away from the team for 3 months, and your aunt has stepped up." Mao Cuifeng whispered to Lu Dajuan, "She's not paying attention to anyone now. It's so annoying. Just now, she clearly walked past me and didn't even look at me," her sister-in-law. Lu Dajuan has a mother who was once a reformed prisoner, which is quite embarrassing. Now, he's upset about his issues with Zhao Qingru. The women in the team also avoid him. Despite Mao Cuifeng insisting on attending the wedding at Secretary Zhou's house, the team members don't say much, but they're secretly watching them and munching on sunflower seeds. Mao Cuifeng's mother only embarrasses him, and his favorite aunt no longer looks at him kindly. Lu Dajuan feels annoyed. "Your sunflower seeds can't shut your mouth. Today is Secretary Zhou's wedding. Stop causing trouble. Who am I talking so much for? You ungrateful person." Mao Cuifeng gets so angry she wants to kick Lu Dajuan. Zhou Hongba suddenly appears behind them and says, "Auntie, don't be angry." Dajuan is also upset inside. "You have your family to support you.
Who dares to look down on you?"
Mao Cuifeng decided she would leave the farm and write a letter to her father and brothers. No one came to pick her up from the farm. When she reached Chongfeng Commune, her father and brothers didn't pay attention to her either. She waited at the commune gate until it was dark, with no sign of anyone. Zhou Hongba kindly offered to take her home. Mao Cuifeng believes Zhou Hongba is a very good person. She thinks, "Yes, I have my family backing me. My mother and brothers love me a lot. My sister-in-law looks down on me, and my mother-in-law and husband aren't kind to me. So I'll turn to my family brothers for support." Teacher Zhou, you're such a good person. Truly, teachers are different. They don't look down on others. Mao Cuifeng decided she would go to her family tomorrow and ask her brothers to support her. Who in Peace District dares to ignore her now? At Secretary Zhou's house, guests fill the place. The bride, Zhou Yan, also smiles happily. She's being led out to toast by Sun Mingyuan, who forces a smile and raises his glass, pretending to be cheerful as everyone toasts one after another. After drinking a round, he's blushing and his neck turns red. Alcohol makes cowards brave. His gaze falls on Bai Su, sitting next to the village chief's wife. Sun Mingyuan clears his throat and raises his glass. Auntie, I toast you. If it weren't for you, Yen and I wouldn't be married. Thank you for your help. You a barefoot village doctor, why look down on me?
What is he talking about?
Secretary, Zhou can't stand it anymore. He calls out to Zhou Hongba, Mingyuan is drunk. Help him back to his room to lie down. Zhou Hongba tried to help Sun Mingyuan down, who was shouting loudly. Bai Su stood up generously and said, the groom should toast. How can he not drink? Bai Su picked up the wine on the table and clinked glasses with Sun Mingyuan. At the moment their glasses touched, Bai Su slightly raised her finger with a smile. After the toast, she gracefully said to Sun Mingyuan and Zhou Yan, Happy wedding. Zhou Yan, Sun Jiqing, I wish you both a long and happy marriage, and may you have many children. Zhou Yan knew very well how her marriage to Sun Mingyuan came about. After receiving Bai Su's blessing, she kept a stiff face and said, Thank you, Auntie. Bai Su was well known in the Peace Brigade. She had a reputation for being fierce. She once chased her mother-in-law and sister-in-law with a knife, slapped her nephew, and let the dog bite a troublemaker. Each story showed she was not someone to be messed with. Recently, there were many rumors about Bai Su and her daughter, but most of them came from women who envied her. Sun Jiying suddenly married Zhou Yan. Everyone in the team knew the truth. They suspected that Zhou's secretary was covering for Sun Jiying regarding Sun Mingyuan's bullying of Manhwa. When her daughter was bullied, Sun Mingyuan, the new groom, didn't hold back and even dared to challenge Bai Su. Everyone was afraid Bai Su might lose her temper, but Bai Su remained calm. She drank the wine Sun Mingyuan offered, which made her tablemates breathe a sigh of relief. The team leader's wife praised Bai Su. Our Bai girl is the most honest-hearted. Exactly. Zhou's secretary, who was worried Bai Su might cause trouble, quickly agreed. Bai girl is forgiving and tolerant, rare among women. Is she truly tolerant? Does she have a forgiving heart? Bai Su didn't say much. She smiled and picked some food from her bowl. No wonder the dishes are so good. This fish is cooked perfectly, thanks to the town chef. On the day Zhou Yan and Sun Mingyuan got married, they first went to the town commune to get their marriage certificate, then hosted a banquet and drinks. After the feast, they helped tidy up, working all day until they were exhausted. After washing up and entering the house, Zhou Yan finally had time to talk about the drunken nonsense she said to Sun Mingyuan. Sun Mingyuan, you're really something. Did you marry me just to chase after Lulanhua, that little fox? Zhou Yan sneered. If it weren't for Aunt Bai's help, you wouldn't have married me. Thanks to her for that.
What do you mean by that?
Sun Mingyuan was somewhat sober now, feeling dizzy and headachy. He didn't want this marriage in the first place. Zhou Yan was not gentle or caring, and she kept bringing up old issues. He was getting impatient. You're just as is Lin Lijuan. Don't keep calling her a little fox. How did we end up getting married? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Drunk and angry, Sun Mingyuan pointed angrily at Zhou Yan's nose. It was your father who threatened me over the big team health clinic thing. If I didn't marry you, he would send me to do forced labor, and I wouldn't have a chance to return to the city. I knew from the start that once I married you, you'd show your true colors and not even bother to pretend. I'd rather marry Lin Lijuan than you. Sun Mingyuan, what are you saying? You'd rather marry Lin Lijuan than me? Am I so worthless in your heart? Zhou Yan, furious, reached out to grab him. You ungrateful thing. If it weren't for my father protecting you, you'd already be a criminal doing forced labor. Our family saved you, and now you blame me and my father in your heart. Sun Mingyuan and Zhou Yan's shared house was right next to Zhou Jishu's house. If Zhou Yan kept making noise, soon Zhou Jishu and that sinister Zhou Hongba would hear. The incident at the team health clinic hadn't been long ago. Afraid things would get worse, Sun Mingyuan quickly covered Zhou Yan's mouth and pulled her onto the bed. At first, Zhou Yan struggled, but after a while of being kissed, her hands wrapped around Sun Mingyuan's neck. The room's temperature rose gradually. Just as things were getting good, Sun Mingyuan realized he couldn't go on. Zhou Yan was very anxious. Sun Mingyuan, what's wrong with you? Sun Mingyuan, sober now, suddenly remembered the scene a few days ago at the team health clinic, where Lu Lanhua had poked him in the groin with an umbrella. Could he have been hurt by Lu Lanhua? A buzzing sound exploded in Sun Mingyuan's mind. He pushed Zhou Yan away, who was biting him. Today was exhausting enough. Why are you so shameless? Zhou Yan was in the mood, but Sun Mingyuan suddenly stopped, ruining her enthusiasm. The feeling of being caught in a limbo made Zhou Yan feel itchy all over. When Sun Mingyuan called her shameless, it was like a cold splash of water. Zhou Yan couldn't bear it anymore and slapped Sun Mingyuan. Are you a man? Today is our wedding day. If you can't perform, how can you call me shameless? You crazy woman. You hit people. Sun Mingyuan, furious, kicked Zhou Yan off the bed. Zhou Yan was still crying and sniffling. He felt irritated and stormed out of the room. Miao Cuifeng had returned from the farm reform. Lu Dajuan and his son looked at her with disdain, as if her eyes and nose weren't right. She had clearly taken the blame and gone to forced labor for the old lady. Now she was back, but the old lady kept stabbing her with words, and a bunch of chores awaited her. In the past, the household chores were mostly handled by Su and her daughter. Now that they are not around, Miao Cuifeng feels like she is working tirelessly to serve the family. How can she bear it? After Zhou Hongbao's reminder, Miao Cuifeng tidied up the next morning and took Lu Chunya to the neighboring brigade. As they passed near the brigade health clinic, the sound of a bicycle bell rang out. A mail carrier stopped at the clinic's entrance. Dr. Bai, here is your parcel slip. Bai Su came out to take the slip, and Lu Chunya stood by the roadside, greedily watching. Miao Cuifeng pulled her back. What are you looking at? Let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll miss your grandmother's lunch. Lu Chunya felt ashamed to have a mother who was like a prisoner doing forced labor. As Miao Cuifeng pulled her away, Bai Su heard their voices, took the letter, and looked at them. But she seemed to see strangers and turned her head to continue talking to the mail carrier. Bai Su treated them like strangers, which made Lu Chunya feel very disappointed. She stared at the parcel slip in Bai Su's hand. Lu Lanhua's uncle sent them delicious food again. Last time, Yanzi said Lu Lanhua gave her dried mango. The parcel from her uncle also had lychee and mango canned fruit, plus seafood. Why don't I have an uncle in the island army? Lu Chunya swallowed hard. Mom, you only want to rush to Grandma's house for lunch, acting like a starving ghost. Is the food there really so good? Have you ever eaten canned seafood from the island army? You little brat. What nonsense are you talking? You're just like your dad and grandma, looking down on me. Even your uncles look down on me. Miao Cuifeng was so angry her chest hurt. If you really want canned seafood, go be a daughter to your aunt. Do I not want to go? Aunt doesn't want me. Following aunt, you'll have more happiness. There's always good food, and Li Hua's family eats meat every day. Because Lu Chunya said this, Miao Cuifeng cursed all the way, and the mother and daughter argued, as they went to the neighboring brigade. The old lady of the Miao family, still caring deeply for her daughter, saw that Miao Cuifeng had become thin and haggard in just a few months. She hugged her and cried loudly. Feng, my dear girl, what happened to you? The old lady loved her daughter very much. She asked Miao Lao to cut a piece of meat and braised it with bamboo shoots. According to the family rules, the old lady did not eat with chopsticks. No one was allowed to pick at the meat. The first piece of meat she cut was placed into Miao Cuifeng's bowl. Feng, this meat was cut by your eldest brother to help you recover. Eat a few more pieces. Mom, you're still the best to me. Miao Cuifeng's eyes filled with tears. Spring's father and my mother-in-law are not good people. Since I came back from the farm, they've been frowning at me and glaring. I do most of the work, and the old lady secretly hides good food just for June and June. Also, my younger sister-in-law has grown up now. She won't look at me properly. Yesterday, I went to the party at the secretary's house. When she saw me, she pretended not to see. Miao Chui Feng pouted and begged the old lady, "Mom, you must stand up for me. Let my older brothers support me in the Peace Brigade. My family is gone. Only one brother is in the army. Please teach her a lesson so she won't look down on people." Before, when Miao Chui Feng said she was being bullied, her older brothers would pick up hoes and sticks to defend her. But this time it was different. As soon as she finished speaking, her sister-in-law snorted. "Dogs can't change their habits. Mom, you should care more for your grandchildren." "Exactly, we only got a little meat during the double harvest. Feeding that meat to ungrateful people is better used to feed the dogs." The sisters-in-law started arguing back and forth, making sarcastic remarks, while Miao Chui Feng's brothers looked down and said nothing. Old Mrs. Miao couldn't stand it anymore. She slammed her chopsticks on the bowl. Miao Chui Feng looked proud, thinking her grandma would support her. But instead, Mrs. Miao scolded her sharply. "Stop talking about settling scores with your sister-in-law. I nearly died. Who pulled me back from the gates of death?"
It was your sister-in-law.
"Where were you then? Protecting your mother-in-law by taking the blame. I've loved you all these years, but you rely on your brothers and sisters-in-law to treat you well. You go back to your parents' house to cause trouble, and you don't dare say a word in front of your mother-in-law. You took the blame, and you went." Mrs. Miao was furious, and her anger didn't fade easily. Seeing Lu Chunya only eating meat, she picked up her chopsticks and hit the bowl loudly. "Chunya, your grandma and dad didn't say anything. Didn't you hear that when your sister Li Hua got married, we want to give gifts?" She questioned Lu Chunya. "You know your aunt saved me, but didn't tell your mom. Instead, they encouraged your mom to ask your uncle for support. What's their real purpose? Your mom is confused, and you're also naive." Mrs. Miao scolded her sharply. Lu Chunya cried while biting into her braised pork. Miao Chui Feng felt sorry for her daughter. "Mom, stop talking so much. Don't you know your sister-in-law saved you? Why are you scolding Chunya? None of you want me to bother my sister-in-law, so I won't go looking for trouble." Mao family members are unwilling to support her, and Miao Chui Feng's confidence suddenly fades. "What you say, I'll listen anyway. You're really brainless." The elderly woman of the Miao family feels that her daughter has not inherited her cleverness at all. She advises Miao Chui Feng, "Your younger sister-in-law isn't the soft type she used to be. You can't control her anymore. Your husband's men now have no way to handle her. Are you just rushing ahead to cause trouble? Your brother cares for his sister-in-law. He hasn't returned from the island troops yet, and county officials are still looking after her. She's also capable. She became a team health worker, a skilled person. Her son-in-law is good too. He works at the county food transport team. I think you should stay away from her in the future. Your husband's men don't get along with her, but you should treat her well." After a long lecture, the elderly woman and her sisters-in-law and brothers take turns advising her. Miao Chui Feng runs to her family to support her, but no one does. She returns to the Peace Brigade, feeling full of anger. Afraid her sisters-in-law might object, the elderly woman doesn't even let her eat dinner. At noon, during lunch, her mother and sister-in-law kept nagging her, so she had no appetite. Now, she's rushing to the Peace Brigade with Lu Chunya, just as each household starts cooking. The smell of firewood fills the air along the way, and Miao Chui Feng feels very hungry. Especially when she reaches the nearby health clinic and smells the aroma from Lu Lanhua's house, her hunger becomes even worse. Her younger sister-in-law moved to the He family, and her family's house is empty. Who is living there? Miao Chui Feng peeks and hides behind watching Lu Lanhua pulling Zhao Qingro toward the door. Li Xiangyang went swimming in the river and caught a big fish. "Tonight, we'll make Zisu stew fish soup. My uncle's package from the island just arrived, and my mom asked Zhou Chongqing to pick it up from town. She said she'd cook a chicken with abalone, then stir-fry squid with garlic sprouts, and fry shrimp with green peppers." Now I'm drooling just hearing about it. Since recognizing her adoptive mother, Zhao Qingro has been eating well, delicious food and nourishing porridge made by Sister Li Hua to boost his energy. His health has improved a lot. Lu Lanhua, seeing Zhao Qingro drooling, says, "Even outside of holidays, We're eating so well? Isn't it because my uncle sent a package from the island? Zhou Chongqing moved out of a youth commune and moved into my uncle's house. My mom said we should cook a good meal. Lu Lanhua pulls Zhao Qingro away. Miao Chuifeng and her daughter, Lu Chunya, are still standing outside, unable to move. Purple basil fish stew, chicken braised with abalone, fried squid, green pepper with shrimp. Just hearing about these makes people drool. She just went back to her parents' house to enjoy a little, eating only a few pieces of braised pork, unlike her sister-in-law's family, where everything from water to land is eaten in one meal. Mom, I also want to eat purple basil fish stew, chicken braised with abalone, green pepper with shrimp, and I want dried mango and canned lychee. Lu Chunya complained, if Annie still lived with us, I could eat all these. It's all your and Grandma's fault for selling the pear blossom sister, making her leave in anger. Her brothers and sisters at her parents' house no longer support her, and Miao Cuifeng was feeling upset. She wanted to scold Lu Chunya, but then she thought, yes, if she was part of her brother-in-law's family, with her love for Dajuan, all these things would be for their family to enjoy. How could they let Zhou Jiqing or Zhao Jiqing get any of it? Her sister-in-law's house is better than theirs now. Why should a Jiqing live there? The house should belong to her Dajuan. You're right, we can't let outsiders get the benefits, Miao Cuifeng said. She pulled Lu Chunya along. Come on, Mom will take you to eat fish soup with purple basil and braised chicken with abalone. Last time, after a heavy rain, the wind blew down the windows of the Jiqing storage shed. Later, Li Xiangyang helped repair it, and Zhou Chongqing managed to stay there for several days. He had already confirmed his relationship with Lanhua. Bai Su couldn't bear for her second son-in-law to stay hiding in the cluttered shed at the Jiqing's place, so she decided Zhou Chongqing should move into the empty house at her parents' home. At first, Zhou Chongqing refused, but Bai Su insisted Lanhua's uncles can't visit once a year. If you move in, you can watch the house for him. Bai Su, who loved her son-in-law very much, even went to the brigade office to say Zhou Chongqing should move out of the Jiqing shed. The brigade leader, Li Jiqiang, didn't object much. Zhou Dajiang was also worried about his marriage with Sun Mingyuan, so he just nodded. Zhou Chongqing then packed his belongings and moved into Bai Su's family house. Bai Su thought of everything for him and even prepared a special moving feast. Her attention to her future daughter-in-law made Zhou Chongqing very grateful. He didn't want Bai Su to work hard this time, so he and Li Xiangyang cooked and prepared a table of dishes together. When everything was ready, Zhou Chongqing stood up to serve Bai Su a bowl of fish soup. Annie, try the fish soup I made. I'm not a great cook, so I hope it tastes okay. White Su had never eaten a meal prepared by Zhou Chongqing before, so she didn't think he was being modest. She truly believed his cooking skills could only produce average dishes. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chongqing cooked the fish soup until it was milky white. Perhaps he added fresh purple basil, making the soup taste especially fresh and delicious, with no fishy smell at all. White Su's eyes lit up. You're quite skilled. From now on, Lanhua will be lucky to have you. Mom, you're talking nonsense. Li Xiangyang and Zhao Qingru chuckled quietly. Lanhua took a piece of the chicken Zhou Chongqing had cooked and put it in her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise. It's really tasty. Zhou Chongqing, I didn't know you were so good at cooking.
You're better than me.
No matter what she said, the young girls, including Hehua, all giggled and teased her, following Li Xiangyang and Zhao Qingru. Lanhua proudly tilted her head and said to Zhou Chongqing, then you should cook more delicious food in the future to honor Mom. White Su was pleased, and Lanhua also said his cooking was delicious. Zhou Chongqing responded kindly with a gentle smile. All right, I will take care of Mom in the future. Everyone at the table was lively and happy, eating together. Suddenly, Joer, who was gnawing on a chicken bone, rushed outside the house. Then, a sharp scream came from outside. Dead dog, go away. Don't bite me. Auntie, help. Hearing the voices outside, which sounded like Miao Cuifeng and Lu Chunya, White Su frowned. Eat your food. I'll go see what's happening. White Su put down her chopsticks and went to the door. She saw Miao Cuifeng and Lu Chunya trying to rush into the yard, but Jiu'er, fierce and imposing, blocked their way. Seeing White Su, Miao Cuifeng cheerfully shouted, "Sister-in-law, quickly get this dog away." White Su, eager to return to her meal and feeling impatient, glared at them. "Is there a problem?" "It's nothing much. Chunya and I are just passing by on our way to my parents' house." Miao Cuifeng peeked into the house. "It smells so good. What delicious food are you cooking?" Miao Cuifeng looked sneaky, and White Su even heard Lu Chunya swallowing nervously. White Su was about to enjoy her meal and didn't want to waste time. "Jiu'er, chase the beggars away."
Hey, no.
"I have something important to tell you." Miao Cuifeng tried to go inside, but Jiu'er lunged at them again. While tasty food is tempting, a wolf dog can be dangerous. Jiu'er didn't just bark twice like before. He fiercely pounced. Miao Cuifeng and Lu Chunya screamed in fright and ran away, stumbling and falling. Seeing the mother and daughter fleeing in a panic, the dog returned. Then, from behind the bamboo thicket near the health clinic, Zhou Yan stepped out. She was still shaken when someone patted her shoulder. "You're so scared me to death." At first, Zhou Yan jumped in surprise, then, seeing it was Zhou Hongba, she asked, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Standing near the team's health station, she could hear the laughter from Bai Su's family house. Zhou Hongba looked away with a reluctant expression, secretly annoyed that Miao Cuifeng, the woman, hadn't been able to move from her family's house to get help. He didn't answer Zhou Yan directly but asked, "And what are you doing here?" "Last night, I heard some noise." "Yan, you've been acting strange all day." Zhou Hongba made up a reason. "It got dark, so you sneaked over to the health station. Dad was worried, so he asked me to come check." "No, nothing's wrong. I just wasn't feeling good, so I came out for a walk." Zhou Yan didn't want to tell the truth. Zhou Hongba asked, "Where is Sun Mingyuan?" This time, Zhou Yan couldn't hold back and started crying, feeling wronged. "He ran out yesterday and only came back at dawn. He went to bed and didn't talk. When night fell again, he ate a little and went out. I think he was heading toward the health station." Zhou Yan grabbed Zhou Hongba's arm, looking excited. "Brother, I smell snow cream on Sun Mingyuan. He doesn't touch me, but he smells like another woman. Do you think it's Lu Lanhua, that sly fox, secretly seeing him? Does Lu Lanhua hate that I'm doing well?" Lu Lanhua often hung out with Zhou Jiqing, so how could she have time to flirt with Sun Mingyuan? Only her sister would think every woman could fall for someone like Sun Mingyuan. Thinking about Zhou Chongqing moving into the empty house at Bai Su's family, Zhou Hongba felt defeated. He was upright and proper, a primary school teacher, well-educated. How could he compare to a youth sent back from a workers', peasants', and soldiers' university? He was annoyed and shook off Zhou Yan's hand. "That's baseless gossip. Don't talk nonsense." Lu Lanhua used to like Sun Mingyuan so much that she even packed food for him and helped him with work. Could she have suddenly stopped liking him? Zhou Yan always felt there was something between Lu Lanhua and Sun Mingyuan. She was unwilling. What if I find proof? The matter with Sun Mingyuan really damaged Lu Lanhua's reputation. If she tried again, even with Aunt Bai and Zhou Jiqing protecting her, Lu Lanhua, as a vulnerable woman, wouldn't be able to handle it. Sometimes, it's better to destroy what you can't get. Who does Lu Lanhua think she is, ignoring everyone else? Zhou Hongba became interested in this matter. He comforted Zhou Yan, saying, "If you have proof, brother will help you catch the culprit." Zhou Chongqing's dinner during his move was very hearty. After a delicious meal, Bai Su divided the dried fruits and canned goods sent by Aunt Pear Blossom, sharing a lychee canned, some mango dried fruit, and 2 packs of coconut powder with Xiao Qingru and Li Xiangyang. "Godmother, you're so kind to me." Eating and taking things again. Zhao Qingru refused. "I'll take the mango dried fruit, but the canned goods and coconut powder are for Manhwa." "Come on. Always calling me godmother. It feels a bit distant." Bai Su packed the items and pushed her outside. "Tonight the moon is bright. With Xiangyang sending you, you don't need to go to the clinic for flashlight." Zhao Qingru had to carry her things, and Li Xiangyang accompanied her toward the youth settlement. Zhao Youth, do all girls love can food? Of course. Who doesn't love sweet can fruit? Zhao Qingru added, eating 300 lychees a day, I wouldn't mind being a Lingnan person forever. Lychee cans are hard to find even at Friendship Store in the capital. And the mango dried fruit from Godmother is rare too. The county supplies store doesn't sell it. This coconut powder, just add water, sweet and tasty, similar to malted milk, good for health. Zhao Qingru was still talking to Li Xiangyang about how, whenever island parcels arrived, some of the flowers and orchids were shared with her, and Bai Su never forgot to give her a share. Her godmother was so kind. Li Xiangyang then handed her the bag he was holding. If you like it, this one is for you. Li Xiangyang stood on the moonlit path, awkwardly smiling. Brother Hian saw the cucumbers in my garden were ripe the other day and asked me to pick some fresh ones to send to the youth settlement. I felt a bit embarrassed to give them, so I didn't. If you like canned mango dried fruit and think it's special, this one is for you. Zhao Qingru was momentarily stunned. Seeing she didn't move, Li Xiangyang hurriedly scratched his head and rubbed his ear. She chuckled softly. You're not a monkey. Why do you keep scratching your head when you're nervous?
I'm nervous.
Li Xiangyang then handed her the bag again. Zhao Qingru smiled gently and shook her head. Fool, I don't want the canned mango dried fruit. You can take the coconut powder back and brew it for Aunt to try. Just as Li Xiangyang felt defeated and regretted his bold attempt, Zhao Qingru's smile deepened a little. Well, I do like biting cucumbers. Her voice was soft, and the quiet country path under the moonlight sounded peaceful. Her words echoed in Li Xiangyang's ears like silver bells, sweet and beautiful. He couldn't help but feel happy. Tomorrow, I will pick some and bring them to the youth station. And the little sweet melon, I planted one for you. When it's ripe, I will pick it for you. The person beside him, giggling like a fool. Because they were close, Zhao Qingru could even hear his chest pounding loudly. She felt uncomfortable. Li Xiangyang, stop hesitating. Are you coming or not? Soon. They reached the youth station after passing the small forest by the river. Zhao Qingru quickened her pace, but Li Xiangyang suddenly pulled her and slipped into a haystack by the roadside. You're pulling me into a haystack again, Li Xiangyang. Are you trying to be naughty? His sudden action made Zhao Qingru blush deeply. She was still lost in thought, wondering if things were moving too fast. Li Xiangyang covered her mouth and made a shushing gesture. Qingru, someone is coming this way. It was probably someone following Hien Chong into the mountain for hunting. With sharp hearing, Zhao Qingru quieted down and indeed heard footsteps approaching the small forest by the river. Brother Mingyuan, you're so annoying. You already married Zhou Yanqing. Why are you still coming to see me? Hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Qingru froze. She looked through the gap in the straw and saw clearly under the moonlight that the person standing there was Lin Lijuan. The one pulling Lin Lijuan was not Sun Mingyuan, was it? What made her breath catch was that Sun Mingyuan was trying to pull Lin Lijuan into the haystack where she and Li Xiangyang were hiding. Fortunately, Lin Lijuan, who earlier seemed eager to throw herself at Sun Mingyuan, now looked hesitant. Brother Mingyuan, you're so annoying. Lin Lijuan refused. This haystack is right by the road. If someone bumps into us, I won't have the face to see anyone. Sun Mingyuan was touching Lin Lijuan and panting anxiously. If not here, I'll take you deeper into the woods. The trees are near the river, and no one will come tonight. But that's not good either. You and Zhou Yanqing are married. Why are you still bothering me? Lin Lijuan pushed him away. You don't know. I cried so many times because you're going to marry Zhou Yanqing. You, a heartless man, I treated you so well, but in the end, you married Zhou Yanqing. Even if I lost to that little fox Lu Lanhua, I wouldn't be this angry. Sun Mingyuan tried to kiss her, but Lin Lijuan punched his chest. She sobbed and cried. Hidden inside the haystack, Zhao Qingru and Li Xiangyang were very close, not daring to breathe loudly. Outside the haystack, Sun Mingyuan was a bit impatient as he comforted Lin Lijuan. Lijuan, you know why I married Zhou Yanqing. It was because his father threatened me. If I didn't marry her, the police would send me to reform through labor. In the past, Lin Lijuan believed everything Sun Mingyuan said, but this time, she finally started to think. She complained, "Is it because of Lu Lanhua?" "Yes, I was caught by Lu Lanhua, but I didn't go to see her to do anything. I wanted to get revenge on her. You know, she let a dog attack me, which made me embarrassed in the youth commune and the team. She humiliated me, and I couldn't swallow that. I can't let her get away with it. I just didn't want Lu Lanhua to be happy. I wanted to hit her at the team health clinic, but she bit back and teamed up with Zhou Chongqing and Li Xiangyang to set me up with a hooligan charge. I couldn't defend myself. At that moment, party secretary Zhou told me to marry Zhou Yanqing, and only then would he help me. Even if I married Zhou Yanqing, my heart and my feelings are with you." Sun Mingyuan, panting, hugged Lin Lijuan and bit her. "Last night, I married Zhou Yanqing."
Who was I with?
"Lijuan, I realized I don't have feelings for Zhou Yanqing. I only feel for you. That's why I ran out last night. Foolish girl, you even secretly cried outside Zhou's house about me marrying Zhou Yanqing. Our wedding night, which should have been ours, was lost because of that. I want to be with you. Last night, I held back and didn't touch you. Today, I couldn't wait anymore. Lijuan, I truly care for you. Please, tonight, give me." Perhaps moved by Sun Mingyuan's sincere confession, Zhao Qingru, hiding in the haystack, was sweating all over. Li Xiangyang was a bit too close to her, making her breath uneven. She stood up, about to crawl out of the haystack, but felt weak and almost fell. Li Xiangyang held her waist firmly and steadied her. They emerged from the haystack, a little distance from the small woods. Zhao Qingru cleared her throat. Sun Mingyuan married Zhou Yanqing, and he's still involved with Lin Lijuan? If people find out, they'll be shocked. Li Xiangyang was also very surprised. When Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan were close together, their conversation was quite revealing. He implied that on the night he married Zhou Yan, they didn't consummate the marriage, and he was still with Lin Lijuan. Lin Lijuan, besides being from the city, isn't as pretty as Zhou Yan. Is Sun Mingyuan blind? Is he afraid of offending party secretary Zhou? Could Zhou Dajiang use the charge of hooliganism to control his marriage to Zhou Yan or to restrict his return to the city? How dare Sun Mingyuan do that? However, the incident at the Brigade Health Clinic, witnessed by Li Xiangyang, showed Sun Mingyuan trying to bully Lu Lanhua. Why did Sun Mingyuan leave Zhou Yan after getting married and hang out with Lin Lijuan? It's only when the truth about his relationship with Lin Lijuan was exposed that it became interesting. Li Xiangyang raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, "Qingru, no wonder I saw Zhou Yan wandering near the clinic today. She was looking for Sun Mingyuan. Sun Mingyuan isn't a good person. He bullied Lanhua and didn't get the punishment he deserved. Party Secretary Zhou's family isn't good either. That saying, aiding the villain, is true." Knowing Sun Mingyuan did bad things, Zhou's secretary still helped him escape responsibility, so he could marry Zhou Yan. If Sun Mingyuan's affair with Lin Lijuan gets exposed, do you think party secretary Zhou will punish him? Will their family be embarrassed in the team? Hearing this, Zhao Qingru immediately understood what Li Xiangyang meant. She looked at him and thought he was quite clever when teasing people. "Li Xiangyang, you're really bad." Li Xiangyang looked at Zhao Qingru, feeling a bit innocent and nervous. She smiled and said, "You're quite charming when you're bad. By the way, did you see Zhou Yan wandering near the clinic today when we went to Zhou Chongqing's housewarming feast?" Li Xiangyang, hearing Zhao Qingru say he was bad and feeling nervous, couldn't help but smile when she said he was charming. He nodded like a chick pecking grains, confirming what he said. Zhao Qingru snorted coldly. Sun Mingyuan told Lin Lijuan that after he got married, he didn't do much. Do you think Zhou Yan still believes that Sun Mingyuan came to the clinic just to see Lanhua? It's so unfair. Lanhua was hurt, and Zhou Yan is suspicious and paranoid. Godmother treats me so well, and Lanhua is my best sister. I can't stand to see her bullied. In her excitement, Zhao Qingru tugged at Li Xiangyang's sleeve. We must help Lanhua get justice. Li Xiangyang also felt annoyed with party secretary Zhou's family. Zhou Chongqing was recommended to go to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university by his father. However, after experiencing some setbacks, he was sent back to the Peace Brigade. Party Secretary Zhou often made sarcastic remarks and constantly looked down on his father. It was good that Zhou's family was unlucky. It gave him a chance to vent his anger for his father and aunt's family. Moreover, he enjoyed doing bad things with Zhao Qingru very much. When Zhao Qingru told him to go east, he would never go west. It wasn't like he was about to face danger. He had no reason not to agree. Li Xiangyang happily nodded. Qingru, whatever you say we should do, I'll listen to you. After copying and editing Lanhua's novel and sending it to the newspaper, Zhou Chongqing had been waiting for a reply. By late August, almost September, when school was about to start, the newspaper's reply finally arrived in Zhou Chongqing's hands. When he received the letter from the postman and saw it was a reply with payment for his manuscript, he couldn't help but shake with excitement. It's a success. It's a success. Lanhua's novel was published in the newspaper. Receiving the newspaper's reply, Zhou Chongqing was happier than when he first got the spot at the Workers', Peasants', and Soldiers' University. He almost couldn't contain his excitement when explaining the story to Lanhua, Zhao Qingru, and Li Xiangyang. Fortunately, Li Xiangyang and Zhao Qingru had been acting mysteriously these days, as if they were discussing something. After studying for a while, they kindly handed over the brigade's health clinic to him and Lanhua. The cool night breeze blew through the window, so refreshing and pleasant. Zhou Chongqing thought tonight's night was beautiful. Lanhua, immersed in her math problems, looked so serious and beautiful. Lanhua, stop for a moment. I have something to tell you. After hearing Zhou Chongqing's explanation, her difficult problem was easily solved. Lanhua was still working on her steps when Zhou Chongqing tried to grab her pen, and she complained unhappily. Just a little more to solve, Zhou Chongqing. Don't mess around. I'm not messing around. Zhou Chongqing took the pen from her hand and smiled gently. Lanhua, let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative in town tomorrow. She was close to solving the problem, but was interrupted by him grabbing her pen, which made her feel uncomfortable. Always sensible, Zhou Chongqing's actions might make Lanhua glare at him. But when she saw his gentle smile, Lanhua froze. Zhou Chongqing's smile was incredibly charming. Lanhua's spirit sank. Zhou Chongqing, you're using your good looks to charm me. I know. You're about to report to Tianjin Elementary School, so you need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhou Chongqing was amused by Lanhua's comment about his good looks. It seemed she was complimenting him on how handsome he was. He laughed loudly and took out a letter to show Lanhua. Going to town isn't just to buy things at the supply and marketing cooperative. Look, what is this? When Lanhua opened the letter, 10 yuan fell out. Money? Where did this money come from? Zhou Chongqing didn't answer her, but signaled her to look at the letter. Lu Lanhua obediently ignored the money and focused on the letter. After reading the letter, she understood. Zhou Chongqing, is this 10 yuan your writing fee? You're so clever. Your article was accepted by the newspaper, right? Wow, you earned 10 yuan just like that. The pen name on the letter was Dawn, and Lanhua naturally thought Zhou Chongqing used this pen name to submit her work and succeeded, with the newspaper publishing her article and sending her the fee. However, Zhou Chongqing shook his head. Lanhua, you're mistaken. It's not my fee, it's yours. Zhou Chongqing recited a few familiar words from Lanhua, then with a big smile told her, Comrade Lu Lanhua, I copied your novel and sent it to the newspaper. Your story was published, and this is your fee. As Zhou Chongqing recited familiar sentences, her eyes became moist. Learning from Zhou Chongqing that he copied her novel and sent it to the newspaper, Lanhua was overwhelmed with tears. She was so excited and happy that she trembled and asked, then, why is it called Dawn? Because Comrade Lu Lanhua is like a dawn for Zhou Chongqing, coming through darkness and bringing hope. Zhou Chongqing reached out to wipe her tears. Comrade Lu Lanhua, thank you for shining into my life when I was down and hopeless. Thank you for protecting me at the youth commune, for standing up for me when dogs bit me. I never thought that a girl as gentle as you would stand in front of me to protect me. You not only protect me, but are also willing to give up your job as a primary school teacher to let me have it. These days, I keep thinking that I've come full circle and returned to the Peace Brigade. It must be that heaven doesn't want me to miss you, and that the Peace Brigade has you waiting for me. That's why I came back. Manhwa, I don't regret returning to the Peace Brigade, nor do I regret not continuing my studies at the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University. With you, Annie, and friends like Zhao Qingru and Li Xiangyang, I feel it's all worth it. After that incident, I knew you were sad, but you must believe that neither Auntie nor I have ever given up fighting for justice for you. Zhou Changqing wanted to say more, but Lanhua was moved to tears and could no longer hold back. She threw herself into Zhou Changqing's arms. Zhou Changqing was momentarily stunned, then gently placed his hand on Lanhua's back and held her tightly. Silly girl, I will stay with you for a lifetime. Lanhua's tears of emotion fell on Zhou Changqing's shoulder as she softly sobbed, Hold me tight. Don't let go of me.
Okay.
The dim light of the kerosene lamp cast a faint glow in the room. Standing outside the health station, looking inside through the window, you could see two shadows embracing each other. The night was gentle, with a refreshing breeze, such a beautiful and heartwarming evening. But unfortunately, someone wanted to ruin this peaceful and lovely moment. Zhou Changqing and Lan Hua were lost in their embrace, unwilling to part. Suddenly, the door of the health station was kicked open with a loud bang. Zhou Yan stormed in with a group of people, shouting, Lu Lan Hua, you shameless woman. Are you trying to my man? Do you have no shame? Along with Zhou Yan, there were several others, including her brother Zhou Hongba and a few gossiping women. Zhou Changqing, with his back to the door, was startled when the intruders rushed in. He comforted Lan Hua by patting her back gently, then turned around calmly. Zhou Yan, when did I become your man? This beautiful moment was interrupted. Zhou Changqing sarcastically said, If you can't keep an eye on your own man, don't come causing trouble at the health station. My Lan Hua isn't a rag to be thrown around with every smell or scent. Zhou Yan was stunned. No, it wasn't Sun Mingyuan, was it? It was a big misunderstanding. Zhou Yan felt extremely embarrassed and wanted to leave. Zhou Hongba spoke up. Zhou Jiqing, you and Lan Hua aren't married yet. Isn't it inappropriate to be hugging and holding each other at the health station? Doesn't that damage your reputation? Originally, Zhou Yan had been shouting that Lan Hua was seducing Sun Mingyuan. The women and wives from the team came to see what was happening, but they got the wrong person. Afraid of offending Bai Su, they felt quite awkward. Hearing Zhou Hongba's words, it made sense. Lan Hua, the health station isn't your home. Hugging and holding each other doesn't look proper. Be careful of how others see you. Yeah, even after marriage, you shouldn't be doing such things. It's inappropriate. People who have had several partners wouldn't be shy. They're too open. Listening to the gossiping women criticizing Lan Hua, Zhou Hongba could already imagine what would be said in the team tomorrow. He was feeling quite pleased with himself. Zhao Qingru hurriedly ran into the team clinic. Yan Zi, Teacher Zhou, what are you doing here? Sun Mingyuan was caught with Lin Lijuan by the river in the small woods.
What?
Sun Mingyuan was caught with Lin Lijuan? It turns out Sun Mingyuan doesn't see her that way. He's actually involved with Lin Lijuan. Lin Lijuan's kind of person, and Sun Mingyuan still cares for her? This news was a huge to Zhou Yan. She almost lost her balance and collapsed at the team clinic. With the scandal of Lin Lijuan and Sun Mingyuan, who would care about Lan Hua and Zhou Changqing dating or holding hands? Zhou Hongba helped the very angry Zhou Yan out of the team clinic, trembling all over. The women and wives on the team also rushed to the river in the small woods to see what was happening. After everyone left, Zhao Qingru smirked at Zhou Changqing and Lan Hua. Now let's see how Sun Mingyuan and the Zhou family embarrassed themselves this time. Zhou Changqing had just told Lan Hua that neither he nor Bai Su had ever given up fighting for justice for her. Lan Hua was smart, very clever. Zhao Qingru ran back to the team clinic late at night. Recently, she, Li Xiangyang, and Zhou Changqing often discussed something together. Now Lan Hua finally understood what he meant by fighting for justice. When she learned that Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan were caught cheating, Lu Lanhua felt her frustration melt away. I want to go see what's happening in the small woods by the river.
Go.
You must go. Zhou Chongqing kindly agreed, locked the door, and pulled Lanhua toward the small woods by the river at the youth station. The small woods by the river was a favorite spot for couples. Not only Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan loved going there, but other couples at the youth station did too. Then, a male youth who had a grudge against Sun Mingyuan accidentally caught them in the act. Ignoring the mosquitoes and bugs, Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan were caught in a heated moment in the woods. It was bad luck for Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan. A male youth shouted loudly, just as Su Xiaoxiao and other youths were walking that way. They bumped into Li Xiangyang, who was returning Zhao Qingru to the youth station. This time, Lin Lijuan and Sun Mingyuan didn't even have time to change clothes and were caught red-handed. Li Xiangyang grabbed a vine, tied the couple to a tree, and asked the youths to call his father and Zhou Dajiang. When Zhou Chongqing and Lanhua arrived, Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan, half-dressed and tied to the trees, looked disheveled. Sun Mingyuan was shirtless, his pants crooked. Zhou Yan, who arrived first, was already crying and slapping Lin Lijuan several times, then scratching Sun Mingyuan's face. You shameless couple, sneaking around behind my back to do such things. Sun Mingyuan, you're a disgusting rogue, a beast. Zhou Yan fiercely scratched Sun Mingyuan. You can't do it with me, but you're okay with that ugly woman Lin Lijuan? Did you start fooling around with her the night we got married? Or was it back at the youth commune when you two got together? Lin Lijuan, you wicked woman, may you have bad luck. Are all the men in the world dead? Do you really want to be with Sun Mingyuan? I won't let you two shameless people get away. Zhou Hongba tried to stop Zhou Yan, but she was already so upset she ignored everything and collapsed outside. When Captain Li Jiqiang and Party Secretary Zhou arrived, Zhou Yan had already said everything in her anger. Now everyone knew Sun Mingyuan didn't touch Zhou Yan. He was with Lin Lijuan on their wedding night. It was easy to imagine how quickly this news would spread through the team, even to the neighboring team and Changfeng commune. Zhou Dajiang's face was dark as he ordered militia officers to take Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan back to the team headquarters. The dramatic scene finally ended. Zhou Party Secretary's son-in-law doesn't touch his daughter, but he's fooling around with the young woman from the youth commune. Their family is really embarrassing, Manhwa thought, feeling a bit satisfied that this gossip would spread everywhere soon. But she still had many things she didn't understand. She asked Zhou Chongqing, "What about the medicine my mom made?" Zhou Chongqing knew what she was asking. Basically, Lanhua wanted to understand why, even if Aunt Bai had drugged Sun Mingyuan, he could still be with Lin Lijuan but not Zhou Yan. The medicine she made only works temporarily, Zhou Chongqing explained. Sun Mingyuan thought he couldn't be with Zhou Yan anymore, so he tried with Lin Lijuan. And just like that, he succeeded. Even though Zhou Chongqing was calm, he hadn't experienced everything himself. He couldn't say more in detail. His hand holding Lanhua was sweaty and slippery. Lanhua found his nervousness amusing. When Zhou Chongqing took her to the gate of the He family's house, Lanhua coquettishly said, "Zhou Chongqing, close your eyes."
What?
What are you going to do? Zhou Chongqing understood what she meant and obediently closed his eyes. Bravely, Lanhua tiptoed and lightly pecked his lips like a dragonfly. Before Zhou Chongqing's pounding heart could react, Lanhua burst into a clear, cheerful laugh and ran off ahead. The moonlight was enchanting. Zhou Chongqing stood quietly at the gate of the He family house for a while. He touched the spot that had been touched before, smiled, and then turned around and left, looking back 3 times. The next morning, Lanhua pushed her bicycle out of the house, and Zhou Chongqing was already waiting for her. Manhwa, like a little tail, followed behind. When she saw Zhou Chongqing, she playfully shouted, "Second brother-in-law, don't forget to bring me something tasty from the supply and marketing cooperative." "Okay, I'll buy you fish skin peanuts." Zhou Chongqing agreed. Lu Lanhua handed him her bicycle and then turned to Manhwa, saying, "You little foodie, risking your sister's reputation just for a snack? You're all holding hands now and that. Manhwa pointed with her.
implying that Zhou Chongqing hadn't paid her hush money, and she would tell Mom. Lu Lanhua never expected that last night she had kissed Zhou Chongqing, and Manhwa, the little girl, saw everything. Lu Lanhua felt extremely shy, pulling at Zhou Chongqing's sleeve, saying, "Let's go, ignore her." Zhou Chongqing, realizing that he and Lanhua had been caught by his little sister-in-law, blushed deeply. As they rode their bikes toward the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhou Chongqing took the initiative to speak. "This time, when we go to the town's supply and marketing cooperative, let's bring something for Manhwa. Should we also buy something for Ho-Hot? Mom will send Ho-Hot to the county school to report in a few days. Buy her a porcelain cup. I'll buy it myself. I earned some extra money and want to give it to her." Zhou Chongqing disagreed. "I'll buy it. I'm her brother-in-law." "Who's her brother-in-law?" Lanhua, sitting shyly in the back seat, said, "We're still dating, and we haven't said we want to get married." Zhou Chongqing fell silent, until Lanhua, dissatisfied, hummed. He tiptoed on the uphill. Lanhua jumped off and walked herself. Zhou Chongqing also stopped and looked at her seriously. "Lanhua, are you really willing to marry me?" "I'm not in a hurry to get married. I have some issues with my background, and you're a poor farmer. I'm afraid that if we marry, it might affect your chances of finding a job later." Zhou Chongqing spoke so seriously about this topic, and Lulan was very touched. Just like she told her mother, Zhou Chongqing was a responsible and good man. If someone with bad intentions were in his place, they would want to marry her quickly to avoid the impact of her background. Someone else might not care whether it would affect her. Because Zhou Chongqing is like this, he seems to have a noble character. Lu Lanhua trusted her mother's judgment and was willing to take risks for Zhou Chongqing. "Comrade Zhou Chongqing, I, Lu Lanhua, want to declare again that I like you as a person. I don't care about the issues on your side. I am willing to share both good and bad with you." Lanhua's bright eyes looked at him and said, "If I cared, I wouldn't be dating you." Zhou Chongqing was very touched. He thought Lanhua's loyalty was more precious than gold. Such a good girl. He didn't want to cause her trouble. "Comrade Lu Lanhua, I have decided on you for life. If by the end of the year you still feel the same, let's get married." Zhou Chongqing spoke honestly from his heart. "Lanhua, I don't want my background to drag you down. Now that policies are loosening, I want to wait and see if there will be a better chance."
All right.
Since Zhou Chongqing was so determined, Lanhua naturally would cherish his care. Lanhua, who loved to hide food, took out something wrapped in oiled paper. She opened it and held a pancake up to Zhou Chongqing's mouth. "My sister made this pancake for you. You push the bicycle, and I will feed you." Lanhua leaned over, and Zhou Chongqing not only smelled the delicious pancake, but also caught a hint of her gentle fragrance. Thinking back to when he carried her to the Tianjin elementary school exam, she had pressed close to his back, feeding him steamed buns. Zhou Chongqing's heart surged with warmth. They had already reached the top of the hill. Afraid Lanhua might come again, Zhou Chongqing felt he might not be able to hold himself back, fearing he might end up like Sun Mingyuan, hiding in the woods. He took a bite of the pancake in Lanhua's hand and said, "You push the bike, and I'll eat. Won't you let me feed you?" Lanhua leaned close and pressed against him. "Zhou Chongqing, you're quite shy. Last night, you used your charm on me, but I can't use my charm just once?" Was she admitting that her visit to Tianjin elementary school last time was deliberate? Zhou Chongqing felt that he not only wanted to eat the pancake, but also his mind was starting to wander. He forcibly restrained himself with great willpower. "Comrade Lu Lanhua, you should be more serious." Like He Yen, Zhou Chongqing was a good brother-in-law. In the town supply and marketing cooperative, he first bought fish skin peanuts for Mei Hua and a porcelain cup for Gui Hua. Next, he bought towels, basins, lunchboxes, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other daily necessities. Lanhua's novel was published in the newspaper, and Zhou Chongqing bought 4 jin of chicken egg cakes, 2 jin of peach crisps, and some sunflower seeds. He planned to share these with everyone when he returned. Finally, Zhou Chongqing gritted his teeth and generously bought 2 jin of meat. Lanhua wanted to pay first, but Zhou Chongqing said he would treat. Keep your writing fee. I still have some money. Zhou Chongqing didn't have much money, but kept insisting on paying, even refusing to let himself share the items he bought for everyone. Orchid put the money back into her pocket. I'll keep this money for my mom. We can use it when we get married. He said we should wait and see if there's a chance. He didn't want to involve her. But this girl kept mentioning marriage, which made Zhou Chongqing feel like they were just preparing wedding supplies in town. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative and heading to the post office, Zhou Chongqing couldn't stop smiling. At the post office, Zhou Chongqing took out an envelope. Comrade, I came to pick up the newspaper. The letter said, I need to bring this to get a copy. He received 10 yuan for his article. Although he already had the money, when he and Orchid looked at the newspaper filled with stories, they felt very excited. Orchid carefully read the story and found many parts had been edited to make the story flow better. On the way back to the Peace Brigade, Orchid was very touched. Zhou Chongqing, if you hadn't helped me revise and improve my story, it might not have been published. I'm so grateful to you. That's nonsense. Your story has good meaning and educational value. Zhou Chongqing looked at her with affection. Silly girl, even if I didn't help you with your talent, you could have made the editors happy. Just keep loving and pampering me. Orchid leaned her head on his broad back. Zhou Chongqing, you're going to spoil me. Compared to what she did for him, what he did didn't seem much. His girl didn't know that she was his spring of hope and despair, the sunlight shining into his darkness. His kindness to her was just the beginning. In his heart, Zhou Chongqing secretly vowed to treat her even better in the future, to give her everything he had. After running an errand at the supply cooperative in town, Zhou Chongqing planned to visit the neighboring brigade the next day. He couldn't wait to finish everything and settle things. Back at the brigade's health clinic, Zhou Chongqing put down his things, carried 2 pounds of chicken egg cakes, took the medicine pack prepared by Sue early in the morning, and the dress made by Pear Blossom. He rode his bike with Orchid to the next brigade. Zhou Chongqing, are we really just delivering pregnancy medicine for the principal's daughter-in-law and bringing my sister's handmade dress? Lu Orchid felt like Zhou Chongqing was speaking in riddles with her mom. What kind of person was Clerk Shen? After thinking carefully, she suddenly remembered what Gu Qingyun said last time at the government office about threatening the village head. Gu Qingyun knows the county magistrate. Maybe the steward looked at her a bit more because he overheard something from Gu Qingyun or someone else by chance. Thinking this, she arrived at the inn. Miss, I will go pack my things now. Song Tianqi nodded, took a deep breath, and went upstairs to pack. She paid at the market, pulled the ox cart back, and on the way, bought a large piece of pork fat. She still remembered her plan to make fragrant pig fat. Hearing someone calling, she told Principal Chi to watch the fire, wiped her hands, and came out from the kitchen. Auntie Hua had never met Zhou Chongqing before, but she had visited the Peace Brigade Health Clinic twice, so she recognized Lan Hua. Are you Dr. Bai's daughter? Yes, Auntie Hua. My mother asked me to bring some pregnancy vitamins for Teacher Feng. Also, my sister has finished making clothes for Teacher Feng and asked me to deliver them. The red brick house of the Qi family was newly built when Feng Jiao married Qi Guoqiang. Feng Jiao was still lying inside the house, not planning to move. When she heard the clothes had arrived, she got up and peeked out the window.
Lanhua, come in.
I want to try on the clothes your sister made. Okay. Lan Hua handed the pregnancy vitamins to Auntie Hua and took the clothes to find Feng Jiao. Auntie Hua looked at Zhou Chongqing and asked, Who are you? Auntie Hua, I am Dr. Bai's second son-in-law. I have something to discuss with Principal Qi. At first, Auntie Hua didn't want the egg cake Zhou Chongqing was holding. But when she heard he was Dr. Bai's son-in-law, she quickly accepted it and called out to Principal Qi, who was watching the fire. Old man, come out. Dr. Bai's son-in-law wants to see you. Auntie Hua often talked about Dr. Bai at home, and Principal Qi could recite his name. Dr. Bai from the Peace Brigade was their family's benefactor, saving the life of their daughter-in-law's unborn child. Principal Qi entered the main room and was stunned to see Zhou Chongqing. Why is it you? Principal,
I can't be a substitute teacher at Tianjin Primary School anymore. I want to recommend someone, my partner, Lu Lanhua. Feng Jiao was very happy with the clothes her sister Li Hua made. The fit was perfect, and the embroidery on the cheongsam was very high quality and beautiful. She thought the 5 yuan handmade fee was really worth it. Lanhua quickly praised her. Teacher Feng, your skin is so fair. Wearing this light blue dress, you look even more beautiful than when my sister got married. You look like a fairy descending from heaven. Ah, your words are so sweet. I really want to see you more in the future. Last time Feng Jiao visited the health clinic, she didn't talk much with Lanhua. Now, alone, she felt very close to her. They chatted happily. When Zhou Chongqing and the others were about to leave, Feng Jiao, who was pregnant and feeling lazy, personally saw Lanhua out of the house. Principal Qi looked at the 2 women holding hands. Jiao, it's rare to see you get along with Zhou Jiqing's fiancée. She's suitable to be your substitute teacher.
No.
Isn't the substitute teacher Zhou Chongqing? Why is it her again? After leaving Principal Qi's house, Lu Lanhua sat on Zhou Chongqing's bicycle, feeling confused. What's going on? Why did the principal say I am Feng Jiao's substitute teacher? This was discussed with my aunt. I wanted to surprise you, Zhou Chongqing explained. He and my aunt know that you really want to be a substitute teacher. Teaching is a noble job. You're patient and your personality can calm down mischievous children. You're very suitable to be a teacher. So I told Principal Qi that I want to help my mother with the medicine shop. I want to become a good doctor and help more people with my medical skills. And since you're going to marry me, if I have any issues, it might affect you. You can only be a substitute teacher, not a full-time one. Later, I won't be a teacher anymore and will help with the medicine shop and Hepping Brigade. Then I showed Principal Qi the novel you wrote, confirming your ability as a substitute teacher. The principal was surprised to see your novel published and is looking forward to you teaching at Tianjin Primary School. He already agreed that you should report to the school tomorrow. After hearing Zhou Chongqing's words, Lanhua realized that her mother and Zhou Chongqing had already planned. Zhou would help run the medicine shop and return the substitute teaching job at Tianjin Primary School to her. Zhou used the excuse of delivering medicine for her mother to persuade Principal Qi, helping her become a primary school teacher successfully. Lanhua had always regretted not becoming a teacher, but now her wish was granted. Her voice choked with emotion. Zhou Chongqing, so the towels, basins, lunchboxes, and other things I bought in town today, were they all for me, so I could become a teacher at Tianjin Primary School? You're my partner. Shouldn't I be the one to prepare these? Knowing her naive girl was easily satisfied, Zhou felt his grip tighten around her waist. He was afraid he might lose control and wanted to kiss her fiercely. He quickly changed the subject. The toothpaste and toothbrush are for myself. Hearing this, Lanhua sat behind him and smiled. She reached up to tickle his waist. Are you afraid I'll cause trouble like last night? Cough, cough. That I'll get you to smell it? Zhou Chongqing, I don't mind your smell. I like it. Lanhua, rarely mischievous, gave a naughty smile and leaned forward to see Zhou Chongqing's expression. Zhou Chongqing thought, why does his partner look like a little fairy? He couldn't hold on any longer. He tilted the steering wheel, and the 2 almost fell into the ditch again, just like last time. Zhou Chongqing looked serious. Comrade Lu Lanhua, your thoughts are dangerous. Sit still and don't move. Lanhua wasn't afraid of him. She smiled from behind. Then punish me. Go to the empty place at the front, and, just like last night when I played a trick, Zhou Jiqing, punish me. Lanhua's teasing voice, mixed with light, tinkling laughter, made Zhou Chongqing feel itchy inside. He couldn't control the steering wheel anymore, and he and the bike veered into the water ditch. He braked suddenly, tiptoed, and as an experienced driver, Zhou Chongqing didn't fall over. At the empty spot below he stopped the bike angrily and stared fiercely at the mischievous Lanhua. Comrade Lu Lanhua, are you a fairy? I'm going to be naughty now. It's because you provoked me. When Zhou Chongqing and Lanhua returned to the brigade's health clinic, Manhwa, like a little hamster, was munching on fish skin peanuts. She was so protective of her food that she even happily grabbed a handful and handed it to Guifei. Eat, fourth sister, you eat. Mother will send you to the county tomorrow to study, so no one will fight me for food anymore. Guifei looked gloomy. She was reluctant to leave home and go to the county for school. Manhwa seemed eager for her to leave, happily eating without sharing, which made Guifei laugh and cry at the same time. Usually, she always let Manhwa have the food. Now, she was determined, stuffing a handful of fish skin peanuts into her mouth and gesturing to Manhwa. I want more. More? Manhwa pinched 3 fish skin peanuts painfully and handed them to Guifei. 3 more, no more. This was bought by my second brother-in-law. Manhwa was truly a lively character. In her mischief, Guifei tried to grab the fish skin peanuts from her hand. The 2 sisters laughed and played, easing Guifei's worries about leaving home. Hey, bad fourth sister, don't take my stuff. Second brother-in-law also bought egg cakes, peach pastries, and sunflower seeds. I saw them all. While Bai Su wasn't paying attention, Manhwa quickly reached for the paper bag on the table to grab the egg cake. As soon as Zhou Chongqing and Lanhua entered the health clinic, they saw his mother-in-law scolding Manhwa for her paw. Little Manhwa loudly and confidently called her second brother-in-law. Zhou Chongqing smiled. Andy, the egg cakes, peach pastries, and sunflower seeds are also bought by me and Lanhua for the girls. I knew it. It's second brother-in-law who bought them for us. He's so generous. Manhwa ran up happily, raised her little face, and gave Zhou Chongqing a bright smile. Second brother-in-law, tell me, what good news do you and my second sister have? Are you going to marry my second sister? Although the relationship between Lanhua and Zhou Chongqing was going smoothly, Manhwa kept mentioning her second brother-in-law, which made Lanhua feel very shy. There's food, yet you still can't stop talking, Lanhua said as she pinched a piece of egg cake to cover Manhwa's mouth. Only then did Zhou Chongqing smile gently, take out a newspaper from the town post office, and find the section where Lanhua's story was published. Madam, Lanhua's story is in the newspaper.
What?
My second sister's article is published? Where is it? Let me see. Guahua, Manhwa, and Bai Su, the mother and daughters, all looked at the spot Zhou Chongqing pointed to. Sharing this honor with family filled Lanhua with indescribable joy. It was her mother's sudden change that pulled her out of the muddy situation with Sun Mingyuan, introduced her to Zhou Chongqing, and gave her a chance to become a better person. Thinking of this, Lanhua choked up and said, Mom, Zhou Chongqing copied my story and sent it to the newspaper. And he discussed it, so he stayed in our team to help run the pharmacy. I already know everything. He just took me to Principal Chi's house and showed him the newspaper. Principal Chi has agreed, and tomorrow I will report to Qianjin Elementary School. Knowing how caring and kind Zhou Chongqing was, Lanhua felt even more grateful for her mother's thoughtful planning and for Bai Su's constant support for her and her sisters. Lu Lanhua looked at her with shining eyes. For some reason, this look touched Bai Su deeply. Her heart softened completely. Our Lanhua story is in the newspaper, and she even became a primary school teacher. Guahua will go to the county tomorrow to attend high school. Our family must celebrate properly. You too, go call Xiang Yang to come home for dinner. Also, go to the Jiqing site to invite Qingro and Su Xiao. We'll make a big meal of dumplings. Li Xiangyang's vegetable garden was well taken care of by his grandfather. Bai Su called him to eat, and the team leader's wife quickly asked him to pick a basket of vegetables to bring over. Seeing several zucchinis in the basket, Bai Su chopped one up with pork to make zucchini pork dumplings. She also made chive and egg dumplings with dried shrimp inside, and prepared a dish of spicy, sweet, and sour cucumber salad that was very appetizing. Finally, she cooked a large pot of mung bean porridge with rock sugar. They dipped the dumplings in soy sauce and vinegar, then enjoyed the sweet mung bean porridge and the refreshing cucumber salad. For Su Xiao, who was visiting the He family for the first time, the meal was so delicious that she exclaimed it was the best simple meal she'd ever had. Osmanthus is going to high school. Zhou Qingqing gave her a porcelain cup bought at the supply and marketing cooperative. Lanhua also generously took 2 yuan from her writing fee to give to her. The remaining 8 yuan, she has to give to Bai Su. Keep it so you can use it when you marry Zhou Jiqing. Lanhua blushed deeply.
Mom.
Lihua made a new dress for her sister. Hehua somehow got a notebook and gave it to her sister, Guohua. Even Zhao Qingru gave Guohua a new towel. Su Xiaoxiao visited for the first time, and she couldn't come empty-handed. She brought Guohua a bar of soap. Auntie, my brother and sister-in-law work at the soap factory. This is sulfur soap sent from home. It's not a good thing, but Guohua can use it at school. Others didn't know the benefits of sulfur soap, but Bai Su and Zhou Jiqing, who understand medicine, knew. Bai Su took the soap, sniffed it, and said, sulfur soap can kill germs and disinfect. It can also suppress oil secretion. If you have lice on your head, washing with this is good. It's a good product. Guohua, you should thank Sister Xiaoxiao. Guohua took the sulfur soap handed over by Bai Su and thanked her. Seeing that both Bai Su and Guohua liked the gift she brought, Su Xiaoxiao felt relieved. She continued, yes, this is good for washing hair, if you have lice. Lin Lijuan doesn't pay attention to personal hygiene, and she has lice on her body. I was worried about catching lice, so I asked my family to send this. But this sulfur soap isn't as good, as Auntie said. I saw Lin Lijuan secretly using my soap several times. She keeps scratching her head. She lives with us, and I suspect her all the time because of the itching. Now, because of Sun Mingyuan's matter, she's been taken to the brigade office. Qingru and I are relieved. Lice are hard to get rid of completely. Washing hair with sulfur soap alone isn't enough. Bedding and blankets also need to be cleaned. Zhou Jiqing used to practice medicine in Beijing with his grandfather and had prescribed herbal medicine for lice. It was effective. Unintentionally, he heard something that caught his attention. Since Zhou Jiqing decided to help Bai Su set up a pharmacy, he felt that a pharmacy relying only on anti-mosquito, anti-itch, and sunburn ointments couldn't survive. Su Xiaoxiao's reminder made Zhou Jiqing think of a lice-removing medicine. Auntie, maybe we can make a lice-removing medicine at our pharmacy. Zhou Chongqing discussed with Bai Su. The women at the youth station are already paying attention to personal hygiene, but some still have lice on their heads. During the busy days in the fields, I saw the uncles, aunts, and older women scratching their heads a lot, which shows many people have lice, especially those who keep dogs. When I was at the workers' and peasant school, some female classmates also had lice and scratched a lot, Zhou Chongqing said, mentioning he has a ready-made remedy for lice that works very well. Bai Su's eyes lit up. That sounds good. Let's study it later and see if we need to add or reduce ingredients to make it work even better. Su Xiaoxiao knew about the kiln and medicine workshop being built in the mountain valley. She had also gone with Zhao Qingru to pick herbs. Zhou Chongqing said he wanted to help Bai Su set up the workshop, and Su Xiaoxiao felt very envious. She tentatively asked, Auntie, now that the village's medicine workshop is finished, will they be hiring people? Yes, the workshop needs workers, Bai Su replied. During the busy days when they promoted ointments, Su Xiaoxiao helped out. Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan encouraged the women and wives in the team to go to the health clinic to get refunds. Su Xiaoxiao also helped pass on the news. She trusted Zhao Qingru because of their good relationship. Bai Su then took out the Barefoot Doctor Manual and a book on traditional herb she had taken from her last trip to the county, giving them to Su Xiaoxiao and Zhao Qingru. To work in the workshop, you must understand traditional herbs. Take these books home and study them. When the workshop starts hiring, you'll need to take a test, Bai Su said without explicitly saying she wanted them to work there, but giving them the books was like a small favor. Su Xiaoxiao felt that coming to the He family for this meal was really worth it. Meanwhile, the medicine workshop in the Peace Brigade was almost finished. Qin Yenyue had sent a message a few days ago from Chongfeng Commune, saying the equipment and tools she ordered would arrive in the county soon, and she needed to go there. Additionally, the inspection and health permit for the ointments were being processed by Director Qian. Bai Su took the opportunity to visit Qin Yenyue in the county and ask about the ointment procedures and health permits, while also dropping off osmanthus flowers for school. This time, Guohua was reporting to the county middle school and needed to bring clothes, bedding, buckets, and other luggage. He and Zhou hadn't returned with the vehicle, so Li Xiangyang drove the team's tractor to take Bai Su and Guohua to the town for the bus. Many people were going to the county. Li Xiangyang helped carry the bedding and luggage onto the bus, and the mother and daughter found a seat and squeezed in. After sitting down, the car only started moving after a while. Guohua tugged at Bai Su's sleeve and said, "Mom, look over there." Bai Su followed Guohua's gaze and saw Miao Chuifeng and Lu Dejun's brothers. Clearly, Li Xiangyang helped them carry their luggage onto the car, and they had already noticed Bai Su and Guohua. Bai Su looked over. Miao Chuifeng, sitting several seats away, loudly called out, "Sister-in-law, you guys are going to the county town too? Are you taking Guohua to high school there? I think little girls like that. What's the point of studying? Girls will get married someday, so spending money on their education is a waste." Since the wedding of Li Hua, Lu Dejun hadn't come in front of her after being scolded by his uncle and aunt. As for Lu Erjun, he was afraid of He Yan and didn't dare to bother Guohua or Manhwa easily. Only Miao Chuifeng, who had been reformed for a few months, kept coming back to show off, not understanding the situation. Bai Su hated the idea that girls' education was a waste of money, but Miao Chuifeng not only said it but also loudly complained in front of everyone on the bus. Did she come to get scolded? Bai Su smiled and asked Miao Chuifeng, "Are you taking your son to high school?" Miao Chuifeng's face immediately stiffened. Lu Erjun wasn't a good student. How could he get into high school? She didn't answer. Bai Su seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, I think I was wrong. Lu Erjun's grades are the worst in school. He probably can't get into high school. Some people can only watch others go to the county town for school and complain about it." Originally, Miao Chuifeng had been shouting loudly, but the people on the bus, curious, looked at Bai Su and Guohua. Some people, like Miao Chuifeng, also thought girls' education was useless. Bai Su's comment exposed the truth. The people on the bus suddenly realized that her child's grades were the worst in school. Seeing others get into high school, they were just sour grapes. Miao Chuifeng felt ashamed, but Bai Su didn't plan to let her off easily. She continued calmly, "I want to support my daughter's education. What does that have to do with you? Studying costs money? Did I use your family's money? I use my own earnings to support my daughter. Some people really mind their own business." Miao Chuifeng felt more embarrassed, but Bai Su kept pressing her heart. Instead of worrying about whether other school fees are expensive, you should focus on teaching your own son. Spending the same money on studying, but he might not even get into high school. Lu Dejun and Lu Erjun had been beaten badly and now dared not easily bother their aunt. Miao Cuifeng was defeated and let them embarrass themselves. The two brothers looked at their mother with disdain. A wave of uncontrollable frustration hit her. Miao Cuifeng cleared her throat and said, "We don't care about going to that fancy high school. My husband and second brother are just workers at the county food factory. Our family's second son is going to be a worker too." Her aunt sent a message that there's a temporary worker position at the factory. "So, our second son will be a temporary worker there." Among the envious looks on the bus, Miao Cuifeng thought she had won a small victory. Bai Su chuckled, "And my son-in-law is still a regular worker in the factory's transport team, a full-time employee." She emphasized the words full-time employee clearly. Miao Cuifeng's vision blurred, and she almost coughed up blood from the shock. Meanwhile, Hohat added, "Mom, there's only one temporary worker spot at the factory. Will the older cousin or the younger cousin get it?" This hit right at Miao Cuifeng and her son's sore spot. Because Lu Qiushuang had sent a message saying there was a temporary spot that could turn into a permanent position, it was a great chance for Lu Dajun and Lu Erjuan to improve their lives. The brothers fought fiercely over the spot. Miao Cuifeng had no choice but to bring both brothers along, planning to go to the county food factory and talk to her aunt, hoping to find a way to get both boys into the factory. Now, Hohat mentioned it, and they glared at each other angrily, blaming Miao Cuifeng for meddling and spreading their family secrets. "Mom, stop talking so much." "Yeah. Why are you so chatty?" Thus, Bai Su and Hohat watched as the mother and son trio of Miao Cuifeng fought like dogs. The car slowly drove into the county. He Yan went to a neighboring county for work, knowing Bai Su was bringing Ho Hot to the city for school. She handed her dorm key to her colleague, Du Changgang, at the transport team. Bai Su and Ho Hot got off the car, and Du Gum was already waiting at a bus stop near the factory. "Auntie, you finally arrived." Du Gum hurried to carry Bai Su's luggage. "Auntie, you and Ho Hot girl take the lighter bags. I'll carry the heavier ones." Unlike Bai Su and Ho Hot's situation, Miao Cuifeng and her son had no one to meet them. Seeing someone following behind, Du Gung asked Bai Su, "Annie, are they coming with you?" "No, I don't know them." Bai Su and Ho Hot followed Du Gung quickly into the factory, leaving Miao Cuifeng and her son outside, blocked by security. Watching Bai Su walk away happily and being turned away, Miao Cuifeng was furious. "It's just that there's a daughter-in-law working for a food factory's transportation team. Look at how proud she is. Your uncle is still the workshop director at the county food factory, an official. He Yen, a descendant of the Black Five categories, can't compare to that, right?" Miao Cuifeng cursed under her breath as she walked away from Bai Su's back. Then she changed to a friendly smile for the security officer. "Comrade, we are here to see Director Yen Wei." "Okay, please register." Bai Su, who had arrived in the county a day early with Ho Hot, only went to school the next morning. While there was still time, she put her luggage into Hian's dormitory. Then she took Ho Hot to the county hospital to see Director Qian. "Little Sue, finally you've come," Director Qian said happily. "If you didn't come to the county, I'd have to send someone to Chongfeng Commune to call you over." From Director Qian's expression, Bai Su guessed that the paperwork for the ointment was already settled. This time, Bai Su brought sesame cakes to the county. She handed the food box containing the cakes to Director Qian. "Looks like you have good news, Uncle Qian." "Yes, good news. Last time at the Peace Brigade, she saw sesame plants growing there." Director Qian mentioned he liked sesame, so Bai Su brought her homemade sesame cakes when she came to the county. The cakes were in a nice food box, with oil paper underneath the bamboo bottom, making anyone hungry just looking at them. Originally, Director Qian planned to have Bai Su finish taking Ho Hot to school tomorrow and then come to the hospital to get the documents. Seeing how carefully Bai Su prepared the cakes, he was satisfied with everything about her and changed his mind. "Come on. I'll treat you to a meal at the hospital cafeteria. After eating, I'll take you to the health bureau." At the hospital cafeteria, Director Qian ordered a braised pork dish, a fish dish, and 2 vegetarian dishes so Bai Su and Ho Hot could enjoy a good meal. After eating, he kept his promise and personally took Bai Su and Ho Hot to the health bureau. Since the hospital is under the jurisdiction of the health bureau, Director Qian knew it well. When they arrived, he led Bai Su upstairs, turned left, and stopped at an office door. He knocked on the door with his hand, and it opened from inside. Inside, a tall man in a Zhongshan suit, looking somewhat scholarly, appeared, reminiscent of a refined middle-aged scholar from the Republican era. Seeing Director Qian, who was with Bai Su and Ho Hot, he looked surprised. "Dad, aren't you working at the hospital? Why are you here?" "I took leave." "Look who's here," Director Qian happily introduced. "This is Comrade Su, as I told you. She's your uncle's daughter. You met her when she went to the Peace Brigade as a child. You said she, runs a pharmacy and makes medicinal ointments. She is insightful and brave." Coincidentally, Xiao Su's niece brought her daughter to report to number 1 middle school in the county town. "I thought I should introduce her to you, so that when she comes to the health bureau for work, she can find a way to connect." When Director Qian knocked on the door, Bai Su was still looking at the photo posted on the door. It listed her position as deputy director and her name as Qian Jiao. She was also thinking, so the leader of the health bureau also has the surname Qian? Same as Director Qian? That's quite a coincidence. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she called Director Qian Dad. Bai Su looked a bit surprised, and her expression caught Director Qian's attention. "Dad, don't mention the things we saw when we were kids." Qian Jiao smiled at Bai Su. "So many years have passed, she probably doesn't remember me." How was Bai Su supposed to respond? She isn't the original person. It's good enough if she can accept and process some memories. She certainly can't remember everything from her past life as a child. Anyway, she just smiled. Bai Su could only politely smile back at Qian Jiao. Seeing the small dimples when Bai Su smiled, Qian Jiao was momentarily stunned. Don't stand at the door talking. Come in and sit. Ho Hot looked very much like Bai Su, with some of her shadow. Qian Jiao had someone brew tea and bring it over. Your daughter is also in high school? She's a gentle girl. Our two boys are quite lively and hard to manage. The older one is in second year of high school, also at number 1 middle school. If there's any troublesome work at school in the future, let Ho Hot find him to do it. Director Qian had visited the Peace Brigade. He Jian helped Bai Su run errands, making several trips to the county hospital. Director Qian was also quite familiar with him. He added, Ho Hot is Xiao Su's fourth daughter. Her eldest daughter is already married. Her son-in-law works at the county food factory's transport team. That kid is quite capable and a good young man. Qian Jiao, who was about a year or two older than Bai Su, was surprised to hear that Ho Hot, who was in high school, was her fourth daughter. Her eldest daughter was married. Luckily, he was steady and didn't spit out the sip of tea he was drinking. Bai Su looked much younger than he expected. He really couldn't tell. Girl, you got married quite early. Qian Jiao exchanged a few words with Bai Su, then mentioned the procedures for the pharmacy. The clinical trials at the county hospital have been completed. The ointment passed inspection in the provincial capital and can now be officially produced. The related procedures are also finished. You came just in time. I was planning to go to the county hospital this afternoon to deliver the documents to my dad. Unbeknownst to her, not only Director Qian was concerned about the pharmacy's paperwork for the Peace Brigade, but Qin Yanyue and Secretary Zhao also kept thinking about it. Secretary Zhao estimates that the approval process in the provincial city should be completed soon, so he accompanied Qin Yanyu to the health bureau to get the documents from Director Zheng. Director Zheng didn't expect that a big team from the pharmacy would have Qin's secretary personally come to pick up the paperwork. I'm going to Director Qian now to get the documents, he said. Last time he went to the peace team, Director Qian also went along. Qin Yanyu already knew that Director Qian's son, Qian Jiao, worked in the health bureau. When Qin Yanyu suggested that Secretary Zhao go find Qian Jiao, he heard voices from the corridor outside. He turned his head to look and saw his comrade's sister standing at the door of the next office, smiling with small dimples at Director Qian's son. Hearing the greetings outside, Director Qian mentioned that he had met Bai Su and Qian Jiao when they were children. Qin Yanyu found this smile a bit irritating. After Bai Su and Director Qian entered the next office, Qin Yanyu took Secretary Zhao and left the health bureau. Secretary Qin, should we say hello to Sister Bai? She has Director Qian's help. You're just meddling too much, Qin Yanyu said coldly, giving Secretary Zhao a sharp glance. In the hot weather, Secretary Zhao was startled by the cold glare, feeling a chill down his spine. Being pushed aside like this, was he just angry and embarrassed? He weakly said, then I won't interfere. Comrade Bai Su is familiar with Director Qian. Guohua is going to report to school, and Director Qian's family will definitely help. Qin Yanyu didn't reply and got into the car with a cold face. Once the car started, Qin Yanyu said, help them carry the luggage. From the food factory dormitory to the county number 1 middle school was quite far. Taking the bus meant carrying the luggage to the station and then walking a long way after getting off. Secretary Zhao understood that even though Qin Yanyu said he wouldn't interfere, he still wanted to help. But he wouldn't do it himself. He was just giving orders for him to help carry the luggage. He thought, if there's good food, I won't get to enjoy it. Why should I do it? Qin Yanyu responded with a hum, and Secretary Zhao quickly backed down. All right, I'll go. Lu Qiushuang sent a message to the peace team, telling her brother and sister-in-law that there was a temporary worker position at the county food factory. But when Miao Chuifeng came to the county, she brought both her sons. They even argued fiercely over this job, and almost fought. Yan Wei Kai then complained, look at your in-laws. To gain a little face in front of your second sister-in-law, I was willing to spend 50 yuan to let Lu Dajuan work as a temporary mover, but my sister-in-law just scolded me all over. He also said I'm the workshop director, but can't get a proper job, and insisted I arrange for Lu Dajuan and Lu Erjuan to work temporarily in our factory. Now Uncle Shun has changed his mind. His wife is eager to get money, and is willing to sell the job for 300 yuan. Last time at Bai Su's food factory, during a meal in the cafeteria, he didn't give the workshop director respect, and Yan Weikai felt very frustrated. To make Bai Su regret, Lu Qiushuang kept encouraging him nearby. He then decided to get Lu Dajuan into the factory. He was willing to pay 50 yuan for Dajuan to work as a temporary worker, but instead, Miao Tsuefeng started complaining. Yan Weikai felt that, in order to save face, he was spending money and effort, but getting nothing in return, which seemed foolish. Paying 50 yuan to let Dajuan be a temporary worker, Lu Qiushuang reluctantly agreed to do it. But if Uncle Shun insisted on selling the job for 300 yuan, she wouldn't agree. Lu Qiushuang kindly advised Yan Weikai, talk to Uncle Shun again tomorrow. If they insist on selling the job, we can't do anything.
I'll tell my sister-in-law that.
After discussing, the couple felt relieved. The next morning at work, Yan Weikai went to talk to Uncle Shun. He found out that Uncle Shun still wanted to sell the job, even after changing his mind about the money. Yan Weikai came out of the workshop and told Miao Tsuefeng and Lu Dajuan, who were waiting at the door, sister-in-law, sorry. The person who is supposed to do the moving job insists on 300 yuan and refuses to agree to let Dajuan do it temporarily for 50 yuan. Why did the price change? Now, not only was the moving job gone, but Dajuan couldn't get any temporary work either. Miao Tsuefeng also couldn't come up with 300 yuan. She and Yan Weikai and his younger sister were anxious. You said it was all settled, and we even took a bus to the county town. Now, they say it's not possible. Qiushuang, I'm telling you, you're really useless. Miao Tsuefeng also scolded Yan Weikai, you're still the workshop director. Honestly, I think your sister-in-law is more capable a barefoot doctor. As soon as she speaks, Yan joins your factory's transport team. She kept hitting his sore spot, making Yan Weikai furious. Just then, Du Chonggang from the transport team helped Bai Su's mother and daughter carry their luggage out of the factory, waiting at the gate for a car. Seeing Zhao, the secretary, come out of the car to greet Bai Su, Yan Weikai scolded Miao Tsuefeng, second sister-in-law is impressive. Why don't you go talk to her? Look, she's in the county town, and Secretary Qin arranged for Zhao to pick her up. To get into the transport team, you have to have that kind of luck. Yan Weikai was annoyed and said, in the past, when second sister-in-law wanted Dajuan to be like a son, you didn't agree and kept her hanging. Now, I think you're regretting it so much that you won't even look at your mother and son. Mao Zifeng, who was arguing with Yan Wei's wife, turned around and saw that Bai Su had gotten into a small car. Earlier, Lu Qiushuang had mentioned that as long as Secretary Qin spoke, everything could be arranged. In a hurry, Mao Zifeng called out to the small car, younger sister-in-law, wait a moment. Bai Su heard the call but not only ignored Mao Zifeng, she also waved to the helper Xiaodu, then with Huihua, got into the car. Once inside, they realized there was a very important person sitting there. Secretary Qin, why are you here too? Qin Yanhua nodded to Bai Su and Guihua as a greeting. I'm going to the post office, passing by the food factory and giving you a ride. Last time at Qin Yanhua's place, Bai Su was worried that Guihua's luggage was too heavy for school, so she asked Hien how to get from the food factory to the school by bus. Aunt Ju heard this and told Qin Yanhua that if Hien wasn't in town, she would ask Secretary Zhao to help deliver Lihua when school started. Qin Yanhua just responded with an Bai Su thought he had agreed. Early in the morning, as she left the factory gate, Secretary Zhao's car was waiting at the entrance. She thought Qin Yanhua had learned Guihua was starting school today and asked Zhao to help take her and Guihua to school. But it turned out that he was just passing by the food factory on his way out for errands, giving them a ride. She had overthought it. Well, Guihua and I are lucky. Meeting Secretary Qin when he's out running errands means we don't have to carry luggage and change buses. It's much easier. Bai Su asked Qin Yanhua, did you have breakfast before leaving so early? Qin Yanhua shook his head. Bai Su quickly took a bamboo box with sesame cakes from her luggage and handed it to him. Try the sesame cakes I made. It was the same kind of food box as last time, lined with oil paper, with sesame-coated cakes inside, looking very tempting. Every time she came back to town, she would bring him something to eat. Chin Yenue took the box, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and held it in his hand. Uncle Chin, do you not like sesame cakes? Goihua, seeing him accept it but not eat, mumbled softly beside him. Sunlight shone through the car window onto Chin Yenue, highlighting his well-defined knuckles as he held the box. The sesame cake's crust was crispy, topped with lots of sesame seeds. Bai Su couldn't imagine what it would look like if a strong, tough man like Chin Yenue was sitting in the car, holding a sesame cake, eating and dropping crumbs. Bai Su took the lid and poked it in front of him. Maybe I can hold the sesame cake for you while you eat, so you won't drop any crumbs. Does this woman want to embarrass him in front of Ho-Hot and a child? Besides, no woman would make a move like that, holding a food box lid and poking it at a man's chest. Chin Yenue looked at her with a colder expression. I don't usually eat in the car. All right, then you can save it for later at home and share some with Secretary Zhao and Auntie Ju. Bai Su leaned over and covered the box for him. Originally, she and Chin Yenue were quite close. He leaned in to help cover the food box, getting even nearer. Chin Yenue could even smell her scent, light mint mixed with traditional herbal medicine, probably from her herbal remedies. This smell was more comforting than the snow cream Auntie Ju often used. Chin Yenue took a deep breath, feeling a bit stiff. From the county food factory to county number 1 middle school, taking the bus would require transfers, but Bai Su was riding with Chin Yenue's car, so they arrived quickly. Secretary Zhao parked at the school gate. Secretary Chin, do you want to see Bai Jie and Ho-Hot off? Chin Yenue, sensitive to smells, had been noticing the faint mint scent. When Bai Su and Ho-Hot got out of the car, he finally felt the smell fade away. His body relaxed a little. Chin Yenue felt guilty about his overreaction. He kept his composure. Go help with the luggage. Secretary Zhao got out of the driver's seat to help Bai Su with her things. Suddenly, a swift shadow ran over and took the luggage from Bai Su's hands. Are you Bai Auntie? My dad asked me to help Ho-Hot carry her things. A young boy with a fresh face, a straight nose, and well-defined features, with healthy wheat-colored skin, looked bright and cheerful. He was taller than Ho-Hot by about a head and carried her luggage. Bai Su was caught off guard by his enthusiasm. Which classmate are you?
Who's your dad?
Qian Jiao. Bai Auntie saw him yesterday. Realizing her sudden rush to carry the luggage might have been a bit abrupt, he quickly explained to Bai Su, my grandpa is Director Qian at the county hospital. Yesterday, Bai Auntie, you brought him sesame cakes. Bai Auntie, your sesame cakes are really delicious. The boy smiled brightly. From now on, in school, I'll look out for Ho-Hot, and I hope I can still enjoy your sesame cakes. Another young fan conquered by her cooking skills.
Bai Su chekel.
All right, you help look after Ho-Hot, and I'll make sure you get plenty of sesame cakes. By the way, you helped carry my luggage, but I still don't know your name. Bai Su asked her question. There were so many people reporting to the school today. You haven't seen me or Ho-Hot before, so how did you recognize me? Aunt Bai, my name is Qian Hongyi. You can call me Hongyi. My dad said the most handsome and charming one is Aunt Bai. My dad and I were waiting at the school gate early this morning. Qian Hongyi helped carry the luggage, and Bai Su then realized she had seen Qian Jiao at the health bureau yesterday. He was standing at the school gate. Bai Su looked at him, and Qian Jiao took big steps toward her. His son helped carry the big bag, and he stepped forward to take the small bag Bai Su was holding. My family's old man has been talking about it since early this morning. You bringing Ho-Hot to report to the first high school and asking us to help carry the luggage. Hongyi and I arrived early. With Qian Jiao and his son helping, Secretary Zhao had no more tasks. Secretary Zhao was about to take the car to help Chin Yenue with some work when he saw the family secretary holding a food box through the car window, looking at Qian Jiao, who was walking and chatting with Bai Su. Just then, the young man from Qian's family ran over to help, standing right beside the car. It seemed the secretary overheard everything they said. Secretary Zhao also wanted to eat sesame cakes. but he knew it was impossible to food from others. The person in the car was becoming more protective of his food. Last time, with 3 boxes of duck snacks, he didn't share a single piece. Anyway, he couldn't get the sesame cakes either. Thinking about the post office near the food factory where they were handling affairs, someone had waited at the factory gate early in the morning, saying it was on the way, and had taken a big detour to deliver the person to the school gate. Secretary Chin was not the only one craving sesame cakes now. Someone else had taken the lead, which made Secretary Zhao feel secretly happy. Secretary Qian's father and son are quite helpful. Fearing that Qin Yenyue might not know, Secretary Zhao mentioned the last time he went with Director Qian to the Peace Brigade. Director Qian from the county hospital used to have a good relationship with Bai Jie's father. They even talked about becoming relatives. Later, when the Qian family had problems, they moved to the provincial capital and lost contact. I've known them since I was young. Speaking of which, my sister Bai and Director Qian's son are a bit like childhood sweethearts. Don't say, they look quite like a couple when they stand together. Secretary Zhao was talking enthusiastically, but Qin Yenyue suddenly interrupted him. The propaganda department is short of staff.
What?
Secretary Zhao was caught off guard. He was talkative, loved to listen, and suitable for a publicity officer. When he realized what Qin Yenyue meant, he quietly shut his mouth. Bai Su asked about the prices at the school cafeteria. Meat costs 1 jiao, fish 7 fun, and rice and noodles require meal tickets. Vegetarian dishes are much cheaper than meat. She calculated that even if a girl doesn't eat much, her monthly food expenses would be at least 5 yuan, so she had to be careful with her spending. He knew Ho Hot was coming to the county to study. He had saved many meal and food tickets and kept them in a visible spot in his dorm room, leaving a note there. After reporting in and settling down, Bai Su took out a stack of meal tickets and 5 yuan, then handed them to Ho Hot. This month, your mom gave you 5 yuan for food. Use it first. If it's not enough next month, I'll give you more, she said. Her mother worked as a barefoot doctor at the Brigade Health Clinic, earning only 10 yuan a month. Her own food expenses alone were 5 yuan. Ho Hot thought 5 yuan was too much. Mom, I have some money for my second sister. If you give me 2 more yuan, that's enough. I have meal tickets, so I don't need to eat vegetables every meal, she said, refusing to take more. Bai Su insisted, stuffing the money into her hand. I know. Your second sister gave you 2 yuan as a fee. What can 2 yuan buy? The county isn't like a small town. Everything costs money, she said. Mom isn't here with you, and your brother-in-law's transport team needs to go out. The food factory also can't find enough workers. If you have some money, you can handle emergencies. Besides, you're growing up now and need good nutrition, she added. The mother and daughter argued over a few yuan, one wanting to give, the other refusing to take. Qi Jiao watched from the side, feeling very envious. Daughters are easier to take care of. They know how to care for others, unlike my 2 mischievous boys who only know how to ask for food. Every time they come to school, they rummage through their bags looking for something to eat, he said. Today, when they came to register and handle the procedures, Qi Jiao's father and son helped a lot. They also carried the bedding and covers. In her previous memory, she had seen Qi Jiao as a child. Now, she couldn't recall him clearly. Strictly speaking, the first time she met Qi Jiao was yesterday when Director Qian took her to the health clinic. He was so eager to help, waiting at the school gate early in the morning, which moved Bai Su very much. Brother Qian, it's almost mealtime. I'd like to invite you to the state-run restaurant for a meal, Bai Su said. When Qi Jiao heard she wanted to treat him, he smiled. That's what I was thinking too. Since the 2 kids are in the same school, we should often see each other and eat together, he replied. But this meal will be my treat. When we go to Hepping Brigade, my sister will invite you back, he added. The Health Bureau oversees various hospitals and clinics. When Hepping Brigade opens a pharmaceutical factory in the future, Qi Jiao, as a leader of the Health Bureau, would need to go to the countryside for inspections. Qian Jiao had already said everything she wanted to say. Bai Su was not a shy person, so she nodded and headed towards a state-run restaurant near the school. Just as they reached the restaurant entrance, a car stopped. Secretary Zhao leaned out of the driver's window and asked Sister Bai, "Are you done with school matters?" Secretary Qin is going to Chongfeng Commune for some work. Do you want a ride? The bus from the county to Chongfeng Commune runs only once a day. It departs as soon as it's full, regardless of the time. Bai Su had just finished eating at the restaurant and wasn't sure if she could catch the bus to the county station in time. When she heard Qin Yanhua say he was going to Chongfeng Commune, she lost interest in eating and decided not to go. Qian Jiao had already learned from his family elder that Secretary Qin was a comrade-in-arms of Bai Su's brother. In fact, he also knew Bai Su's brother. He also knew it was hard for Bai Su to get a ride back to Hepping Brigade, so he kindly said, "Next time a girl comes to the county, I'll invite you to eat at the restaurant. You can take a ride back first." "Okay, next time I'll treat you," Bai Su waved and said, "Next time Brother Qian comes to Hepping Brigade, I'll cook some dishes to treat you. Then I'll be lucky." Qian Jiao smiled gently. "Girl, you better get in the car. Next time I come to Hepping Brigade, I'll look for you." The two outside kept chatting, one calling her sister, the other calling him Brother Qian. Qian Jiao even made plans to visit Hepping Brigade again. Qin Yanhua grew impatient and tapped his long fingers on the back of the chair. Secretary Zhao, sitting in the front row, rolled his eyes silently but obediently stuck his head out and called, "Sister Bai, are you finished talking? Are you coming or not?" Bai Su quickly finished her conversation with Qian Jiao, waved goodbye, and got into Qin Yanhua's car. As soon as she got in, she noticed Qin Yanhua was sitting in the back seat. He had also squeezed into the back seat early in the morning. On such a long trip to Chongfeng Commune, did he always sit in the back? Thinking that every time Qin Yanhua came to Hepping Brigade, Secretary Zhao would get out of the driver's seat to open the door for him, Bai Su thought his habit of sitting in the back was normal and didn't think much of it. She greeted Qin Yanhua, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Secretary Qin." Qin Yanhua caught a faint mini scent, mixed with other smells. He didn't like the mint smell mixed with other scents and frowned in disgust. "Sorry for making you wait. Next time, be quicker when getting in the car." Qian Jiao warmly invited her to eat at the state-run restaurant, but suddenly she decided not to eat and wanted to catch a ride back to the commune. Bai Su felt a bit guilty, so she said a few more words to Qian Jiao. Unexpectedly, this annoyed the great leader. But Bai Su understood. Last time, Secretary Zhao said Qin Yanhua was so busy he barely had time to breathe. He was in such a hurry, probably rushing to Chongfeng Commune for something important. As Bai Su was thinking this, Secretary Zhao's car had already arrived near the county food factory and stopped at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. Wasn't he rushing to handle affairs at Chongfeng Commune? Qin Yanhua, with long strides, got out of the car first and headed toward the restaurant. Bai Su was a bit confused. It seemed he knew what she was thinking, so Qin Yanhua paused and said, "It's mealtime now. After eating, we'll go to Chongfeng Commune." If she had known Qin Yanhua would eat first and then go to Chongfeng, she might as well have eaten at the restaurant near the school with Qian Jiao. She had promised to eat together, and suddenly running away wouldn't be polite. However, Secretary Qin always seemed aloof and distant. It wouldn't be comfortable for him to eat with Qian Jiao, making others feel awkward. From the county to Chongfeng Commune, it takes about 1 or 2 hours by car. Qin Yanhua, with a sensitive stomach, would find it better to eat first and then head back. Besides, Bai Su had been running around all morning with Guohua, reporting, going to the dorm to pack her luggage, and she was starving. Knowing Bai Su liked spicy food, Qin Yanhua ordered a small stir-fried pork, a serving of braised fish, a seasonal vegetable stir-fry, and a light cucumber and pork soup. Fresh green chili peppers were stir-fried with tender and fatty slices of meat, drizzled with soy sauce at the end, making it flavorful and perfect for rice. The braised fish was cooked with purple basil, which removed the fish's natural fishy smell. Paired with light greens, Bai Su felt very satisfied. Seeing Qin Yanhua leisurely drinking soup and not in a rush, Bai Su glanced at the scrap collection station across from the restaurant. "Secretary Qin, are you and Secretary Zhao in a hurry to go to Chongfeng Commune? Can I go to the scrap yard opposite to look for something?" Zhao Ming thought she was stubborn. Early in the morning, He had parked the car at the food factory entrance, claiming it was on the way. After Qian Jiao talked to Bai Su a few more times, he sensed the tense atmosphere and the strange sour smell in the air. He had mentioned that Bai Su and Director Qian were childhood sweethearts, which annoyed their leader. Zhao Ming had been discreet and kept quiet ever since. Bai Su said she wanted to visit the scrapyard. The transparent person couldn't help but ask Sister Bai, "What are you looking for?" "High school textbooks and practice books." Bai Su explained, initially Lan Hua and Zhao Jiqing wanted to study high school subjects. Now, my second son-in-law, Zhou Chongqing, is studying with them, along with the squad leader's son, Li Xiangyang. Hua has also said she wants to study with her second sister these days. Hua quietly ran toward the cattle shed. Sometimes, when Yin Fan said something, she didn't understand. So, Hua felt she needed to learn more. Previously, Hien helped get some textbooks, but they are running out. I thought I'd take this chance to go to the county seat and get a few more. After hearing Bai Su, Secretary Zhao was surprised. Sister Bai, you already have 2 sons-in-law? Secretary Zhao knew Zhou Jiqing, who was sent back from the workers, peasants, and soldiers team. He used to be a barefoot doctor in the Peace Brigade. He knew Zhou Jiqing was close to Bai Su's second daughter, but he didn't expect that a youth with some issues would quickly gain her approval as a mother-in-law and be publicly recognized as her second son-in-law. Unlike Secretary Zhao, Qin Yenyue was more interested in why so many people were starting to learn high school knowledge. The policy in the capital was indeed loosening, but it was still under discussion. His comrade's sister had already caught the trend, encouraging her daughter and son-in-law to start studying high school subjects, and even involving the squad leader's son and Zhou Jiqing. That strong feeling returned. This was not the kind of insight a rural woman should have. Qin Yenyue finished the last sip of the loofah and pork slice soup, put down his chopsticks, and said, "I'll go with you to the scrapyard."
No.
What kind of status does the secretary have, wandering around a scrap collection site? Zhao Mingjin couldn't understand their secretary. When they were near the school, he had some disagreements with Sister Bai and Qian Jiao over a few words. After finishing the meal, he turned around and accompanied them to the scrapyard. An old man guarding the entrance of the scrapyard saw Bai Su and Qin Yenyue and knew they weren't ordinary people. "What are you looking for?" "My daughter is in high school and wants to see if there are any practice books." Bai Su explained her purpose. The old man found it understandable. "Not many people want to study now. You two seem educated. All right, go in and look.
Don't cause trouble for me."
Bai Su wanted to deny her relationship with Qin Yenyue, but Qin Yenyue pulled her gently, meaning she shouldn't say too much. Under the old man's disapproving urging, Qin Yenyue took Bai Su into the scrapyard. After White Su tripped over the broken-legged rosewood chair, she thought that the current junk collection site was like a treasure trove. She rummaged through a pile of broken ceramics and found a muddy ceramic horse. White Su wiped the mud off the horse with her sleeve and recognized it as a tricolor glazed pottery piece. Her eyes lit up immediately. "I'll take this." Qin Yenyue also naturally recognized that she was holding the same Tang tricolor pottery. White Su's subtle movements caught Qin Yenyue's attention, and he smiled slightly. Just when he thought the woman in front of him might hesitate and give up, he underestimated the greed of an antique lover. White Su simply squatted down and searched through a pile of old broken ceramics. When she finally found a perfect crackled ice-patterned vase and a broken bowl covered in mud, Qin Yenyue's lips twitched fiercely. These items are now useless, and having such things at home might even bring trouble. He had to remind her from the side, "You're here to find books." White Su reluctantly put down what she was holding and followed Qin Yenyue to the storage room, where books were kept. Qin Yenyue didn't mind the dirt and helped White Su search through the dusty pile of books. They found a complete set of middle and high school textbooks and some practice exercises. Of course, White Su also discovered a bunch of yellowed books with missing pages, sewn together with thread. She carefully flipped out a few slightly better ones and tucked them into the pile of high school textbooks they wanted. Holding a large bundle of books, she walked out, feeling a bit reluctant about the items she found among the broken ceramics. Qin Yenyue, seemingly helpless, picked up the ceramic horse she found, wiped the mud off, then covered it with another layer of dust, and also took the vase.
You can't take more now.
If you like it, let Hien get familiar with it first before coming back to look. White Sue also knew that because she came to the county and wore a new dress made of pear blossoms and was with the handsome Qin Yenyue, claiming she was here to find books, taking too many broken items might raise suspicion. She had no choice but to accept the muddy ceramic horse and vase Qin Yenyue helped her cover and followed him out. It took quite a while to find everything. The old man saw they finally came out and looked at them with disdain. What are you holding? We just moved into a new house. My wife found a broken vase to use for flowers. Hearing the words my wife from Qin Yenyue's mouth, White Sue was stunned and couldn't help glancing at him. Qin Yenyue, however, remained calm and handed over a bundle of books tied with a rope. How much are these books per Jean? You can weigh them and see how heavy they are. White Sue was holding a Tang Sankai figurine and a vase. Although the vase was dusty, the old man knew it wasn't broken, so he had picked it up to take away. He guessed that Qin Yenyue was carrying some books, probably worth about 5 or 6 mao. No need to weigh them. 1 yuan, the old man said quickly, afraid Qin Yenyue would pay too much. Fearing Qin Yenyue would pay easily, White Sue was about to speak. Qin Yenyue frowned. 1 yuan is too expensive. 8 mao. You only give 8 mao for so many books, and the vase your wife is holding can still be used. If you buy one outside, it costs more than 5 mao. Seeing how well you two are dressed, I can't even give you 2 mao extra. The old man, feeling annoyed, stubbornly said, 1 yuan, not a penny less. I won't sell it if you don't pay 1 yuan. To avoid suspicion, Qin Yenyue pretended they were a couple, even acting a little obsessed. A respected party secretary Qin arguing over 2 mao? White Sue almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Playing the role, White Sue chimed in, Uncle, these books probably weigh only 6 or 7 mao. Maybe I don't want this broken vase anymore. White Sue wanted to return the vase she was holding, but Qin Yenyue reluctantly reached into his pocket to pay. 1 yuan is 1 yuan. Next time we come to find books, you should sell us at a lower price. All right, I know how to be kind to your wife, the old man said happily, smiling. Next time you two come, I'll sell to you cheaply. The old man at the scrap yard had a loud voice. Secretary Zhao, waiting outside by the wall, heard everything clearly. How did they become a couple just by going to the scrap yard? Qin Yenyue helped White Sue carry the books out. When they got in the car, Secretary Zhao was still stunned. Qin Yenyue remained calm, uninterested in responding to Zhao. White Sue could only blush and explain that uncle made a mistake. Secretary Qin was worried it might cause suspicion, so he just agreed we're a couple. It was better not to explain, but once she did, Secretary Zhao almost burst out laughing. At the school gate, he said White Jia and Qian Jiao looked like a couple. But in front of the old man at the scrapyard, Qin Yenyue just acknowledged that he and White Jia were a couple. Only a lifelong bachelor could do something like that. How childish. Could it be that Secretary Qin is still a young boy? Seeing Zhao Ming's shoulders shake badly, White Sue was confused. Secretary Zhao, what's wrong? Nothing. Secretary Zhao didn't turn around, but he could feel someone's deadly stare on him, making his back go cold. He cleared his throat and said seriously, Secretary Qin has never been to a scrapyard before. For Sister Bai, he went there for the first time. He got dirty, and I found that quite funny. Qin Yan was eager to help her find Tang Sankai and her favorite ceramic bottles, so he rolled around in the mud with those items. Secretary Zhao didn't say anything at first, but when he reminded her, Bai Su realized Qin Yan had gotten quite a bit of dirt on him. She took out a handkerchief embroidered by pear blossom and handed it to Qin Yan, saying, Secretary Qin, you're covered in dirt. Please wipe it off. Qin Yan took the handkerchief expressionlessly and wiped the dirt off his hands. After cleaning himself, he didn't seem to intend to return the handkerchief to Bai Su. Seeing it covered in dirt, Bai Su thought that someone as particular as Qin Yan would be too embarrassed to give her a dirty handkerchief back. Since Pear Blossom had given her a dozen handkerchiefs, she didn't mind losing a couple. Today, She managed to get tang sankai and a crackled flower vase, and no one suspected anything, thanks to Qin Yan's efforts. At the scrapyard, Bai Su only saw a corner of the ceramic and smeared some dirt on it, but in this era, items found at a scrapyard were very likely genuine. Bai Su couldn't wait to test her guess. She tore open the newspaper again, took out another handkerchief, and started wiping the mud off the ceramic. Qin Yan looked at the handkerchief in his hand, and then at the one Bai Su was using, and suddenly his face darkened. Go back and don't dirty the car. Qin Yan said they were going to Changfeng Commune for work. When they reached the town, Secretary Zhao didn't stop at the commune, but drove straight toward the Peace Brigade. At the gate of the He family's house, Qin Yan helped Bai Su carry a bundle of books as they got out of the car. Secretary Zhao opened the trunk and took out a large box filled with bottles and jars, all used for preparing medicine, including several large purple clay stoves that stood out. Only then did Bai Su realize what Qin Yan was doing in Changfeng Commune. This was a batch of medical equipment she ordered for her pharmacy. Traditional Chinese medicine tools must avoid iron and aluminum, so they use purple clay pottery for decoction. These had to be ordered from another province. Qin Yan had connections, so Bai Su entrusted this matter to him. He didn't mention anything about this trip to the county. She thought it would take some time for her to get the equipment and medicine ingredients she needed, but unexpectedly, Qin Yan went to the post office today and said he was going to Changfeng Commune for work. He was actually bringing back the medical tools for her. Bai Su didn't mind the sudden change, nor did she mind Qin Yan's serious face in the car. He is a very clean person. Auntie Ju said he has a cleanliness obsession. When he accompanies her to places like the scrap collection station, it's almost like he's mistreating the delicate Qin secretary. He just finished cleaning the dust off himself, but she's busy handling dusty pottery in the car. Such behavior is not appropriate. Now that Qin Yanyu, who is busy with official duties, is willing to run to the post office to send her medical supplies and bring her back to the Peace Brigade, Bai Su is touched by this grumpy man. Secretary Qin, why don't you and Secretary Zhao stay for a meal? Okay. Qin Yanyu simply nodded and said, how is the construction of your pharmacy going? I'll go take a look. During these days in the county town, the brigade's health clinic has been on duty with Zhou Chongqing. Besides taking care of the health clinic, Zhou also manages the pharmacy project. The once quiet mountain valley has changed a lot. The team built a row of red brick houses at the foot of the mountain, right next to the new pharmacy, because they wanted to quickly clear out the old cattle shed area. The red brick houses are already being tiled. When Qin's secretary came to inspect, Brigade Leader Li Jiqiang and Secretary Zhou also came to the mountain valley to accompany him. The pharmacy is already being framed. In a couple of days, it will be fully tiled and ready for use after ventilation. Originally, the pharmacy's planning was overseen by Zhou Chongqing, who helped Bai Su. However, Secretary Zhou squeezed in beside Qin Yanyu and said, the thatched huts here will be demolished. The open space will be used to build medicinal fields in the mountain valley. Qin's secretary, the ointment recipes are ready. Our team will select outstanding members to work in the pharmacy and manage the medicinal fields. Daxian Zhou probably doesn't know that Bai Su promised Qin Yanyu that she would help Professor Yin and others move out to manage the medicinal fields, which gain support from the county for the pharmacy. Now that he's interfering, what does it mean? Bai Su feels uncomfortable inside, and Qin Yanyu notices this. He exchanges a knowing look with Bai Su and asks, you went to the health bureau yesterday. What did they say? Director Qian said that anything related to medicine must be strictly controlled. Whether it's medicinal materials or personnel selection, any mistake could cause trouble for the county, the entire commune, and the brigade. Bai Su uses Qian Jiao as an excuse. The health bureau said that even though the Peace Brigade is a small pharmacy, the workers must have knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and hygiene. Everything about the pharmacy has to be recorded and filed with the health bureau. Also, our brigade wants to make ointments to help more people. There's nothing wrong with that. At the beginning, we shouldn't expand too quickly. White Su shared her thoughts. Secretary Qin, besides the island troops order, until other sales channels are opened, I want to keep the number of workers in the medicine workshop to 10. As the party branch secretary, Zhou Dajiang was very strategic. White Su directly used the excuse of the health bureau to block his plan to control the medicine workshop by placing people there. White Su said that only 10 workers were needed. Zhou Dajiang thought about the benefits he had received and the people he wanted to assign. Will 10 people be enough? Of course. For collecting herbs, I plan to buy the herbs and teach the team members to recognize medicinal plants, help with harvesting, and record work points. This way, we can control the number of workers and reduce the workshop's costs. White Su smiled and looked at Zhou Dajiang. Secretary Zhou, you also want our team's medicine workshop to reduce costs and not rely on the commune and county to keep subsidizing it, right? How could Secretary Zhou respond? He could only nod in agreement. Zhou Jiqing's family has a tradition of medicine. He also has a recipe for treating lice. Once the workshop is running, we plan to make a lice treatment solution. White Su smoothly introduced Zhou Chongqing to Qin Yenyue and then told Qin, regarding planting herbs, Professor Lin is a doctor in agriculture and Zhou Jiqing understands herbal medicine and pharmacology. He also has his own ideas. Qin Yenyue admired Hien, so he also agreed with White Su's choice of son-in-law. Since Zhou Chongqing could make this woman notice him, he must have some outstanding qualities. Qin Yenyue looked at Zhou Chongqing. Zhou hurriedly said, growing medicinal herbs requires knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and some scientific farming methods. Different properties mean different effects in herbal medicine, so we must strictly control this process. Professor Lin and Professor Kong have experience in scientific cultivation. Zhou continued, my idea is whether the county and the commune could assign another expert in medicinal herbs to our team. Among those involved in the farm's transformation, there are no shortages of such experts. When needed, as long as the Revolution Committee agrees, the county can use its authority to mobilize resources. Qin Yenyue highly regarded Zhou Chongqing. Growing medicinal herbs is not like growing grains. It really requires professional guidance. You have good ideas. I will hold a meeting in the county to discuss whether we can find suitable candidates. People like Qin Yenyue can easily see that Secretary Zhou has some hidden intentions. When he left, in front of Zhou Dajiang and Li Jiqiang, he made a firm decision. The selection of staff for the pharmacy will be arranged by the Health Bureau, who will send people to test and help the peace team choose personnel. The entire peace team had only Zhou Hongba, Secretary Zhou's son, who was a teacher at Qianjin Elementary School. He was considered to be receiving a regular food ration with a monthly salary and ration tickets. Originally, Zhou Hongba felt very proud of his position in the team. When he reached marriageable age, he was picky about his choices. After going to the county town with Bai Su, he broadened his horizons. Zhou Hongbo realized that being a primary school teacher was not very impressive, and he even couldn't compare to Hien, who worked at the county food factory's transport team. The pharmacy Bai Su wanted to establish not only received support from Chongfeng Commune, but also some subsidies from the county for the peace team. Zhou Hongba saw this as a good opportunity. He no longer paid much attention to teaching at school. Zhou Chongqing didn't go into teaching either. Lu Lanhua became a teacher at Qianjin Elementary School. If things had been different before, Zhou Hongba would have been very happy. At least, he could be close to Bai Su's daughter, Lu Lanhua, and go to school with her, then return to the peace team together. Now that Zhou Chongqing and Lanhua had confirmed their relationship, Zhou Chongqing often went to Qianjin Elementary School when he had free time, riding his bicycle to pick up teacher Lu and bring her back to the peace team. This made Zhou Hongba feel very uncomfortable. A few days after school started, Zhou Hongba made a decision. Father, I want to help Aunt Bai manage our team's pharmacy. He told his father, Zhou Dajiang, last time in the county town you didn't see how well Aunt Bai was doing. The county and the commune support us to set up the pharmacy. I think this is a good chance. Do you think I, as your father, haven't considered your future? Zhou Dajiang, wise and experienced, said, staying close to Aunt Bai means you can often see Secretary Qin and the leaders from the Health Bureau. Showing your face there could give you opportunities later. Isn't this better than just being a simple teacher at the elementary school? It's just that the woman at the health clinic is really formidable. I didn't realize it before. I just started thinking about this, because she blocked our way. Zhou Dajung told Zhou Hongba about sending Secretary Qin to inspect the medical supplies. She went to the county town, got the permits for the pharmacy, and also the inspection reports for those 2 ointments from last time. The health bureau said they would send people to help us select staff for the pharmacy, so now we can't interfere. Zhou Dajung told his son, "You do your best at school. As for the pharmacy, you need to study traditional Chinese medicine." I borrowed a barefoot doctor manual and some books on herbs from the neighboring team's doctor.
Take a good look at them.
The pharmacy at the team was almost finished. Once the house was ventilated, it could start operating soon. Now, rushing to learn everything might be too late. Zhou Hongba, a clever person, asked, "Dad, is there really no chance to get into the pharmacy?" Thinking about the Liu family, Zhou Dajung felt there might still be some hope. If his nephew was obedient, would anyone value a son-in-law from a different family? Especially since the young man was a sent-down youth with some issues. Zhou Dajung's eyes narrowed with a plan in mind. You study more in the next few days. I also want to come up with a way. Everyone in Peace Brigade was watching the pharmacy in the mountain valley. Although Bai Su had gained strong support from the commune and county, the pharmacy was a collective property of the brigade. As brigade leaders, Zhou Dajung and Li Jiqiang each had their own plans. Bai Su went to the county town. The health bureau was helping to select staff for the pharmacy, and Secretary Qin, who came to inspect, confirmed this. People interested in the pharmacy were either like Su Xiaoxiao and Zhao Qingru, looking everywhere for books on herbs to learn related knowledge, or they gave up and lost interest. They couldn't even recognize all the characters, so how could they take exams? Only Bai Su's sister-in-law, Miao Cuifeng, who failed to get a job at the county food factory, was fixated on the pharmacy the team was building. She didn't want to learn but wanted her 2 sons to work there, and she set her sights on Bai Su. As the pharmacy was completed and soon ready for use, Miao Cuifeng brought a pound of sunflower seeds and a pound of chicken cake, and took Lu Dajuan to the brigade health clinic, accompanied by Zhou Dajung, the brigade secretary. Bai Su had been busy with the brigade health clinic and managing the Mountain Valley pharmacy, working so hard she barely touched the ground. When someone came to the health clinic, Bai Su thought they were there for a checkup. When she saw it was Miao Cuifeng and Lu Dajuan, she frowned. "Why are you here?" Bai Su took out her stethoscope. "Tell me, where's the problem?" If Zhou Dajung hadn't been there, Bai Su would have simply driven them away. But since Zhou Dajung was a leader of the team, Bai Su showed him some respect and didn't lose her temper right away. Seeing Bai Su's cold face, Zhou Dajung quickly tried to smooth things over. "Girl, your sister-in-law and mother-in-law did some wrong things, but family isn't about holding grudges overnight. The army and your sister-in-law now realize they were wrong. They want me to be a witness. How do you think we should handle this?" After speaking, Zhou Chongqing gave Miao Cuifeng a signal. Without hesitation, Miao Cuifeng took an egg cake and sunflower seeds, and with a loud bang, she bowed to Bai Su. "Sister-in-law, I am truly sorry. It was my foolishness, blinded by greed. In the past, I was manipulated by that old thing and always caused trouble between us. Don't you want Dajuan to be your son?" "I promise, I agree." Miao Cuifeng looked up at Bai Su's face. "See, I've brought Secretary Zhou here as a witness. As soon as you agree, I will have Dajuan adopted by you as your son. We will be family." Holding 5 gold flowers in her hand, isn't it better to be a happy mother-in-law who wins easily? Thinking she is the original person, she insists on having a son to care for her in old age. Bai Su felt nothing inside, only found the scene amusing. In the book, the original person dreamed her whole life, even risking everything to get Lu Dajuan as her son, pushing her 5 daughters into despair, but it didn't bring genuine acceptance from Miao Cuifeng and Lu Dajuan's family. Now, with a new mind, she looked down on such a scheming woman. The schemer had come begging and kneeling, wanting to be her son. At this moment, Miao Cuifeng was kneeling, and Lu Dajuan looked at her with hope. "Auntie, I will respect you and take good care of you in the future." Just then, Zhou Chongqing returned from helping at the mountain valley. When he saw the scene at the health clinic, he froze in surprise. Miao Cuifeng found Zhou Chongqing very annoying. Without him and He Yen, the work at the county food factory and the future management of the pharmacy should belong to her families Dajuan and Erjuan. Seeing Bai Su's lack of reaction, Miao Tsui Feng hurriedly pointed at Zhou Chongqing. Sister-in-law, he's just an outsider with a questionable background, trying to flatter you just to get a job at the pharmacy. What's so good about an outsider? His background might drag you and Lanhua down. As she spoke, she felt a bit proud, holding her two sons. Dajuan and Erjuan are different. They're your nephews. No matter what happens, can they still turn against you? Don't be so foolish. You're willing to give Dajuan as your son, but you treat a problematic, educated youth as a treasure. Bai Su felt nothing inside, only found this scene ridiculous. But she couldn't tolerate such insults to her son-in-law. Seeing Zhou Chongqing's expression change, Bai Su sneered at Miao Tsui Feng. Yes, my nephew wouldn't turn against me. He would only sell his own sister Li Hua to marry a wife. And you, accomplice, forcing me to drink medicine. It's like you're trying to kill me with a bowl of medicine, just to sell off Li Hua and the others one by one. Once you drain the blood from me and my daughters, will Lu Dajuan be respectful to me? Since Miao Tsuifeng and her son have no shame, I'll be straightforward and expose her. My eldest son-in-law got a job at the county food factory, and my second son-in-law was chosen by Secretary Qin to help manage the medicine shop. Are you jealous? Too bad. Jealousy won't help you. Like Lu Dajuan, who is useless. If I ask him to help manage the shop, what can he do? Does he know traditional medicine? Unlike my second son-in-law, who comes from a family of doctors and can treat people, he can't. Without real skills, he can't even walk properly, yet he wants to soar. Where do you get your confidence? If you want benefits from me, by bullying my son-in-law, are you out of your mind? White Su stood up for her, and Zhou Chongqing looked at her gratefully. White Su spoke clearly. Zhou Chongqing is my son-in-law, my family. Anyone who bullies my son-in-law is bullying me, White Su. If you think about working in the medicine shop, forget it. Don't think that just because White Su scolded Miao Tsuifeng and her son, it's enough. Her eyes turned cold as she looked at Zhou Dajiang. Secretary Zhou, you are a village leader, and I've always respected you. But I don't know what stance you're taking in handling my family's matters. You know about the incident where Miao Tsuifeng and her son forced me to drink medicine, and about them selling Li Hua to Lu Lizi for 50 yuan. Don't you know? Of course you do. If I hadn't suddenly realized and caused a fuss, I wouldn't be standing here now. My daughter Li Hua has already been sold to Lu Lizi, who beats her. If Li Hua marries into Lu's family and suffers, would I be able to endure drinking medicine and hurting myself, leaving only half my life? There's a saying, you can't advise others on kindness without experiencing hardship yourself. You know I was hurt, you know what happened, but you still tell me to forgive Miao Tsuifeng and her family. I don't know what your true intentions are. About Li Hua almost being harmed by Lu Lizi and Sun Mingyuan harassing Lan Hua, you not only sheltered him but also let Sun Mingyuan become her son-in-law. I don't know if you're scheming or just confused. White Su didn't hold back and sneered. If you're so confused, next time I'll go to the commune or even the county to report to Secretary Qin. Your inability to distinguish right from wrong. How can you be a good leader of the team? White Su used to keep a basic respect for Zhou Dajiang, but he repeatedly challenged her bottom line. Now, she's completely fed up and no longer willing to tolerate him. Zhou Dajiang didn't expect Bai Su to expose him so directly, leaving him with no face at all. He was so angry he trembled. You woman, with long hair but little sense, narrow-minded, I think you, the team health worker, should stop working. Zhou Dajiang took Miao Tsuifeng and her son to the team health clinic, acting as witnesses to make Bai Su acknowledge Lu Dajuan as her son. Since they didn't hide it from the team members, many people came to watch the show. Unable to hold back his embarrassment, Zhou Dajiang directly threatened her. Then, from outside the crowd, a heavy cough was heard. Zhou Dajiang looked toward the sound and was surprised to see that the person coughing was Secretary Yin from Chongfeng Commune. Next to Secretary Yin was a leader-like person, glaring at him angrily. There were also officials from the commune and several unfamiliar faces, dressed like they were from the county town. The person beside Secretary Een spoke coldly. The Secretary of Hepping Brigade is so impressive. The health workers in each brigade have taken county exams, obtained barefoot doctor certificates, and are recorded in the health bureau. If he says Bai Su cannot be the team health worker, then she won't do it? Qian Jiao, a leader from the health bureau, was angry when he saw someone bullying Bai Su during his inspection. After hearing Bai Su's words, Qian Jiao realized that his white sister had suffered so much in Hepping Brigade. She was given cow medicine to warm her cold body, selling her daughter. Her father said Bai sister's man had died years ago. In these years, they orphaned and widowed. What exactly had they gone through? Qian Jiao was furious upon hearing this. Secretary Een, is this how the team leaders under Chongfeng Commune treat comrades? Last time Bai Su came to the health bureau to get documents, I talked to her. She is a very thoughtful woman. Her plan to open a medicine shop was to help the team earn money, using her medical skills and knowledge of herbs to help more people. Such a good comrade, but the team leaders don't support her, even interfere in her family affairs. How can a victim forgive those who harmed her? Do team leaders do such things? Qian Jiao felt unfair for Bai Su. I think the leaders of Hepping Brigade should be thoroughly investigated. Also, giving Bai Su cow medicine and participating in human trafficking, these are serious crimes. They should be handed over to the police and sent to farm labor reform. Labor reform? She had already been through reform labor? Having Secretary Qin from the county backing her was already frightening enough. Which county official was trying to stand up for his sister-in-law? Mao Tuifeng no longer knelt and nervously stood up. She said, "Leader, I didn't do this on my own. Chairman Zhou told Dajuan to recognize my sister-in-law as her mother so she could work in the medicine workshop." Zhou Dajiang was already in a difficult position and was trying to find a way to explain the situation. With Mao Tuifeng, a poor partner, betraying him, there was no hope left. When county officials visited their commune and the Peace Brigade for inspection, Zhou Dajiang's actions angered Secretary Een. Comrade Zhou Dajiang, your work will be paused for now. After the organization completes its review, the commune will decide what to do. Zhou Dajiang's face turned pale. He trembled, wanting to say something, but it was useless as county leaders and officials had caught him in the act. As a brigade leader, wanting to control the medicine workshop on his team, what was wrong with that? Now, everything was over. That day, at the school gate, Qian Jiao said he would bring people to inspect the Peace Brigade. Unexpectedly, they arrived so quickly and at just the right time. This severely damaged Zhou Dajiang's confidence. Bai Su greeted him with a smile. "Director Qian, why are you here?" Secretary Een was about to introduce Bai Su, but he was accompanied by leaders from the County Health Bureau. Bai Su smiled and greeted them, realizing that Director Qian knew her. This Bai Su was quite well connected in the county. The matter of setting up the medicine workshop is unprecedented in the entire county. The County Health Bureau leaders are very interested in how the preparations are going. So, Director Qian personally led the team to inspect your brigade. The responsibility for the medicine workshop has always been yours. Bai Su, please take us to see the new workshop. Secretary Een suggested, since the leaders are here, if there are any difficulties in setting up the workshop, just speak up. Following Secretary Yin's words, Qian Jiao nodded at Bai Su. Comrade Bai Su, the county supports your work on the workshop. Secretary Een is right. The inspection is to help solve problems. Director Qian, our brigade's medicine workshop is already built. Zhou Jiqing has organized people to help clean it, and the traditional Chinese medicine tools for making ointments have been moved in. Because we need to prepare a batch of ointments for the island troops, I've arranged for brigade members to gather herbs these days. Once the new workshop airs out for a couple more days, it will be ready for production. Qian Jiao and his team were here to inspect, so Bai Su reported on the progress of the Peace Brigade's medicine workshop while leading them toward the mountain valley. Originally, this mountain valley was very remote, accessible only by a narrow sheep path or by climbing over the mountain. Because of the kiln in the mountain valley and the construction of a medicine workshop, the team widened the small path into a large road suitable for vehicles. Bai Su led Qian Jiao and Secretary Een and their group inside, walking along a smooth, flat road. The newly built medicine workshop was made of red bricks, neat and orderly. Next to it, there was a row of small red brick houses. The uneven land in the mountain valley had been leveled and turned into neat ridges. Bai Su explained, the herbs used for making medicinal ointments are seasonal. As autumn comes and the weather gets colder, some herbs can no longer be collected. So, our team cleared this mountain valley to grow herbs in warm greenhouses. Of course, to reduce the cost of building greenhouses, we plan to keep the red brick kiln. Maybe, like in the north, we can use the heating principle of traditional brick beds to keep the temperature suitable for the herb fields. Everyone thought that running a small medicine workshop was a minor effort. Bai Su planned everything carefully, and the workshop was built on a large scale. Qian Jiao felt it looked quite proper. Comrade Bai Su, you have good ideas, Qian Jiao said with admiration. He looked at her and said, but maintaining the greenhouses and using the brick bed heating method will require dedicated people. You're right, Commissioner Qian. I also thought of that. Secretary Qin wants to develop greenhouse planting and is already looking for experts in this field. Once they find the right people, we will try it out in our peace team. Bai Su led Qian Jiao and Secretary Yin into the medicine workshop. Inside, the herbal tools were arranged neatly, and the large purple clay pots used for boiling herbs were all professional-grade equipment. It was clear that everything matched the application they submitted to the Health Bureau. The workshop used only professional herbal tools. All is ready, just waiting for the right moment, Bai Su said. Qian Jiao nodded repeatedly and said, Comrade Bai Su, the county believes that under your leadership, the peace team's medicine workshop will develop well. Zhou Dajiang had always wanted to interfere with the workshop. Last time, Bai Su, in front of Qin Yenyue, used the excuse of selecting workers for the workshop to say it was the responsibility of the Health Bureau. With Miao Cuifeng, Lu Dajuan, and Secretary Zhou working together, Bai Su thought it was best to have Qian Jiao come for inspection to prevent anyone with bad intentions from causing trouble. She wanted to remind everyone that building a medicine workshop was very different from running a pig farm next door. The personnel selection must be fair, just, and professional. Starting is always the hardest part. As Commissioner Qian said, our team's medicine workshop is a new effort for the whole county. We are still learning as we go, and we need support from our leaders and the Health Bureau. Bai Su looked seriously at Qian Jiao. Qian Bureau, last time I visited the Health Bureau, you mentioned that the selection of staff for the pharmacy should include people knowledgeable about Chinese medicinal herbs. Candidates should have knowledge of both herbs and health practices, and their personnel records must be filed with the Health Bureau. I completely agree with what you said. Bai Su believed that Qian Jiao understood her meaning. As expected, Qian Jiao also understood, only glancing briefly with his eyes. He remained calm and continued listening to Bai Su. Since returning from the county town, I've been thinking about what Qian Bureau said. I believe that anything related to medicine must be strictly controlled, whether it's herbs or staff selection, and there must be no mistakes. Bai Su discussed with him. Now everything at the pharmacy is ready, just waiting for proper ventilation before starting production. Staff selection also needs to be scheduled. When Bai Su went to the Health Bureau to get documents, she appeared gentle and intelligent in Qian Jiao's eyes. Now, she spoke fluently, handled matters skillfully, and showed her capable side. Her suggestion that the Health Bureau be involved in choosing staff made Qian Jiao look at her with new respect. Building the pharmacy in the team meant dealing with social connections, which was complicated. Only with the Health Bureau involved could no one from Bai Su's side be tempted to interfere. The pharmacy isn't like other factories. Everything must be strictly controlled. For selecting workers, let the Health Bureau handle the exams and papers, Qian Jiao said, speaking for Bai Su. Since the leaders of your commune are here, I and some colleagues from the Health Bureau will prepare the exam papers. Bai Su, you can organize the members and educated youths interested in working at the pharmacy to take the test. Better to do it sooner rather than later. The pharmacy would start operating in a few days, so staff selection needed to be finalized quickly. The Health Bureau manages the county hospital and health clinics in various communes and teams. Qian Jiao was experienced in this area. After discussing with the colleagues present, they quickly prepared an exam. However, the colleagues accompanying Qian Jiao to inspect the Peace Brigade didn't know how to draw, so they were worried that the illustrations of herbs in the exam might be hard for the members and educated youths to recognize. Qian Jiao discussed with Bai Su, "What if we use fresh Chinese herbs instead? I know someone who is very good at drawing herbal illustrations." He suggested that Li Jiqiang assist the colleagues from the Health Bureau in organizing the exam. Bai Su and Qian Jiao went to the nearby low red brick building next to the pharmacy. Suddenly, many people arrived at the mountain valley, and the red brick house's door was tightly shut. Hearing knocking, Yin Fan opened the door from inside. "Aunt Bai, what's going on?" "This is a colleague from the County Health Bureau who wants you to draw a few illustrations on the test paper." Yin Fan is naturally cautious, but Qian Jiao is someone Bai Su brought along. Bai Su and her family, including Yin Fan and Professors Kong and Lin, are not on alert around them. Yin Fan takes the test paper and begins sketching with a pencil. When Qian Jiao sees Yin Fan, he is surprised. Yin Fan looks very handsome and noble, not at all like someone from the Peace Brigade. When Bai Su knocked on the door, Yin Fan was hiding inside with the windows closed. Qian Jiao probably guessed his identity. He also wondered if Yin Fan would draw illustrations. Yin Fan sketched a few mint leaves. Although he just casually brushed a few strokes, the mint plant he drew looked very real. To Qian Jiao's surprise, Yin Fan also knew a lot about herbs. Based on the test paper's content, none of the illustrations were drawn incorrectly. "Madam, you and this comrade go outside and wait. I will finish drawing soon." Yin Fan was very aware of his territory. Although he didn't dislike Qian Jiao suddenly barging in, Qian Jiao kept staring at him with shining eyes while he drew, which made Yin Fan uncomfortable. He couldn't help but ask him to leave. Bai Su had to take Qian Jiao outside to wait. Qian Jiao stood under the eaves with Bai Su. "Girl, I see you have good judgment. How did you find someone so talented at drawing illustrations?" Bai Su explained, "He is Professor Yin's grandson. He was sent down with his grandfather to the Peace Brigade." She continued, "This mountain valley used to be under the brigade's control. To build a medicine workshop here, they had to settle the people living in thatched huts. I thought these people were truly capable, so I let them help manage the medicinal fields. That's how I found out he was good at drawing." Bai Su didn't reveal Yin Fan's full identity clearly, but she mentioned that these people were truly skilled, which made Qian Jiao feel she was honest and straightforward, not hiding anything from him. He also found it strange. He had only seen Bai Su once when they were children. Back then, Bai Su was just a shy little girl. At first, it was his family's old master who insisted on matchmaking, wanting him to meet Bai Su. After Hong Yi's mother left, he didn't think about finding her again, thinking the old master was just playing matchmaker. But when he finally met Bai Su, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other for a long time. From the fact that Bai Su found someone to help with drawing illustrations, Qian Jiao also saw another good quality in her. She is clear about right and wrong, and she didn't step into the trouble of those temporarily suffering in the cattle shed. Qian Jiao thought this was very admirable and appreciated Bai Su even more. "Young lady, you've had a tough few years." Secretary Zhou, supporting Miao Cuifeng and her children, was caught by Qian Jiao, who saw through it. Bai Su thought he was talking about that matter. "Sorry to let Brother Qian laugh at me. My mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and I had a big fight." Bai Su admitted, "When the children's father was still around, my mother-in-law's family would put on a good front. But after they saw we were orphaned and alone, they started to behave worse. To help my nephew Lu Dajuan marry, they almost sold my eldest daughter Li Hua to a second marriage man who is abusive. I nearly died from their poison. People who understand medicine know that giving a cold person a strong medicine like oxen medicine is almost like murder." Qian Jiao looked at Bai Su with care. Bai Su smiled bitterly and shrugged. "I'm used to their family's teasing. It's okay, but they shouldn't target the children. As a mother, I can't bear to see my kids suffer or to let them be arranged for life, living a hard fate. That's why I have to stand up." When Bai Su said this, her eyes showed strength and determination. Qian Jiao understood her. Life as an orphan mother was tough. If she wasn't strong, many people would take advantage of her. A woman who lost her husband and raised several children found it very hard to survive in her in-laws' house. But she didn't give in to reality. Instead, she raised her children well, learned medical skills to become a health worker, and used her insight and courage to run a pharmacy that helped the community. Such a woman is admirable and stirs a protective feeling in people. At this moment, Qian Jiao no longer blamed the old master for matchmaking. Instead, he felt compassion for the women around him and wanted to stand behind them, to protect them and their children. Young lady, you are a good woman and a good mother. How can you say that, Brother Qian? I just try to be strong as a mother. Bai Su and Qian Jiao were talking outside under the eaves, and Yin Fan, who was helping with illustrations, overheard everything. Aunt Kong, look at Bai Auntie. She seems quite familiar with that gentleman from the Health Bureau. Bai Su hurriedly prepared her exam papers to give to the team members and the educated youth for testing. Yin Fan was drawing illustrations, and Professor Kong was helping nearby. You kid, when you first came here, you always looked so serious, like someone owed you a lot of money. Now you're talking about whether Bai Mei is familiar with that gay comrade. Professor Kong put down his pen and moved to the window, watching Bai Su and Qian Jiao talk outside. I don't know what Bai Su said, but the man in the Zhongshan suit turned his head and looked at her, smiling. This Health Bureau comrade, though not as impressive as Uncle Qin from Yin Fan's family, still looks quite decent. Standing with Bai Mei, they look quite fitting. Honestly, he seems to have some interest in your Aunt Bai. From my experience, I don't think Aunt Bai is thinking about that. Professor Kong lowered his voice and leaned close to Yin Fan's ear. Fan, you'd better hurry up and write a letter to Uncle Qin. Your Aunt Bai is a strong and brave woman, good-looking and full of grace. If you miss this mountain, you won't find this temple again. I think she's quite popular. Your Uncle Qin is a proud man. Even if he does have some interest in Aunt Bai, it's hard for him to admit he likes her. Professor Kong kept glancing out the window, gossiping. Some other comrades are different. They're very enthusiastic and will make Aunt Bai smile because they often work together. Yin Fan looked in the direction Professor Kong was watching and saw Bai Su smile at Qian Jiao. In Beijing before, the Yin and Qin families had contact. Besides the woman who left Uncle Qin to go abroad, Yin Fan had never seen Uncle Qin care about women. Uncle Qin was like ice that couldn't melt. Grandpa Qin was worried sick about his marriage. Uncle Qin often made excuses to go to the Peace Brigade. From Yin Fan's and Professor Yin's perspective, the more Uncle Qin admired Bai Su, the more he probably liked her. Yin Fan made up his mind and cleared his throat seriously. Aunt Kong, I'll write a letter to Uncle Qin later. What Professor Kong and Yin Fan didn't know was that they didn't need to write because Uncle Qin had already arrived at the Peace Brigade. Drawing illustrations was something Yin Fan was quite good at, and with Professor Kong's help, it was even easier. Soon after, Yin Fan and Professor Kong finished drawing the illustrations on the test paper as Bai Su and Qian Jiao requested. Bai Su took the test paper, ready to take it to the pharmacy, when Li Jiqiang and Secretary Zhao arrived. Seeing Secretary Zhao suddenly appear at the Peace Brigade, Bai Su was surprised. Secretary Zhao, why are you here? Bai Jia, Secretary Qin is injured. He's waiting at the brigade's health clinic. Secretary Zhao didn't have time to explain further. Hurry to the health clinic and bandage Secretary Qin's wound. When Qin Yanhua was injured, Bai Su handed her exam paper to Qian Jiao for help with supervising the exam, then followed Secretary Zhao to the health station in the large team. After Qin Yanhua was hurt, Secretary Zhao drove him straight to the Peace Brigade. Because the Health Bureau was inspecting today, no one was at the health station. Secretary Zhao arranged Qin Yanhua to sit in the car and went to the mountain valley to find someone. When Bai Su arrived at the door of the health station, she saw Qin Yanhua leaning against the backrest and sleeping. Qin Yanhua, besides having sharp features and a pair of eagle-like eyes, gave off a tough and strong aura. Perhaps because he was injured, the sight of Qin Yanhua sleeping against the car seat made Bai Su feel unexpectedly gentle. She hesitated whether to wake him up, worried he might be hurt. She quietly asked Secretary Zhao, "Where is Secretary Qin hurt?" "His leg," It was hit by a stone. Before Secretary Zhao finished speaking, Qin Yanyue opened his eyes at the sound. Maybe because his leg was very painful from the hit, his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing him like this was quite heartbreaking. Bai Su instinctively reached out to support him.
Can you walk?
Or should Secretary Zhao carry you down? No need. Qin Yanyue gave a dismissive look at Secretary Zhao and asked Bai Su to help him down with one leg. Secretary Zhao. Seeing his pants soaked with blood, Bai Su quickly crouched down to check his wound. When she rolled up his pant leg, she gasped sharply. He had a large scrape on his lower leg, and the wound was still bleeding. How painful must that be? Bai Su asked Secretary Zhao to help support him into the health station. While cleaning his wound, she asked with concern, how did this happen? At the quarry next door, stones rolled down from the mountain and almost hit a child. Our secretary picked him up and rolled away, but a falling stone hit him. I wanted to find the nearest health station to treat Secretary Qin's injury. He said he could still walk, just some superficial cuts. Qin Yanyue was very stubborn, and Secretary Zhao couldn't do much about him. The secretary was just coming to see how the pharmacy was doing in Peace Brigade, and he said to bandage you here. Isn't that reckless? The weather is so hot. If the wound isn't disinfected and bandaged quickly, what if it gets infected? As a doctor, Bai Su scolded him with a serious face. Secretary Qin, you can't ignore your wound just because you think you can bear it. Such a big cut, if it gets infected, you'll suffer. When Qin Yanyue was in the island military unit, he often got injured. He never took minor injuries seriously. This was still the first time because he didn't take the injuries seriously and was reprimanded by a woman. Seeing her serious and focused expression, Qin Yanyue felt no longer upset but softened his tone. I'll be more careful next time. Bai Su finished cleaning his wound and prepared to sew it up. I don't have anesthesia here, so sewing the wound will be painful.
Can you endure it?
Yes. Qin Yanyue signaled to Bai Su that he wasn't afraid of pain and told her to go ahead with the stitching. If I sew it and you feel pain, you can grunt or shout. When it gets too much, hold on to the chair handle. Before sewing his wound, Bai Su looked up seriously and explained. The woman gently advised him. Qin Yanyue, having known Bai Su for a long time, finally realized she had beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Her eyes shone softly when she looked at people, with a kind of pull that made others feel drawn in. Qin Yanyue turned his head to the side and snorted in annoyance. You talk too much. She simply didn't know when to stop. Bai Su glared at him angrily, but since she was aware that he was a patient, she didn't argue and focused on the wound, beginning to sew it up. Sewing a wound is a small operation, and Bai Su became very focused once she started. Qin Yanyue, claiming he wasn't afraid of pain, knew that a large cut on his leg would definitely hurt. He had been injured often in the army and was quite tolerant of pain. When the needle pierced his skin, he gripped the chair handle and looked down at his comrade's younger sister, who was crouched on the ground sewing him up. Bai Su's hand holding the needle was steady. To lessen his pain, her sewing was quick and skillful. Her serious attitude was different from when she had set a trap for him earlier. From Qin Yanyue's perspective, he could see her fair neck, rounded earlobes, and tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. Her long eyelashes fluttered with each sewing motion, as if worried about pressing too hard and hurting him. Qin Yanyue was captivated by her concentration and, temporarily, forgot the pain. Based on his past injuries in the army, her sewing technique was very skilled. After Bai Su finished stitching his wound and applied medicine, Qin Yanyue looked up and asked, "Who did you learn your sewing skills from?" Bai Su finally remembered that her father, Bai Zhicheng, was an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor and not skilled in Western medical sewing techniques. Qin Yanyue was her comrade's friend, so he thought Bai Mao might have told her about their family situation when they were in the army. It was also because she was worried about Qin Yanyue's wound worsening that she hurriedly performed the sewing herself. My son-in-law taught me that stitching wounds is an essential skill for barefoot doctors. After Bai Su finished sewing the wound and applied medication and bandages, she calmly packed up her medical kit. She said, "When you go to the county hospital for certification, you also need to learn how to stitch wounds. Does Secretary Qin know this? Qin Yanyu hesitated. Is she really a clever woman questioning him like this? His comrade's sister is brave enough to make trades with him, so Qin Yanyu isn't surprised if she tries something else. He didn't pursue the matter further. All right, the wound can't get wet. Your leg is injured, so rest here at the team clinic. Bai Su made sure he was settled before leaving. Today, colleagues from the Health Bureau came to oversee the exam at the pharmacy and help select workers.
I need to go see how things are going.
Last time Qin Yanyu returned to the county, he only gave a quick heads-up to the Health Bureau. Now they're sending people to inspect the peace team and helping with the exam? Qin Yanyu suspects that perhaps Money Jiayu played a role in this, since the Health Bureau cares so much about the pharmacy project at the peace team. He casually asked, who did the Health Bureau send? Uncle Qian's son and a few colleagues from the bureau. Qin Yanyu's eyes darkened slightly, showing no particular reaction. Secretary Zhao quickly sensed a crisis for their leader. He looked at Bai Su and then at Qin Yanyu. Secretary, should we also go see the pharmacy? Qin Yanyu also wanted to know if Professor Yin's living conditions had changed. He hoped to use his leg injury as an excuse to meet Professor Yin and his grandson. Plus, the pharmacy project at the peace team is a new effort in the whole county. He was involved in its planning and genuinely wanted to see how far the team had progressed. Qin Yanyu nodded at Zhao Ming and then looked to Bai Su for approval. Since the road to the pharmacy had been widened, Qin Yanyu's car could reach the pharmacy entrance, so he didn't need to walk much. Bai Su, the doctor who was treating his injury, had no objections. At the pharmacy site, the team leader Li Jiqiang was hosting the exam with Secretary Yin and some colleagues from the County Health Bureau. Zhou Dajiang had been influential for a long time, especially after Zhou Chongqing was sent back from the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. He seized this opportunity to keep the team leader Li Jiqiang on the defensive, making him less vocal. Now, the leaders have uncovered Zhou Dajiang's misconduct, and the peace team has replaced Li Jiqiang as the main person in charge. A small peace team suddenly attracting so many leaders had already alarmed the team and the youth station. Once the news about the exam spread, young workers and team members eager to work at the pharmacy rushed there. Although Zhou Chongqing officially went to see Secretary Qin, for fairness, Bai Su still allowed Zhou Chongqing to take the exam with everyone. Of course, Zhao Qinru and Su Xiaoxiao, who had prepared for a long time, also participated. Except for Lin Lijuan and Sun Mingyuan, who made serious mistakes and lost their exam eligibility, all the other young workers at the point took part. Many people from the team came to watch. Since there were limited exam papers, those who couldn't read were eliminated and couldn't even qualify for the exam. Lanhua was a teacher at Qianjin Primary School and was still teaching there, so she didn't participate in this exam. Hua, who often came to the mountain valley, participated. She had her own little plans. Yin Fan had moved into a red brick house next to the pharmacy. As long as she worked at the pharmacy, she could see Yin Fan every day. Lu Dajuan and Lu Erjuan also came to take the exam, which made Li Jiqiang feel uneasy for Bai Su. However, besides knowing a few characters, Lu Dajuan and Lu Erjuan knew nothing about traditional Chinese medicine. The exam papers from the Health Bureau were difficult. Li Jiqiang thought they definitely wouldn't pass. Since the papers were issued by the Health Bureau, the exam aimed to be fair and just. No matter how much he wanted to defend Bai Su, he couldn't stop his brothers from taking part. Besides the Lu brothers, Zhou Hongba, the son of Secretary Zhou, also came to join the fun. It's unclear how Zhou Hongba, who should have been teaching at Qianjin Primary School, learned about this. The Health Bureau staff were still handing out papers when he hurried over on his bicycle. He was sweating and directly stood in front of Qian Jiao. Leader, I am Zhou Hongba, a teacher at Qianjin Primary School and a member of the peace team. I want to work at the pharmacy to help the team earn income and shine.
Please allow me to take this exam.
Zhou Hongba looked quite spirited, neatly dressed, and appeared very presentable. Qian Jiao didn't know that Zhou Hongba was Secretary Zhou's son. Thinking he was a teacher at Qianjin Primary School, educated and cultured, helping at the pharmacy could make him Bai Su's right-hand man, so he nodded in agreement. Young man, study hard. I believe Comrade by Sue will run the pharmacy very well. Working at the pharmacy in the future won't be any worse than teaching at a primary school. Thank you, leader. After bowing to Qian Jiao, Zhou Hongba took his exam paper and sat down. Li Jiqiang wanted to step forward to stop him, but since the issues with Secretary Zhou hadn't been settled by the commune, he couldn't prevent Zhou Hongba from participating. Otherwise, he would be like De Jiangzhou, who was biased and used power for personal gain. Thus, Zhou Hongba successfully took the exam. After Bai Su helped Qin Yanyu bandage his wound and accompanied Secretary Zhao, they appeared together at the pharmacy. The exam was almost over. Bai Su saw many familiar faces. When she saw Zhou Hongba stand up and hand his test paper to Qian Jiao, she frowned. Her subtle movements caught Qin Yanyu's attention, and he asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Bai Su still thought Zhou Hongba was knowledgeable and cultured, but he might not know much about traditional Chinese medicine, so she wasn't sure he would pass. To her surprise, the clever Secretary Zhou had already arranged a special opportunity for Zhou Hongba. The books he studied were borrowed from the neighboring team, without Bai Su knowing. Zhou Hongba really passed. Along with Zhou Hongba, Zhao Qingru and Su Xiaoxiao also passed the exam. Li Xiangyang passed too, but his score was just okay, barely making it. Hua was naturally fine. She and Zhao Qingru scored equally well. Other successful candidates included 3 young workers from the Youth Point and a girl named Lu Fongfong from the team members. It wasn't that she knew many herbs, but she was diligent. She often went into the mountains to gather herbs to earn work points, even though the task paid little and few people took it on. Lu Fongfong was willing to do this, and to earn more work points, she often asked Bai Su for work, so she naturally recognized the illustrations drawn by Yin Fan on the exam paper. The other 3 young workers were smart. They didn't do it just for work points. They thought helping find herbs might be useful for future work at the pharmacy. So, they joined Zhao Qingru and Su Xiaoxiao in collecting herbs for several days. Knowing those few herbs didn't help much, but it turned out they could use that knowledge in the exam. This lucky break fell on them. Of course, among the 10 people chosen by the Health Bureau, the best was Zhou Chongqing, who scored full marks. His paper was very neat, and his handwriting had a hint of calligraphy style. Qian Jiao talked with Zhou Chongqing and found he knew a lot about herbs and was very skilled in medicine. He learned Zhou Chongqing used to be a barefoot doctor at the team health clinic, and Bai Su couldn't help but praise her. "Girl, your choice of a son-in-law is excellent." In front of others, Qian Jiao called Bai Su comrade, but when he leaned in to speak quietly, he called her girl. Qin Yanyu saw them whispering and looked at them more carefully. Secretary Zhao then called Bai Su. "Sister Bai, Secretary Qin's leg hurts. Please help find a place for him to rest." As a helpful assistant to Professor Yin and his grandson, Bai Su was very conscientious. She also knew why Qin Yanyu, who had a leg injury, insisted on inspecting the medicine workshop. She quickly left Qian Jiao and led Secretary Fu, who was supporting Qin Yanyu, to knock on Professor Yin's door again. "Just chat first. Building the workshop in the mountain valley is much more convenient for me. I've been consistently treating Professor Yin's illness, and he's feeling much better now." After settling Qin Yanyu, Bai Su left. Professor Yin and his grandson checked on how Qin Yanyu was injured. Qin Yanyu said it was just a minor scrape, no problem. Yin Fan looked at Bai Su's departing figure and asked Uncle Qin, "Does Aunt Bai already know that health officer from the county?" They seem quite familiar. Today, Kong Yi and I were helping with illustrations, and they kept talking outside. He cares a lot about Aunt Bai. Yin Fan's personality is very much like Professor Yin's. He suddenly told him so much, all about his comrade's sister. Qin Yanyu looked at him in surprise. Realizing what this kid meant, Qin Yanyu reached out and tapped Yin Fan's head. "I see you and your uncle are doing well lately. Kids like you, always meddling in everything." Manhwa initially became a teacher. Facing the well-behaved children sitting under the podium, she was a bit excited and nervous, and her teaching was a little awkward. Every day, Zhou Chongqing came to pick her up from Jinxian Primary School and told her to treat the students like radish heads. When facing each child, Lan Hua truly imagined them as radish heads. Zhou Chongqing's idea was quite clever and a bit mischievous. Especially when calling out a student to stand and answer questions, Lan Hua felt like she was pulling up little radish heads and couldn't help but smile. Her demeanor was somewhat cold and serious, making the children afraid. But when she smiled, as bright as spring flowers, their nervousness about the new teacher disappeared, and they became more willing to get along with her. As the bell rang signaling the end of class, the children stood up and just finished saying goodbye to the teacher when a mischievous little boy saw Zhou Chongqing waiting at the school gate with his bicycle and suddenly shouted, "Teacher Lu, your boyfriend is here." The children in the classroom burst into laughter. Lan Hua glared at them but couldn't help but smile slightly. She grabbed her books and left the classroom. After tidying up her office and preparing to leave, Teacher Guan, who had finished class, entered. "Teacher Lu, the principal's office is having a fight." Teacher Guan was the one who helped supervise the exam when Lan Hua and Zhou Chongqing came last time. She looked quite serious, but after more contact, she turned out to be a kind-hearted and talkative person. She mysteriously leaned over and said this, and Lu Lanhua responded, "Who got into a fight?" "Principal and Teacher Zhou, the one from your team." Teacher Guan muttered, "Do you think Teacher Zhou has lost his mind? The school just started a few days ago, and he told the principal he wants to quit." The principal was upset because he didn't know where to find a suitable substitute teacher so quickly. But Teacher Zhou is determined not to stay at Qianjin Elementary. He used to flatter Principal Qi a lot, but now he dares to show attitude and argue. Lu Lanhua isn't someone who meddles in others' affairs, but she wasn't clear about why Teacher Zhou wanted to leave, so she felt a bit curious. She paused outside the principal's office and overheard a quarrel inside. "Teacher Zhou, think carefully. If you leave Qianjin Elementary, it won't be right to come back later." "Principal, I've thought it through. I want to return to the team, to contribute." Ignoring Principal Qi's attempts to persuade him, Teacher Zhou said, "The textbooks at the elementary level are very simple. If you can't find a suitable replacement, just pick someone from the educated youth who took the exam last time." I definitely want to leave the school and go back to the team. As a teacher, you should be responsible for the children. Besides learning knowledge, they need to get used to new teachers. If you decide early, that's fine. But just after the semester started, you suddenly say you want to resign? Principal Qi looked very upset, probably feeling that talking more was useless. He sighed helplessly. All right. I can't keep someone who wants to leave. Teacher Zhou, I wish you a bright future." Lu Lanhua thought that the conversation between Principal Qi and Teacher Zhou seemed to be almost over. Although she was still confused about why Teacher Zhou suddenly wanted to resign, she was afraid of being caught eavesdropping, so she quietly tiptoed toward the school gate. Zhang Chongqing was standing on tiptoe on his bicycle, and Lanhua jumped onto the back seat, holding his waist. "Guess what I overheard outside the principal's office? Teacher Zhou doesn't want to be a teacher anymore and plans to return to the team to contribute." Zhang Chongqing pedaled the bicycle forward, and Lanhua was puzzled. He's a formal teacher at the school, and being a teacher is such a good job. Why would he just quit? Did he take the wrong medicine? Teacher Zhou was quick to act. He was eager to get medicine from the pharmacy, just passing the health bureau exam today, and was in a hurry to find Principal Qi to resign. Did he take the wrong medicine? Zhou Chongqing told Lanhua, "Today, the health bureau officials came to inspect the team. They gave us a test to help select workers for the team's pharmacy. Zhou Hongba participated in the exam and has already passed the health bureau's assessment." Knowing that Zhou Hongba gave up being a teacher surprised Lanhua very much. The pharmacy was still managed by Su and Zhou Chongqing, but she hadn't heard any news about it. Zhou Hongba was teaching at school but somehow learned that the health bureau was visiting the team, so he hurried back to take the exam. "I didn't know there was a test today," Lanhua muttered. "Why do I feel like Zhou Hongba has been watching the pharmacy all along?"
Exactly.
The father and son have caused a lot of trouble for the pharmacy. Zhou Chongqing took Miao Cuifeng and Lu Dajuan to the health clinic, then told Lanhua about Zhou branch secretary's witness. Lanhua was so angry she felt like she was burning inside. Lin Lijuan and Sun Mingyuan were sneaking into a small grove. Their affairs had become the joke of the team. Their father and son didn't manage their own family, but still reached out with their hands. Lu Lanhua shook her waist and said, "Zhou Chongqing, cut off their greedy hands for Mom." Her soft, delicate hand swung on his waist. Zhou Chongqing felt that his partner always had a way of unintentionally causing trouble. Doesn't she know men shouldn't wave or touch their waists randomly? Got it, Teacher Lu. Can you please move your wandering hands? No, I won't. I'm not moving. What's wrong with grabbing my partner's waist? Lanhua looked confident and justified. Zhou Chongqing had no choice but to feel helpless. Actually, I'm quite relieved that Zhou Hongba is no longer a primary school teacher. Lanhua didn't understand what he meant. She nodded and asked, "What are you relieved about? He won't be watching you anymore." Zhou Chongqing instinctively said this and continued, "Back then, he kept pestering you and even told Annie he wanted to marry you. When you started working at the primary school, he was close to you every day. I was always worried, afraid my wife would be taken away." A gentle breeze brushed her face as the bicycle moved along the small path beside the rice fields. Usually, she should have smelled the fresh scent of rice flowers, but Lanhua only caught a sour, vinegar-like smell. She burst out laughing. "Zhou Chongqing, who is your wife?" After saying that, she reached out and tickled his waist. Zhou Chongqing almost lost control of the handlebar and fell into the rice field with his bike because of her surprise attack. Annoyed and angry, he warned, "Lu Lanhua, if you dare to cause trouble again, I'll punish you. I must take care of you." The small paws on his waist finally settled down. After a while, Lanhua blushed and spat behind him. "Zhou Chongqing, what are you talking about? You're shameless." One person pedaled the bicycle in front, while the other sat quietly behind. When they arrived at the Peace Brigade, Zhou Chongqing rode straight into Bai Su's family yard. "Zhou Chongqing, why don't you take me back?" Lanhua panicked from behind. "Zhou Chongqing, what are you going to do?" "I don't want to go to your place." Thinking about the last time he stopped his car to kiss her and the harsh words he said on the way, he rode the bike into the yard. Lanhua jumped off, trying to run away, and then saw someone leaning on a bamboo chair in the yard. Faced with Qin Yenyu's half-smiling gaze, Lanhua froze. "Uncle Qin, what are you doing here?" Uncle Qin's leg was hurt, and it's a bit warm. He needs to stay here for a night to watch his condition and injury. Zhou Chongqing looked at her and smiled. "Mom is cooking here today, hosting Uncle Qin and Secretary Zhao. Lu Annie and Hehua are also here. Going back to the He family would be a cold meal." "Teacher Lu, do you still want me to take you back?" Lanhua's face suddenly turned red, feeling that Zhou Chongqing was deliberately making her lose face in front of Uncle Qin. Why didn't he say earlier that Uncle Qin was staying here and that his mom was cooking delicious food? Angrily, she glared at Zhou Chongqing. "I'll settle the score with you later. I'm going to help Mom cook." After saying that, she ran away quickly, blushing. Young people are so lively. Qin Yenyu looked up at Zhou Chongqing, tapping the bamboo chair's armrest. "Kid, let's have a drink with Uncle Qin tonight." As a doctor, Zhou Chongqing said he couldn't drink because his leg was injured. Qin Yenyu didn't mind. He had suffered much worse injuries during military missions and never avoided alcohol. The smell of Bai Su's cooking wafted from the kitchen, making Qin Yenyu's mouth water. He asked Secretary Zhao to get his stored wine from the car. When Bai Su served 8 dishes and a soup, Secretary Zhao brought in the wine bottle and thoughtfully poured wine for Qin Yenyu. Bai Su stopped him. "Secretary Qin, your leg is injured. You can't drink." Besides Qin Yenyu's mother, Bai Su was the first woman brave enough to tell him what to do. Secretary Zhao paused, explaining, "Our secretary wants to have a drink with Xiao Zhou. Secretary Qin used to drink when he was in the island army. I don't care. I used to be the doctor treating Secretary Qin's injuries." Bai Su firmly stopped him, saying, "Getting drunk when you're hurt will speed up blood flow and slow healing. I am the doctor treating your injuries for Secretary Qin, so you must listen to me. Drinking alcohol isn't as good as drinking a bowl of chicken soup. I specially made this chicken soup to help Secretary Qin recover." Bai Su scooped a bowl of chicken soup for Qin Yenyue, saying, I asked Shenyang to buy the chicken from the team, and inside, I put abalone sent from the island by my sister-in-law. Chicken soup helps with recovery and healing. Drink more. On the island military base, Qin Yenyue was tired of seafood, but Bai Su's light and tasty abalone chicken soup was very fresh. It was probably made specifically for his injury, with no extra seasoning. Each sip was full of the natural flavor of chicken. The fish on the table was also steamed with just some chopped green onions and red chili strips for decoration. There were also dishes like celery and wood ear mushroom chicken strips, cold seaweed salad, perilla and cucumber, stir-fried green beans, and tender sautéed pumpkin, all light and refreshing, clearly prepared to care for his injury. Qin Yenyue no longer cared about Bai Su stopping him from drinking and handed his wine glass to Secretary Zhao. Have a drink with Xiao Zhou. Secretary Zhao understood. The secretary meant that since Qin Yenyue's leg was injured and he couldn't drink, he would substitute for him and drink with Bai Su's second son-in-law, Zhou Chongqing. Zhou Chongqing caught the secretary's eye. It showed that the secretary valued Xiao Zhou very much. Before the meal was served, Zhou Chongqing mentioned that the secretary was injured and couldn't drink, so he also stopped Secretary Qin and advised him to wait until he healed before drinking. The secretary thought he was being too cautious, not taking his injury seriously. Now Bang Zhang's sister ladled a bowl of chicken soup and handed it over, making their secretary obediently accept it. Indeed, everyone's fate is different. He finally understood. If Bang Zhang's sister and their secretary's relationship could work out, then in the future, their secretary might become very obedient to his wife. Secretary Zhao could only accept his fate and raise his glass. Come on, Xiao Zhou, let's toast with Uncle Zhao. Bai Su has a habit of taking walks after meals. Qin Yenyue's leg was injured, so he could only sit on a bamboo chair in the yard. Bai Su brought out her family's big bamboo bed, and the whole family sat on it, chatting and enjoying the cool evening breeze. Late summer, early autumn nights are breezy and cool. Stars twinkled across the night sky, with a crescent moon hanging in the sky. Bai Su and Secretary Zhao chatted casually, and the lotus flowers hummed a song out of boredom. Enjoying the cool night breeze, tired Qin Yenyue closed his eyes to rest. When he heard Hua humming a song, his eyelids fluttered, and his usually stern face softened suddenly. He was very familiar with the melody Hua was humming. It's the tune his uncle often hummed after walking out of the Moscow suburbs at night. It seemed that Hua was quite close to Yinfan. Qin Yenyue's lips curved slightly in the dark. The countryside night was quiet. He could hear the distant sounds of insects from the rice fields and mountains, the chatter of his comrade's sister and Zhao Ming, and the pleasant singing of little Hua. Bai Su sat on the bamboo bed beside him. He even caught a faint minty scent, which made Qin Yenyue feel relaxed. Qin Yenyue's wound suddenly got infected, causing a fever, nausea, and vomiting. Secretary Zhao suggested staying at the brigade's clinic overnight for observation before returning to the county. After giving him medicine and injections, Bai Su also changed the dressing on his wound, finally lowering his fever. The light, tasty dishes prepared tonight made Qin Yenyue very hungry, and he ate quite a lot. Now exhausted, he fell asleep, feeling that a good rest for one night would be enough to recover. Zhou Chongqing brought a coat to cover Qin Yenyue, who was leaning on a bamboo chair, and Bai Su left instructions before leaving. Don't let him sleep outside in the yard for too long. Wake him up later and let him go back inside to sleep.
Don't worry, Auntie.
I will take good care of Secretary Qin. When Bai Su asked Zhou Chongqing to get some clothes to cover Qin Yenyue, he noticed, under the faint moonlight, that Qin Yenyue's eyelids fluttered briefly. Zhou Chongqing was sure that Qin Yenyue was pretending to sleep. Sure enough, after sending Bai Su and Manhwa out, Zhou Chongqing returned to find Qin Yenyue awake. The health bureau came to inspect the peace brigade today. My leg is hurt again. Auntie Bai is tired after a long day. You should let her go home early to rest. Zhao Ming had eaten too much tonight and was now in the bathroom. Qin Yenyue asked Zhou Chongqing to help him back to his room. From Qin Yenyue's words, Zhou Chongqing sensed that he cared about his mother-in-law. Could it be that Qin Yenyue was pretending to sleep to let his auntie go home earlier? His aunt often said Qin Yenyue had certain conditions. What conditions could he have? How could Qin Yenyue possibly be interested in her? But Zhou Chongqing felt that, with the team running the medicine shop, Qin Yenyue had become more active at the Peace Brigade. He and Hian's instincts told him that Qin Yenyue did seem to have some feelings for his mother-in-law. Supporting Qin Yenyu as he slowly moves into the house, Zhou Chongqing tentatively speaks, "Uncle Qin, your leg injury suddenly caused a fever. My aunt is worried about your leg and couldn't properly host the health bureau colleagues. I heard that the leader, Comrade Qian, knew my aunt when they were young. His son studies at the same school as Guohua. Last time my aunt went to the county health bureau, Comrade Qian helped out." Qin Yenyu remained silent, only giving a muffled hum. Encouraged, Zhou Chongqing continues, "My aunt has been talking about him these days, saying that if he comes to the Peace Brigade, they should treat him well." This time, Qin Yenyu pauses and stops walking forward. He glances at Zhou Chongqing and says, "It's my leg that was injured, which is why your aunt couldn't properly host Comrade Qian. The County Health Bureau colleagues will likely visit the brigade pharmacy again." Zhou Chongqing continues to support Qin Yenyu into the house, asking, "Uncle Qin, I also want to ask, how did your leg get hurt?" Smart people don't need to say everything directly, and Zhou Chongqing knows how to speak tactfully. Realizing what Zhou Chongqing means, Qin Yenyu chuckles softly.
What are you thinking about?
He pats Zhou Chongqing on the shoulder and says, "Am I so reckless? Faking an injury just to scare away Qian Jiayu? When the health bureau colleagues come to inspect, I should also visit the Peace Brigade. That's precise action. My injury was an accident." Zhou Chongqing, supporting Qin Yenyu to the door, hears the noise and quickly helps him back inside. Outside the house, Xiaoming stands a bit stunned. Does Secretary Qin mean he didn't intentionally get hurt? But knowing that Comrade Qian from the Health Bureau came with people to inspect the Peace Brigade, he specifically made this trip. Precise action? Does Secretary Qin admit he has feelings for his aunt? Zhou Chongqing, still standing under the dim kerosene lamp in the main hall, ponders silently. Qin Yenyu, supported by Xiaoming, has a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "What did Zhou Jiqing say that makes you so happy, Secretary?" "Zhou Qingshuan's grandson is quite clever. He's testing me." Qin Yenyu smiles slightly. He also cares about my comrade sister. With his support, the pharmacy can develop well. Talking about a comrade sister. Who would care so much for a comrade sister? Xiaoming can't help but purse his lips. "Secretary, you really treat the comrade sister well. Are you planning to make Zhou Jiqing an ally?" To avoid hearing that Qian Jiao brought colleagues from the Health Bureau to the Peace Brigade, who were inspecting the neighboring commune and rushing over in a hurry, accidentally hurting his foot. Qin Yenue did not deny this time, merely nodded. Xiaoming slightly disagreed. "Secretary, you said this kid is quite clever, but I think he's more inclined to his mother-in-law, and he probably won't agree to be your spy." "He will agree," Qin Yenue said confidently. Zhou Qingxian has a daughter at Baiyun Farm undergoing reform. She used to help Zhou Qingxian manage a medicinal garden near Beijing. Zhou Chongqing's aunt married a doctor who studied abroad. He's an expert in construction engineering. Her father-in-law, because he studied abroad, made mistakes that were more serious than old Zhou's, so he was sent far away to Baiyun Farm for reform. When Zhou Qingxian was critically ill, his grandson went to the farm to see him off. His only concern was his daughter and son-in-law, who were far away at Baiyun Farm. Even after they learned the news, they felt powerless, so they asked me to help. By the way, Zhou Chengxian has some connection to my family. He once treated my family's old master. Qin Yenue continued calmly. Building a medicinal shed and warm shed requires engineering experts. The pharmacy only has Professor Kong and Professor Lin, who are agricultural doctors. We also need people who understand herbs and their properties to help manage the medicinal fields. Secretary Zhao understood. In Beijing, the old master wanted to take advantage of the relaxed policies and, based on past friendship, agreed to help bring 2 people over. These 2 are Zhou Qingshuan's daughter and son-in-law and Zhou Chongqing's aunt and uncle.
Then Secretary Qin asked the old master for these two people, planning to transfer Zhou Chongqing's aunt and uncle to the Peace Brigade. This way, Zhou's family could reunite, and they could also help manage the pharmacy and medicinal fields for Baijia. With such capable people involved in running the pharmacy at the Peace Brigade, how could it not succeed? Their secretary truly dedicated himself for his comrade's sister's pharmacy, securing orders from the island troops and carefully recruiting the right talent. Most impressive, he knew how to win people's hearts. Zhou Chongqing probably thought he'd never see his aunt and uncle again, right? But the secretary was skilled at bringing people over. When their family was reunited, that kid would surely be grateful and thankful. Wouldn't he willingly become his ally and agree to be his spy in the Peace Brigade? Secretary Qin has always had a good relationship with He Yan, and now he is even connecting with Bai's sister's second son-in-law. On Qian Jiao's side, Director Qian is acting as a matchmaker, and their secretary also has a way to reach across boundaries. Gaining the trust of Bai's sister's most important person is a precise move. Older men are quite crazy about finding a partner. Zhao Ming cleared his throat and reminded Qin Yenyue, Zhou Qingshuan's son-in-law issue is quite complicated. If we bring him over, will Hong Cheng's side find a reason to catch us? Secretary, he has been making small moves behind the scenes. I am cautious and careful, sitting in this position with great care. If Hong Cheng could do without small tricks, he wouldn't be Hong Cheng. Qin Yenyue's sharp eyes slightly narrowed. Today, the stones at the quarry suddenly rolled down. It's suspicious, like someone is sure I wouldn't want that child to get hurt. Zhao Ming usually thought that during the inspection at the neighboring team, the sudden loosening and rolling of the stones was too coincidental. But at that time, Qin Yenyue was cut by a stone and didn't have time to think carefully. Now, thinking about it carefully, he feels a chill. If that stone had hit a little more to the side and Qin's secretary had moved a bit slower, it wouldn't have just been his leg that was injured. He might have been covered in blood and flesh. Since Qin's secretary came to the county town, he has been working with He Yan to down on human trafficking groups to save children. Someone might be plotting against Qin's secretary using a child, which is not impossible. Zhao Ming usually appears gentle, but when it concerns Qin Yenyue's safety, he doesn't take it lightly. Secretary, I will find a way to investigate this matter clearly. Qin Yenyue nodded, indicating he was going to rest. He wasn't used to sharing a bed with others, but fortunately, Bai Su's family house was big enough with many rooms. The bedding was a bit old, but there was no shortage. Zhao Ming went to rest in the room next door. Qin Yenyue's gaze fell on the old desk. On the homemade photo frame on the desk, two small, crooked photos were placed, one of a family portrait and the other a picture of Bai Mao's siblings. In the family photo, Bai Su, about the size of an osmanthus flower, stood beside her brother, smiling brightly like a summer flower, with small dimples on her pretty face. She was a charming girl, straightforward and innocent. How did she become a mother and the mother of 5 daughters? She's more cunning than a sieve. She knows how to handle him and loves to control him. Qin Yenyue picked up the photo frame, looked at it for a while, then put it back, blew out the kerosene lamp and lay down. The old, washed bedding smelled of sunlight, mixed with a hint of medicinal scent and a faint mint aroma. This smell made people feel at ease. Qin Yenyue had a good night's sleep. Someone who is trained in the military, Qin Yenyue has a strong body. After a night, he feels fine and looks quite energetic. Yesterday, Secretary Zhao kept talking about the sesame cakes made by Bai Su. Early in the morning, Bai Su cooked chicken porridge for Qin Yenyue and brought some cakes over. Qin Yenyue finished the bowl of porridge and ate a sesame cake. Last time, Bai Su gave Qin Yenyue sesame cake, but Secretary Zhao didn't get to taste it. Now that he finally got to enjoy the delicious cake, his mouth was full of fragrant, crispy flavor. Secretary Zhao was very satisfied. Sister, your sesame cakes are so tasty. I baked extra, so later you can take a few back to Aunt Ju to try. Bai Su instructed Secretary Zhao, for someone with a leg injury, lacking zinc can reduce the function of fiber cells and a deficiency in fats can slow down wound healing. To restore strength, Tell Aunt Ju that during Qin's secretary's recovery, he should drink pig's trotter and kelp soup. Restoring strength with pig's trotter and kelp soup? Secretary Zhao almost spat out the crumbs from the cake, but Qin Yanue gave him a cold glance, so he had to hold it in. Bai Su added, eat more zinc-rich foods like wood ear mushrooms and kelp. Keep the diet light. Fruits and vegetables are essential. Chicken soup can help boost health and promote wound healing, so drink it several times. Seeing that Secretary Zhao was busy eating the sesame cake and might not listen carefully, Bai Su took out paper and pen and wrote a simple meal plan for Qin Yanue. After leaving Bai Su's home, Zhao Ming helped Qin Yanue into the car. Qin Yanue looked at the recipe Bai Su wrote and read it carefully. Secretary Zhao couldn't help but mutter, Sister Bai talks a lot, just like Aunt Ju. The handwriting on the recipe was very neat. Qin Yanue also discovered a good quality of his comrade's sister. She writes very well. Her handwriting is straightforward and sharp, yet gentle and graceful, just like her personality, easy on the eyes. To Qin Yanue, his comrade's sister and Aunt Ju are both very important to him. He doesn't like hearing people say they talk too much. Qin Yanue glanced at Secretary Zhao, who was driving. Someone like you, single and unwanted. No one will bother you with endless chatter. Secretary Zhao. That hurt, Secretary. He really wanted to say that, just like the unspoken barrier between him and Bai Su, it's still unclear who will end up with whom. After all, there's also the charming and talented Qian Jiao watching closely nearby. He's a childhood friend, and their families have a long-standing friendship. But he didn't dare say that in front of Qin Yanue, who was used to being cautious. Secretary Zhao was still muttering to himself, thinking that crazy men who chase after love are hard to handle. A car passed by them on the road ahead as they turned the corner. Qin Yanue was more focused on reading Bai Su's writing and didn't look outside the window. After the car passed, Secretary Zhao finally realized, Secretary, I think that was a small truck from the county food factory. Yesterday, the Health Bureau helped with recruitment, and Bai Su and Zhou Chongqing were assigned to train and divide tasks. After tidying up the room where Qin Yanue had stayed, Bai Su was about to leave for the pharmacy when he heard the honking of a car outside. Why did Qin Yanue come back? Did he forget something? Bai Su hurried out of the yard and saw He-Yan parking the small truck from the food factory at the door, greeting Zhou Chongqing, who was riding his bike back after delivering orchids. Brother, I'm back. Zhou Chongqing pedaled over and said, Good to see you back. Annie has been talking about you for a long time. Where did you go in the car this time? It's been a while since you came back. You little guy, still not calling me brother? Still calling her auntie? It had been a long time since Bai Su saw his family, and He-Yan was very happy to see Zhou Chongqing. He jumped off the truck and put his arm around him. Hey, still calling me He-Yan? Dating my sister-in-law and not calling me big brother? Zhou Chongqing was used to calling him that, and as for Bai Su, they hadn't yet registered their marriage, so calling her mom didn't feel right. He had been holding back and calling her auntie. It was okay to call He-Yan big brother, and Zhou Chongqing was about to do so. Bai Su stood at the door and smiled. You finally decided to come back. Mom, are you here with Zhou Chongqing? He-Yan saw his mother-in-law smiling and felt very close. Mom, are you in a hurry to go to the pharmacy? I brought you some good things. Why don't you come back with me first? He-Yan called Zhou Chongqing. You come along too. You're experienced and can help keep an eye out. Last time, Bai Su went to the county to deliver osmanthus to a high school, and He-Yan went out of town for work. He came back once in the middle, but his colleague's family was seriously ill, so he didn't have time to rest or visit home. Then he went to another province for work again. He hadn't been back for almost a month. His beard was scruffy, looking anxious to return. He hadn't had time to tidy up or shave. He-Yan started working at the county food factory after getting married. He and Li Hua saw each other rarely. Li Hua was inside sewing clothes when she heard the car stop outside, and she hurried out the door. Seeing He-Yan jump out of the car, she was so excited, she threw herself into his arms. I told you to wait until I came back from the pharmacy to see what you brought, but you insisted on bringing Zhou Chongqing and me along. Bai Su jumped down from the front passenger seat of the car.
This big lantern of mine might ruin your little couple's fun. Li Hua didn't expect her mother and Zhou Chongqing to be in the car. When she saw Bai Su and Zhou Chongqing come down, she blushed deeply. Seeing her husband, she immediately threw herself into his arms, which made He Yan very happy. Mom, you don't need to laugh at my wife. He Yan held Li Hua's hand. Wife, I've had these few days off. I'll stay home and keep you company.
Who wants you to keep me company?
Li Hua said she was a little annoyed, but the newlyweds couldn't get enough of each other. As He Yan carried things down from the car, Li Hua followed closely behind. Every time He Yan went out on a trip, he would bring back things from neighboring provinces and counties. The things He Yan brought back became Li Hua's favorite part of the day. Zhou Chongqing helped carry a big bag of goods into the yard. He Yan bought a large bag of dried fish. When he opened the bag and smelled the fishy scent, Li Hua suddenly felt nauseous and had to hold onto the door to up bitter bile. Bai Su carried a wrapped newspaper parcel into the house. When she saw Li Hua retching, she asked Li Hua, "What's wrong?" Li Hua weakly said, "Mom, He Yan brought back a bag of dried fish. I don't know why, but I feel sick when I smell it." Li Hua loved eating fish the most. When she smelled the fishy smell, she vomited. Bai Su and He Yan had been married for some time. Thinking that Li Hua might be pregnant, Bai Su almost dropped what she was holding. She remembered He Yan handing her something wrapped in newspaper, telling her it was very important. Bai Su steadied herself and asked Zhou Chongqing to hold it. "Be careful, don't drop it." She handed the parcel to Zhou Chongqing and sat down next to Li Hua, checking her pulse. When He Yan came in, he saw Bai Su checking her daughter's pulse. "Mom, what's wrong with Li Hua? She was fine just now." Li Hua just vomited. Bai Su moved her hand away from Li Hua's wrist and tried to stay calm. "Her cycle is a bit early. He Yan, we might be expecting another family member." He Yan was momentarily stunned. Zhou Chongqing, who knew medicine, was the first to understand what Bai Su meant. He excitedly patted He Yan on the shoulder. "Brother, you're going to be a dad. Is my wife pregnant? Already?" He Yan couldn't believe it. His face first looked blank, then his eyes shone brightly. He quickly walked over and picked up Li Hua. "Wife, you're pregnant with our baby." "Wife, I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father." He Yan never expected before that he could marry a wife he liked. Now he has married the woman he loves, and she is pregnant with his child. How could he not be overjoyed? He Yan happily spun around holding a pear blossom, acting like a fool. When his mother heard the noise and came over, she hurriedly pulled him back. "You little rascal, be careful. Be gentle. Quickly put down the pear blossom, or you might hurt our grandchildren." Zhou Chongqing felt that he and Aunt Bai Lanhua were like family. Having a baby in the family was a big happiness. Since Sister Pear Blossom was pregnant, he was happy for his good friend He Yan and smiled along. Because Pear Blossom was carrying a little one inside her belly, the He family home was filled with laughter and joy. He Yan happily laughed for a while, then realized he had delayed Bai Su and Zhou Chongqing from going to the medicine shop. He hurriedly urged Bai Su, "Mom, quickly look at the newspaper." The item on the table was wrapped in 3 layers of old newspaper. Bai Su carefully peeled off each layer until she finally saw a large blue bowl. "Is this a big blue glazed bowl?" Bai Su examined it closely. The blue glazed bowl was quite old, with some chips along the rim. It was an antique. Zhou Chongqing's grandfather, Zhou Qingxian, was known for both healing and collecting things. He took the bowl from Bai Su and looked at it. "Annie, this looks like something from the Ming Xuande period. Too bad about the chips on the rim. If it were intact, it would be quite valuable in peaceful times." Even with the chips, it wasn't destined for the scrap yard, just a little wear on the edge. That's nothing. Last time, when Bai Su went to the county to find books, she carefully kept 2 old items she brought back. In later treasure appraisal shows, she remembered that blue glaze from the Ming Xuande period was quite valuable. He Yan had brought back such a big bowl. Bai Su was very excited. "Where did you get this?" He found it at a recycling station in a neighboring province. "When we just bought back this house, Mom, you liked old furniture and antiques. Last time, you went to the county to look for books and visited the recycling station. You found 2 old items, treating them like treasures. When I came back from the neighboring county last time, Secretary Chin told me about it. Hien explained, since I often have to travel around, I go to the recycling stations when I have time. When I saw this big bowl, I thought it was a good piece, so I bought it for you, Mom, and brought it home. I even asked Uncle Chin for advice and took out a book about old artifacts. If Mom likes these things, I'll study them and try to find some good items to bring back when I go out driving later. Nowadays, people can't even afford enough food, so these old objects aren't worth much. Keeping them might cause trouble later. When big problems come, scrap yards often find good stuff, unlike in later times, when many fake products appeared. Can Bai Su not like these things? In the future, these items could be worth a lot of money. Bai Su quickly agreed, I like them. Good son-in-law, you're so thoughtful. I really like this. Her son-in-law is so considerate, knowing how to please her. Also, Qin Yanyu is very clever. He told Hien about Bai Su's interest in old objects. When Li Hua got pregnant, Hien gave her another good item, and Bai Su was overjoyed. When going to the medicine shop to train workers, she was always smiling. Once the shop was running, Bai Su assigned tasks for collecting herbs. They weighed the herbs and paid based on weight, also using a system of work points to value the herbs, handled by Zhao Qingro. When Zhao Qingro collected herbs, she carefully checked their appearance. If there were impurities, the shop wouldn't accept them. For those who deliberately mixed other things into the herbs to send to the factory, serious cases could lead to losing their qualification to gather herbs. In the future, the shop wouldn't accept herbs from them anymore. Zhao Qingro is very careful. She remembers Bai Su's words, there can be no mistakes when dealing with medicines. She'd rather spend more time to do it well. Cleaning herbs, making ointments, and controlling the fire are all handled by specific people. Zhou Chongqing supervises to handle any emergencies. With everyone working together, the work at the shop went smoothly. During the double harvest period, Bai Su took Li Hua and a few others to gather herbs for several days before making about 100 boxes of ointment. Once the shop was open, they could produce 100 boxes a day or more. In just 10 days, they completed the order for the island troops. As an expert in agriculture, Professor Lin had been very cautious after being assigned elsewhere. The mountain valley was surrounded by wasteland, but Professor Lin and his wife, Professor Kong, had never planted even a single vegetable, afraid of being caught out. Unexpectedly, thanks to Bai Su, they were able to take over the herbal fields in the mountain valley. Professor Lin was very passionate about the land and eager to show his talents, returning to his old profession. During the construction of the medicine workshop, he was eager to plow a piece of land. After leveling it, he carefully ridged the soil and scattered the medicinal seeds he found, such as mint and mugwort. These herbs usually sprout within about 7 to 10 days. More than half a month passed, and Professor Lin had meticulously tended the land, which now sprouted a lush green crop of seedlings. Professor Lin treated these plants like newborn babies, very carefully. Now is early autumn. The temperature is just right, and the mountain valley gets plenty of sunlight. As long as we keep the soil moist and water carefully, the herbs will grow well. Professor Lin discussed with Bai Su, but if it gets colder, that won't work. We need to set up a warm greenhouse as soon as possible. When the seedlings grow tall and strong, we can move them inside.
I understand, Bai Su replied.
Secretary Chin said they managed to get some plastic film, and people are looking for someone to help set up the greenhouse with geothermal heat. When your seedlings are ready, the people Secretary Chin found should arrive, and then we can transplant the plants into the greenhouse without delay. All right, that sounds good. Professor Lin nodded. Secretary Chin is very efficient. If he says he can find someone experienced in building greenhouses, I believe we won't be delayed in transplanting the seedlings. He kept thinking, and soon there was news. While Bai Su was still listening to Professor Lin talk about planting, Zhao Qingru, who was responsible for collecting herbs at the workshop entrance, came over. Godmother, Secretary Chin has arrived. Zhao Qingru told Bai Su. He brought 2 comrades from the team who were assigned there. They're waiting at the workshop now.
Professor Lin and Bai Su had been waiting for the specialists to set up the greenhouse and geothermal system so they could transplant the seedlings when the weather cooled. Secretary Qin had promised to bring the right people, and now he was here with the two comrades. Could it be that the people the workshop wanted had arrived? Without hesitation, Bai Su hurried to the workshop. Professor Lin left the seedlings he was watering and followed Bai Su, rushing toward the workshop. In recent days, Zhou Chongqing, besides supervising medicine preparation and handling emergencies at the workshop, had been focusing on developing a lice-killing medicine. Since childhood, he had learned medicine from his grandfather Zhou Qingxian. He was very familiar with various prescriptions. Making the medicine was easy for him, and he had tested it at the youth commune, where it worked very well to kill lice. However, some workers preferred to itch rather than buy the medicine. How could they make the medicine more effective so that people would willingly pay for it? Inspired by Su Xiaoxiao's gift of osmanthus and sulfur soap, Zhou Chongqing tried mixing oil and lye together, stirring them well. Then, he added concentrated medicinal extract. When the mixture was nearly ready, he poured it into a carefully crafted mold. Yin Fan helped make the mold, which was engraved with traditional herbal patterns. Once the mixture solidified, he removed it from the mold, revealing a beautiful light brown medicinal soap. It's done. This soap, infused with concentrated herbal extract, has insect-repelling and cleaning effects. Those who hesitate to buy lice-removing liquid would surely want to buy a piece of this soap. Zhou Chongqing felt a surge of happiness at making the medicinal soap for the pharmacy. When he heard voices outside, he thought Bai Su had returned. Excited, he hurried out holding the soap to show Bai Su. Madam, look. I made soap. He rushed out happily, but saw that the person talking to Qin Yenyue was not his wife, but a slim woman dressed in gray. Because she was turned away from him, he couldn't see her face clearly, only judging from her loose, ill-fitting clothes that she was very thin. Hearing Zhou Chongqing call her madam, the woman beside Qin Yenyue turned her head. When Zhou Chongqing saw her face clearly, he froze in shock. His hands, holding the soap, trembled uncontrollably.
Aunt.
He wanted to call her, but his throat suddenly went dry, and he couldn't speak. When the old master died, Zhou Chongqing held back tears. When he was sent back from the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university to the Peace Brigade, he didn't cry. Seeing the woman with a yellowish complexion but still beautiful face, tears streamed down his face. Seeing someone he longed for, Zhou Chongqing choked, unable to make a sound. Zhou Zilan spoke softly, trying to hold back her emotions. Chongqing, are you alright?
I'm fine.
Are you all doing well? Before Zhou Zilan could answer, Zhou Chongqing couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed forward and embraced her excitedly. Not knowing the situation at the Peace Brigade, Zhou Zilan was worried about being seen with Zhou Chongqing and feared it might cause trouble for her nephew. Plus, her brother-in-law Jiang Yuchuan was nearby, cautiously coughing to signal her. She tried to push Zhou Chongqing away. Qin Yenyue spoke from beside her. I asked Secretary Zhao to stay outside. Now, Zhou Zilan no longer held back. She let go of her restraint, hugged Zhou Chongqing tightly, and burst into tears. Feeling overwhelmed by family troubles and mourning Zhou Qingshuan's critical illness, she and Jiang Yuchuan received the news but felt powerless and unable to send her father off properly. When Bai Su and Professor Lin appeared at the door, they saw her son-in-law holding a woman with red, swollen eyes. Zhou Zilan heard the noise at the door and cautiously pushed away Zhou Chongqing. Zhou Chongqing comforted her, saying, Don't worry. She is my mother-in-law. I was assigned to the Peace Brigade, and she has helped me a lot. After Grandpa passed away, I was sent back from the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, and she has been taking care of me. Zhou Chongqing called Bai Su mother-in-law, which surprised Zhou Zilan. Her nephew had found someone in the Peace Brigade? Seeing Bai Su's appearance and demeanor, she could already imagine what her daughter looked like, especially since she had helped her nephew during his difficult times. Zhou Zilan looked gratefully at Bai Su and gave a slight smile as a greeting. But Bai Su couldn't understand the situation before her. She looked at Zhou Zilan and then at the middle-aged man with red,
swollen eyes beside her. Bai Su asked Qin Yanyue, Secretary Qin, are these two comrades assigned to the brigade? Yes, this is Comrade Zhou Zhilan, Qin Yanyue introduced. She comes from a family of medicine, has managed a pharmacy garden, and is very knowledgeable about medicine properties and pharmacology. She can help Professor Lin manage the medicinal fields. White Su guessed that Zhou Zhilan was related to her second son-in-law. She warmly extended her hand to Zhou Zhilan, saying, Comrade Zhou Zhilan, welcome to the Peace Brigade. In the future, you should help Professor Lin with the medicinal fields. Secretary Qin's arrangement of someone knowledgeable about herbs and pharmacology to assist Professor Lin was a great help. He happily stepped forward, mimicking Bai Su, and shook hands with Zhou Zhilan. But Professor Lin was more concerned about the medicinal seedlings he had carefully cultivated and hoped for a professional to help maintain the temperature in the greenhouses. After shaking hands, he looked away and focused on the man beside Zhou Zhilan. Before Secretary Qin Yanyue could introduce him, the observing man extended his hand to Professor Lin. Comrade Lin, hello.
My name is Jiang Yichuan.
I know some engineering and construction skills and can help build the greenhouses to solve the temperature problem. After exchanging a few words with Professor Lin, Jiang Yichuan turned to Bai Su and said, from now on, it'll be trouble for Comrade Bai Su at the Peace Brigade. No trouble at all. Professor Lin is managing the medicinal fields. I'll arrange for you to rest first, then you can go with Professor Lin to visit the fields. Let Chongqing also talk to this Comrade Zhou. Knowing that his wife had many things to discuss with her nephew, Jiang Yichuan appreciated Bai Su's thoughtful arrangement. He immediately said he would go with Professor Lin to see the medicinal fields, while Zhou Chongqing would help Zhou Zhilan find a place to stay. Jiang Yichuan followed Professor Lin, and Bai Su handed over the place to Zhou Chongqing and Zhou Zhilan. Then she pulled Qin Yanyue aside and asked, what's going on?
Who is she to my son-in-law?
She's his only aunt. The couple was sent far away to Baiyun Farm, deep in the mountains, where they grow ginseng. Jiang Yichuan and Zhou Zhilan are very good at planting herbs, so they can help you. She had brought two people from the farm thousands of miles away, just what she needed. Surprisingly, these two were Zhou Chongqing's aunt and uncle. Bai Su thought Qin Yanyue must have gone through a lot of effort to get them to the Peace Brigade. She was very touched by his dedication to the herb workshop. Secretary Qin, you are really a good person. Qin Yanyue, having received a good person label, felt a bit helpless. What does this woman really think of him? She always watched over him, yet there was a fog between them. He wanted to see through the fog and stand clearly in front of her, but the fog was always shifting and never settled. Just as Qin Yanyue was about to ask Bai Su, he wondered, does she see him only as a good person? Bai Su suddenly spoke. By the way, I've never heard my son-in-law mention he has an aunt. His attempt to ask was interrupted, and Qin Yanyue felt a little disappointed. He probably doesn't dare to mention it. Jiang Yichuan studied abroad and made mistakes related to his background, more serious than your second son-in-law's grandfather, Zhou Qingxian. So you still managed to bring him from the farm thousands of miles away. Secretary Qin, your skills are impressive. Bai Su praised Qin Yanyue, smiling with her signature dimples. Every time she smiled so brightly, Qin Yanyue felt she was less like a mother of 5 children and more like a charming girl. This woman knew how to use sweet words and flattery, making people feel dizzy. Being praised for having skill, strength, and wit, Qin Yanyue felt a little itchy inside. He wanted to reach out and poke her adorable dimples. Comrade Bai Su, you really have a clever tongue. Qin Yanyue restrained himself and avoided looking at her. Since I've helped you find talent for the herb workshop, how should you thank me? I'll prepare a delicious meal for you, and also host a welcome dinner for Jiang Yichuan and Zhou Zhilan. Was it really for him to enjoy the meal, or to welcome his son-in-law's aunt and uncle? Qin Yanyue felt that the woman's gratitude seemed insincere. Bai Su thought for a moment. Since Qin Yanyue had been helping her with a medicine shop and solving big problems, simply preparing a meal to thank him didn't seem enough. She discussed with Qin Yanyue, how about I ask Li Hua to make you a set of clothes? It's not Bai Su herself making the clothes, which Qin Yanyue felt was a pity. But it seems that only close friends would help each other make clothes, and since Li Hua is Bai Su's daughter, helping him make clothes feels like family. Qin Yanhua appreciated this and gave a faint nod. Alright, as Hien said, Li Hua is very good at making clothes. Qin Yanhua thought for a moment and added, Comrade Bai Su, you can help me choose the style. After work at the medicine shop, there was no one left in the mountain valley. People working at the shop brought their own meals. Behind the shop, a small kitchen was set up to heat food for the workers. Bai Su hosted a welcome feast for Zhou Zhilan and Jiang Yuchuan, arranging it at the medicine shop. Li Hua was pregnant, and Hien swapped shifts with his colleague Du Chongqing. Du Chongqing was responsible for transporting goods to neighboring provinces. Recently, he only made one trip to a nearby county and, during his leave, returned to the Peace Brigade. After Hien started working at the county food factory, his business with Yuan Pengzi paused for a while. Recently, policies loosened, and with his advantage in transporting goods to neighboring counties and provinces, he and Yuan Pengzi started working on their business again. Yuan Pengzi was generous. When he heard that Li Hua was pregnant, he asked Hien to bring home 10 jin of meat, some bones, and a few pig offal. They hosted a welcome feast for Zhou Chongqing's aunt and uncle. Bai Su made pig bone peanut soup, a braised potato dish, stir-fried pork liver with and scallions, a plate of marinated sausage from home, and fish dried from the previous trip brought back by Hien from the neighboring province, stir-fried with green chili and small fish. The family was large, and the last batch of supplies sent from Zhou Chongqing's aunt from the island troops was almost used up, leaving only a bundle of kelp. Kelp is never boring to eat, and Qin Yanhua liked it quite a lot. Bai Su prepared a large cold dish of kelp. Then she made an eggplant and green bean stew with pork fat, stir-fried sour beans with green chili, and minced pork for rice, and cooked 2 more vegetable dishes. Zhou Chongqing spent the afternoon chatting with his aunt Zhou Zhilan. They talked about who knows what, and both had red, swollen eyes. Even though Zhou Chongqing and his aunt reunited after a long time, they still went to school to pick up Manhwa and brought her to the medicine shop. When the large table of dishes prepared by Bai Su was served, the main guests were Zhou Zhilan and Jiang Yuchuan, along with Professor Lin, Professor Kong, Grandpa Yin and his grandson, Secretary Zhao and Qin Yanyu, and Bai Su with his daughter and son-in-law. Zhilan is a hardworking person. While Bai Su was cooking, she helped out nearby. Zhou Chongqing also went into the kitchen to help serve the dishes. After chatting with her nephew Zhou Chongqing, Zhilan took a shower, changed her clothes, and tidied up the red brick house she and Jiang Yuchuan shared. She didn't see Lan Hua, who was brought back by Zhou Chongqing. At this moment, Professor Lin and Professor Kong were with her. Zhou Chongqing helped Lan Hua carry the dishes out. She immediately recognized the elegant girl in front of her as Lu Lan Hua, her nephew's girlfriend. Lan Hua was originally quite aloof. Recently, teaching at school, she had become more intelligent and cheerful. Zhilan saw her at a glance and liked her, thinking her nephew had good taste. Are you Lan Hua? Lan Hua, on her way to meet Zhou Chongqing, had already learned Zhilan's identity. Now, with no outsiders around, Grandpa Yin, his grandson, and Professors Lin and Kong were trustworthy. Lan Hua smiled at Zhilan. Yes, Auntie and Uncle. Very good. Chongqing has found a partner, Zhilan said. She took a cloth bag from her pocket, opened the handkerchief wrapped inside, revealing a bracelet. Lan Hua, call me Auntie. This is a gift from me for meeting you. Every night, Bai Su played with old objects she found. After hearing her talk about them often, Lan Hua learned that this jade bracelet was a valuable item. She quickly waved her hand. Auntie, I can't accept this. You, child, I give you a gift and you don't want to take it? Are you still not Chongqing's partner? Zhilan pushed the jade bracelet into her hand.
Keep it.
I don't have many good things myself. This one is an heirloom, kept very carefully. Chongqing has found you as his partner, and you are a good girl. That's such good news. Jiang Yuchuan also advised Lan Hua to accept it, saying it would be unfair to give only one jade bracelet. Lan Hua looked at Bai Su, who nodded with a smile. Zhilan is Zhou Chongqing's aunt and a senior to Lan Hua. It wouldn't be proper not to accept her gift. Moreover, she was indeed Chongqing's girlfriend. Not accepting it might make others think too much. Lan Hua thanked Jilan and Jiang Yuchuan, accepting the bracelet. Of course, wearing such a jade bracelet made of jadeite at this time was not suitable. Lan Hua planned to take it home and cherish it, wearing it when the time was right. The bracelet given by Shou Jilan was bright green and shiny. Bai Su looked at it twice, and it caught Qin Yenyue's attention. Qin Yenyue found it amusing. His comrade's younger sister was really a money lover. Such a woman, if he married her in the future, one jade bracelet wouldn't be enough. Bai Su's cooking was so delicious that, after years of living in the deep mountains and eating coarse grains every day, Zhou Zilan and Jiang Yuchuan found it very tempting. If they hadn't come from noble backgrounds and had innate elegance, they probably couldn't have resisted when the braised pork and marinated sausages were served. A table full of meat and vegetables, with a tempting aroma, made Zhou Zilan's stomach growl uncontrollably. Qin Yenyue's leg injury had just healed. Bai Su, used to caring for the sick, first served him a bowl of bone and peanut soup. This is good for calcium, which helps your leg injury. Since you have a weak stomach, drink a bowl of soup first before eating the dishes. Qin Yenyue felt pleased. Secretary Zhao looked over, and he subtly glanced at him. Calm and composed, he took the bowl of bone and peanut soup that Bai Su handed him. Bai Su also served Professor Yin a bowl. Seeing that he was no different from others in Bai Su's eyes and was just treated as a patient, Qin Yenyue's face stiffened slightly as his leg injury was almost healed. Secretary Zhao was holding back his laughter, feeling quite strained. He quickly grabbed a piece of marinated sausage and stuffed it into his mouth, trying to suppress his smile with delicious food. Qin Yenyue and Professor Yin started eating. The tempting dishes on the table made Jiang Yuchuan and Zhou Zilan unable to hold back. They picked up their chopsticks and began serving themselves. Once they tasted the braised pork, they couldn't stop. It had been a long time since they had such delicious food. Their minds went blank, and hunger took over their instincts. The braised pork was tasty, the marinated sausage was delicious, stir-fried pig liver was great, and the spicy fish and sour beans with minced meat were perfect with rice. Even the eggplant and green beans, which they rarely had at the state-run restaurant during their trips to the farm, tasted better here. The bone and peanut soup was light and flavorful, and the cold seaweed salad was well seasoned. Jiang Yuchuan and Zhou Zilan couldn't stop eating. At first, they were worried about seeming gluttonous, but then they noticed Secretary Zhao beside Qin Yenyue eating heartily without a word, chopsticks flying, serving himself. They felt no shame anymore. Realizing their manners might be a bit ugly, after they finished eating and drinking their fill, Zhou Zilan put down her chopsticks and said with some embarrassment, "Sorry for my manners. I hope you won't mind." She then smiled at Bai Su, saying, "Comrade Bai Su, your cooking is just too good." Jiang Yuchuan, who had studied abroad, was very composed and behaved with restraint. But after a meal with Bai Su, he seemed to have transformed into a different person. "I haven't had such a good meal in a long time, nor a feast this rich," Bai Su said happily. Jiang Yuchuan asked Professor Lin beside him, "Old Lin, is this how you all eat when you're assigned to the Peace Brigade? This place is like heaven, it makes people forget their worries. Can we eat like this all the time? That would drain the brigade's resources." This feast was prepared by Comrade Bai Su to welcome you all. I also got to enjoy a meal cooked by Comrade Bai Su for the first time. Having endured hardships, Professor Lin understood Jiang Yuchuan well. Professor Kong chimed in, "Our Bai girl is the most capable woman in the Peace Brigade. Her cooking skills are exceptional. Even Secretary Qin thinks her dishes are delicious. We're really lucky to have her and Jilan. Bai girl's marinated snacks that she sent to Professor Yin smell so good. I've been craving them for a long time," Professor Kong said, leaning back in his chair in a relaxed way. "Living in a red brick house and enjoying a full banquet, our group is truly fortunate thanks to Bai girl," he added. "Girl, if you ever need help, just say the word. I'd do anything for you," he said sincerely. Was this meal really a full banquet? But in this era of shortages, Being able to enjoy such a feast was already a big deal. This was the Peace Brigade's grand feast. After all, to thank Qin Yan for helping her find talented people, Bai Su had even used her family's ingredients to cook her best dishes. The more they interacted, the more they saw Professor Kong's humorous side. Bai Su smiled and said, "You don't need to risk your life. Just wash the dishes and clear the table." After eating well, no one wanted to move, but for the sake of enjoying good food in the future, Professor Kong stood up, patting his chest confidently. "All right, no problem. Girl, you rest. I'll handle it." Zhou Zilan also wanted to help clean up, but Bai Su, considering her long journey, told her and Jiang Yuchuan to rest first. After Professor Kong finished clearing the table, it was already late. Tonight, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. Moonlight bathed the mountain valley's medicinal fields, distant mountains, and rice paddies in a silver glow. Qin Yan and Secretary Zhao decided not to return to the county town but instead stayed overnight at Zhou Chongqing's place. Their group took a shortcut, first sending Bai Su and her daughter back to the He family. On the way, Bai Su stepped on a stone and twisted her ankle. Qin Yan quickly caught her to help. The autumn weather was still hot during the day, and Bai Su was only wearing a thin shirt. Qin Yanua's hand on her waist was hot and calloused. The touch made her shiver all over. "Sprained your ankle?" Qin Yanua's voice was deep. "Do you want me to carry you?" Zhou Chongqing and Manhwa walked ahead. Hearing the noise, they quickly turned back and ran over. "Auntie, what's wrong with your foot?" "Just a sprain. Maybe a dislocation. Can you take a look?" Zhou Chongqing's skill in setting bones was very good. He gently massaged Bai Su's ankle, and with a sharp sound, he put the dislocated bone back in place. Qin Yanua knew she was hoping for a dislocation to avoid her, but Zhou Chongqing's quick work fixed Bai Su's leg. Seeing her walk normally, Qin Yanua suddenly felt that Bai Su's medical skills were very good, and it wasn't a problem. She even had a son-in-law who was also a skilled doctor, leaving him no room to show off. Qin Yanua looked away sadly and continued walking beside Bai Su. When you're involved, you get confused. Outsiders see clearly. Lan Hua and Zhou Chongqing were busy caring for Bai Su, but Secretary Zhao, watching from the side, caught every glance and movement. He almost wanted to laugh. Poor Secretary Qin. They had planned to bring Zhou Zilan and Jiang Yuchuan to the Peace Brigade, hoping Zhou Chongqing would become an ally. But this guy only cared about his mother-in-law and didn't give their secretary a chance to show himself. But their secretary was secretly reserved and calm on the surface. "The road ahead is long and full of challenges. I will seek tirelessly." It seems their secretary needs to be honest with Bai Jia, break through this barrier, and face the truth. It's time for him to step up. After sending Bai Su and Lan Hua back to the He family, Zhou Chongqing led Qin Yanue and Secretary Zhao to Bai Su's mother's house. Secretary Zhao deliberately took a step ahead, shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Chongqing. "Chongqing, your aunt and uncle came to the Peace Brigade. Surprised, right?" Without Zhao's secretary's reminder, Zhou Chongqing also knew it wouldn't be a coincidence. His aunt Zhou Zilan and uncle Jiang Yuchuan were personally brought by Secretary Qin. He guessed what was happening. It turns out he should thank Qin Yanue. Now Zhao's secretary brought it up first. Zhou Chongqing stopped and bowed deeply to Qin Yanue. "Secretary Qin, you are a benefactor to our Zhou family. To borrow Professor Kong's words, if there's anything I can do for Chongqing, I will do it wholeheartedly." "There's no need to go that far." Qin Yanue said nothing. Secretary Zhao reminded him, in the future, if anyone from the Health Bureau comes to the Peace Brigade. Seeing Secretary Zhao start to talk nonsense, Qin Yanue gave him a cold look and said to Zhou Chongqing, "Take good care of the pharmacy for your aunt at the Peace Brigade. Don't let anything go wrong." "Okay." With Zhou Chongqing's intelligence, he could easily see what Secretary Zhao meant. To him, Secretary Zhao was like a mouthpiece for his Uncle Qin. He didn't expect that Uncle Qin, who always looked serious and proper, would worry about Jiao from the Health Bureau coming to find his aunt. Zhou Chongqing almost wanted to laugh. "Uncle Qin, do you think my aunt is pretty good?" Qin Yanue, walking beside Zhou Chongqing, nodded slightly. I also think my aunt is very good. I hope she can be happy. If someone likes her, they should be suitable in background. If anyone makes her suffer, my brother, and Hien will take care of her. Qin Yanhua paused and looked at Zhou Chongqing. Zhou Chongqing showed a gentle smile. Uncle Qin, you treat me well. I will repay your kindness. Hearing what Zhou Chongqing implied, Qin Yanhua looked at him again. This kid was saying that although he had brought Zhou Zhilan and Jiang Yuchuan out from a remote mountain forest, if his friendliness was based on him acting as a spy for Bai Su, he wouldn't agree. He would find another way to thank him for today's kindness. This kid was quite clever, speaking so beautifully. What was even more rare was that he genuinely respected his comrade's sister and treated her as his own family. Chongqing, like you, I also hope your aunt can be happy. Qin Yanhua smiled. You know, I am a person who keeps my word. That meant no one could influence Uncle Qin's decisions, and his aunt wouldn't have to suffer or be upset anymore. Zhou Chongqing smiled. Uncle Qin, you are capable and resourceful. I believe in you. You little guy. Zhao Ming, who was following behind, was stunned. This was true skill, talking without revealing everything but getting the message across. Unlike him, who directly exposed his background and mentioned the health bureau, which was a poor move. Fortunately, their secretary interrupted him. Hien was clever enough to have many ideas, and Zhou Chongqing also had hidden sharpness. Zhao Ming felt that Bai Su's chosen son-in-law was not to be underestimated. He truly had some talent. Bai Su hosted a welcoming feast for Jiang Yuchuan and Zhou Zhilan. Hua Hua didn't eat at the pharmacy. She had to take care of her sister and cook for her brother-in-law, Hien. On He family's side, Hua Hua prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup for Hien and his wife, as well as for her Aunt Lu. After Pear Blossom became pregnant, she started craving sour foods. Hua Hua cooked a sour bean and minced meat stir-fry, quickly stir-fried pork liver with and scallions, made a small fried meat dish to go with rice, and also simmered a pig stomach and bean soup. After a simple yet hearty meal, Hien's mother helped her wash the dishes in the kitchen. She heard some noise at the door and quickly went to open it. Mom, you're back. Yes, we're back. How is your sister? Is she doing okay? Bai Su asked Hua Hua. Did she take the medicine I made for her? Has she stopped vomiting? Yes, she has. Before Hua Hua could tell Bai Su more about Pear Blossom, Hien and his wife came out of the house after hearing the noise. In Peace Brigade, any woman who is pregnant is seen working in the fields with a big belly. Her mother and mother-in-law were very careful, not letting her do anything. Even when she stepped over the door threshold, Hien insisted on helping her. Hien stuck close to her like sticky caramel, and Pear Blossom thought her husband was acting like a fool. Now, as she crossed the threshold again, Hien supported and carried her, making her shy, and she shook off his hand. Mom, look at him. He makes me look like I'm about to give birth. Pear Blossom complained, these past few days have made me so bored. Bai Su also felt that her daughter and Hien's mother seemed a bit too nervous. Pear Blossom had just become pregnant, and her pregnancy was stable. Now, Hien's mother wouldn't even let her step on the sewing machine, which made her very upset. But seeing the smile on Pear Blossom's face, Bai Su felt very happy. Her Pear Blossom should be a happy woman. All right, you just got pregnant. We're a little nervous. Bai Su found something for her to do. If you're bored, I'll find you a task. Your Uncle Qin helped me a lot this time. I want to make him a suit, just like the one I made for Hien last time. Make a suit, or a suit with a shirt. Bai Su was thinking about sending Qin Yanhua a suit for the fall, as the weather was getting colder. Pear Blossom picked out a shirt, and Bai Su thought that since she was giving Qin Yanhua a suit now, he couldn't wear it immediately. It would be better to make a full set with the shirt, so it could be given as a gift. All right, let's make a full set. Hien's mother finished washing the dishes in the kitchen and overheard Bai Su talking about making a suit for Qin Yanhua. She couldn't help but smile secretly. They were starting to make clothes? It seemed her sister was beginning to have some feelings for that Qin secretary who had been visiting Peace Brigade more frequently lately. Her in-laws are usually quick-witted, but they didn't think much about this matter because she is the mother and the mother of 5 daughters. She spends all day taking care of her daughters, sons-in-law, and the pharmacy, so she didn't consider this issue at all. The more Qin Yan helps her in-laws, the more Gui Yan's mother notices. Whether it's to thank Qin's secretary or not, her sister is worried about making clothes for Lily. This gives some hope for the matter. Gui Yan's mother understands how hard it is to lose a man. As her in-law, she also hopes Bai Su finds happiness. She volunteers to help. We have some fabric ready. I can help Lily cut the cloth, but I need to measure Qin's secretary first. When she learns that Qin Yan is visiting the Peace Brigade today and hasn't returned to the county seat, she asks Bai Su, "Sister, when will you go to measure Qin's secretary? I think you can also do the measuring." Gui Yan's mother hands the task to Bai Su. "Why don't you go to the health clinic tomorrow morning and measure Qin's secretary's size? Lily and I can finish making the suit and shirt earlier." Lily is very active. When Bai Su says she wants to make a suit for Qin Yan, she starts picking through the pile of fabric that Gui Yan brought back. Are these fabrics the ones the factory is throwing away from the warehouse? Lily talks to Gui Yan. "I think this batch of fabric is better than the last one you brought back. Look at this piece. Only the edges are stained. If we cut around the stained part, the clothes made will be fine." She studies the fabric carefully and excitedly discusses with Gui Yan. "Brother Gui Yan, look at the stained area. It's not just white spots but striped, with shades from light to dark. If I cut this part into sleeves and add buttons, the color will have a slight gradient. Then, we might not need to cut out this part of the fabric."
It can still be used.
Gui Yan is good at making connections and dealing with people. When Du Changgang asked Gui Yan to help carry some items to the provincial city, he passed by to help his sister. Du Changgang's sister is the warehouse manager at a fabric factory in the provincial city. Gui Yan calls her sister eagerly and asks if the fabric factory has any discarded fabric to sell. She sells him a bag of scrap fabric at a low price. He also asks if she has any stained fabric and whether he should buy it. Gui Yan grits his teeth, takes all the money from his pants pocket, and borrows 10 yuan from the driver he's traveling with. He buys several pieces of fabric from his sister at half the price of the supply and marketing cooperative. Lily and her mother-in-law are both skilled, and they turn the scrap fabric into sleeves, scarves, and handkerchiefs. There are a few pieces of fabric suitable for making suits and shirts. Although some were dyed incorrectly, Li Hua and Hian's mother cut off the damaged parts to make clothes for their family. These days, just having clothes to wear is good enough. There's no need to be picky. For their own family, they don't fuss over details. Most of the good fabric was cut into clothes by Li Hua. Hian took these clothes to the county town and handed them to Yuan Pengzi to sell on the black market, earning a good price. He also made sleeves, scarves, and handkerchiefs from leftover fabric scraps, which brought in quite a bit of money. During his last trip to the provincial city, he asked sister Du Changgang for a bag of fabric scraps and some damaged cloth. This time, luck was on his side. There was very little damage to the fabric he received. Li Hua, used to hard times, hated wasting any fabric and kept thinking about how to make clothes that save material and maximize value. If only the cuffs had some small designs, it wouldn't affect the overall look of the suit. For mostly black or dark blue fabrics, adding some patterns to the cuffs could make the outfit less dull. Li Hua's idea was very good. Hian agreed and said, "Then, wife, you try making it." "Okay, I'll make a suit for Uncle Qin this time, just like that." Uncle Qin is a cold person, so adding some patterns to his cuffs will make him look younger and less scary. His wife was quite brave. Knowing that Secretary Qin looked intimidating, she dared to add some patterns to the suit to save fabric. Hian also wanted to see how Secretary Qin would react when he received a suit made by his wife. So he nodded with a smile. After Li Hua became pregnant, she took better care of herself, and her skin looked rosy. Since marrying him, her life had been smooth, and she didn't have to work hard. She became more tender and fair, and now, pregnant, her complexion was even rosier. Under the light, her neck and shoulders glowed with a pinkish hue, making anyone who looked at her feel a little restless. Since his wife was pregnant, Hian couldn't do anything wrong, but holding her for a moment to satisfy his craving was fine. Hian was a man of action.
Thinking this, he reached out and hugged Li Hua's waist. Wife, why do you keep looking at these old fabrics? You should take care of me. You're not a kid anymore, and you want others to watch over you? He Yan not only reached out, but also mischievously rubbed his head against Li Hua's waist. Li Hua was already wearing thin clothes, and He Yan's head tickled her waist. She reached out to push his head away. He Yan, go, stop messing around. I just want to finish looking at this fabric and then go to sleep. No, I can't wait any longer. He Yan pulled Li Hua into his arms and blew out the candle. Li Hua loosened the cloth in her hand, which fell to the ground. In the dark, trapped and angry, she jabbed her finger fiercely at He Yan's chest. Brother He Yan, stop messing around. Let go of me. His wife was now the beloved of both her mother and mother-in-law. Knowing Li Hua was pregnant, if he caused trouble, those two women wouldn't forgive him easily. But he also couldn't let go of his wife. Since she was just pregnant, Li Hua had started to ignore him because of the baby in her belly. Afraid she might shout and attract others, He Yan quickly covered Li Hua's mouth with his hand. Wife. Meanwhile, Qin Yanyu and Zhou Chongqing had a deep conversation between men, and their relationship quickly improved. The usually quiet secretary Qin, who was like a sealed jar, surprisingly had interesting topics to discuss with Zhou Chongqing. The son-in-law of Dr. Bai was quite knowledgeable and could talk about all sorts of things with their secretary. Zhou Chongqing checked Qin Yanyu's leg injury and then sat outside chatting for a while. Zhao Ming, feeling very sleepy, couldn't hold back and went to sleep first. The next morning, he got up around the same time as Zhou Chongqing. Zhou Chongqing was boiling porridge in the kitchen, and Secretary Zhao used a gourd ladle to scoop water. He squatted by the courtyard steps brushing his teeth. At this moment, Bai Su appeared holding a big bowl. Secretary Zhao still had foam on his mouth. Smelling the aroma of buns, he hurriedly drank a few sips of water to clear the foam. Big sister Bai, what filling are the buns? And scallion pork and sour bean curd pork filling. Bai Su brought the buns in a large bowl, looking white and fluffy. After a good meal at the pharmacy yesterday, Zhao Ming wasn't very hungry this morning. But when he smelled Zhou Chongqing boiling the porridge and the aroma of Bai Su's meat buns, he felt hungry again. Just right, Zhou Jiqing cooked the porridge. Eating buns with porridge is pretty good. Zhao Ming hoped Zhou Chongqing's porridge would be ready soon. He sniffed Bai Su's meat buns and asked, Big sister Bai, why did you come so early? Oh, yesterday I asked Li Hua to help Secretary Qin make clothes. I was worried you all would leave early for the county town, so I came a bit earlier to measure his size. Bai Su told Qin Yanyu about having Li Hua help make clothes for him, but Zhao's secretary wasn't nearby at that moment. Zhao Ming was still wondering when Li Hua started helping their secretary make clothes. Inside the room, Qin Yanyu, who had just woken up, heard the noise outside.
Come in.
Bai Su handed the steamed bun to Zhao Ming, so he could take it to the kitchen to warm for Zhou Chongqing. Then she took a measuring tape and walked straight into her brother's old room. Qin Yanyue was indeed just waking up, folding his bedding neatly. Seeing Bai Su enter, he spread his hands and said, Come on. Probably because he just got up, Qin Yanyue's lazy voice was a little hoarse. He even opened his hands as if letting Bai Su do as she pleased, making the atmosphere feel strange to her. Seeing she stood still, Qin Yanyue was a bit annoyed and said, Do you think I would eat you?
Cough. What is he talking about?
Bai Su felt something was even more off. Sure enough, handsome men can be confusing. Qin Yanyue, who just woke up, didn't look as cold and distant as usual, which made her start to imagine strange things. You're not that scary. Bai Su held the measuring tape and ordered, Turn around. Qin Yanyue thought she was the kind of tough woman who was hard to scare. After all, she was clever and resourceful when trying to achieve her goals, and she was very adaptable. Seeing her a little embarrassed now, unsure of what to do with her hands and feet, Qin Yanyue obediently turned around, unable to hide a smile. His hand, holding the measuring tape, rested on her shoulder. The moment he touched her, he felt softness. Qin Yanyue asked, Am I very scary in your eyes? Bai Su thought it would be better if she didn't look at Qin Yanyue, so she wouldn't feel strange. Her voice was deep and magnetic. She was a middle-aged woman with 5 daughters. What was she thinking about? Bai Su steadied herself and finished measuring his shoulders and arms. Secretary Qin, why would you be scary? You just look serious, but you're actually kind-hearted. You've been busy supporting me with my medicine shop. Also, you and Hien know each other because you helped rescue a kidnapped child. Recently, your leg was cut by stones from the neighboring quarry's stone pile. You almost got hit by falling stones, but you didn't want the child to get hurt, so you carried him away and hurt your foot instead. In short, your actions show selflessness. Such a good leader, a caring official. Why would I think you're scary? Bai Su was clever with her words, so I said you're not that scary after all. Did she see him as a selfless, good person? Qin Yanhua felt pleased listening to her. He turned around and reminded Bai Su, do I need to measure your waist too? When making clothes for women, you need to carefully measure the waist. But when making clothes for men, what waist measurement should you take? However, when she was about to leave, Hien's mother reminded her to measure carefully so the suit would fit better. As Qin Yanyu was in the county town, although he had recently been to the Peace Brigade more often, the matter at the brigade's pharmacy was already settled. She didn't know when he would come back to the Peace Brigade or go to the county town again. She preferred to measure all the necessary parts rather than miss any. Qin Shuji, a man with a strong and tough personality who had fought in the army, should have abs. Thinking about touching his waist soon, Bai Su's cheeks turned hot. She didn't know how to start, especially since Qin Yanyu was so close, almost pressed against her. When he moved closer, Bai Su even felt a sense of aggression. Using a tape measure to measure his waist, wouldn't that mean getting even closer? Bai Su thought she was experienced and had seen all kinds of abs. Why did she feel so uncomfortable facing Qin Yanyu? It was too petty. Bai Su made up her mind. Secretary Qin, turn around. While waiting for her to measure his waist, Qin Yanyu's sharp eyes, like an eagle's, carried a teasing look. Bai Su told him to turn around, which made Qin Yanyu feel a bit disappointed. But this woman showed no sign of that intention in front of him. If he was too eager or pushy, he might scare her away. Qin Yanyu obediently turned around. Bai Su didn't know what was wrong with her. Measuring a waist shouldn't be so tiring, like climbing mountains. Since Qin Yanyu turned around, she quickly reached behind her to take the tape measure and wrap it around his waist. The man in front of her had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He was about 1.8 meters tall, Secretary Qin. His physique was impressive, but compared to her petite figure, he was still a giant. She held the tape measure, trying to keep some distance, but couldn't wrap it around his waist properly. Bai Su had to get closer. Finally, she was about to pass the tape measure around his waist. Can't measure? Qin Yanyu sensed her difficulty. Or maybe he was deliberately cooperating, and he stepped back a little. In this way, Bai Su accidentally pressed against his back. Her hand, holding the waist, even touched his hard abdominal muscles. The feeling of the ridges made Bai Su sure that he indeed had abs. His abs were as firm as his personality. This realization made Bai Su feel like she was electrocuted. She forgot about measuring his waist and let go, jumping back quickly. Qin Yanyu just felt the softness behind him and smelled a faint mint medicinal scent getting closer. The person behind suddenly jumped back, even dropping the measuring tape on the ground. His lips curved into a subtle smile, then he bent down to pick up the tape. Holding the tape, Qin Yanyu turned around, maintaining a calm face. Not measuring anymore? Let's measure. Bai Su felt she was too embarrassing. Qin Yanyu was not a fierce beast, and her reaction might make him laugh. He might even be thinking she had some secret plan against him. Bai Su took the tape and tried to act confident. You don't turn around. Just measure like this. Hold the tape at one end and go around from behind. Qin Yanyu knew his earlier action was a bit risky. He believed the target was now locked, and he should plan carefully instead of rushing and startling the prey. So, he obediently held the tape around his waist. This time, Bai Su successfully wrapped the tape around him. Because they faced each other, Qin Yanyu could clearly smell the medicinal scent on the woman in front of him. Bai Su recorded his waist measurement.
Just as she was about to loosen the tape, Secretary Zhao ran over to call Qin Yenyue for lunch. Secretary Qin, the porridge is ready. Actually, Bai Su and Qin Yenyue were a bit apart, but from Secretary Zhao's perspective, it looked like Bai Su was leaning against Qin Yenyue's chest. Feeling their commanding officer's intense gaze, Zhao Ming felt like he had caused trouble. You two can continue. It's fine if you eat later and head back to the county town. Secretary Zhao hurriedly left after saying this.
Bai Su blushed deeply.
She put away the tape and asked, Secretary Qin, does Secretary Zhao seem to have misunderstood? Ignore him. He's just a nervous person and likes to overthink.
Bai Su.
Overthinking is one thing, but Bai Su felt like she was being implied. The autumn sky was clear and bright, with large white clouds scattered across the horizon like cotton. The morning and evening weather was a bit cool, making the autumn atmosphere more noticeable. As the weather cooled, the demand for anti-mosquito and anti-itch ointments decreased. After sending out the batch of ointments to the island troops, the pharmacy planned to reduce production of anti-mosquito ointments and focus on burn ointments, as well as producing lice-killing liquids and soap. With Zhou Chongqing and Bai Su's research, the medicinal soap was improved. Besides killing insects and bacteria, it also helped relieve itching and suppress oil secretion. The county hospital and Qian Jiao's place are connected because they are part of the health and medical system, which has many channels. After He Yan took the medicine and ointments to the county, Director Qian and his son helped distribute a lot and even received orders for the pharmacy. Besides helping manage the medicine fields, Zhou Zilian also has many good recipes left by her father, Zhou Qingxian. She is grateful to Bai Su and her daughter for taking care of and supporting Zhou Chongqing. She genuinely wants to help keep the pharmacy running and has contributed several proven recipes. There are special recipes for diarrhea, stomach pain, and poor digestion, as well as remedies for wind-heat colds and injuries. Bai Su and Zhou Chongqing are already working on finding medicines that can be sourced easily and also bring income to the pharmacy and the team. While the pharmacy produces medicines, they are also developing new traditional Chinese medicines. At the medicine fields, Zhang Yuchuan, a professional, is leading the team to help build shelters and keep warm. Everything at the pharmacy is running smoothly. Bai Su was initially worried that Zhou Hongba, Zhou Dazheng's son, might have other plans when he left his teaching job to work at the pharmacy. So, she gave him a simple task of transporting medicines. Surprisingly, Zhou Hongba turned out to be very capable. He helped Zhao Qingru and Hehua move medicines without complaint. When Hehua and Su Xiaoxiao were busy sorting medicines, he even came over to help. Hehua, is it okay to put these medicines into this basket? Yes, that's right. These are for making medicinal soap. Hehua took on the task of sorting medicines and also had to dry and air them out. She learned how to prepare medicines from Bai Su. Sometimes, she and Su Xiaoxiao are too busy to handle everything. With Zhou Hongba's help, Hehua feels much more relaxed. Brother Zhou, thank you for helping with the medicines. It's nothing. Helping out is what we should do. We're all working hard for the team's pharmacy, so we should work together. Zhou Hongba smiled gently at Hehua. Besides, I've learned a lot from helping you sort and dry medicines. I should thank you. Brother Zhou, you're so modest. No wonder you used to be a teacher. Hehua and Zhou Hongba chatted happily. When Zhou Chongqing saw this, he called out to Zhou Hongba, Teacher Zhou, some medicines are needed in the pharmacy. All right, I'll be right there. Zhou Hongba carried a basket of medicines and left. Hehua looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who kept giving her signals. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? Su Xiaoxiao had no choice. Zhao Qingru asked him to keep a close eye on Zhou Hongba. Actually, she thought Zhou Hongba seemed fine and had no obvious problems. Since he used to be a teacher, among the young people in the team, Zhou Hongba stands out in both demeanor and speech. He's not at all inferior to those from big cities. Because he and Hehua are in the same team, Zhou Hongba is more down-to-earth than some of the more ambitious young workers. However, Zhao Qingru privately reminds Su Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, you need to watch Zhou Hongba a bit. Sister Li Hua is obedient and respectful, always listening to my godmother. Orchid is brave in love and hate. Once you see a person's true nature clearly, you'll stay away forever. Only Hua is like a blank sheet of white paper, simple, kind, and longing for good things. Because Zhou Hongba looks like a good person, I want you to keep an eye on him. Look at his father, Secretary Zhou, who's being investigated by the commune. It all started because he meddled in my godmother's family affairs. But Zhou Hongba remains calm. His godmother arranged for him to do chores like carrying medicine baskets, and he didn't complain. Now, everyone at the pharmacy praises him. I just feel that when someone is too perfect, it's suspicious. As the original heroine of the story, Zhao Qingru is not only beautiful and lucky, but also wise. She instructs Su Xiaoxiao. Anyway, you keep an eye on him. We don't mean to harm anyone, but we can't let others take advantage of us, right? As Zhao Qingru's best friend and someone who works with Hua, Su Xiaoxiao subtly takes on this task. She also finds Zhou Hongba quite strange. He doesn't seem to talk much with them, the young workers, but he chats a lot with Hua, who's grown up in the team. Right now, Hua, with her innocent and pure eyes, asks her what's wrong. How can Su Xiaoxiao respond? It's nothing. I just think Zhou Hongba talks to you quite a bit. Su Xiaoxiao shares some gossip she heard. Did you hear? It seems like Zhou Hongba's father, the Secretary Zhou, might really lose his position this time. Hua knows that Zhou Dajiang was managing their family affairs and was investigated by the commune. Although Zhou Dajiang meddled in their family and uncle's affairs, which is annoying, why would the commune stop his father from being secretary just because of that? She asks her doubts aloud. Su Xiaoxiao leans in close and whispers, I also heard from Sister Qingru. Li Xiangyang's father is the team leader, right? Whenever there's news or rumors in the team, he always finds out first. Secretary Zhou isn't willing to do wrong, but his wife is involved in running this pharmacy. He probably wants to get involved too. Our peace brigade is led by the most powerful secretary. The members and educated youths who want to work at the pharmacy all try to get close to Secretary Zhou, hoping to find a way through him. Some even send gifts to his house. Although later, when the health bureau inspected, Secretary Zhou's hand couldn't reach the pharmacy, and he returned the gifts. This incident could have been forgotten, but he insisted on meddling in your family affairs. When the commune investigated, they found out about him and discovered he had accepted gifts. Secretary Zhou really got into trouble. Aside from the awkward situation with their proposal to their second sister, Hua's impression of Zhou Hongba is okay, but she finds Secretary Zhou uncomfortable to look at, even though he often smiles. Jie, does he still get punished for returning the gifts? I keep telling you, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't get into trouble. Su Xiaoxiao and Hua chat quietly. If he hadn't meddled, the commune wouldn't have investigated him. He returned the gifts, and nothing would have happened. But now that they've found out, he wanted to interfere with the team's pharmacy. It's not so easy to forget this. No matter what, his intentions are not good, and his conduct is problematic. The secretary shouldn't be in charge anymore. Su Xiaoxiao says to Hua, just wait and see. Sister Qingru analyzed it. This secretary is done for. He'll definitely be removed. Hua and Su Xiaoxiao are whispering when they hear crying outside, mixed with Zhao Qingru's voice. Mame, what are you doing? Zhao Qingru's voice is angry. Why are you causing trouble at the pharmacy over team matters? Secretary Zhou's issues are decided by the commune leaders. Your godmother can't fix this. Stop crying and go back. Before Zhao Qingru finishes speaking, a pitiful, suppressed cry comes from outside. Zhao Jiqing, please, let me see Dr. Bai. A woman's tearful voice sounds very sad and pitiful. I know my family's Yanzi's father made a mistake this time, but didn't he return the gifts? Dr. Bai is familiar with the leaders of the commune and the county. I came to ask her to help us, to ask her to forgive us, and not to be like my child's father. The crying voice outside keeps mentioning Yanzi's father, which makes Hua think of Zhou Hongba's mother and the unremarkable Mame. Mame usually is gentle and kind, even a bit timid and shy, rarely lifting her head when speaking to others. Everyone in the team praises Auntie Quame as a kind and responsible woman, the good wife of Secretary Zhou. She is a gentle speaker, yet she suddenly ran to the pharmacy crying? Hua couldn't sit still. No, Sister Xiao, I must go call my mom. Su Xiao also sensed something was wrong. She stood up, left the work of sorting herbs, and pulled Hua. We can't let her keep crying and making a fuss in the pharmacy. If she keeps crying, the team will hear strange rumors. Let's go find Auntie. But Hua and Su Xiao didn't need to go looking. Bai Su already knew that Annie Mei from Zhou Hongba's family had come to the pharmacy. When Annie Mei arrived, Bai Su was discussing herb planting with Zhou Zhilan. When the Zhou family was powerful, they had a herb garden near Beijing, growing many rare medicinal plants. Zhou Zhilan is very knowledgeable about medicine properties and growth cycles. She thinks the mountain valley herb fields are large, with a shady area at the foot of the mountain suitable for shade-loving herbs and the sunny side good for sun-loving herbs. Zhou Zhilan is Zhou Chongqing's younger aunt. Zhou Qingxian, being older, had a daughter late in life, so she is younger than Bai Su. Due to certain reasons, she doesn't get too close to Bai Su. She learned to call Bai Su Sister Bai, following Professor Kong's habit. There's a big piece of land in the mountain valley. Even the slopes near the herb fields can be cultivated for herbs like Polygonum multiflorum and yam vines, which are very suitable for planting on the slopes. The herb fields take up a large part of the team's land. I think we shouldn't just grow herbs needed for our pharmacy. We should try cultivating some rare, long-growth cycle herbs. Besides benefiting the pharmacy, good management of the herb fields could bring in a lot of extra income.
Bai Su also thought the same.
Recently, she's been considering how to better manage the large piece of land the team took over, making the herb fields more profitable. The herb fields are not only a place to supply herbs for the pharmacy but could also grow other herbs to generate income for the team. However, Bai Su's energy is limited, and there are some things she is not good at. Now, with an expert like Zhou Zhilan and Zhang Yuchuan, who understands irrigation and solving planting problems, these issues are easily addressed. Alright, then I'll leave the planning of the herb fields to you. If you have any questions, discuss them with Professors Kong and Lin. White Su smiled as she spoke to her. Coming to the Peace Brigade really helped me a lot. The few herbal recipes you provided are quite good, especially the one for upset stomachs and digestive issues. The ingredients are simple: twist vine, fire charcoal, plantain, rescue herb, and pomegranate peel. The herbs for treating wind heat colds are also easy to find. Long Qing and I will study these for a few more days, adjust the proportions, and then we can start producing. There's no need to be so polite. Long Qing has suffered a big setback. He almost couldn't get past that hurdle. Our Zhou family only has him left. He's the only son, and if anything happens to him, I wouldn't know how to explain to my late parents. Luckily, you and Manhwa helped him come through it. White sister, Long Qing is lucky to have met you and Manhwa. Over the past few days, as Zhou Zhilan talked and spent more time with Zhou Chongqing, she realized how much help White Su and her daughter had given her nephew. There's nothing more heartbreaking than losing hope. What people fear most is having their wings of hope torn away, leaving them unable to see any future. But White Su and her daughter not only pulled Long Qing out of despair, but also gave him new hope. Although Zhou Zhilan wasn't good at saying sentimental words, she couldn't help but feel moved when she saw White Su. The two women looked at each other, and no words were needed. Zhou Zhilan, who had only been with the Peace Brigade for a few days, was already willing to work closely with White Su, supporting her in running the herbal workshop. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhilan was sitting by the hillside near the herbal field, chatting with White Su when Mei, the wife of Zhou Dajiang, arrived from the mountain hollow. Mei was visiting the herbal workshop for the first time. The area had changed a lot, so she was looking around. She couldn't see the spot below the hillside, but Zhou Zhilan and White Su, sitting on the, saw her every move clearly. Who is that person? She looks unfamiliar, Zhou Zhilan asked White Su. She seems to be looking for someone, White Su replied. She looks like she's searching for her son, Zhou Hongba, who works at our herbal workshop. Zhou Zhilan remembered what Zhou Chongqing told her. Zhou Hongba, who shares the same surname, is the son of the brigade secretary and used to be a primary school teacher in the neighboring brigade. He quit his teaching job willingly to work at the brigade herbal workshop. Hearing this, Zhou Zhilan looked at Mei a little more carefully. White Su, noticing Zhou Zhilan's gaze, also felt that Mei seemed suspicious. She had also heard from Li Jiqiang that Zhou Dajiang was under investigation by the commune. Zhou Dajiang had always wanted to interfere with the herbal workshop. It turned out he had accepted bribes from the educated youth and the brigade members. Later, the affairs of the pharmacy were beyond his control, so he returned the gifts he received. However, this matter was still investigated by the commune officer. In other words, that troublesome Zhou Dajiang, who holds the position of party secretary, might not keep his job. Now, his usually quiet wife suddenly came to the pharmacy, which made Bai Su suspicious because the traditional Chinese medicine prepared there is used on patients, and it must not go wrong. Seeing Aunt Mei go straight to the pharmacy office, Bai Su told Zhou Zhilan, "You go ahead with your work. I need to go back quickly." When Bai Su caught up behind Aunt Mei and reached Zhao Qingru's place where she was collecting herbs, she saw Aunt Mei crying and begging Zhao Qingru to see her. Aunt Mei also claimed she was well connected with the town's commune and county leaders. At this moment, several women from the team had brought herbs for Zhao Qingru to check. Her crying caused the whole process of weighing and purchasing herbs to stop. The women who brought the herbs also gathered together, chattering quietly. Although they didn't dare speak loudly, Bai Su knew that Aunt Mei's fussing would cause gossip and suspicion. Their words might not be kind. After all, Qin Yenner had visited the team twice and stayed with Zhou Chongqing. Zhou Dajiang was under investigation by the commune because Qian Jiao had spoken up for her. Zhao Qingru didn't want to pay attention to Aunt Mei and tried to drive her away. Aunt Mei was still crying and pleading, "Zhao Jiqing, please let me see my sister. My family's Yanzi's father really didn't accept the gifts from the youth and the team members. They pushed the gifts into my house, and I returned everything. My sister is so close to the leaders of the commune and the county. If she just says a word, my man could be free. Why does she want to ruin us completely? She shouldn't be so petty like Yanzi's father." Knowing that Zhao Qingru was close to Bai Su, Aunt Mei cried and begged her, "Can I kowtow to your godmother? I'll kowtow to her and ask her to speak up for my man in front of Secretary Qin and the county leaders." As she spoke, Aunt Mei suddenly knelt down in front of Zhao Qingru, crying loudly. Zhao Qingru had never seen such a scene before and was at a loss. She was so anxious she felt like an ant on a hot pan. Luckily, she saw someone standing at the door. Zhao Qingru, as if grasping a lifeline, helped the crying Aunt Mei and looked at Bai Su for help. Bai Su remained calm and untroubled. When she heard the noise, Manhwa and Su Xiaoxiao came out and said, "Go call Zhou Hongba. Let him, as the son, come see what his mother looks like. If people keep coming to cause trouble at the medicine shop every day, the whole shop won't be able to operate. I won't work, you won't work, and the herbs won't be collected and sent anymore." Zhou Hongba's job at the shop would also be gone. He could go back to being a teacher at Qianjin Primary School. Zhou Hongba quitting his teaching job was a big gamble. Principal Qi was very unhappy about his sudden resignation at the start of the school year. Heard that Principal Qi at Qianjin Primary School was considering making Lu Lanhua formal teacher because of her excellent work. Since Zhou Hongba resigned, the school now had a proper position available. Since Lanhua teaches well, she wouldn't need to be a substitute teacher anymore and could become a formal staff member. If Zhou Hongba lost his job at the shop, it would be a double loss. He couldn't be a teacher anymore, and he couldn't work at the shop. The party secretary, Zhou Dajiang, might not keep his position. Without his job, Zhou Hongba would have to join most of the others in working the land for food and doing manual labor. Hua and Su Xiaoxiao listened to Bai Su and felt inspired. They secretly admired her clever move. "Mom, I'll go call Zhou Hongba now." This trick really worked on Aunt Mei. As a mother, she couldn't ignore her son's future. Hua obediently pulled Su Xiaoxiao to call him, while Aunt Mei was stunned. She muttered, "Bai Mei, I only asked you to help speak a little. Since you're so familiar with the county officials and Secretary Qin, can't you help by putting in a good word for us?" Bai Su didn't indulge such people. She simply refused.
No.
Why was her answer different from what Aunt May expected? Aunt May was stunned again. Now it was Bai Su's turn to speak. She mocked. I can't promise you. Yes, I know the leaders of the commune and county, and I know Secretary Chin. But I don't have the power to make them all listen to me. If they are so foolish as to be influenced by a rural woman like me, then they are truly confused. Bai Su asked back, if the mistakes made by Secretary Zhou are also made by others, then aren't they just like him? Their superiors are also leaders. If that's the case, can they still hold their positions? I am a straightforward person and dislike beating around the bush. Whether you are being told to cause trouble or you come on your own to make a fuss, ask yourself honestly. By doing this, claiming I am close to County Leader Chin and saying that just by asking, I can make them listen to me and won't remove your man from his position as party secretary, aren't you damaging my reputation? I am a widow who has given birth to 5 daughters and lost her husband. If this gets out, how will the team members judge me? You are a woman. Don't you know how frightening gossip can be? What is your real purpose in doing this? Commissioner Zhou is under investigation because of the decision made by the commune leaders. Do you expect me, someone who manages the medicine workshop, to speak to the commune and county leaders? Does your husband only stand behind you when trouble arises? Or do you think that causing a fuss makes you look great or especially virtuous? The medicine workshop is meant to bring in income for the team. Have you thought about how your actions affect our work? Remember, the workshop's earnings are meant to benefit all members with money and grain. Your crying and causing trouble block our work, which could cut off the team members' income. Bai Su questions her. Isn't it right to accept punishment when you've made a mistake? Don't say I have no contact with Leader Chin or the Health Bureau leaders. Our work brought us together. Even if I were involved with any of them, Bai Su wouldn't interfere in her husband's affairs. And don't think you can come here and ruin my reputation by spreading rumors that I am close to county leaders or Leader Chin. I would be overwhelmed by gossip and unable to handle it. I won't let others' mistakes punish me. Since I started the medicine workshop, everything I do is to bring income to the team and help our members live better lives, getting money and grain, eating well, and staying warm. As for those who secretly gossip about me, accusing me of improper conduct or bad morals, my advice is there's no need for sneaky tricks. I, Bai Su, conduct myself honestly and openly. If anyone doubts or disrespects me, they can come and report me directly. I am innocent and upright, willing to accept the organization's review. After saying all this, Bai Su asked the completely stunned Aunt May, are you still crying? Do you still want to cause trouble? If you want to cause trouble, to avoid affecting our work, I suggest you make a scene outside the pharmacy door, so as not to disturb Zhao Jiqing when collecting herbs. You could also run to the brigade to cry and make a fuss, go to the commune to cause trouble, or even go to the county. What do you think? Aunt May always uses crying and fussing to deal with people, and it always works. She has never seen anyone like Bai Su, who openly exposes her thoughts in the sunlight and shuts her down. Bai Su even points out the way for her to continue causing trouble. If she cries and makes a fuss, others might be afraid of her, but Bai Su has a way to handle it. Not only did Bai Su block her path, but she also accused her of causing trouble, saying that if she keeps making a fuss, it will affect the pharmacy's income for the brigade and cut off the members' financial resources. She also said her son, Zhou Hongba, couldn't keep his job anymore. It's not that he's being fired, but because her crying and fussing affected the work, everyone else stopped working too. Suddenly, her crying and begging turned into unreasonable fussing. The aunties who initially came to deliver herbs and even supported Aunt May started whispering and talking about Bai Su and Secretary Chin. But now, because Bai Su said Aunt May was cutting off the brigade's income, they began pointing fingers at her. There's no doubt that if Aunt May dares to say more, they will start criticizing her along with Bai Su. Aunt May feels guilty and stammers, I just care about my husband. I want to come and ask Sister Bai to speak up for my brother. Are you sure you want me to speak up? Do you want me to go find the leaders to cover for Brother Zhou's mistakes? Bai Su retorts bluntly, Sister May, if you care about your husband, go home and care for him there. Don't come here to cause trouble. And don't try any tricks like crying, making a fuss, or threatening to hang yourself. Everyone here, including Zhao Jiqing and today's witnesses, will testify. If you think this is a place to seek justice, I will report everything to the commune leaders. If you insist on blocking my work to help the brigade earn money, then just stop working. When this pharmacy was built, the county and the town's commune gave subsidies. Are you sure the brigade can afford to lose this income? Can Brother Zhou handle this loss? Later, Aunt May, you won't be helping Brother Zhou anymore. If he's responsible for this, and the commune and county hold him accountable, you'll be hurting him. You might even cause Brother Hongba to lose his job too. Bai Su smiled and looked at the women carrying baskets of herbs. Of course, from now on, collecting herbs won't count as work points. It will be paid by weight, and no one will earn this income anymore. When Bai Su reminded everyone, the women bringing medicine started pointing at Aunt May and whispering, "Auntie, you're causing trouble. The pharmacy can't work properly now. That's not good. Yeah, you care about men too much. You should talk to the commune about it." Comrade Zhou Dajung's secretary didn't remove Bai Mei, so if someone did, they should be the ones to deal with it. Besides, Secretary Zhou took bribes from others, so he can't get things done. Faced with everyone's accusations, Aunt May's face turned pale and then red. She wanted to act humiliated and threatened to hang herself, but Bai Su blocked her way. Aunt May felt very upset, but she couldn't cry or make a fuss. If Hongba lost his job at the pharmacy and it affected his family, no one in her family would forgive her. When Aunt May didn't know what to do, Su Xiaoxiao and Hua called Hongba over. Hearing what Bai Su said, Hongba hurried to support Aunt May. "Mom, why are you causing trouble here? My father's issue was decided by the commune leaders. There's no point in blaming Bai Andy. The pharmacy helps the team earn money. You can't just worry about my father and ignore everyone else. We should prioritize the collective and the team's interests. Personal feelings are small." Hongba sincerely advised his mother, "Mom, removing the secretary was a mistake my father made this time. He worked hard for the team for many years. He shouldn't have had such greed. Although he didn't take anything in the end, he still did wrong. I know he's feeling disappointed and hurt, but what's done is done. He should take responsibility for his mistakes. After work, I'll go home and talk to him. Don't worry about him and cause trouble at the pharmacy." When Hongba said this, everyone praised him. A few women who came to deliver medicine also spoke up. "Look at Hongba, he used to be a teacher. He understands principles. As they say, he's wise and righteous." All right, Aunt May was just worried about her husband and made a mistake in the heat of the moment. "May, you should apologize to Bai Mei." With a way out, Aunt May lowered her head and apologized to Bai Su. "Sister, I was wrong. I was confused. I won't cause trouble at the pharmacy anymore." Aunt May almost kowtowed to Bai Su, but was helped by Hongba, looking defeated as he left. The troublemaker left, and now Zhao Qingru should focus on weighing herbs carefully. While Su Xiaoxiao and Hua admired, Bai Su watched Uncle Fu Mei leave with Zhou Hongba, sneering slightly. Interesting, this Zhou Hongba. The son of Secretary Zhou, he's got some ability and stays calm under pressure. As Bai Su suspected, Zhou Hongba's son is indeed a weakness for Aunt May. Zhou Hongba just helped Aunt May out of the medicine shop, whispering a few words with her by the roadside. Aunt May didn't cry or cause trouble and went back quietly. All this was seen by Zhou Zhilan, who was busy working in the medicinal field. Zhou Chongqing helped Bai Su manage the medicine shop and sometimes came to check on her in the fields. Seeing Aunt May causing a scene, Zhou Zhilan pulled her nephew aside. "Chongqing, I heard Aunt May was the wife of the former team secretary. Why did she come today?" "I heard from Yin Fan that she came to cause trouble for your mother-in-law. The big team secretary, Zhou Dajiang, is gone. What's the point of her causing trouble with my aunt? Even if she has good relations with the commune and county leaders, she can't really interfere with their work." Zhou Chongqing saw things clearly. "I think someone lost their position as secretary and is taking it out on my aunt. She cries, makes a fuss, even threatens to hang herself, and my aunt's reputation gets damaged." Women opening a medicine shop often face jealousy. Those who wanted to join but couldn't also complain. "If she causes trouble in our shop, The news will spread, and people will gossip behind her back, saying my aunt is involved with the leaders of the commune and county. They might also say she's unkind, that the shop doesn't care for the team members, and that Zhou's secretary, who used to have dealings with her, doesn't help or speak up for her in front of the leaders. That's how it is. Women are most afraid of having their reputation ruined, especially since your aunt is a widow, and widows often face rumors and gossip. Hua often takes advantage of her free time to whisper to Yin Fan. Yin Fan is a quiet person who doesn't talk much, but when Hua babbles on beside him, he patiently listens, sometimes smiling and replying. This seems to encourage Hua, who is innocent and lively, and she loves to talk about the medicine shop and funny family stories in front of him. Thanks to Hua's quick messaging, Yin Fan knows exactly what happened today when Aunt May caused trouble at the shop. She greatly admired Bai Su. Your aunt is a brave and wise woman. Women who cry and pretend to be weak are the hardest to deal with. When she couldn't argue clearly, she held her opponent's weakness and finally sent that woman away. She also blocked her way back, so she couldn't cause trouble anymore. What I admire even more is that she has a strong heart, seeming unafraid of gossip and slander. She has clear goals, mainly to run the pharmacy well and ensure her daughter and son-in-law live good lives. She is a strong woman inside. Zhou Zilan's admiration for Bai Su extended to her appreciation and satisfaction with Lan Hua. With such a mother, no wonder Lan Hua has such a good personality. When you were sent back from the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, and when your situation was tough, she stayed by your side, encouraging you. Now Lan Hua is a primary school teacher, and you also gain the attention of Secretary Qin, helping your aunt run the pharmacy. I think you get along well with Lan Hua. Zhou Zilan urged him. Chongqing, you should decide about Lan Hua soon. Initially, He Yan and Li Hua, Bai Su promised they would be together, and soon after, He Yan married Li Hua. He and Lan Hua had been together for some time since they decided to be a couple. Originally, Zhou Chongqing wanted to find a way to shed his past, like He Yan, but now, although policies are clearer, it's still difficult for people like them from Beijing to remove their labels unless someone clears his grandfather Zhou Qingshuan's name. Uncle Qin helped bring his aunt and uncle from the distant Baiyun farm to the Peace Brigade, which was already a big effort. Asking him to clear his grandfather's name was not allowed by policy. Zhou Chongqing also considered just marrying Lan Hua. But thinking about the school's recognition of Lan Hua and their intention to make her a formal, certified teacher, he hesitated again. Auntie, I want Lan Hua to become officially certified teacher. Zhou Zilan truly liked Bai Su's family and wished her nephew would become part of their family soon. In the past, her nephew Zhou Chongqing was not suitable for any girl. Now that the Zhou family is in trouble, it would be unfair to the girl to have the young couple marry at this time. Zhou Zilan sighed helplessly. All right, let's wait a bit longer. Aunt May caused a fuss, but Zhou Hongba continued to carry his medicine basket as if nothing happened, helping Hua dry and harvest herbs. When they built the pharmacy, Bai Su suggested making the roof flat, so there would be an extra space for drying herbs. The flat rooftop is high, and Zhou Hongba is helping Hua gather herbs. From above, he can see Zhou Zhulan talking with Zhou Chongqing in the distant herb fields. Hua, is that Zhou Chongqing over there? Zhou Hongba looks at the person talking with Zhou Zhulan in the herb field. Isn't he dating your second sister? I see he's getting pretty close to the woman who manages the herb fields. What's wrong with that? My mom asked my second sister's husband to keep an eye on the herb fields. Hua is confused and continues picking herbs into her basket. Zhou Hongba pauses for a moment. That new woman looks quite pretty. She seems to come from a big place.
What are you talking about?
Hua doesn't understand Zhou Hongba's vague words. You mean my second sister's husband is getting close to her? Do you think she's not loyal to my second sister? The woman managing the herb field is married. Her husband's name is Jiang Yuchuan. He's the one responsible for building the greenhouses. Look at the land next to the seedlings. They've set up bamboo frames there. That's all thanks to Jiang. Hua thinks to herself that Jiang Yuchuan is a professional in construction. He gained experience at Bayun Farm, building greenhouses where they grow off-season vegetables, herbs, and mountain delicacies like mushrooms and fungi. She is also thinking about how to deal with Zhou Hongba when she hears creaking sounds from the stairs behind her. Turning around, she sees Yin Fan climbing up the stairs. The stairs at the herb shop are quite steep, with some wooden planks nailed unevenly, making creaking noises. Hua, who is afraid of heights, feels very nervous every time she climbs up to sun her herbs, worried she might slip and fall. She climbs carefully and cautiously, looking very timid. But Yin Fan is different. Even when climbing stairs, he moves calmly, standing straight and looking very handsome. As soon as he appears, Hua can't help but keep her eyes on him. "Brother Yin Fan, what are you doing here?" "I'm fixing the stairs. They're unstable, with some loose planks. I'm worried someone might fall if they climb up or down." Yin Fan raises his hammer. "Are you still harvesting the herbs? Do you want my help?" The ones responsible for drying the herbs are her and Su Xiaoxiao. Zhou Hongba sometimes comes to help when he's free. Who is climbing up and down? It's her. She just told Brother Yin Fan yesterday that she's very afraid of climbing stairs. She trembles when looking down from high places. But her mom says the more afraid she is of heights, the more she should practice. She should do more herb drying and harvesting work. Yin Fan smiled gently as she comforted him. Today, he came with a hammer to fix the staircase boards. Is Brother Yin Fan afraid she might fall? Not only does Yin Fan look good, but he is also very gentle and caring. Whether Yin Fan came to fix the stairs for her or not, Hetien feels that Yin Fan climbing up with a hammer is all for her, and her heart feels as sweet as honey. She was originally talking to Zhou Hongba, but now her eyes only see Yin Fan, and she doesn't want to talk to Zhou Hongba anymore. We're almost done collecting the herbs. No need for Brother Yin Fan to help. You can fix the stairs now. Hetien smiles sweetly. Later, I will carry the herb basket down, so I won't be afraid of falling. Okay, I will fix the stairs securely. Yin Fan responds softly and then picks up the hammer, knocking steadily. After Zhou Hongba and Hetien finish collecting herbs, Yin Fan repairs the stairs and walks up and down to check. Once he confirms the stairs are very sturdy, he says to Hetien it's fixed. I'll help you carry the herb basket. At first, Hetien was joking and laughing with Zhou Hongba, but Zhou Hongba always felt that Zhou Chongqing was very close to the woman managing the herb field. He almost asked Hetien something, but Yin Fan's sudden appearance interrupted him. Since Yin Fan appeared, Hetien has been smiling at him and ignoring Zhou Hongba. Recently, Zhou Hongba's efforts to get close to Hetien had been going smoothly, but someone suddenly interrupted, making him very unhappy. He looks down on Yin Fan's status. If Aunt Bai hadn't built the herb workshop in the mountain valley, Yin Fan and his grandfather would still be living in a cattle shed. Why is he showing off in front of Hetien? Yin Fan came to carry the herb basket, but Zhou Hongba coldly stopped him. Comrade Yin, you're not a worker at the herb workshop. We can't afford any mistakes with the herbs. Fixing the stairs is fine, but you don't need to carry the herb basket. Afraid Yin Fan would take his job, Zhou Hongba lifted a basket of herbs. Hetien, girl, I will carry the herb basket. You stay here and watch so no one touches our herbs. After saying that, Zhou Hongba carried the basket, stepped on the repaired stairs, and went down steadily. When Zhou Hongba left, Hetien stuck out her tongue and whispered, Brother Yin Fan, don't be angry. I just wanted someone to help carry the herbs. Yin Fan knew that Hetien appeared innocent on the surface, but was actually clever and mischievous. She even learned some tricks from her brother-in-law. She's a bit scheming. Hearing Hetien's words, Yin Fan looked at her with a gentle, indulgent expression. Taller than Hetien by a head, Yin Fan reached out and lightly tapped her on the head. You're so smart. Yin Fan quietly advised her. Don't tell others too much about Aunt Zhou and Uncle Zhong's matters. I understand. Aunt Zhou, Uncle Zhong, and Brother Yin Fan are all our own people. Lotus playfully moved closer to him and lowered her voice. Do you really think I'm stupid? I was just worried about dropping the basket of medicine. I found someone to help carry it, see? I don't even have to move. Lotus said that she and Zhou Zhilian and the others are on the same side, and Yin Fan just smiled. Seeing Lotus teasing someone and looking a bit proud, Yin Fan looked helpless. You're afraid of heights and worried about falling. I can help you carry the basket of medicine every day. Although Yin Fan was involved because of Professor Yin's influence and was staying in the cattle shed with the team, since the first time he saw him, Lotus always thought of Yin Fan as her fairy brother. She was reluctant to let him help carry the basket of medicine. When she heard the noise downstairs and knew Zhou Hongba would come up soon, Lotus tiptoed and whispered to Yin Fan, "Brother Yin Fan, I don't want you to help with heavy work." Yin Fan asked why he should help carry things, and Lotus didn't allow it. Is that so? But just by looking at Secretary Zhou, it's clear Zhou Hongba isn't an easy person. Moreover, he was willing to give up his teaching job and come to the pharmacy to carry baskets. And when his mother came to cause trouble, Zhou Hongba handled it smoothly and gained praise from colleagues and the women who delivered herbs. They said he was different from his parents and sister, and that he was a reasonable person who had been a teacher. It can be said that causing trouble at the pharmacy didn't ruin his reputation, and Zhou Hongba clearly drew a line with his family. This person is really patient and hard to deal with. Lurking in the shadows, a cunning and dangerous snake, is even harder to guard against. If someone keeps messing with Zhou Hongba and he finds out, they will face his revenge. Relying on Aunt Bai's support, the young girl doesn't realize how high the sky is, and he needs to teach her slowly. Don't cause trouble. Hearing the movement at the staircase, Yin Fan quietly told her, "Let's go. Come find me when you have time. I'll teach you how to draw." The last glow of sunset disappeared, and night was about to fall. After work at the pharmacy, the mountain valley returned to peace. Zhou Zhilian and Professor Kong were cooking dinner together. It was getting dark, and the two women were busy in the kitchen, one tending the fire, the other cooking rice. Since Yin Fan went hunting with Hien, he occasionally went into the mountains to catch some game for a meal. He learned from Bai Su how to hunt rabbits, mountain chickens, and so on, and would make smoked meat from them. So, Zhou Zhilan and Jiang Yuchuan teamed up with them. Although the feast prepared by Bai Su for their welcome was generous, they occasionally got a bit of the gamey meat. For example, tonight, Professor Kong, craving meat, cut off a piece of the cured rabbit hanging from the beam and steamed it. Dried bamboo shoots soaked and placed at the bottom of a bowl, with the cured rabbit on top, steamed together. After a tiring day working in the medicinal field, Zhou Zhilan helped to build the fire, and the aroma of the food made her drool with hunger. Professor Kong was also hungry. Yin Fan said he was helping Hua repair the stairs. As it was getting dark, no one was around. She finished cooking, wiped her hands on her apron, and looked around. All the shops are closed now. Sister, help serve the food. I'll go see why Yin Fan isn't back yet. Professor Kong took off his apron to go find him. Yin Fan went into the kitchen. Where did you go? Professor Kong teased. You said you were helping Hua fix the stairs. Are you worried she might fall? But this staircase has been repaired for a long time. Yin Fan understood what Professor Kong was implying. Hua often came to find him. Professor Kong always said they looked good together, like a perfect match, almost like a couple. But Yin Fan pretended not to understand, waving the wild chicken in his hand. The stairs are already fixed. Since it's not dark yet, I'm going into the mountains. A few days ago, I set some traps and caught a mountain chicken. Good job, you caught a mountain chicken again. Yin Fan's distraction made Professor Kong forget to laugh at him. She happily said to Zhou Zhilan, I also have some sun-dried tea tree mushrooms. Tomorrow I'll soak them and make chicken soup to boost our health. Now, helping to manage the medicinal field, Professor Lin and Professor Kong had cleared a piece of land behind the house. Bai Su helped them get seeds from Li Xiangyang, and they had already planted vegetables. The seedlings were about a finger high. Although it was autumn and there weren't many crops to plant, with Jiang Yuchuan's expertise, growing vegetables in winter was still possible. Soon, they wouldn't need to dig wild vegetables and could eat their own grown vegetables. They were now living in a red brick house. Compared to others in the brigade who lived in cow sheds, thanks to Bai Su, they were living like immortals. When the food was served, everyone was informal, grabbing a few pieces of the cured rabbit meat and eating coarse grain rice eagerly. Yin Fan took a few bites, then looked up and said to Zhou Zhilan, "Aunt Zhou, when I was helping Hua fix the stairs today, weren't you and Changqing talking in the medicinal field? I saw Zhou Hongba. He was helping Hua collect herbs on the roof of the medicine workshop and kept looking at you guys." He also asked Hua if she was close with Changqing Ge. Zhou Zhilan was very clever and cautious. She especially liked the Bai Su family and hoped that Zhou Changqing and Lanhua would get married soon. She was also a bit careless. The Peace Brigade gave her a strong sense of security, making her forget her previous difficult situation. She didn't want her and Jiang Yuchuan to cause trouble for her nephew, Zhou Changqing. Knowing what Yin Fan meant, Zhou Zhilan was very grateful that he told her this. "Yin Fan, Aunt Zhou wants to thank you." She thought for a moment and said, "In the future, I will keep my distance from brother Changqing. I don't want it to be awkward because of me and his uncle, and then cause him trouble. Our Zhou family only has this one son. I hope he can get married soon." Yin Fan had heard from Hua that since Zhou Changqing helped her second sister improve her writing and got paid for it, Lu Lanhua had written a few more articles and sent them out. Hua's second sister was very talented and lucky. Every article she sent was published by the newspaper. Because of this, Principal Qi valued Lu Lanhua a lot. Even the local community knew that a teacher from Tianjin Primary School had published articles in the newspaper. Very impressive. After Zhou Changqing left the school, Lu Fanyang, a young man from the neighboring brigade, also became a substitute teacher. But because Lu Fanyang had some issues with his background, and since Lu Lanhua was a local girl with experience in publishing, she had a better chance of becoming a permanent teacher. Zhou Changqing also wanted Lanhua to become a formal teacher at Tianjin Primary School, but he was worried that his background might affect her. So, even though they were dating, they hadn't taken the final step to get married. Yin Fan, who also went to the countryside with his grandfather, understood how he felt. Knowing what Zhou Zhilan was thinking, Yin Fan comforted her. "Aunt Zhou, there's always a way when the time comes." "That's right. When the road reaches the mountain, there will be a way," she replied. Professor E, standing nearby, said, "Zhilan, look at me. When I was sent down to the Peace Brigade, I didn't know how long I could hold on. But then I met Dr. Bai, and with her help I got better. My old illness is almost gone." Also, people with similar backgrounds as ours could only live in thatched houses in other brigades, but we live in a red brick house and don't have to hide from anyone. We even grow our own vegetables in the fields. You see, things are always changing and developing. The situation is always shifting. Professor E was very optimistic now. Maybe the worries we have now will be gone after some time. Zhou Zhilan and Jiang Yuchuan thought this made sense. Just like when they were stuck on a farm deep in the mountains, they felt hopeless and thought they'd never see a better day. As a result, they came to the Peace Brigade, and they often saw the long-awaited nephew. All of this was because of Bai Su. Zhou Zhilian thought these words made sense. "You're right. I will help Bai Mei take care of the medicine field. That's the spirit." Professor Kong handed Zhou Zhilian a piece of cured rabbit meat, happily saying, "Eat up." Yin Fan and Hien are learning to hunt. We often enjoy such meals. You and Xiao Jiang haven't tried cured rabbit meat before. Have some more. Tomorrow we can have mountain chicken stew with tea tree mushrooms. The story of Zhou Hongba's mother crying and causing trouble at the pharmacy spread quickly after her daughter-in-law, who was delivering herbs, told others at the brigade. Those who had been thinking of taking over the pharmacy lost all hope. Everyone knew Bai Su was not easy to deal with, but they also knew she wouldn't be afraid of gossip behind her back. During the years Zhou Dajiang served as secretary, he was strong-willed but not very popular. Now, he was even more isolated, and his wife hadn't caused any trouble to make a name for herself. His position as brigade secretary was over. Thus, with Aunt May's disturbance, Zhou Dajiang stepped down from the stage of the Peace Brigade. The members and educated youth who were chosen by the Health Bureau to work at the pharmacy all cherished this job. Under Bai Su's leadership, they quickly united as one. However, on the day after Aunt May caused trouble at the pharmacy, for some unknown reason, A few of the educated youth didn't arrive for work on time. What happened? Sister Xiao Xiao was late, but why didn't Sister Qing Ro come either? Since working with Su Xiao Xiao, they had been very in sync. When she didn't come, Hihua felt a bit uncomfortable. She complained to Zhou Chongqing. How can they not come on time? Second brother-in-law, if they're late, we need to deduct their wages. Zhao Jiqing and Su Jiqing are not the type to be unaware. All the educated youth who came to work today didn't show up. There must be something wrong at the educated youth point. If the pharmacy really deducted Zhao Qingro and Su Xiaoxiao's wages, her sister-in-law would have to plead for them. Right now, she looked quite confident, a bit like she was showing off her authority. Zhou Chongqing then explained to her, telling her that other educated youth also didn't come. If Zhao Qingro and Su Xiaoxiao, who usually work diligently, were late, it must be because something was wrong at the educated youth point. Sure enough, as Zhou Chongqing guessed, soon Zhao Qingro and Su Xiaoxiao, panting heavily, came out from the mountain trail, followed by 3 other educated youth who had come to work. Hihua went to greet them, and Zhao Qingro, gasping for breath, said, We were late. Zhou Yan held a knife and blocked the entrance of the youth station. None of us dared to pass through the door, afraid she might lose her mind and attack someone. Su Xiaoxiao also gasped and testified. Yes, if Secretary Qi and Captain Li hadn't come, she would still be blocking the door, and we wouldn't be able to start work. The young workers took turns confirming that Zhao Qingru and Su Xiaoxiao were telling the truth. Zhou Chongqing came over to give orders. All right, since your delay in starting work is special, I will talk to Aunt Bai and not deduct your wages. Go and start working quickly. We've already lost quite a bit of time. 3 young workers responsible for making medicine went inside to work. Zhou Chongqing stayed behind with Zhao Qingru. What's going on? Why did Zhou Yan hold a knife at the youth station's door? It's because of that petty matter with Sun Mingyuan, Zhao Qingru replied, feeling upset. While tidying up the stored herbs, she said to Zhou Chongqing, Sun Mingyuan married Zhou Yan, and he's never been happy about it. Now that Zhou Dajiang is no longer the brigade secretary, Sun Mingyuan simply moved back to the youth station from the Zhou family. Maybe Sun Mingyuan feels free now that the heavy burden on him is gone, but how can Zhou Yan swallow this? She insists that Sun Mingyuan moving back is because of Lin Lijuan, that fox spirit. She even held a knife at the youth station, ready to attack Lin Lijuan. Lin Lijuan used to be afraid of Secretary Zhou behind Zhou Yan, but now that Zhou Dajiang isn't secretary anymore, she doesn't care. You know she's not very smart. She not only isn't afraid of Zhou Yan's knife but also goads her on. Zhou Yan really swung the knife at her. Luckily, Shun Jiqing came out from the pharmacy to work and reacted quickly. He slammed the door shut, or else Lin Lijuan might have been cut today. You don't know how crazy Zhou Yan can get when she's mad. She seems to have gone all out, risking her life. However, Zhao Qingru didn't feel sorry for Lin Lijuan at all. Lin Lijuan was so annoying, always looking for trouble with her. Ever since Lin Lijuan and Sun Mingyuan were caught sneaking into the woods, she had been at odds with Zhou Yan and had no time to bother her anymore. Even after she and Su Xiaoxiao became workers at the pharmacy, Lin Lijuan's jealousy made her eyes turn red, but she couldn't do anything about it. After all, she had lost her reputation for hanging out with Sun Mingyuan. Now she was just a disgrace at the youth station, a worthless person. When she left, the brigade members spat at her and looked down on her. Many people didn't get along with her anymore, so Lin Lijuan had no time to trouble her. With Li Xiangyang supporting her, she also recognized by Su as her godmother. Now, no one at the educated youth camp dares to bother her. After hearing Zhao Qingru talk about what happened at the camp, Zhou Chongqing wasn't surprised. When he learned that Secretary Zhou Dajiang couldn't hold his position, he guessed that this day would come eventually. He initially thought Li Jiqiang's position might be moved to replace Zhou Dajiang as the team secretary. But unexpectedly, another Secretary Qi appeared. He wasn't interested in Lin Lijuan, Sun Mingyuan, or Zhou Yan's troubles. In Zhao Qingrou's message, he only focused on who the new team secretary was. You just mentioned Secretary Qi. Is he the new secretary of the team? Yes, I heard he just took over from Zhou Dajung yesterday. Today, he officially started working as the secretary of the peace team. Then, he encountered Zhou Yan trying to attack someone with a knife. Secretary Qi has already criticized Zhou Yan severely. To avoid gossip, he hasn't taken action against Zhou Yan, who is causing trouble. But if she keeps causing trouble, it will be hard to handle next time. Lin Lijuan also can't avoid consequences. Zhao Qingru was excited to talk about Lin Lijuan because she was tired of her troubles. But Zhou Chongqing's focus was different. Is this Secretary Qi originally from our team? I don't remember him. No, he was transferred from the commune. Zhao Qingru told Zhou Chongqing what she found out. It was during that incident when Sun Mingyuan and Lin Lijuan caused trouble at the team office. They reported my godmother, and it was Secretary Yin who came from the commune to our team, the same Qi officer. I heard that this Qi officer is related to Principal Qi from the neighboring team, because his wife is from our team. The commune sent him here to be the secretary. The pharmacy is now very popular. Without Zhou Dajung, Zhou Chongqing worries that the new team secretary might try to take control. The team pharmacy is his Aunt Bai's hard work. Moreover, the few people living in the red brick house are also under his and his aunt's protection. If they lose absolute control of the pharmacy, those people might be criticized and hindered in their work. After all, no one would trust them like his aunt did, who handed over all the farm's affairs to those few trusted people, showing great respect and tolerance. Regarding the new Secretary Qi, Zhou Chongqing only knew that he was highly valued by Secretary Yin at the commune and was awarded as an outstanding worker every year. But what kind of person is he really? Zhou Chongqing felt he needed to get to know him better. Just as Zhou Chongqing was thinking about finding an opportunity to learn more about the new Secretary Qi for Bai Su, Secretary Qi himself came to the pharmacy. He was accompanied by the team leader, Li Jiqiang. Li Jiqiang introduced Zhou Chongqing. Chongqing, this is the newly appointed party secretary of Qiji. In the future, if there are any difficulties at the pharmacy or work that requires the team's cooperation, you can discuss it with party secretary Qiji. No need. The pharmacy's matters don't require my input. If the team can help the pharmacy, you and Comrade Bai Su can just mention it. Party secretary Qiji smiled warmly. Long ago, when Secretary Yin asked me to be the party secretary of our team, he reminded me that Bai Su Comrade founded the pharmacy with her own efforts. She put a lot of hard work into it. The pharmacy often communicates with the county health bureau, and Bai Su is responsible for that. Chongfeng Commune and our team support Bai Su's work, so there's no need to interfere in specific affairs. I'm not here today to learn about the pharmacy's work. I came to discuss something with Bai Su Comrade. This new party's secretary Qiji was so straightforward that Zhou Chongqing secretly sighed in relief. Hearing that he was here to talk to Bai Su about something else, Zhou Chongqing quickly called Bai Su over. Early in the morning, Zhou Chongqing shared the news he heard from Zhao Qingru with Bai Su. Bai Su also asked Li Xiangyang about the new party secretary. Now, upon hearing that party secretary Qiji and Li Jiqiang had arrived, she hurriedly left her work in the medicinal field and returned to the pharmacy. Party Secretary Qiji, in the future, please support the pharmacy's work. Secretary Yin already said that Comrade Bai Su is very capable and she will manage the pharmacy well. My uncle also said that your ability to teach your daughter so well shows you are a brave and capable woman. Bai Su knew that Party Secretary Qiji was related to Principal Qi from the neighboring team. She smiled. Principal Qi and Secretary Yin think highly of me. It's just to help the team generate income, so everyone can eat well and dress warmly. Being able to take care of your family and think about everyone's needs makes you an outstanding woman. My uncle also said that Teacher Liu has published several articles in the newspaper. Party Secretary Qiji gave Bai Su a thumbs up and praised her before suddenly speaking. Comrade Bai Su, I actually came to the pharmacy to ask for your help. I heard from the commune that after the autumn harvest, people from the county will go to the countryside to show movies. Since you'll be going to the county to deliver medicine soon, can you help ask which days they are scheduled? Can they come to our peaceful team first? Party Secretary Qiji clearly explained his purpose and told Bai Su, The team members are very enthusiastic about this. I also want to meet their cultural needs. Then I heard that the workers who got into the pharmacy were well-educated and could recognize medicinal herbs. Since I became the team's secretary, I want to help the villagers. I thought about starting a literacy class to teach them reading and math. The empty room in the team health clinic seems perfect. I heard someone in the team was sick recently, and they came here for medicine with you and Zhou Jiqing helping to see the doctor. Also, Comrade Zhou Chongqing was on duty there at night. If we could use that empty room for the literacy class, it would be very suitable. No wonder Secretary Yin said that Secretary Qi used to be an excellent worker in Chongfeng Commune. He really does a good job as the team secretary, thinking about giving villagers movies and literacy classes to enrich their lives. If we hold a literacy class and then show movies in the team, it will reduce gossip and distractions. People's attention will shift, and they won't argue or fight all the time. Since Zhou Chongqing now lives at her mother's house, there's no need to use the empty room in the health clinic. Bai Su immediately agreed, saying, yes, using the empty room in the health clinic for the literacy class is perfect. I'll go to the county town tomorrow to deliver medicine, see Director Qian at the county hospital, and report the new medicines to the health bureau. Since I'm going to the county committee, I'll ask about the movie screening. Actually, Bai Su's real reason for going to the county committee is to meet Qin Yanhua. After measuring the size, Li Hua and Hian's mother already helped make a suit and a shirt. The whole outfit is very presentable for Qin Yanhua. Because it's made for Qin Yanhua, Li Hua and Hian's mother paid extra attention to detail. Hian tried on the finished clothes, standing tall and straight. Her son-in-law is already quite dashing, and wearing this suit makes him look even more handsome. But Hian is slim, and the clothes are a bit loose on her, making her look empty. Qin Yanhua is taller and more muscular than Hian. Bai Su can't wait to see him in the suit, so she made an agreement with Secretary Qi to leave early the next day with a new batch of medicines from the pharmacy and head to the county. Mom, should we first deliver the clothes to Secretary Qin or go straight to the county hospital and health bureau? Since they left early and took Hian's car to the county, they arrived quite early. Last time, Qian Jiao visited the Peace Brigade, and Bai Su didn't manage to entertain him well. She felt guilty about it and wanted to go to the health bureau before noon, so she could invite Qian Jiao to eat at the state-run restaurant. Additionally, Qin Yanhua is not someone who stays in the county committee office all the time. He often visits various communes in the county for inspections. Worried about missing him, Bai Su said to Hian, let's go to the county committee first. If you take me there, will I still have time to go to work afterward? Yes, there's enough time. Director, Du will cover for me, Hian replied. Hian is quite well connected in the transportation team. Unlike factory work, where punctuality is strict, the transportation team is more flexible. As long as he isn't rushing to leave, he can come and go as he pleases. He then stepped on the gas pedal and drove to the county committee entrance. Bai Su asked Hian to go to work first and carried her canvas bag into the county committee building. At this moment, the county committee had just started work. When Bai Su entered, she bumped into a man with a middle-part hairstyle, hair slicked with oil and carefully combed. In this era, people who used hair oil were quite particular about their appearance. The man squinted his small eyes and looked at Bai Su carefully for a few moments. Bai Su entered just behind him. The receptionist girl, who was supposed to greet visitors, didn't say anything to her first, but instead enthusiastically greeted the man. Director Hong, good morning. Good girl, you're quite obedient. Knowing to greet me, the man said. He had just entered with Bai Su and now turned his head. Comrade, who are you here to see? I'm here to see Secretary Qin, Bai Su replied before she could speak. The receptionist girl spoke first, hearing that Bai Su wanted to see Qin Yanhua. The man looked annoyed, glared at Bai Su twice, snorted, and left. The receptionist girl seemed quite afraid of him. After he left, the girl sighed heavily. That's Director Hong from our Revolutionary Committee. Sister, Secretary Qin is in a meeting now. I'll take you to his office to wait. Bai Su had visited Qin Yanhua many times before, so the girl was quite familiar with her. Last time, Guohua returned to the Peace Brigade and told Bai Su that Qian Jiao's son, Qian Hongyi, was very kind to her at school. Bai Su promised Qian Hongyi that she would help take care of Guohua, and she made him delicious sesame cakes. This time, Bai Su brought several sesame cakes she had baked to the county town. The receptionist girl led her into Qin Yenyue's office. Bai Su took out a bamboo box filled with cakes from her canvas bag. "These are the cakes I baked. Please try one." I feel a bit embarrassed to accept this." The young girl was overwhelmed with happiness. She opened the lunchbox and saw delicious sesame cakes. Bai Su insisted on giving her the cakes, so she happily took the box and left with a few treats inside. Qin Yanyu was sitting at the table with an old, yellowed stitched book. Bai Su felt it looked familiar. She picked it up and flipped through it, only to realize it was a copybook for identifying antique items. Last time, Bai Su and Qin Yanyu went together to a junkyard to look for high school textbooks. She saw many stitched books there. It seems this book about identifying old objects was something Qin Shuji found during his visits to the junkyard afterward. The few books she had previously found were handwritten copies from the Qing dynasty. Bai Su carefully wrapped them in silk cloth and stored them, waiting for the right time to use their full value. Now, since Qin Yanyu was bored, Bai Su picked up the yellowed stitched book and started reading. It was a book about identifying paintings and calligraphy. She was so immersed in the content that she couldn't stop. After a while, Qin Yanyu's deep, magnetic voice came from the door. "All the characters are in traditional Chinese. Can you read them? Don't underestimate me." Bai Su was engrossed when she was suddenly interrupted. She looked up and said, "The medical books left by my father, by Ji Cheng, are all in traditional Chinese stitched books. Although this book is complex and full of technical terms, I can recognize most of it by guessing." Impressive. Qin Yanyu walked around to her back, casually leaning over to look at the traditional Chinese book with her. "This book was found to help Go Yan. He wants to help you find old items. Last time, I found a book for identifying porcelain. This time, I found one for recognizing paintings and calligraphy." Qin Yanyu was so close that Bai Su felt a sense of pressure. Moreover, he patiently helped Go Yan learn about antiques and even helped him find such books. This realization made Bai Su's heart beat faster. "Ahem. Secretary Qin, you and my son-in-law get along pretty well? They're all family, so how could they not get along?" From Qin Yanyu's perspective, he saw Bai Su's ears turn red because of the heat. He thought that if he went too far, he might scare her away. Qin Yanyu straightened up and said, "You came to the county seat to deliver clothes for me, right?" Bai Su felt he was too close and was a bit short of breath. Luckily, he stood up again. It was clear that his previous action was casual. Bai Su quickly took out a suit she had made for Qin Yanyu from her canvas bag. "The pear blossom suit is ready. Do you want to try it on?" After saying this, Bai Su felt like her mind had gone blank. This was the county committee office, where Qin Yanyu worked. Why was she letting him try on clothes now? She secretly cursed herself for not thinking clearly and wished she could just disappear. But her words had already escaped her mouth. Just as she felt the atmosphere becoming awkward and she didn't know what to do, Qin Yanyu took the suit she was holding and held it in his hands. "All right, I'll try it." He said this calmly, then went into the fitting room with a suit and shirt. When Qin Yanyu came out dressed, Bai Su's eyes widened in surprise. The clothes made Qin Yanyu look even more handsome. She already knew Qin Yanyu had a great figure, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. When he wore the clothes made by Li Hua, his advantages in his figure became even clearer. He was holding the suit jacket in his hand, wearing only a shirt and trousers. Because the clothes fit his body so well, Bai Su's gaze naturally fell on his stomach. Then she felt her heart beat faster again, remembering the last time she measured his size and accidentally touched his muscular abdomen. "How do I look?" Bai Su felt more and more inexperienced. She, who had seen many handsome men, was actually captivated by Qin Yanyu's charm. She probably liked shirts a lot because she thought Qin Yanyu looked very handsome in a shirt. To hide her nervousness, Qin Yanyu asked her how he looked. Bai Su also praised Li Hua's sewing skills honestly, thinking it was appropriate. Li Hua's sewing skills are amazing. Secretary Qin, you suit wearing a suit. You have broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with a good body ratio. When you wear this suit, you look elegant and graceful, like a walking hanger. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, good body ratio, elegant and graceful, like a walking hanger? Every word Qin Yanyu heard made him feel good. The woman praising him was so gentle, and her sweet words made him feel a little excited. Yes, the size is also just right. Qin Yanyu slightly curved his lips and put on the suit he was holding. As he dressed, the shirt was pulled tight, highlighting his figure even more. Bai Su felt her throat tighten and her mouth go dry. Wasn't it better to wear the suit in the fitting room? Why did he have to wear it in front of her? If she weren't a mother of 5 daughters and not a woman of mature charm, Bai Su almost thought Qin Yanyu was trying to her. So she turned her head away, not looking at him as he dressed. As she quickly turned her head with an awkward expression, Qin Yanyu's lips curled into a beautiful smile. When Bai Su looked back, he returned to a serious and proper look. Pear blossom skills are as good as He Yan said. Qin Yanyu calmly said to Bai Su, "Comrade Bai Su, I accept the gift of this set of clothes you gave me." Bai Su found Qin Yanyu very strange and too trusting of herself. He already looked so impressive, yet he was still changing clothes in front of her, which was reckless. If she were a young girl, she might have been tempted to chase after him. Fortunately, she had experienced many hardships and could control herself. He also gave her a suit and shirt, so it was not a good place to stay long. When Qin Yanyu asked her to have dinner with him, Bai Su refused. "It's still early. The county committee just started work, and I need to go to the county hospital to see Director Qian and deliver some traditional Chinese medicine. I'll leave first." Qin Yanyu thought of himself as a clever hunter, enjoying the sight of his prey unknowingly trapped in his circle. When Bai Su said she wanted to deliver medicine to the county hospital, Qin Yanyu instructed Secretary Zhao, "Take her to the county hospital." As Qin Yanyu's driver, secretary, and assistant, Zhao saw him refuse to take off the suit Bai Su gave him, almost feeling jealous. He couldn't stand the old man showing off his new suit, so he quickly drove Bai Su to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital entrance, Zhao asked her, "Sister Bai, wanna have lunch at Aunt Ju's place? I'll wait for you outside the hospital." "No, I need to go to the school to see Guohua later," Bai Su replied. She told Zhao to go back first since she had many things to do at the county committee. After parking the car and walking into the main building, Zhao saw the receptionist girl with puffed cheeks, nodding to greet him. Quick-eyed, Zhao nodded back and then noticed the lunchbox she hadn't had time to put away. It was a familiar green bamboo box, lined with oil paper sprinkled with sesame seeds, and the aroma in the air made Zhao's mouth water. He frowned and asked, "Are you eating at work?" "Yes, Sister Bai gave it to me." The girl hurriedly swallowed a piece of biscuit before chewing it completely, choking and making her eyes roll. Sister Bai's sesame cakes are so delicious, crispy and fragrant. I couldn't resist. "Secretary Zhao, please pretend you didn't see anything, okay?" Zhao was very jealous that someone had Bai Su's sesame cakes, which he didn't have. You can't really argue with a young girl. Zhao Ming huffed in frustration and then went back to report to Qin Yanyu. But after thinking carefully, he realized something was wrong. Why would Sister Bai make sesame cakes and not share them with him and Secretary Qin, but instead give them to the young girl who was receiving guests earlier? Sister Bai must have made more than just a few sesame cakes. If she didn't give them to him and Secretary Qin, who else could she have given them to? Zhao Ming helped Qin Yanyu organize the files. The more he didn't get to taste the sesame cakes, the more the smell of them made his stomach growl. Dressed in the suit Bai Su gave him, Qin Yanyu kept showing off in front of Zhao Ming, noticing he looked tired and unenergetic. Qin Yanyu said, "Go to the hospital and pick up someone. Tell her to go to Aunt Ju's for a meal." Pick up who? Zhao Ming suddenly realized who Qin Yanyu was talking about. He quickly said, "Sister Bai said she will go to the school to see Osmanthus and won't come to Aunt Ju's for dinner." When an old man cares about someone, he's worried they might not get enough to eat in the county town. Zhao's secretary told Qin Yanyu, "There's a state-run restaurant near the school. Sister Bai probably won't go hungry." When Zhao's secretary mentioned the restaurant near the school, Qin Yanyu suddenly remembered when Guohua was going to school. He quickly stood up and said, "Zhao Ming, that state-run restaurant near the school makes really good braised pork." At the county hospital, Director Qian was about to see patients, so Bai Su finished giving the nurse the traditional Chinese medicine she brought and headed to the health bureau. Since visiting the Peace Brigade last time, Qian Jiao kept thinking about Bai Su, so He Yan brought the medicines to the county health bureau. Qian Jiao had arranged everything carefully, including the clinical trial reports for the medicines and their approval to be tested in the provincial capital. To treat stomach cramps and diarrhea, as well as wind-heat colds, these 2 medicines were approved, and then Qian Jiao arranged for the medicines to be sent to various communes and brigades for use. Bai Su didn't come to the county town, but after finishing his work these days, Qian Jiao planned to visit the Peace Brigade. Unexpectedly, Bai Su came to see him. Qian Jiao welcomed her into his office happily. He took out the inspection report approved by the provincial capital from his drawer. "Girl, you came at the perfect time. I was planning to visit the Peace Brigade myself. This is the approval document for the medicines for stomach pain and wind-heat colds from the provincial capital. The approval came quickly this time, and I've had it for several days. These 2 medicines have been tested in the county hospital and are ready to be used in the health clinics of various brigades." Qian Jiao praised her, saying, "Since you started the medicine workshop, you've developed new traditional Chinese medicines in a short time, and they've been approved by the provincial capital. That's really impressive. Girl, you are really impressive. You are someone who accomplishes great things." "How could I be so lucky, Brother Qian?" Bai Su admitted. Actually, Comrade Zhou Jilan, who was assigned to help manage the medicine fields, provided some prescriptions, including one for treating bruises and injuries. We are currently studying it. Our team's pharmacy can't always rely on support from the commune and county. We need to establish it ourselves. Previously, we made ointments for insect bites and sunburns. Besides orders from the island, these medicines couldn't be sold elsewhere after autumn started. To keep the pharmacy running, we need to develop other traditional Chinese medicines as substitutes. The recipes for treating stomach cramps and common cold are simple, and the ingredients are easy to find. We have already developed these 2 medicines as replacements. Plus, my second son-in-law created medicinal soap, so we don't need support from the commune or county. The pharmacy can sustain itself and even generate income for the team. The medicinal soap for lice works very well. The health clinics in various communes say it kills insects and bacteria effectively, and it also helps clean and control oil. This soap sells very well. When talking about medicines, Qian Jiao and Bai Su had endless conversations. As noon approached, Qian Jiao hurriedly said, "Girl, you finally came to the county. Let me treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant." Last time, when Qian Jiao visited Heping team, Bai Su didn't entertain him properly, and she felt guilty about it. This time, she brought the health bureau with her, mainly to pick up inspection reports and documents, and also to invite Qian Jiao to eat. How could Bai Su let Qian Jiao pay for her? She said to him, "Brother Qian, I must treat you this time. I didn't give you a proper welcome last time you visited the team, and I feel bad about it.
It's just for a little while.
I also need to visit Guohua at school. I made sesame cakes for Hong Yi, his favorite. How about we go to the state-run restaurant near the school? After eating, we can visit Guohua and Hong Yi." This was exactly what she wanted. What could Qian Jiao refuse? He agreed wholeheartedly, not arguing about who would pay. When they arrived at the restaurant, he planned to pay for Bai Su himself. After they agreed, Qian Jiao pushed his bicycle out and took Bai Su to the restaurant near the school. When Qin Yanyu arrived in Secretary Zhao's car at the restaurant, Qian Jiao and Bai Su had just arrived. Seeing Bai Su jump down from Qian Jiao's bike, they locked the bikes and walked into the restaurant one after the other. Qin Yanyu watched through the car window, his expression uncertain. Thinking about Secretary Qin, who was dressed in a suit, constantly showing off in front of him, he was suddenly hit hard. Secretary Zhao felt a bit sympathetic towards their secretary. "Secretary Qin, Sister Bai seems to have an appointment with Bureau Qian." Secretary Zhao quietly suggested, "Maybe we should go back and have a meal?"
Qin Yanyu was silent for a while, then looked at Secretary Zhao. Zhao Ming, can't you face difficulties at work and try to overcome them? Do you always choose to avoid problems? No, things like dating don't really relate to work. Zhao Ming wanted to explain to their secretary, but Qin Yanyu didn't give him a chance. We agreed to treat you to braised pork at the state-run restaurant. Is he inviting him to eat braised pork? Does he want to invite him? Secretary Zhao didn't know what to say. The old man's competitive spirit was really hard to reach. Zhao's secretary had to get off the car, open the door for a tall guy, and then walk briskly towards the state-run restaurant with him. Inside the restaurant, Bai Su and Qian Jiao were still discussing what dishes to order. Qian Jiao was very gentlemanly, not ordering food on his own, but discussing with Bai Su. This restaurant's braised pork is very good. Many people come here just for it. Maybe we should order some? Hearing Qin Yanyu, who wanted to invite Zhao Ming to eat braised pork, come in and overhear Qian Jiao talking to Bai Su about ordering food. She doesn't like braised pork. It's too greasy. Qian Jiao quickly stood up and greeted Qin Yanyu. Qin Yanyu nodded at him and then looked at Bai Su. What a coincidence, comrade Bai Su. How about ordering some stir-fried pork? Bai Su felt like she was caught doing something wrong under Qin Yanyu's direct gaze. This is so strange. Bai Su didn't understand why she had such a ridiculous thought. Maybe it was because Qin Yanyu's eyes contained a sharp glint, making her think that way. She greeted him, Secretary Qin. Why are you here? I'm here to invite you to dinner. The suit you made for me fits very well. Zhao Ming and the comrades from the county committee also said so. I should treat you to a meal. Qin Yanyu naturally took the menu and then smiled at Qian Jiao. Comrade Qian Jiao, I really appreciate your care for my comrade sister. You've helped her a lot with the pharmacy inspection and related matters. I've been wanting to invite you to dinner. Last time at the Peace Brigade, I injured my leg, and Bai Su was taking care of me. I didn't find the right opportunity to invite you. Qin Yanyu politely spoke to him, saying, since we happened to meet today, I will treat you to this meal. If last time at the school gate, Qin Yanyu was just about to visit Chongfeng Commune, Qian Jiao wouldn't have thought much of it. This time, he and Bai Mei had just sat down at a state-run restaurant to order food when Secretary Qin suddenly appeared and said he wanted to thank Bai Mei for giving him his suit and also for taking care of her. He invited them to a meal. This seemed a bit strange. Qian Jiao felt like he was being claimed as someone's property, but he remembered his father saying that Qin Yanyu was single, never married, and even a few years younger than Bai Mei. His sister has 5 daughters, so it's unlikely that someone like Secretary Qin, with his status, was interested in her. Qian Jiao thought maybe he was overthinking. Perhaps Qin Yanyu and Bai Mao were close friends, which was why he was always looking out for Bai Mei. He quickly responded to Qin Yanyu, saying, it's not right for Secretary Qin to treat us. Bai Su and I have known each other since we were young. Our families have a long history. Really? I have a strong friendship with Bai Mao. After transferring from the military, I heard he asked me to take good care of Bai Su when I came to your county. Using a gentle approach, Qin Yanyu finished speaking and then looked at the menu with Bai Su, saying, same as last time? Let's order your favorite stir-fried pork, a braised fish. Since there are more people today, we'll add half a chicken, some kelp and pork rib soup, and a seasonal vegetable dish. Oh, by the way, I think Qian Jiao likes braised pork, and Zhao Ming does too. Qin Yanyu instructed the waiter, add another serving of braised pork, please. Thus, Qin Yanyu, who took the lead, ordered 6 dishes. The dishes at the state-run restaurant were quite large. Bai Su was full and still had half a serving of braised pork left. Wasting food was not a good trait, so Bai Su said to Qin Yanyu, maybe we should pack this half portion of braised pork? I need to go to school to see Gu Hua and let her try the restaurant's braised pork. Order another one and a steamed bun too. Gu Hua is growing, and eating steamed buns with braised pork will fill her up. That would be more waste. Bai Su firmly opposed, saying no need. Just pack this half portion of braised pork and a steamed bun. Since Bai Su insisted, Qin Yanyu had no choice but to agree. When Bai Su and Qian Jiao headed toward the school gate, Qin Yanyu got into his car.
Bai Su wasn't sure if she was overthinking, but she felt like there was some tension between Qin Yenyue and Qian Jiao during the meal. This great person is finally leaving. Bai Su secretly lets out a sigh. Bai Su gives Ho Hot 5 yuan a month. Ho Hot is used to a hard life and is very frugal. She only eats a meal with vegetables at noon, and in the morning and evening, she eats plain food bought with meal tickets. Qian Hongyi knows she is reluctant to spend money, so he often comes to eat with her, deliberately ordering extra dishes and complaining about not finishing them, asking Ho Hot to help. Ho Hot can tell that Qian Hongyi is doing this on purpose. She feels like she's always taking advantage of him, so recently she has been avoiding him. After class, she sees Qian Hongyi waiting at the classroom door, which makes her nervous. There's no way to avoid him, so Ho Hot must muster her courage and go over. Brother Hongyi, why are you here? Ho Hot doesn't know how to refuse him, so she pretends to have a stomach ache. I don't feel well. I don't want to go to the cafeteria today. Then we won't go to the cafeteria today. Qian Hongyi says this, and Ho Hot is stunned. Usually, even if he persuades her, he would still try to get her to eat. Ho Hot just stares blankly at him. Qian Hongyi smiles. I really won't force you to go to the cafeteria. Is your stomach really upset? If you're very uncomfortable, I can go back to the dorm and get medicine for you. Last time I went back, my grandpa brought some medicine for stomach pain made by your team's pharmacy, and it works well. If you can bear it, let's go to the school gate first. My auntie and my dad are coming, saying they brought food for us. We don't need to go to the cafeteria today.
What?
Her mom is here? Ho Hot suddenly forgets her stomach ache and rushes toward the school gate. But she worries about revealing her lie in front of Qian Hongyi, so she hesitates. It's not really that painful. Maybe good days are coming. In her panic, she says something she shouldn't. Realizing what she just said, Ho Hot wishes she could find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, Qian Hongyi doesn't take it seriously. He just feels embarrassed and his face flushes. He knows that little girl is trying to trick him, not to let him take advantage. Every time he comes to call her, she always says she's in pain here and there, making excuses not to go to the cafeteria. His grandpa and father both want him to take care of Ho Hot at school. Qian Hongyi is at a loss for what to do with Ho Hot now. Now she says her pain isn't that bad, and worried she might be too delicate, he pretends to be casual and smiles at her. All right, maybe your stomach was just hungry. Eat something and then we'll go see my dad and your mom. Okay. Qian Hongyi's long legs walk quickly, and Ho Hot hurriedly jogs to keep up. The two walk one behind the other toward the school gate, and sure enough, they see Qian Jiao and Bai Su waiting at the entrance. I met her mother, and Ho Hot was so happy. She looked like a little bunny. Mom, why did you come to the county town? To handle some matters with Uncle Qian, and your sister made a suit for Uncle Qin. I came to deliver it to the county committee. Bai Su handed Ho Hot a steamed bun and some packed braised pork. Have you and Hongyi eaten yet? There's braised pork and plain steamed buns. Take them and eat. Just now, at the state-run restaurant, Qin Yenyue mentioned that Bai Su made clothes for him, which made Qian Jiao feel uncomfortable. Now, Bai Su said the clothes were made by Lihua, and Qian Jiao felt much better. The braised pork was leftovers. Bai Su didn't mind Ho Hot eating it, but she felt strange about giving it to Qian Hongyi. Fortunately, she also brought sesame cakes. Bai Su took out several boxes of sesame cakes from her cloth bag and handed them to Qian Hongyi. Hongyi, thank you for taking care of Ho Hot at school. Auntie made these sesame cakes for you. Qian Hongyi was so happy to receive several boxes that he almost jumped for joy. Ever since his grandfather brought home sesame cakes, he had been craving them. Qian Hongyi took the food box happily. Auntie, I just wanted to eat sesame cakes. Thank you so much. You're like my real aunt. What real aunt? What nonsense are you talking about? Qian Jiao heard him talking nonsense and reached out to scold him. Bai Su couldn't help but laugh. When Qin Yenyue arrived at the school gate carrying a bag of things, he saw this scene. His comrade's sister was chatting and laughing with Qian Jiao and Bai Su, like a family. He was originally happy after treating Bai Su to a meal and declaring his authority in front of Qian Jiao. But seeing Qian Hongyi holding the food box, he remembered how his comrade's sister used to bring him food when she visited the county, and he felt a little jealous. Ho Hot, with sharp eyes, saw Qin Yenhua approaching. Wow, Uncle Qin is here? Qin Yenhua walked closer, and Ho Hot quickly called politely Uncle Qin. Director Zheng from the county food factory sent some snacks. They're all treats kids love. Auntie is worried you might not be full at the school cafeteria, so I brought these for you. Qin Yenhua handed a large bag of snacks to Ho Hot. Take them and eat. If it's not enough, ask Uncle Qin for more at the food factory. Suddenly, a big bag of things surprised Ho Hot. She took the bag and saw inside treats like peach crisps and egg cakes. She looked nervously at Bai Su. Bai Su thought this was probably a thank you gift from Qin Yenhua for the suit and shirt she sent him. So she nodded at Ho Hot. Osmanthus finally felt at ease and happily said to Hongyi, Brother Hongyi, I'll share half with you later. You brought snacks from home, so they're all mine. All right, I won't hold back then. Qian Hongyi politely thanked Qin Yenhua. Uncle Qin, thank you so much. No need to thank me. It's all stuff you kids like to eat. Qin Yenhua was very generous. Next time, I'll bring more for you. Guohua and Qian Hongyi talked with their parents for a while until their stomachs started to growl from hunger. To avoid missing their afternoon rest, they reluctantly went to share the braised pork and plain steamed buns. Bai Su wanted to find Hien, but Qin Yenhua said, You're going to the food factory, right? I'll ask that kid Hien to come to the county committee later. Aunt Ju will call you over. Guohua didn't go back to the Peace Brigade every week. When Hien wasn't home, Guohua sometimes stayed in the county school to save money. Kind Aunt Ju would then ask Secretary Zhao to pick Guohua up for a meal. So, even though Bai Su appreciated Aunt Ju's care for Guohua, she still had to go meet her. She happened to have a canvas bag with a new scarf and handkerchief made by Li Hua, originally meant for Hien to sell to Yuan Pengzi. Hien hurried off to work and forgot about it, so she kept holding on to it. When they arrived at the county committee compound, Bai Su took out the best embroidered scarf and gave it to Aunt Ju. I just heard at school that when Guohua stayed in the county, you also asked Secretary Zhao to pick her up for meals. Aunt Ju was very happy to see Bai Su. She took out the scarf and said, The weather is getting colder. When it turns really cold, wrapping a scarf can keep you warm. I asked Li Hua to make one for you. Take a look and see if you like it. Hien's mother taught Li Hua embroidery. Besides decorating clothes, Li Hua also embroidered flowers on scarves. This way, old cloth that would otherwise be discarded was turned into something new by Li Hua. The scarves or embroidered orchids and bamboo could also be decorated with bright peonies. As the weather cooled, scarves made from patchwork scraps sold quite well. Aunt Ju took the scarf and said, Wow, it's embroidered with orchids. It looks simple and elegant. A few days ago, I saw a young wife in our yard wearing a similar style. I asked her where she bought it, and she said she bought it in the provincial city. I even told her next time she goes to the provincial city to buy one for me too. Aunt Ju was so happy. Li Hua's hands are really clever. How can her work look almost the same as what's sold in the provincial city? This scarf you gave me really touches my heart. What kind of scarf was bought in the provincial city? If the clothing style is similar, it was probably made by Pear Blossom, and Hien asked Yuan Fatty to secretly sell it on the black market. Bai Su happily chatted with Aunt Ju. As long as you like it, the dress my family Pear Blossom made is also very pretty. Next time I find suitable fabric, I'll have her make you a new one. Actually, as soon as Qin Yenhua returned, Aunt Ju noticed the suit and shirt he was wearing. She had grown used to Qin Yenhua, but now she was stunned. When she saw this new suit, she thought her Yenhua looked very handsome. Since he came in, she couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Was she happy to see Bai Su? She didn't have time to worry about Qin Yenhua. At this moment, Bai Su praised Pear Blossom's clothes. Aunt Ju asked her, Yenhua's outfit was made by Pear Blossom, right? Yes. Getting a clear answer from Bai Su, Aunt Ju smiled happily. She pulled Bai Su aside. No need to wait for the right fabric. I've saved a few pieces of cloth here. Take them home and show Pear Blossom. See what kind of clothes she can make. Great, great. Over at the county hospital, Director Qian finished a busy day and saw Qian Jiao sitting under a tree by the flower bed outside the hospital after work. Director Qian came out of the hospital, and Qian Jiao quickly stood up and pushed his bicycle forward. Dad, I came to pick you up after work. The hospital to home is just a short walk. Why are you picking me up? Qian Jiao patted the back of his bicycle, but Director Qian shook his head in refusal. After a day of seeing patients at the hospital, these old bones need to move. Walking home after work helps loosen up. How come you're free to come pick me up today? Enduring his father's disapproval, Qian Jiao simply pushed his bike and walked with his father toward home. Today, my sister came to the health bureau to see me. She came to pick up the test reports for her stomach cramps and cold with fever. I wanted to invite her to eat at the state-run restaurant. She was going to see Osmanthus at school, so we went together to the nearby state-run restaurant. Last semester, Hong Yi said he loved her sesame seed cake she baked. When she came back to the county, she even baked some for Hong Yi and brought them here. Qian Jiao and his father walked side by side along the road. He continued, but when we arrived near the school's state-run restaurant, Secretary Qin and Secretary Zhao came over. They wanted to thank Pear Blossom for making clothes for them and also thank me for taking care of his comrade's sister. They invited us to dinner. Qian director knew about Bai Su's situation at the county hospital. The hospital was indeed busy, but if he wanted to find time to see his little niece Bai Su, it was definitely possible. The health bureau has already recognized Bai Su officially. To give Bai Su more chances to interact with Qian Jiao, he is intentionally creating opportunities for them. It's better for his niece to visit the health bureau more often herself. At first, Qian director thought his niece, Xiao Su, was just calling him, and he felt it was unnecessary. He thought she was meddling in other people's affairs and acting recklessly. Now, when his son approached him about Bai Su, Qian director felt secretly pleased but kept a calm face. Secretary Qin is quite kind to Xiao Su's niece, which shows he has a strong friendship with Captain Bai. Qian director smiled happily. Xiao Su's niece, a woman, was bullied by her mother-in-law and her older relatives, but she stood firm. She became a barefoot doctor and now runs a pharmacy in the brigade. My niece is truly a brave woman. Her courage and insight are not common among women. Such an outstanding woman will attract many suitors in the future. Suddenly, Qian director patted his son's shoulder. Jiao, if you're not interested, it's better not to delay her. My niece is so talented. She deserves a better man. Qian Jiao came to find Qian director, hoping to get some advice from his father. But the old man teased him, and then realized he was the one who had been matchmaking. Jiao had to swallow his frustration. Unexpectedly, the old man turned out to be quite reliable this time. Jiao cleared his throat. Dad, I think I've heard that families with a lot of background pay more attention to matching social status. Secretary Qin is from Beijing. You see, my sister-in-law also treats Hong Yi very well. Dad, you always say that to judge a woman's character, you need to see how she raises her children. My sister-in-law raised several kids very well. Guohua is much more sensible than Hong Yi, always considerate of her sister-in-law, and she doesn't mind spending a little money on good food at school. Old hands are the best. Your experience with rice is more than my salt. You see people quite accurately. His usually gentle son was finally paying attention to finding a partner. Dealing with a strong opponent who also knows how to face challenges, men. They should have courage and fighting spirit. As they approached home, Qian director, not seen by Jiao, showed a triumphant expression. Let's go. Let's see if my second grandson has come back from school. Bai Su made a trip to the county and gained a lot. First, she received the much-anticipated test report. After making medicine soap for lice, the pharmacy can now produce medicine for stomach cramps and wind heat colds. Second, she went to the county to help Li Hua connect with Aunt Ju, a major client. Don't underestimate Aunt Ju, who lives quietly at the county committee compound. She is well connected there. The young wife living nearby was noticed by Aunt Ju when she bought a scarf from the black market. Once Aunt Ju wears a dress made by Li Hua, Bai Su is confident she can open up the market and get orders from the county town for Li Hua. Then, Secretary Qi asked her to inquire about the movie screenings.
Bai Su asked around.
Zhao Ming personally went to ask the officials responsible for movie screenings at the county committee. The reply was that during the harvest season, movies could be shown at Changfeng Commune, starting with the Heping Brigade. Secretary Qi was very happy when he heard this because it was the first major achievement since he took office. Of course, the literacy classes also needed to start. Bai Su was in charge of the pharmacy, and neither she nor Zhou Chongqing could spare time to run the health clinic. Since the brigade planned to move the clinic to the pharmacy, Bai Su discussed with Secretary Qi to move the brigade health clinic there. This would free up 2 rooms, one for literacy classes and the other for a small library. The brigade would spend some money to buy books from the scrap yard and bookstore in the county town for the members and educated youth to borrow. This way, the members' cultural life would be enriched. Secretary Qi thought Bai Su's idea was excellent. It provided space for cultural activities, moved the health clinic out of the pharmacy, and didn't interfere with Bai Su and Zhou Chongqing managing the pharmacy. What made Bai Su even happier was that medicines for stomach cramps and wind-heat colds were distributed to various communes and health clinics, and the response was very good. Around the harvest, the pharmacy even received several orders from neighboring counties. Uncle Qian said he contacted an old classmate at a provincial hospital to test our medicines clinically. Our traditional Chinese medicines are really effective, and we received 2 more orders. This can't be explained in a few words, so Uncle Qian asked me to pass on the message. He and told Bai Su, the officials responsible for movie screenings in the county also agreed to come to Changfeng Commune. To prevent other brigades from taking the lead when they arrive, I directly asked Uncle Zhao to bring the equipment and projectionist from the county to our brigade. No matter how close the relationship, no one can steal them now. Secretary Qi and Uncle Li were very happy. During harvest time, everyone in the brigade was supposed to help with the harvest. Because the pharmacy kept getting orders, Li Jiqiang and Secretary Qi decided to let the other brigade members and educated youth handle the harvest while the pharmacy continued normal production. At the same time, they planned to show 2 movies to boost the enthusiasm of the brigade members and educated youth. Heian also brought the film projectionist to the team. When Huahua heard the news, she happily shared this good news with her colleagues at the pharmacy. Tonight, we won't study in the team library. Let's go watch a movie. The county town only has 1 set of film equipment, and projectionists travel between teams. Peace Team had been waiting a long time and finally got to watch a movie. Hearing this from Huahua, people eating at the pharmacy snack bar gathered around. Zhou Hongba asked Huahua, "Huahua, are we really going to watch a movie tonight?" "Of course. My brother-in-law brought the film equipment and the projectionist to our team." Uncle Li and Secretary Qi welcomed the projectionist from the county. Since the projectionist and equipment arrived at the team, the movie screening was certain. Everyone surrounded Huahua, eating and asking questions. What movie are they showing tonight? When does it start? Is the projectionist handsome? Are they showing it at the grain field in the team? People chattered around Bai Su, asking questions. Shen Jiqing sat next to Su Xiaoxiao, closest to Huahua. Suddenly, he spoke. "Huahua, shall we watch the movie together tonight?" Zhou Hongba thought Shen Jiqing was quite annoying. Huahua was the person he liked, and Shen Jiqing had been hanging around her a lot lately. Shen Jiqing's intentions seemed obvious. Zhou Hongba gently smiled and said, "Yes, we from the pharmacy. Let's go to the grain field in the evening and watch the movie together. We can sit together." "Yes, we from the pharmacy will sit together and watch, just like studying in the team library." Since the team opened the library, the literacy class, and the pharmacy next door, the old team health clinic had become lively. There were 2 rooms, one for literacy classes and the other as a library. Young educated youths and eager learners went to read books. Recently, Shen Jiqing was attracted by Huahua's cheerful smile. He occasionally showed his affection and liked her. Zhou Hongba interrupted him, changing the subject. He looked at Zhou Hongba with some dissatisfaction, feeling a bit disappointed. Afraid of making Huahua dislike him, he suppressed his feelings and planned to find another chance to express his love. When Zhou Hongba and Shen Jiqing's eyes met, Huahua slipped away. Bai Su saw the scene. While washing dishes at the back creek, she went over to the red brick house and saw Huahua talking to Yin Fan near the creek and the medicinal fields. Hua was pleading with Een Fan, brother Een Fan, shall we go to the grain field and the team to watch the movie tonight? Our pharmacy team has decided to watch a movie together. I will go early to save seats for you. Since being assigned to the Peace Brigade, Een Fan has rarely left this mountain valley. He seems to be thinking about whether it's appropriate for him to go to the big team's grain field to watch the movie. Een Fan hesitates and says, I think I won't go this time. Why not? It's rare for our team to have a movie night. Hua, the little girl, keeps talking. Elder brother Een Fan, my brother-in-law said the movie tonight is filmed by the seaside. It shows female soldiers on an island, fishing and defending the country at the same time. Een Fan, have you ever seen the sea? I heard the sea is very wide, endless. There are beaches where you can take off your shoes and walk on the sand. The sky by the sea is very blue. After sunset, the evening glow reflects on the water. The sky and sea look the same, very beautiful. Bai Su doesn't know that her little sister, Hua, talks so much and has endless stories to tell Een Fan. Fortunately, Een Fan, who is not very talkative, still responds to Hua. You know about the sky and sea being the same? Een Fan laughs. Hua, you sound like you've seen the sea before. I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard about it. My uncle is in the island troops. When he comes back for the new year, my aunt and Xiao Peng told me about the sea. Een Fan asks, Xiao Peng is your aunt's son? Yes, he's my cousin. At this moment, Bai Su finishes washing the dishes and stands up, visible from where Hua and Een Fan are talking. Seeing her catch them talking, Bai Su quickly greets Een Fan. All right, it's settled then. We'll watch the movie tonight. You help Aunt Zhou and Aunt Kong plant medicinal herbs since you're from the pharmacy team. I'll go ahead and save good seats for us. While Een Fan is talking to Bai Su, Hua happily decides to go. Afraid Een Fan might refuse, she waves her hand cheerfully and runs off. Since the pharmacy was established, Professor Een and others' lives in the big team have greatly improved. Sometimes, Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang come to the mountain valley to visit, asking about the medicinal herb planting. There's no rule that people with issues in their ingredients can't watch movies. Bai Su reminds Een Fan, remember to invite Aunt Zhou and Aunt Kong next time. We don't know when it will be our turn for a movie again. Een Fan sighs, and Bai Su thinks he has agreed. What she doesn't know is that after she and Hua return to the pharmacy to help transplant medicinal seedlings, Een Fan is deep in thought. He clearly feels Een Fan's mood is off. Professor Een puts down his and, with concern, asks, Fanna, what's wrong today? Tonight, the village team is showing a movie at the grain field and Lotus and Annie asked me to go with them. Before Een Fan could finish speaking, Professor Een suddenly shook his hand holding the, as if all his strength had been drained. He let go of the, which fell onto the medicinal seedlings. These seedlings are very precious to Professor Lin and Professor Kong. Een Fan was worried he might damage the seedlings, so he quickly picked up the. Seeing Professor Yin's face turn pale and his breathing become rapid, he became anxious. Grandpa, I won't go to the movie. I'll tell Lotus later that you're not feeling well and can't go with them. Een Fan helped Professor Een sit on a stone beside the medicinal field. Professor Een was silent for a long time, seeming lost in painful memories. Een Fan kept gently patting his back until his breathing gradually steadied. After catching his breath, Professor Een seemed to make a decision. He took a deep breath and said, Go ahead. Avoidance isn't the answer. Sitting side by side, Professor Een spoke in a deep voice. I still hold some resentment towards them, but they are your family. I don't want to see them in this life, but I can't stop you from meeting them. Meeting Dr. Bai has opened my mind. I realize there are good people and beautiful things in this world, not just ugliness. My life was saved by her, so I should learn to forget hatred. I don't want you to learn to hate either. Professor Een gently patted his grandson's arm. We, grandfather and grandson, also need to learn to reveal our wounds. Only then will we know if they still hurt. His words moved Een Fan. He turned to look at Professor Een. Will it always hurt? Then remember this pain, replied Professor Een, placing his hand on Een Fan's shoulder. Child, life is about experiencing all kinds of feelings. Pain is one of them. Since we are destined to endure it, we might as well taste it. That's part of your life experience. You are too serious and reserved. After suffering with me, you have no friends your age. Only little Lotus still keeps us company, chatting to cheer you up. You should be braver. It's rare for Lotus to invite you to watch a movie. Professor Een looked at him encouragingly, but Een Fan struggled to suppress his inner longing. He hesitated before speaking. Grandpa, you should go too? Professor Een looked toward the warm shelter built in the distance, avoiding Een Fan's gaze. I won't go. I'm an old person and don't want to join in with you young folks' fun. I heard that tonight the big team will show a movie at the grain field. The members and educated youths are working hard, and after a tiring day of harvesting rice, their enthusiasm for watching the movie can't be dampened. As the last glow of sunset disappears from the sky, the workers finish their day's work and rush home, eager to cook dinner quickly and then go to the grain field to watch the movie. An impatient Lotus Flower, together with Zhao Qingru and Su Xiao, rushes to the grain field after work, carrying small stools to find a good spot. Zhou Chongqing goes to the school to pick up Manhwa, and Bai Su hurriedly goes home to cook. The house is quite far from the village entrance. Bai Su sees a car parked outside the door. It's not Hian's truck, but the small car driven by Secretary Zhao. Could Secretary Qin have come? Hearing voices inside, Bai Su turns a corner and enters, and indeed sees Qin Yanhua talking with He Yan in the yard. When they were leveling the mountain valley to make a medicinal herb field, Bai Su moved many flowers and plants into the yard, mostly orchids planted under the corridor. He Yan also laid a layer of dried lily bulbs around the dense orchids and planted a cluster of roses in the corner of the yard. The old well at He's house connects to underground mountain spring water, which occasionally overflows and flows into the small brick-lined ditch under the corridor. The gentle flow of water nourishes the orchids and lily bulbs beside the ditch. The lush greenery, contrasted with the blue bricks, makes the yard increasingly elegant. It's not yet dark. As Bai Su enters, she sees Qin Yanhua sitting at the stone table.
He Yan is chatting with them.
With him are Secretary Zhao and Director Zheng, and on the table are leftover peach pastries, egg cakes, and duck delicacies, probably brought by Director Zheng. The stools around the table are a bit low, making Qin Yanhua's long legs seem to have nowhere to rest. Seeing Bai Su cross the threshold, he stands up and looks at her. Back already? Bai Su and Qin Yanhua are quite familiar. She smiles. What a surprise. What wind blew Secretary Qin and Director Zheng here? Qin Yanhua also stands up, and Director Zheng instinctively follows. I heard your medicinal herb workshop in the big team is quite well run. I came to learn from Secretary Qin, Zheng Director says enthusiastically. Comrade Bai Su, you're really impressive. Now, the county hospital and pharmacies all carry your medicinal products, and even our food factory workers use your medicinal soap. Our factory's duck products sell well at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and we also receive orders from neighboring counties and provinces. All thanks to you. When you first sold us the recipe for duck products and shared your business ideas, I knew you were an extraordinary woman. Sure enough, in a short time, you managed to make the brigade's pharmacy very successful, which is truly impressive. Basically, whether it's making traditional Chinese medicine or producing food, you need to open up the market. When Bai Su sold the duck product recipe to Zheng Tonghe, he sensed that she was a remarkable woman. Indeed, she is a person capable of big things. She quietly set up a pharmacy in the brigade, which was unprecedented in the province, county, or neighboring provinces. What seemed impossible was actually achieved by a woman. How could Zheng Tonghe not be surprised? Learning from Zhao Ming about what she had done, Zheng Tonghe was very impressed. Moreover, he came to Peace Brigade to seek Bai Su's help. Since they both run factories, he had a lot of information to exchange with her. He was so enthusiastic that as soon as he saw Bai Su, he kept talking non-stop, eager to keep her engaged. Qin Yanhua, who was left aside, coughed lightly and suddenly looked at Zhao Ming. Are you hungry?
No.
Zhao Ming wanted to say no, but seeing Qin Yanhua's gaze, he quickly interrupted and stepped forward to stop Zheng Tonghe from talking further. Sister Bai, I've been thinking about your food all day in the county town. Now that I'm here with Director Zheng and Secretary Qin at Peace Brigade, I'm really lucky to taste your cooking again. Yes, the sesame cakes you make. Secretary Zhao has mentioned them to me several times. It's not that Zheng Tonghe lacked awareness. He came to Peace Brigade specifically for the sesame cakes. Ever since their food factory started producing duck products, business has been booming. They received plenty of orders from neighboring counties, the provincial capital, and even other provinces. However, the neighboring counties' food factory started copying them, making duck products and marinated meats too. Zheng Tonghe is a cautious person who worries about potential risks. He fears that, like before, the neighboring factory might lower their prices on peach cookies and egg cakes to steal market share. So, he wants to develop new products. After hearing Zhao Ming mention sesame cakes several times, Zheng Tonghe decided to approach Bai Su about it. He Yan, who was observing Qin Yenyue and Director Zheng's actions, was very perceptive. He quickly chimed in, "Today, the brigade's threshing ground is showing a movie. The brigade leader and Secretary Qi came by for a while. They just left. Mom, Li Hua and the others have prepared all the dishes, waiting for you to come back." Every time Zhao Ming and Qin Yenyue visit the brigade, they especially enjoy Bai Su's cooking. He-Yan's mother feels her cooking skills are average, but she can still help out in the kitchen. Bai Su always helps with washing and preparing vegetables when she cooks. Secretary Qin and Secretary Zhao are important guests, and Director Zheng is her son's direct boss, so they must be well treated. He-Yan's mother knows Bai Su's favorite dishes, so when they come, she helps prepare ingredients with Pear Blossom in the kitchen. Of course, the lighter chores are done by Pear Blossom. Pear Blossom just sits by the well washing vegetables, while He-Yan's mother handles chopping and cooking. He-Yan's mother often helps out, becoming quicker and more skillful. When Bai Su enters the kitchen, most of the dishes are already prepared. "Girl, you're finally back. I've already cut the vegetables," she says. He-Yan's mother urges Bai Su, "I'll light the fire, you stir-fry the dishes. After we eat, we can go watch a movie." Bai Su doesn't need to go to the grain field to harvest, and she knows tonight's movie will probably be a patriotic film praising the close bond between soldiers and civilians. Having seen many movies, Bai Su isn't very eager to watch another. You and Hien can take Pear Blossom to watch the movie. "I'll stay home," she suggests. "You're not going to the grain field to watch the movie? It's rare for our team to have a movie night. You must go. I know you're worried about guests at home, so maybe Secretary Qin and Secretary Zhao can go too," Hian's mother says while lighting the fire. Bai Su is stirring vegetables with a spatula, about to say she doesn't know if Qin Yanyu and Secretary Zhao like movies. Suddenly, a deep voice comes from the doorway. "I'll go with you." Qin Yanyu looks tough and serious, but when he speaks, his voice softens and sounds very deep and pleasant. Hearing his familiar voice unexpectedly, Bai Su almost drops the spatula into the pot. They used to live in the county town, where Qin Yanyu and Aunt Ju stayed. She was helping in the kitchen when he appeared at the door, which was normal. This is her home. Why is he here? She turns around and speaks to him. "Secretary Qin, the kitchen is smoky. The dishes will be ready soon." A dignified secretary shouldn't stand at the kitchen door talking while others are cooking. Bai Su means to ask him to leave. She isn't sure if Qin Yanyu didn't understand or simply refused to move. The atmosphere feels strange. Hian's mother becomes more certain of her guess. She tentatively asks, "Secretary Qin, do you know how to light a fire?"
What?
Help Qin Yanyu light the fire? Bai Su almost drops the spatula again, about to stop her, but Qin Yanyu surprisingly steps into the kitchen with long strides. Hian's good judgment probably comes from his mother. When Qin Yanyu walked in and stood by the stove, Hian's mother quickly stood up and handed Qin Yanyu a fire fork. Qin Yanyu held the fire fork, sitting calmly on a chair at the stove entrance. Bai Su almost fainted from shock. One dares to give orders, and the other takes the fire fork? Bai Su's mouth was wide open, almost forgetting to stir the food in the pot. "Are you hungry? Your stomach isn't good, and you haven't eaten properly?"
No.
Qin Yanyu denied it. Maybe because Bai Su was caring, his voice sounded happy. He added some firewood to the stove and held the fire fork, pretending to poke the fire. But Bai Su still didn't believe that this great master could light a fire. Qin Yenyue's clothing, food, shelter, and transportation are all managed by Aunt Ju. The county uses coal for cooking. If the well-off Qin secretary could light a fire, it would be no different from a fairy coming down to earth.
Why don't you go outside first?
I can cook a few dishes quickly, and we can eat soon. Bai Su urged him to leave. The kitchen is smoky. Let Sister Lu help with the fire. Qin Yenyue showed no intention of leaving and continued sitting at the stove entrance. While Bai Su was talking to him, he added more firewood to the stove again. He reminded Bai Su, don't burn the food. Bai Su noticed that Qin Yenyue's control of the fire was quite good. Surprisingly, she asked, can you really light a fire?
Don't underestimate me.
Qin Yenyue responded with a hum and told Bai Su, when I first arrived at the island troop, there was nothing there. Your brother and I cooked and lit fires together. Secretary Qin, I didn't know you were so down to earth. Bai Su scooped up the cooked dishes and continued frying the next dish with oil. Hearing Bai Su's compliment, Qin Yenyue, sitting at the stove entrance, subtly curled his lips. While Bai Su was cooking, he helped light the fire and talked to her. I will stay in the Peace Brigade for a few days. A dignified Secretary Qin, who can cook and light fires, Bai Su, just suppressing her surprise, was again shocked by his words.
Really?
It's for the greenhouse planting project. When you mentioned setting up a pharmacy, you talked about greenhouse cultivation. Qin Yenyue continued, I went to great lengths to bring Zhou Zhilan and Jiang Yuchuan to the Peace Brigade. Not just for your medicinal field, but also to develop greenhouse planting. After the harvest in a few days from now until spring next year, the land has been idle. By developing greenhouse planting, the villagers can have better lives. Qin Yenyu discussed with Bai Su, saying, I heard from He Yen that the warm shed over at Shanao has been built by Jiang Yuchuan. I want to borrow some people to set up a greenhouse trial base at the Peace Brigade. Professor Lin also needs to temporarily use some resources. This is an era where people can't always afford to eat well or stay warm. Starting a new idea like greenhouse farming can easily bring trouble if not done carefully. But Qin Yenyu insists on going against the flow. On the surface, he appears to be well off, just transferred from Beijing with a shiny reputation, but he is actually a doer. He is focused on doing real work and helping the members live better lives. He is both a practical person and someone willing to take risks, which impresses Bai Su a lot. Running the medicine workshop is also risky for her. In a way, she and Qin Yenyu are similar. Or rather, it is because Qin Yenyu is naturally brave and willing to try new things that he supports her in running the workshop. Even if Jiang Yuchuan and Professor Lin are transferred away from the medicinal fields, with Zhou Zhilan and Professor Kong still there, Bai Su has no reason to refuse. Okay, the mountain chicken soup in the pot is boiling. Bai Su speaks firmly, Secretary Qin, I support you. She holds the spatula with a brave look, as if ready to sacrifice herself. Qin Yenyu notices her effort to show support, with her actions and expressions changing, and he can't help but chuckle softly. Zheng Tonghe wants to join the team because Xiaoming said your sesame cakes are delicious. Qin Yenyu won't be soft-hearted when it comes to Zheng Tonghe. The last time you sold duck products, the food factory took many orders because of your recipe. Business was booming, and neighboring county food factories got anxious and started making duck products too. Zheng Tonghe is aware of the risk. He fears that the neighboring county's factories will undercut prices. He thinks they shouldn't rely solely on duck products and marinated foods. If a competitor joins in, they will also raise their costs. Zheng Tonghe probably wants to buy your sesame cake recipe. Qin Yenyu reminds Bai Su, the duck products you made before were a big contribution to the food factory. They only paid 300 yuan plus some work from a transport team, and the factory earned from it. This time, you shouldn't sell the recipe cheaply. Isn't Zheng Tonghe a subordinate of the Qin family head? Qin Yenyu tells himself that when selling the recipe, he shouldn't let the seller get a cheap deal. Bai Su scoops up a pot of chicken soup and smiles. If Factory Director Zheng hears this, he might get angry. Secretary Qin, isn't this like pushing your own people aside? Pulling inward. Qin Yenyu says these 3 words, as if trying to make Bai Su think deeply but also not too clearly. He suddenly interrupts. Do we still need to light the fire? Regarding making money, Bai Su's mind works very quickly. Qin Yanyu told her that Zheng Tonghe wanted to buy the sesame cake recipe and advised her not to sell it cheaply. However, Bai Su felt that a sesame cake recipe wasn't worth the price of duck meat. Because sesame cakes are easier to copy than duck meat, she worried that Zheng Tonghe's factory would just add this new product and neighboring food factories might follow suit. Moreover, sesame cakes probably don't make much profit. Since she was asked to sell the recipe, Bai Su naturally wanted to come up with a low-cost, high-profit recipe that would make Zheng Tonghe feel it's worth the price. After finishing the last chicken soup and stir-frying the dishes, Qin Yanyu asked if she still wanted to light the fire. Bai Su changed her mind. She took a jar of sugar from the cabinet and asked Qin Yanyu to help her turn on a small fire to slowly boil the sugar into syrup. Then she took dried corn kernels from home and coated them with the syrup. She made sure the corn was evenly covered with syrup. After washing the pot, Bai Su poured in oil, added the coated popcorn, and covered the pot. While Qin Yanyu was tending the fire, he heard loud popping sounds from the pot and then smelled a tempting aroma. What are you making? Popcorn, a snack recipe to sell to Director Zheng. Worried about burning the popcorn, Bai Su covered the pot and didn't let Qin Yanyu add more firewood. When the fire went out and the sound stopped, Bai Su finally uncovered the pot. Qin Yanyu was surprised to see that a small bowl of corn had expanded into a large pot of popcorn. The popcorn Bai Su made was different from the ones made with firecrackers during New Year. Each kernel was full and coated with a layer of syrup. Even Qin Yanyu, who wasn't interested in snacks, was tempted by the fragrant smell and wanted to try. Bai Su seemed to see through Qin Yanyu's thoughts. She used a spatula to scoop some into a small bowl and handed it to him. Try it. Qin Yanyu tasted a few and nodded. Not bad. Afraid of discouraging Bai Su's enthusiasm, he added, it's quite tasty.